Auto hunting? Oh, Yoon Sung asked the guys if they really thought it was fun. One of the guys said it was fun to watch the character swing easily and quickly, whereupon the other added that his friend had a point, and that they could relax by watching Yi do everything for them. Unsun put the phone down and said there was nothing good about it and decided to explain to the guys what the deal was. He asked what was the fun in having Yi play for him. The guy with the brown hair told Yunsun that he wasn't really the one who didn't understand anything, because Yi could only do everything for you if you set it up right. Oh, Yunsun never thought he'd realize it just like that. Except it's not some game. It's all happening live. He's in the monster hunting business. Unsun told the girl that she had no aspirations for self-improvement. Jun agreed with him and asked how long he planned to work part-time at some restaurants. But Yunsun protested, saying that it wasn't just a part-time job because he was learning how to work, and eventually he was going to open his own restaurant in the future. He was even saving up money for it. Jun wondered when he would achieve that. Wouldn't it be when he turns 30? And until then, they're not even going to travel? What's the point of them living like this? Oh, Yunsun admitted that he didn't understand what traveling had to do with it, but he offered to pretend that she was right. Then he asked Jun what she would say about herself. Jun became nervous and exclaimed questioningly. Yunsun asked, "What is she doing for self-improvement?" As an example, he decided to take Ms. An Ji-young, who has a diploma, a job, and everything else better than him. But Jun only huffed with nerves trying to think of an answer. Oh, Yunsun explained that his life goals are different, and they are not filled with hopes and dreams as she wishes. Except, is it funny to mock his efforts to improve his life as an excuse to break up with him? Oh, Yunsun asked her to stop beating around the bush and just tell him straight. Is she ashamed to talk to her friends about her boyfriend's job? Or maybe she got along with her ex? Unable to endure Yunsun's verbal attacks, Jun jumped up and slapped the table and shouted that it was too embarrassing, if he knew what she meant, of course. Everyone brags about how great their boyfriends are. But at the same time, Oh Yunsun dropped out of some college just to work as a waiter in a restaurant, and still makes a problem saving money on such a paltry salary. Oh Yunsun asked the girl if he had ever been stingy in front of her, to which the girl replied that it was only by his standards, after which Yunsun asked if she had ever told him her standards. He always does the best he can with his ambition, while her ambition is nothing but greed. Unsun wondered if she thought it was the right thing to do. Jun bit her lip after Oh Yunsheng's words, after which she asked, clenching her fist, if he knew that every time he said something like that, she felt like an arrogant egomaniac. Unsun wondered if that's how she was acting now. After all, she is exactly who she thinks she is. Jun called Oh Yunsun a bastard and splashed coffee in his face, after which she asked how he could only say such a thing. She asked him to forget the whole thing, and if that's what he wants, then let him clean his grill by himself for the rest of his life, because she could never live like that. And a few seconds later, Oh Yunsun was left at the table all alone. He called Jun a stupid bitch, but he actually knew what Jun was trying to tell him. The weekly schedule of the Sewon Hunting Academy came on Yunsun's phone. The older one was screaming at the top of her lungs that she was going to marry some rich guy like a doctor or a lawyer or something. And this is after only studying abroad for a little while, she thinks, as if that's enough. Even though he knew, Yunjiang couldn't tell Jun directly. Oh Yunsun told the elder that they had already talked about this a while ago, about how she gets asked out on a bunch of blind dates with hunters. The elder replied that there was nothing to be done in that case because some lawyer or doctor in her life wouldn't be able to outbid a hunter. Oh, Yunsun didn't want to show Jun like he had given up. Unsun admitted to the older man that he knew what she wanted to say. She wanted him to at least pretend to be able to do it. And even if she couldn't brag about it, at least he wouldn't embarrass her. Unsun didn't want to show her the weight of cruel reality weighing on him. Clenching his fist, Yunsun asked, what should he do about it? After all, everyone starts from more different strengths, and no one can do everything in the end. The only thing he can do is to try his best, but just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun felt something strange. It was like a sonic boom. A moment later, the wall next to it exploded, showering Unsun and the older man with shrapnel. Scowling in pain, Yunsun tried to figure out what the hell had just happened and what it was. And as he walked up, he saw that right outside the restaurant, a crack had opened up. Oh Yunsun began to panic after realizing what had happened. There was no forecast or anything like that today, so why did a crack appear here? The only other possibility is that the weather forecasters didn't recognize the crack. Oh Yunsun rushed to the older man and started trying to bring him back to consciousness. He shouted that they should run away as there would be monsters here soon. Just as suddenly, Unsun heard a heavy step from the direction of the crack. It was a monster, a man-eating shark, 2-star class. Oh Yunsen cursed everything because he was late. He was trying to figure out what should he do. Run away? But he immediately refuted the latter option, for he simply cannot leave his eldest here. He must protect him no matter what. And since he had already made up his mind, Yunsen decided to find out how long he could stand against this shark. Live or die fighting this shark until the hunter arrives to save them. Oh Yunsen growled and called the bloody bastard over to him. Immediately afterward, the humanoid shark screamed loudly and rushed to attack Yunsen. As soon as it approached, Oh Yunsen dodged the shark's sharp fangs. Immediately afterward, he punched that shark head right in the side. Except it didn't quite happen the way Yunsen expected it to. Unexpectedly, the shark's body was quite soft, making him feel like he had hit a sponge. The humanoid shark turned toward Oh Yunsen and knocked him back with a punch to the face. The shark then slowly approached Yunsen, who was moaning in pain. Oh Yunsen was forced to accept that he was incapable of defeating this monster. And now, how could he hold out against this monster? Shark grabbed Yunsen by the head and lifted him off the floor. Oh Yunsen began trying to break free, demanding that the shark let him go now. Unexpectedly, the monster still hadn't done anything to him, buying Yunsen time to think about whether he would die here like this, except he doesn't want to die. But to defeat this monster, he doesn't even have the strength to run away. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen saw a holographic panel overhead that said Auto Hunt, and a second later, the prompt "Press the button to start" appeared, causing Yunsen to wonder what would happen if he pressed it. At that moment, the humanoid shark opened its mouth to eat its prey. Unsan didn't care anymore, no matter what happened. Since he's going to die anyway, so be it. He'll see what happens if he presses it. Once pressed, the button immediately turned red and said, "Activated." Suddenly, the sparkle of life disappeared from Oh Yunsen's eyes, and afterward he was down. For a reason unknown to himself, Oh Yunsen suddenly lost control of his body and couldn't move. Oh Yunsen cursed all he could. He knew that you couldn't rely on something unknown without knowing what would happen next. Oh Yunsen had no choice but to turn to this auto hunt and ask it to at least make his body move and do something to save him. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. Oh Yunsen felt as if he had become someone's puppet, but still, his body managed to move. He couldn't understand exactly what was happening, but it was good to see that the one who had taken over his body was already helping him. What was even more incredible was that he had somehow miraculously started to overpower this monster. Oh Yunseong was amazed that his body could do such a thing. Gathering all his strength, Oh Yunsen's body kicked the monster with such force that it flew across the entire restaurant and crashed into the wall. Oh Yunsen's body was hunting the enemy in no time, which was simply unbelievable to Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen wondered if this was auto-hunting. Oh Yunsen's thoughts were interrupted by the noise of the approaching hunters, so he decided to get away so that the hunters could deal with it themselves. Suddenly, his body acted on his thoughts and got into a fighting stance to continue his battle against the humanoid shark. Oh Yunsen tried to understand what his body was trying to accomplish, but the worst part was that the monster started to rise. So Oh Yunsen started to beg his body to get out of here, since it had already done more than enough. Upon rising up, the angry shark monster immediately rushed towards Oh Yunsen, but Oh Yunsen's body easily dodged the man-shark's attack. Immediately after which, Oh Yunsen's body began to counterattack the shark monster. Seizing the opportunity, Oh Yunsen's body struck the shark with a dozen fist strikes, and he finished the beating with a straight upward leg kick right through the jaws of the shark monster. With a quick and powerful series of attacks, Oh Yunsen's body still managed to disarm the monster shark. But Oh Yunsen's body didn't stop and delivered a final leg kick to the shark monster. Having dealt with a superior opponent, Oh Yunsen's body took a breath. Having dealt with the enemy, the auto-hunting system was automatically stopped. Gaining control of his body back, Oh Yunsen looked at his hands, trying to accept the fact that those hands had just beaten up a 2-star shark monster. Whereupon he saw the auto-hunt button again, and wondered that with such power he could. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen shrieked at the feeling of pain that erupted throughout his body. Immediately afterward, he fell to his knee, unable to stand on his feet. Oh Yunsen abruptly felt such pain as if all of his muscles were torn and his bones were broken, and he eventually lost consciousness due to the overwhelming pain and fatigue, after which he collapsed next to the monster shark's body. Sometime later, Garam Hospital. After a long, unbroken sleep, Oh Yunsen finally regained consciousness. Realizing that he was in the hospital, Oh Yunsen suddenly remembered the suddenly opened rift just outside the wall of the restaurant where he worked. Some shark-headed monster came out of the rift, and so Oh Yun-sun decided to stay behind and protect Sang Hyuk-hyun. Thinking of the elder, Oh Yun-sung abruptly jumped up from his bunk and loudly asked, What's up with Sang Hyuk-hyun now? Suddenly, Oh Yunsun felt pain again, after which the woman sitting next to him explained that Oh Yunsun Shi's muscles might still be sore after what had happened, and that he should make sudden movements for now. She then introduced herself as Choi Shin-young, the second general manager of the Special Protection and Welfare Bureau. Choi Shin-young explained that she had come to see the two victims of the sudden rift, Oh Yun-sung-shi and Sang-hyuk-shi, and to give them compensation for the monster attack. After explaining herself, Choi Shin-young held out her business card, and Oh Yun-seong hurriedly took it. After taking a quick look at the business card, Oh Yun-sung asked Choi Shin-young if the Special Protection Bureau was related to the hunters. That she immediately answered in the affirmative and reminded him that Oh Yun-sung should have already been informed about it during his military service. Choi Shin-young revealed that the government would be fully responsible for the damages caused to the victims of the sudden rift. She then reached for a document saying that Oh Yun-sung's medical bills, as well as the lost potential income and compensation for the restoration of Lee Sang-hyuk-shi's store, would also be paid. Choi Shin-young put the papers on the countertop and said that these are all the documents, including the bills for compensation. If Oh Yun-sung signed the confirmation, they would try to pay everything as soon as possible. Oh Yunsun remembered the compensation and thought of the fact that it was the government that was responsible for the sudden rift because they weren't vigilant enough. Oh Yun-sung awkwardly apologized and asked the general manager, "How is Seon Hyuk-hyun doing now?" To which she replied, "He just fainted from the sudden shock." Fortunately, after the examination, no problems were found in Seon Hyuk-shwe. Upon hearing this, Oh Yun-sung was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Choi Shin-young said that she would further explain a few items from the compensation list to Oh Yun-sung and asked him to look at the documents. Since Oh Yunsun was hunting the monster, they would pay him a bounty according to the monster's threat level. Oh Yun-sung complained that 500,000 won wasn't enough because his life was at stake. Choi Shin-young grinned and said that she couldn't help him because the reward was based on hunting standards. But in return, Oh Yun-sung turned the page and Choi Shin-young told him that the monster he fought, the shark monkey, was being taken over by him, which means Oh Yun-sung will be able to sell it himself at the hunter's store. But since there's still no license in Oh Yunsun's name at the hunting store, they created a temporary account and transferred ownership to him. After finishing her explanation, the general manager asked if Oh Yun-sung-shi had any questions. Oh Yun-sung asked how much he could sell the monster's body for. He decided to ask this question because 500,000 won was too small a sum. Choi Shin-young admitted that she had no idea, but most likely the carcass of a basic level 2 monster would be priced rather cheaply. Like Oh Yun-sung said earlier, it really is too little money considering he had to risk his own life. Normally that would be the case, but Choi Shin-young smirked and said that instead of her offering options, wouldn't it be better to find out for yourself? Hearing about this, Oh Yunsun felt a little uneasy. Sometime later, thinking back to the general manager's last words, Oh Yun-sung wondered, why the hell did she confuse things even more? Oh Yunsun isn't even going to work as a hunter, so what's the point of him going to a hunting store? Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun remembered something, namely about auto-hunting. Thinking about it, Oh Yunsun saw that the button was still there. He had originally thought it looked like he had imagined it, but it was still here. Except why had it turned gray? Oh Yunsun still remembered that the interface was gray and assumed it was because there were no enemies near him. Then poked at the button without seeing any response. Since the auto-hunt didn't respond, Oh Yunsun decided to just lie back down. He would still find out sooner or later if it was his imagination or not. Oh Yunsun decided not to think about the auto-hunt, and instead, he decided to find out how much that monster was worth. According to the general manager, a level 2 monster should be quite cheap, so he didn't expect much. But upon seeing the price, Oh Yunsun almost cried out, 4 and 5, 4 and 6, could it be called cheap? And how much should hunters earn since it wasn't enough for them? Suddenly, a price of 600 million won caught Oh Yunsun's eye, causing him to wonder why the price was so much higher. After that, he noticed that the shark monkey had a caught status next to it, which meant that the monsters that were caught were much more expensive. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sung remembered the last words of the general manager again. She said that the corpse was cheap, but she offered to check everything by himself, which means that the monster he beat up could be. Oh Yunsun decided to check his list immediately. Immediately afterward, he saw that the monster's status was caught, and the gender was male. Seeing this, Oh Yunsun couldn't help but shriek as this monster was indeed caught alive. And since that's the case, that means he just made a lot of money. After being discharged from Garam Hospital, Oh Yunsun went to a company that required a live monster, Shark Monkey. Wiping his sweat due to his nerves, the representative thanked Oh Yunzong as everything looked pretty good. He then admitted that it was not easy to get a live specimen, as they were getting some pretty aggressive guys, and the only one on the list was unreasonably expensive, as much as 1.5 times the normal price. And that's when the monster on Oh Yunsun's list showed up. Oh Yunsong assumed that when he talked about the aggressive overpricing guys, the representative was referring to the 600 million won monster. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsong signed a document confirming that he is providing the shark monkey alive and that the company will pay 420 million won to the seller. Walking out of the building, Oh Yunsun still couldn't believe how many won he suddenly got and started zeros and zeros, and the representative bowed and thanked Oh Yunsun. After making a nice profit, Oh Yunsun shopped at the store, after which he drank a can of soda. He just sold a shark monkey for 420 million and got 320 million after tax. It was even too easy money. He had barely accumulated 100 million in the past 9 years on a part-time basis, and after catching just one monster, he immediately received just over 300 million. Although it was nice to earn money, but for some reason, Oh Yun-soon felt like he had just lost something. It felt like he had lost his purpose in life in the blink of an eye. Now he's not even sure what he wants to do. Oh Yunsun even thought about opening his own store as he had planned. Or he could try to become a hunter. But is that really possible? He had barely beaten a level 2 monster before ending up in the hospital. Jun recently said that he could never become better living the way he lives now. Remembering this, Oh Yunsun squeezed the jar and ordered Jun to stop badmouthing and get out of his head already. After all, he's now making possibly the most important decision of his life. After briefly thinking about it, Oh Yunsun shouted out that money was great, and therefore he wouldn't mind giving it a try. After all, what's so hard about becoming a hunter? Meanwhile, everyone will just have to watch him because he's not going to back down. Oh Yunsun decided to begin his training to become a hunter. He stood in front of a punching bag and began to contemplate auto-hunting. It was blue at first, but it turned gray in the hospital. Could the difference be how close the enemy is to him? In the end, Oh Yunsun concluded that the auto-hunting interface can realize when an enemy is nearby. And so, he decided to give it a try. Oh Yunsun got into a fighting stance and looked at the pair, mentally said that it was his enemy. Immediately afterward, the gray interface turned blue again and Auto Hunt appeared on it. Oh Yunsun was pleased to see that everything was working, meaning that it was reacting to anything he labeled dangerous to him. Now Oh Yunsun decided to give it a test and press the Auto Hunt button. Immediately after that, his body started moving on its own and beating the pair rapidly. After many punches, Oh Yunsun's body attacked the punching bag using all its strength in the punch. After that, the body finally stopped pounding the training bag, and Oh Yunsun regained control. But as soon as Oh Yunsun regained his body, he roared again after a second, feeling unbearable pain, after which Oh Yunsun painfully collapsed to the floor. As it turned out, auto-hunting was too hard on his body. Auto-hunt is activated whenever he senses danger, and he can turn it on by simply pressing a button. It is only turned off after he has destroyed the enemy. Except the problem is the damn muscle pain. Oh Yunsun twitched due to the suddenly increased pain, after which he spat back on the floor. He decided that if he wanted to use auto-hunting, he needed to train his body first. Auto-hunting rules. Only activates when it senses danger. Uses techniques that are comparable to his physical fitness. If the enemy is defeated or Oh Yunsun tells himself to stop, it shuts down. If Oh Yunsun's body reaches the limit, auto-hunt is also disabled. Auto-hunt will never exceed the body's physical limit. After practicing for some time, Oh Yunsun still managed to train his body. Oh Yunsun took a deep breath, after which he destroyed the training bag with a single blow. Satisfied with the results, Oh Yunsun clenched his fist and said that he was finally ready. Now would be a good time for him to become a hunter. Who's a hunter? A hunter is a person who hunts monsters that invade this world through the cracks. When recruiting a hunter, the government sets the highest standard of knowledge, endurance, and survivability. The people in the Hunter Academy were shocked, for right in front of them, one guy was beating the trainers at a speed barely visible to the eye. To his luck, Oh Yunsun was able to pass the written test on the first try, and now it all depends on the physical test. Not really, though. Since he has auto-hunting, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He's the only one with a problem. It's hard for Oh Yunsun to move the way his body moves during auto-hunting. If he had used auto-hunting, the practice pair would have been reduced to splinters in no time. That's the difference between Oh Unsun and auto hunting. He doesn't know if auto hunting will ever disappear, or even when it might happen, which means he needs to be prepared for it to happen one day. Oh Yunsun decided to start, for he still had a long way to go. The next day, the instructor said he would now hand out the results from the last physical test. When he called out a name, the named person should come out to him. The instructor called out Park Seongjun-shi first. It had been 4 months since Oh Yun-sung had decided to become a hunter, and he had put a lot of effort into it, so it would be nice to get a passing grade at least. The instructor called Oh Yun-sun's name, which immediately put him out of his thoughts, and handed him the result sheet. Looking at the sheet, he saw that he had gotten 98 points, except that the threshold score is 100. The first time he came here, he had 63 points, and in 4 months his score had increased by 35 points. The standard of the hunter's license is second-level monsters, which means that Oh Yunsun's body should be almost on par with that shark head. Oh Yunsung was quite happy with these results because if he continued at the same level. Meanwhile, the instructor called out the names Kang Jaekyun-shi, Yu Dongwon-shi, and Lee Yoonhyun-shi. The instructor called Oh Yunsung-shi's name last, which shocked him. Afterwards, the instructor told him that in Oh, Yunsun would be transferred to a special class to take the hunter's license exam at the end of the year. He would be able to find out more details later, so he should stay after class. Oh Yunsun couldn't believe what he heard. After all, he didn't even get a threshold score, but he still got into a special class. A little later, the hunter test takers gathered in the academy's gymnasium. The instructor said that there were a few newcomers and a few familiar faces gathered here. The instructor introduced himself as Kim Sunguk, the coach of the special class. He explained that the test was only 4 months away, and so he suggested that the students do their best to each take the license test. One of the students smirked and asked if it was too much to say that everyone would pass. At least there was even someone who didn't pass the threshold test. The instructor explained that points are not the only thing that hunters are evaluated on. The instructor asked that Kang Jae-kyung not think for others when he was not asked to do so. He then asked Kang Bae-kyung if he understood him. Kang Jae-kyung craned his neck and replied that he understood. Kang Bae-kyung was only arrogant because he was able to pass the physics test with a score of 135. Oh Yun-sung assumed that in referring to someone who passed the test below the threshold, Kang Jae-kyung was referring to him. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sung noticed Kang Jae-kyung glaring at him with arrogance. Oh Yun-sung wondered why things were like this. Kang Jae-kyung is acting like an asshole even though they don't even know each other. And what's even weirder is that auto hunt has turned on, even though there aren't even any enemies near him. Suddenly, Oh Yunsun realized that it was all because of that asshole. Except he doesn't have time to worry about him, because he has one goal in mind. Namely, to figure out as quickly as possible how auto hunting works and become a hunter. The special class is divided into 4 training programs. Physical training is mandatory to overpower the monster. Survival training is required for exploration outside the crevasse. Weapon training is necessary to learn how to use weapons against monsters. And finally, the instructor explained to the students that they wouldn't become good hunters just because they could kill a couple monsters. They could only become a great hunter if they learned to control their prey. The instructor asked if he would be wrong in saying that they all entered their academy to become hunters. Except why would they want to become a hunter? One of the students raised his hand and said that he had heard that hunters get a lot of money, which made the other kids laugh. Kim Sunguk praised him for his honesty and said that students make as much money as hunters. Except where does that money come from? The instructor pressed a button on the remote control. Immediately afterward, an image with defeated monsters appeared on the screen. The instructor said that most of the income comes from the monster carcasses. Except how does one get paid for such a ruined monster? The sight of such an abomination nearly made many students vomit. The instructor explained that this was why they needed this part of the class. For the sake of their future rich lives, they would have practice to maintain the integrity and preservation of the monster. It would be a physical training practice using the monster mannequin. The instructor asked the students to look at the doll standing in the ring. This doll is a punching bag that will help everyone to practice. Her specialty is that she recovers from damage and gets back up to speed quickly. The monster sinister dummy is level 1 to 3. Of course, it's not just a punching bag that can only take hits. Even though it's hard to get used to, it's still a monster and will go up against anyone who attacks it. When the teacher had finished his explanation, he invited the students to try it out one by one, and then asked if there were any who wished to do so. The first to volunteer was Kang Jae-kyun, satisfied that he had scored 135 points, and since that was the case, the person with the highest potential should be the first. Entering the ring, Kang Jae-kyun stood proudly in front of the sinister monster mannequin. Kang Jae-kyun said that this weak dummy would fall apart after one weak punch from him and punched him. But to his surprise, the sinister mannequin blocked his attack. Immediately afterward, the dummy struck Kang Jae-kyun with a retaliatory strike, which he managed to dodge. Kang Jae-kyun got angry at the bastard who dared to hit him and kicked him with his foot, after which he began to mercilessly beat the so overly bold monster with his feet. The rest of the students watched awkwardly as Kang Jae-kyun beat the mannequin, urging it to die. He wasn't going to stop until he completely destroyed that fucking puppet. Kim Sung-guk ordered Kang Jae-kyung out of the ring and told him he was disqualified. Kang Jae-kyung interjected, asking what the man meant and what the hell. Kim Sung-guk interrupted the student, reminding him that the purpose of their lesson today was to preserve the value of the monster, which he had obviously forgotten. Kang Jae-kyun shrieked in anger and climbed down from the ring. Kim Sung-guk sighed and said that he should understand why he was disqualified. And since Kang Jae-kyun is out of the ring now, the instructor asked if there were any more people who wanted to join. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsun raised his hand and said that he wanted to give it a try. The instructor agreed to let Oh Yunsun enter the arena and said he would be the next. Suddenly, Kang Jae-kyun pointed his finger at Oh Yun-sung and said that just because he wanted it didn't mean he could do it. He's worked hard for this himself, but why the hell does some guy who didn't even get a passing grade want it? Kang Jae-kyung asked the coach if it would be better to give him a second chance. Unexpectedly, the instructor became serious for the first time and pointed out to Kang Jae-kyun that he was disturbing the class and therefore he had to ask him to shut up. Seeing the expressions on the instructor's face, Kang Jae-kyun stopped, and after a few seconds he agreed to stop doing that. Kim Sung-guk again said that Oh Yun-sung was next in line and asked the man to come to the ring. Walking past Oh Yun-sung, Kang Jae-kyun gritted his teeth in anger. Kang Jae-kyung already holds a grudge against Oh Yun-sung. Standing in front of the ominous mannequin, Oh Yun-sung began kneading his wrists while thinking about how he had blocked Kang Jae-kyung's punch. Moreover, Kang Jae-kyun had almost completely broken the mannequin, but now there wasn't even a scratch left on it. Noticing Oh Yun-sung's slowness, Kim Sung-guk told the one that if Oh Yun-sung had prepared, they were ready to begin. After which Kim Sung-guk announced the start of the trial. Just as suddenly, the dummy jumped up to Oh Yunsun and struck first, but the latter managed to dodge. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsun knocked out the sinister mannequin with a single punch. The students, including Kang Jae-kyung, were amazed at what they saw, while Kim Sung-guk was pleasantly surprised. The students began to discuss what had just happened, because all they saw was that the mannequin just picked up and fell over. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsun was unhappy with the dummy fight, as by turning on Auto Hunt, he could use her moves as an example for himself. But it's unlikely he'll be able to do that with such a weak opponent. Disappointing that he can only do it once, except he could try again. Instructor Kim Sung-guk applauded the student and praised him for his excellent example. This was exactly what he was going to teach the others. The instructor asked if everyone had seen it. Oh Yunsun calmly found the vulnerable spot and immediately attacked. If he was lucky, he might even be able to grab it. That's how flawless his technique was. The instructor reminded everyone again that monsters are money, and if they all wanted to become as independent as the best hunters, they should try to do all the things they had just seen. One of the students raised his hand and turned to the coach and said that everything had happened too fast, so he couldn't see anything, so he asked to be shown again. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-sung if he could repeat what he had just done, to which he replied that he didn't mind, except that he wouldn't mind if the difficulty was increased. The instructor explained that at the moment, the sinister puppet was at level 1, making it rather weak, but would it be okay if the difficulty was increased? The instructor explained to Oh Yunsun that even a 1-level increase might be too sudden. Oh Yunsun replied that he would be fine, but even if he failed, he would like to try again. Kim Sung-guk didn't dare to delay the fight any further and took out the remote control, after which he asked for Oh Yun-sung to tell him if it suddenly became too difficult for him to fight and press the button. The panel on the chest of the sinister puppet scrolled like a drum, finally showing 2 stars indicating the monster's transition to the second level. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-sung to stand in front of the sinister mannequin for as long as he is able. Looking at the enhanced puppet, Oh Yunsun wondered if this was the level of that shark ape, or the standard that all hunters should strive for. He had managed it last time when his body was completely out of shape. which meant that such monsters wouldn't be a problem for him now. All he has to do now is memorize as many auto-hunting moves as possible. The instructor asked Oh Yunsun to prepare for battle, then pressed a button on the remote. As soon as the instructor announced the start of the battle, the sinister mannequin immediately rushed towards Oh Yunsun with a speed many times faster than what he had shown in the first level. Looking at how his body dodged the blow, Oh Yunsun was surprised at how much faster the puppet had become. When he fought against the shark monkey, it was over much faster. But second-level monsters should be much stronger and faster. After dodging several punches from the sinister mannequin, Oh Yunsun's body grabbed the latter's fist. Immediately afterward, he kicked the mannequin's leg, throwing it off balance. And lastly, Oh Yunsun's body gave the dummy a punch to the chest. Using auto-hunting for Oh Yunsun was like a walk in the park. After Oh Yunsun's kick, the puppet hit the floor and was completely knocked out. The students' mouths dropped open in shock, because just now, this guy had managed to deal with a level 2 monster without any problems. They wanted to know what kind of guy it was for whom the second tier wasn't much different than the first. Kang Jae-kyun was trying to figure out who this jerk really was. He couldn't even pass the threshold score, yet he still made it to the second level. Kang Jae-kyun was fully convinced that it was all staged, and the coach had originally colluded with that bastard. Not only the students but also Coach Kim Sung-guk was surprised to see that Oh Yun-sung was much more experienced than he originally thought. After which, he admitted that as an instructor of this academy, this was the first time he had seen someone defeat a level 2 dummy so easily. Oh Yunsun thanked the teacher for the praise. The instructor suggested that the others give Oh Yunsun Shi a friendly clap, and they immediately began to give their fellow student a friendly applause. One of the students asked Oh Yunsun if he had studied any martial arts, to which he honestly replied that he had not, after which he said that he had learned almost nothing and just practiced a lot on his own. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized that this guy was really cool and started asking if they could call him Hyung. Once it got too loud in the gym, Kim Sung-guk asked for silence as they needed to focus on the class. He then asked everyone to line up and take turns entering the ring. After handing out instructions, Kim Sung-guk approached Oh Yun-sung and asked if he could stay for a conversation after class. After class, conference room. After finishing with the rest of the students, Kim Sung-guk gathered with Oh Yun-sung in the conference room, after which Kim Sung-guk offered tea to the latter. Kim Sung-guk said that it's been a week since he's been in the special class and asked how he was doing, and if the tasks he was doing were manageable. Oh Yun-sung replied that everything was fine, except that he couldn't understand why the instructor put him in the special class. The instructor replied that it was very simple because Oh Yun-sun had all the skills and more. His overall scores are slightly lacking, but overall he has everything in line. There was not a single indicator that was lacking. Oh Yun-sun has trained every part of his body equally, and today, they just saw the end results of the workouts. Suddenly, Kim Sung-guk became serious and said that he had a proposal for Oh Yun-sun that would be beneficial to both of them. A short while later, the students clinked mugs of beer in honor of the fact that they had all finally passed the test. As they gathered at the chicken restaurant, the students began to gorge themselves on the chicken talking about various topics. A fellow student asked Oh Yun-sung-hyun why he doesn't drink, to which Oh Yun-sung replied that he had decided that he wouldn't drink until he passed the test. A fellow student shrieked that this was exactly what was expected of a hyungnim. Afterward, a girl from the group addressed Oh Yun-sun as an oppa and said that he looked cool when he fought the mannequin at the academy. She asked if he had decided which firm he would go to after he graduated from the academy. Of course, Oh Yun-sun had heard of firms. Firms are groups that hire multiple hunting teams or something like that. Oh Yun-sun admitted that he hadn't thought about it yet, which surprised those around him. Immediately after which a fellow student suggested that he had already received an offer. She admitted that, in her opinion, a person like Appa should have already received many offers from different places. It wasn't until the words of fellow student Oh Yun-sun that he thought about it. Plus, he had recently been told the same thing. Oh Yun-sun asked the instructor, in what sense is this proposal beneficial to him? Kim Sung-guk said it was an offer from which he would lose nothing, and asked if he wanted to hear it. Dr. Yun-sun asked what the proposal is, and Kim Sung-guk revealed that he actually planned to stay here as an instructor for the time being and then open his own agency. Oh Yun-sung was a little surprised to hear about the hunting agency, and Kim Sung-guk said that's why he's looking for famous hunters to work for him. Except that the ones worth their money have long since been snapped up by other agencies. Kim Sung-guk tells Oh Yun-sung that he's hooked on him, and therefore he would like Oh Yun-sung to join his agency, which he will establish in the future. Oh Yun-sung asked if he wanted him to be a hunter, To which Kim Sung-guk replied that they needed a skillful hunter like Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yun-sun asked the one to take his time and asked why him, since he wasn't even a hunter yet, and his scores were too low right now. Kim Sung-guk pointed to the document and said that Oh Yun-sung's balls are not what got him. Looking at the results of all the students, it is immediately apparent that Kang Jae-kyung has the highest score of 135, while Oh Yun-sung has the lowest score of the group at 98. Oh Yun-sun's physical balance is absolutely flawless. It is literally the most perfect body that has been trained without any negligence. With such a body, Oh Yun-sun could even be called a national athlete, although even a world-class title would not be enough for him. After hearing instructor Kim Sung-guk speak about his body, Oh Yun-sung suggested that it was because he trained him using auto-hunting, and even the moves he showed in class. Kim Sung-guk explained that, given Oh Yun-sun's current body potential, it could be called a technical feature. That's why he decided to make this proposal. Kim Sung-guk suggested simply calling it First Love, whereupon he laughed. Oh Yun-sung, on the other hand, laughed awkwardly in response. Kim Sung-guk agreed that Oh Yun-sung is still not a hunter because he's just a plan for the future for now, because Oh Yun-sun still has to take the final test. But it's not a problem either because it can be easily solved if only Oh Yun-sung accepts his offer. Oh Yun-sung is interested in how his problem can be easily solved. Kim Sung-guk said that it's really very easy because he just has to pass the final test to do it. Kim Sung-guk handed Oh Yun-sung the sealed papers and said that this was all the information he would need for the final exam. The state puts a lot of money into the final exam for a hunter's license. Even the warden does not know the content until he prints out the document. Oh Yun-sung asked the instructor how he did it, to which he replied that he had his own methods that Oh Yun-sung she could not even imagine. But what's more important is that the contents of this document are 100% correct. It even says how you can handle some parts of the test. With this document, Oh Yun-sung she will be able to pass the exam with the highest score. If Oh Yun-sun agrees to accept his deal, he'll make him a hunter who will always be better than the others. Kim Sung-guk offered Oh Yun-sun a handshake if he would agree to work with him. Noticing Oh Yun-sung's hesitation, the co-student asked if he was listening to her. Oh Yun-sun apologized by explaining that he was just thinking, and the co-ed asked him not to hover in the clouds while they were here talking. Everyone here is talking about how they train. They wanted to find out from Oh Yun-sun how he trains and what his regimen is. Oh Yun-sung replied that he was still practicing on his own, but just as suddenly, Kang Jae-kyun loudly asked if he was serious. After all, he had said the same thing he had said the moment he felled the dummy. Kang Jae-kyung slammed his mug down on the table and shouted that he was bullshitting them. He then said that he shouldn't lie to them and admit that he was actually taking private lessons because he had a lot of money to spend. Kang Jae-kyung said that actually, Oh Yun-sung just wants to make himself look like a genius that he can do well even without training. Oh Yun-sun apologized to Kang Jae-kyung for taking it that way. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Kang Jae-kyung asked if he thought he just wanted to hear an apology. He thought Oh Yun-sung was just mocking him. Oh Yun-sung assumed that Kang Jae-kyung had had too much to drink and told the others that he would be the first to leave. Whereupon he stood up and walked towards the exit holding the awkward stares of his fellow students. Except that Kang Jae-kyung couldn't keep his cool anymore. Kang Jae-kyung grabbed Oh Yun-sung and slammed him against the wall demanding that the son of a bitch not ignore him. Even if Oh Yun-sung has the best moves, Kang Jae-kyung doesn't care because he's much stronger than that bastard. He can subdue this guy just by grabbing him and throwing him to the ground. As Oh Yun-sung suddenly turned to Kang Jae-kyung, which suddenly gave him goosebumps. Oh Yun-sun admitted that he didn't understand, and moreover didn't want to understand why he was doing this, but did he really want to fight him right now? He then reached out to Kang Jae-kyung, causing him to shriek, and said that maybe he could understand him since he was about his age. And before he decides to fall on a man he can't even handle, he should think twice. Oh Yun-sung ordered Kang Jae-kyung to let him go. Startled by how drastically Oh Yun-sung had changed, Kang Jae-kyung retreated and spat on the floor. After calming down Kang Jae-kyung, Oh Yun-sung apologized to the guys for what happened and thanked them for calling them. Stepping outside, Oh Yun-sun looked up at the sky and once again got lost in thought. He thanked instructor Kim Sung-guk for the offer, but still turned it down, then stood up and asked if he could leave. Kim Sung-guk was surprised that Oh Yun-sung had refused his offer so quickly. He said he was disappointed in Oh Yun-sun and asked if he seriously believed that becoming a hunter was so easy. Oh Yun-sun clenched his fist and said that the opportunity to become a hunter? He then turned around and told the instructor that he never believed he could easily become one. Yet he's made the choice to become a hunter himself. He doesn't want it to fall on someone else's shoulders. As soon as Oh Yun-song walked out of the conference room, a smirk suddenly appeared on instructor Kim Sung-guk's face. Afterward, he called Chang-hoon and said that apparently he had found them the perfect candidate. When asked who it was, Kim Sung-guk replied that he was a newborn chick who hadn't even become a hunter yet. But he could say one thing for sure, and that was that this guy could become one of the best. A little while later, the final test is only a month away. Oh Yun-sun decided that he must be prepared for any difficulties and he must overcome all his weaknesses. His problem at the moment is overall physical strength, which means he should focus on that. Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun noticed something that clearly shouldn't be there. A small yellow panel suddenly appeared next to the auto battle button. Inspecting the panel a bit, Oh Yun-sun speculated that it might be a slot for things like some potions. Except it has nothing right now, and so Oh Yun-sun wondered, what does it want? Just as suddenly he realized it wanted his bottle. Oh Yun-sun held out the bottle to the yellow square, and the bottle immediately began to blur until it disappeared. Immediately afterward, she appeared inside a yellow square. Oh Yun-sun was pleasantly surprised looking at something like this. You can insert various items here, but how do you use them? As soon as he thought about it, the prompt, activate slot 1 by blinking once while looking directly at the slot, appeared above the box. After reading the clue, Oh Yun-sun looked at the slot and blinked. Suddenly, a stream of bottled water gushed from his mouth. Then he got down on all fours and started coughing up water. Oh Yun-sun was angry that a whole bottle of water had been poured down his throat like that. He asked, who is going to regulate this? He then noticed that the number next to the bottle had decreased, which meant he was able to figure something out. The only problem was that it had decreased so much at once, and yet, getting that slot suddenly made him want to try something. Oh Yun-sun scored different things and started experimenting with the cell. Because of this, he was able to figure out how the slot worked, and wrote down the rules for it. He can only put one product in a slot, and he can also take it out. He can add anything to the slot, but only if it is fit to eat. He can activate the slot for auto-consumption, and most importantly, auto-consumption is available even when auto-hunting. This slot is like a bag that won't get in the way on the road, and if he can use it while car hunting, then he can save time on preparation and snacking. You just need to fill it with energy or protein bars. With this, he will be able to increase the power and duration of auto-hunting, which is pretty good. 1 month later, the hunter's license exam, the day of the final test. Instructor Kim Sung-guk told the boys that they had arrived, whereupon they climbed out of the black bus. Last to come out was Oh Yun-sun, who has changed quite a bit in the last month. Even a fellow student remarked that Appa's body was much better, to which the latter replied that he had just changed his training regimen, after which Oh Yun-sung cast a glance at Kang Jae-kyung. After looking around a bit, Oh Yun-sun was surprised that there were a lot more people here than he expected. Instructor Kim Sung-guk explained that all these people were here to recruit their own hunters once the results were announced, especially small or medium-sized firms, or those who are weak in hiring compared to large agencies. That doesn't mean they're just going to sit back and wait for things to settle down, so they're waiting for the rookie test results. But even knowing this, the crowd gathered much larger than usual this time. Kang Jae-kyun immediately thought of recruitment, prospects, and priority, whereupon he roared and showed everyone his muscles. While some of the fellow students were begging Kang Jae-kyung to stop, Oh Yun-song decided to stretch out on the sidelines. Suddenly, a bright red car arrived at the gathering place, drawing all attention to itself. Everyone around shrieked as they recognized who was inside the car, for it was Lee Jae-hak himself. Everyone was amazed just to see him here, and many people were seeing him live for the first time. Even Kim Sung-guk didn't expect him to come here. Lee Jae-hak is a lone hunter known as the best in the business, a no-nonsense man whose successes are on par with a mid-sized firm and his younger sister. Recently, there was a rumor that she was going to take a test, and since she's here, it must be true. This test is going to be tough for Kim Sung-guk's students. Lee Jae-hak told his little sister that they had finally arrived, then asked if she liked it here and if she was worried. To which the latter replied that she wasn't worried one bit, after which she asked the Appa to just observe because the results were already clear. Lee Jae-hak raised his glasses and asked if she was sure. Sister replied that it was obvious that she could pass the first rank test. Lee Jae-hak told her that she was as confident as ever. Afterward, he suggested that she should be able to handle her skills, to which she replied that her skills would naturally be sufficient and asked if those people were taking the test. If so, just by looking at them she could tell that they were only rank 3. Kang Jae-kyun was surprised to hear that, and the co-student said it was too rude. Lee Jae-hak immediately apologized for his little sister's tongue being too long and apologized on her behalf. Suddenly, he noticed another one behind the participants that was clearly different from the others. At the same moment, Oh Yunsun noticed that everyone was talking about something and wondered if he had missed something. Turning around, Oh Yunsun noticed that Lee Jae-hak was still here and wondered what he was doing here. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hak appeared at his back. Approaching Oh Yunsun, Lee Jae-hak said, "This is just unbelievable." Everyone was shocked by Lee Jae-hak's antics and tried to figure out when he had just managed to approach Oh Yun-song. Oh Yun-song asked the older man if he needed anything. Lee Jae-hak approached him so quickly that he didn't even notice anything. Lee Jae-hak admitted that the more he looks at Oh Yun-song, the more amazing he looks. Then he asked Oh Yunsun what he did to get a body like that. Oh Yunsun asked why he was asking about it. He couldn't understand why he was suddenly approaching him. Lee Jae-hak smirked and said he didn't immediately realize that it might sound intimidating. Afterward, he reached out his hand and asked Oh Yunsun if he would mind if he touched his body. Oh Yunsun was simply petrified after hearing such a thing from Lee Jae-hak. Lee Jae-hak's sister wanted to go underground as soon as possible because Appa was embarrassing her again. Lee Jae-hak said that he didn't have any ulterior motives and that he just thought Oh Yun-song's body was amazing, which clearly didn't make him look good. Lee Jae-hak admitted that he was just curious to know how the man exercised and asked again if he could touch him. Oh Yunsun replied that there was no problem with that, whereupon Lee Jae-hak thanked him loudly. Immediately afterward, he started groping Oh Yunsun's muscles, saying that it was just crazy. During the process, he asked how Oh Yunsun was able to pump his muscles so evenly. Kang Jae-hyun admitted to the coach that he hadn't even considered Lee Jae-hak swinging this way. Upon hearing Kim Sung-guk being called a trainer, Lee Jae-hak said it was just unbelievable and asked if he was the one who trained this guy. Kim Sung-guk admitted that he is indeed Oh Yun-sung's coach and is training him. Immediately afterward, Lee Jae-hak asked how he was training him, as he was interested in such a regimen. Kim Sung-guk was surprised at such a question from Lee Jae-hak and blurted out a bit that the point was, Lee Jae-hak suggested that there was clearly some sort of catch, and since that was the case, he apologized to the coach and said they shouldn't discuss it here. Lee Jae-hak handed Kim Sung-guk a business card and asked him to contact him when he had time. He then held 2 fingers up and told Oh Yunsun again that his body was just fine and that he wanted to hear a couple tips from him. Lee Jae-hak honestly admitted that he wasn't sure if Oh Yunsun had any abilities, but even without them, he would be able to rise in the hunter rank just by maintaining his body condition and gradually improving it. Then he grabbed his sister by the neck, making her almost choke, and walked away. Looking back, Lee Jae-hak asked the guys to try their best, for he hoped that they could all do well in the exam. Lee Jae-hak asked his sister to go to the exam, but she only wanted to know why he was acting like that again. Oh Yun-song asked the coach if Lee Jae-hak behaved like that all the time, to which he replied that he didn't know. The only thing he can say is that Lee Jae-hak is incredibly eccentric. In any case, they should be on their way by now since the start of the exam is coming up. Unsol asked her brother why he was making such a big deal out of it, as suddenly the one turned to her with a serious tone and told Unsol that she might have a hard time, and therefore she should be on her guard if she wished to get the first place. A while later, a voice came from the speakers announcing that the exam was about to begin. He then said that the candidates who had been issued hazmat suits should go to the instruction room. Already in the instruction room, a voice greeted the candidates about to take the final exam and then introduced himself as the chief operator who would explain all the details of what was going on. The main operator said that she would now tell them all about the range test that would soon begin. Everything will take place on a field inside the dome, where they will fight monsters that are chosen randomly. The field inside the dome simulates different environments and includes monster creation. Inside the dome, everything is made to match the real hunt as closely as possible. For this reason, before the exam, they had everyone confirm that they were responsible for their own injuries. Of course, medications will be available to any of the participants, but they still have to prepare themselves, right? From what they heard, some of the participants started to get very nervous, but in no way Oh Yunsun or Unsol. The main operator announced that the exam was about to begin. Since it was, she would tell them a few more things before they entered the field and met the monsters. Over the past 28 exams, the threshold score has gradually increased. Despite this, the cracks continue to become more and more dangerous, causing hunter losses to skyrocket. Even a few monsters with distinctively high mental abilities were discovered, which caused enough requests to change the format of the exams to start coming in. The simulation of a sentient monster, though incredibly difficult to recreate, the organization managed to include the strongest and most evolved monster possible. This time, the location of the exam chose the jungle, and participants will have to hunt for 72 hours without any outside support. And this monster is all of them. The goal of those involved is to catch each other. All the participants were stunned when they heard that they had to catch each other. To capture a person alive, everyone thought that the words of the main operator were complete nonsense. The chief operator reminded that, as previously agreed, everyone would have to go out into the field to hunt and trap each other. The suits they wear are the most common suits that hunters wear, and they are modified for the test. It's the minimum necessary protection, and it's also what will hold them back. These suits can absorb a certain amount of shock, but once it reaches its threshold, it immediately stuns its host with an electric shock. Each of the participants can use this effect when hunting. One participant told the main operator that no one had ever heard of such a thing being used in a test before. The chief operator grinned and said it was probably the first time it would be used in a test. But facing the unknown is also part of a hunter's job. Most of the participants were not happy to hear about the one-on-one capture, and for some, it meant that all the preparations against the monsters were going to waste. Oh Yunsen accepted that the location for the test is the jungle, and the trappers and prey are humans. Technically, it's a battle royal for survival, a death match in which everyone hunts each other. The last one to survive is the closest to passing the exam, as the auto-hunt button suddenly lit up beside Oh Yunsen, after which he felt a clear rejection from Lee Jae-hak's sister. Lee Eun-sol still clearly remembered her brother's words that it would be difficult for her to take first place. Looking at Oh Yunsen, Eun-sol wondered if he was really better than her, after which she abruptly turned around, refusing to accept it. It was just ridiculous to her, and therefore she must prove Appa wrong about this guy. After the briefing, the candidates followed to the field entrance for the exam. As soon as the participants approached the entrance to the field, the main operator announced that the anonymous costumes had been activated. 1 point was awarded per person. Oh Yunsen assumed that if he managed to grab a person who had a lot of points, he could take all his points. In that case, he shouldn't just hunt, but instead he should hunt down those who have already scored points. Only the 10 people with the highest scores in 72 hours will be allowed to take the final exam. Upon entering the dome, Oh Yunsen was surprised, for he had not expected that there would actually be a real huge jungle here. The blue sky, the wind, and even the obstacle, it really is a real jungle. The chief operator announced that all contestants had entered the field, which meant that the final exam had begun. Oh Yunsen scattered and jumped straight into the depths of the jungle. Just jumping headfirst into the hunt is a waste of time, which means the first thing he has to do is familiarize himself with the terrain. He also needs to find something to keep his stamina up. Suddenly, a hunter appeared in Oh Yunsen's path, clearly not expecting to encounter an opponent so soon. Oh Yunsen immediately activated auto-hunting, whereupon his body ran up to the participant at a higher speed and disarmed the hapless hunter with a single uppercut, immediately followed by an electric shock charge. Oh Yunsen was surprised, and even a little frightened by such an abrupt encounter. He assumed that this hunter panicked because this was his first real battle. However, it was also a first for Oh Yunsen himself, although maybe even those times helped him. He even has a suit, which is a lot easier than fighting with his bare hands. In any case, he just got his first score, which was successfully captured by one of the cameras. Meanwhile, in the spectator lobby, the man who was looking for hunters to join his firm noticed that the level of participants was increasing every time. But did things change too much? The woman standing next to him said that the first changes were always the most chaotic. And besides, they weren't planning to announce any unusual simulations like this one. Afterward, she asked if it was all fun. The man said she had 2 weird hobbies. After that, they turned their attention to Lee Eun-sol, who is Lee Jae-hak's younger sister. She is currently fighting against 2 hunters at once. Lee Eun-sol poked the first contestant with her wooden sword, causing her to knock him out immediately. But the second hunter took the opportunity to pounce on her from behind. Lee Eun-sol manages to avoid the contestant's attacks with ease. Immediately afterward, she knocked him out with a wooden sword to the back of his head. The woman recognized that Lee Eun-sol was quite capable, and that she was already ranked first in points. The man was surprised to hear this and asked if this was her usual condition. The woman admitted that she's not sure about it herself, but from the rumors, she's made a deal with the organization to awaken her skills. Except she doesn't have much faith in that. There was one rumor that Lee Jae-hak had been skipping work and training his younger sister for 3 months. Now the man understood the reason why she could fight a level 3 monster even in her normal state. The man laughed loudly and said that after such a demonstration of skills, he now understood why there were such rumors surrounding her. The woman said that it was true, and that was why everyone here was looking at Lee Unsel, not wanting to even glance at the other participants of the final exam. Upon hearing this, everyone around her coughed awkwardly, as she was right. In order to remove the awkwardness hanging in the air, the man laughed and said that it was all natural that everyone was only thinking about Lee Unsel since she was their super rookie, and that was why everyone was interested in her. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-guk ignored everyone around him and watched Oh Yoon-song's progress. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hak came up to him and said that Oh Yoon-song was already a good hunter who was doing everything he had been taught. It's worth it for Oh Yoon-sun to accumulate experience, so his basic knowledge will become an even greater advantage. Afterwards, Liu Jae-hak admitted that he didn't recognize Kim Sung-guk in front of the students so that they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. He said that it had been a really long time and addressed Kim Sung-guk as Sanuk Sunbai. Kim Sung-guk said that everything was fine, and besides it really has been a long time, after which he said that he had heard about his recent exploits, after which he said that he saw his sister's broadcast and that she was incredible. Lee Jae-hak laughed and said that the man flattered him. Lee Jae-hak pointed to the screen with Oh Yoon-song and reminded him that Sunbae disciples are also not ordinary empty nesters. His sister was already showing signs of talent, so he decided to keep an eye on her. But this exam won't be easy for Unsol, and the Sunbae student will be a major obstacle in her way. However, this guy, Lee Jae-hak, wondered if he was someone the Sunbae was trying to teach that skill, but Kim Sung-guk asked Jae-hak-shi not to comment on it. Lee Jae-hak realized that he had said too much and apologized to Sunbae for his rudeness, after which he revealed that he would continue to look after his little sister, but he would also look over the affairs of the apprentice Sunbae. Lee Jae-hak admitted that he was incredibly curious to see who would take the top spot, after which he apologized for having to step away. As soon as Lee Jae-hak withdrew, Kim Sung-guk thought about the fact that the exam had just begun, and of the 72 hours, only the last 24 hours will leave only the most skillful participants. Oh Yoon-sun must hold out until then to have a chance to pass the exam. Kim Sung-guk was going to observe Oh Yoon-song-shi's exam to see his true potential, 68 hours from the start of the exam. The two men were discussing the fact that the exam should be over in 4 hours, except that chasing a skilled recruit was terribly boring. The man in green said that in any case, Lee Unsol would win first place, and since that was the case, he wouldn't mind trying his luck and offering her something after the exam. His interlocutor said that he was hoping for nothing because he wouldn't even be able to meet her. He said that everyone should give their best anyway, whereupon the door to the spectator lobby opened and the man in green said it was time to change. But to their surprise, no one paid any attention to them, which clearly puzzled them. As they looked at the screen, they were amazed, for it was a few minutes ago. Oh Yoon-sun was gathering plants to make something to eat. He would then place dumplings made from the plants inside his slot. These dumplings have analgesic and invigorating effects, as well as a sufficient number of calories. The tips he had learned at the academy were really useful. If he hadn't memorized it then, it would have been much harder for him to survive in this jungle. With the knowledge he gained, he was even able to make the gear for the suit from improvised materials. Of course, if it weren't for the auto-hunting slot, it would be inconvenient to carry around dumplings. Suddenly, a faintness came over Oh Yoon-sun and dizziness began to set in. He felt very drowsy. After all, it was already unknown how long he had been hunting without even taking the time to sleep. In this jungle, there is no change of day and night, causing him to lose his sense of time. Oh Yoon-sun wondered when the final exam would be over already. He wished he could just go home and fall into a soft bed. Starting to fall asleep, Oh Yoon-sun ate one of the dumplings and bit his lip to wake himself up. With a glint in his eyes, Oh Yoon-sun said to himself, "Wake up!" If he didn't keep hunting, he would be captured. He told himself idiotically not to give up. Oh Yoon-song suggested that there wasn't much left until the end of the exam, which meant he should concentrate. Suddenly, the auto-hunt button turned red, forcibly putting Oh Yoon-sun into an auto-hunt state. Immediately afterward, his body dodged a punch from the suddenly appearing contestant. Oh Yoon-sun was trying to figure out how this had happened, since he hadn't even sensed any presence until the auto-hunt turned on. It meant that this woman had come here to capture him, which was why she had tried to conceal her presence beforehand. Lee Unsol praised Oh Yoon-song for his reaction and recognized that he was much better than she had expected, and the latter in turn was surprised at the sudden praise. Calling Oh Yunsun by name, Lee Unsel asked if he would be able to withstand her attack. Oh Yunsun was surprised that this girl knew his name as he suddenly remembered her. This is the girl who showed him some animosity during the briefing. Oh Yunsun has no idea what it was, but this girl clearly doesn't like him. Oh Yunsun even assumed that this girl is quite adventurous. And if that's the case, Oh Yunsun beckoned her with a gesture and smirked. Lee Unseol was stunned by Oh Yunsong's insolence. She called him a defiant bastard and rushed to attack him with her wooden sword, but he managed to dodge her lunge, after which, Oh Yunsun dodged a few more of her attacks and blocked the wooden sword with his hands. Right after that, Lee Unsol gave him a vertical punch from top to bottom, but Oh Yunsong blocked it as well. Lee Unsol was surprised that he was able to parry it. It could only mean that he was probably worth something. Lee Unsol was displeased because the protective gear made by Oh Yunsong from vines prevented her from accurately hitting his weak point. The opponent was much faster than Oh Yunsun could have anticipated. She attacked him before he could respond with an auto hunt. It suddenly occurred to Oh Yunsun that now was the time to speed up. Lee Unsol asked Oh Yunseong how much longer he could last, which surprised him greatly because it meant that she could accelerate even more. Lee Unseol sharply parried Oh Yunsong's hands, immediately after which she aimed directly at his head. Meanwhile, the people in the spectator lobby were screaming because of the madness going on there. Some of them shrieked that if she fought a junior from their team, she would still defeat him. This was clearly not the level of a normal participant. Everyone wanted to know if they were wrong in calling this Lee Unsel's normal condition. But even more surprisingly, who was the guy who was able to fight her? In the middle of the exam, he had taken the lead several times, which meant that these two were now fighting for supremacy. Lee Unsol told Oh Yunsong that he was very stubborn for continuing to put up with her antics. She then asked if he really didn't understand anything. Lee Unsol suggested that he not complicate his life and end it already. For the past 3 hours, the top two candidates have been battling each other one-on-one. And now only 20 minutes remained until the end of the exam. Oh Yunsun mentally praised his opponent as her strength and agility are really high. Meanwhile, the protective equipment had already become useless, and his stamina was at rock bottom. Oh Yunsun was trying to figure out if he had another way out. Auto Hunt tries to do something, but his exhausted body just won't give in to it. Lee Unsel admitted that Jaehak Appa was right, because before the fight, she didn't even think that Oh Yunsong would turn out to be that good. He would have definitely managed to take first place if only he hadn't met her. Lee Unsol said that she would deal with his defense first, right after which she jumped up to Oh Yunsun and shattered his protective gear, then blocked his vision for a second. Suddenly it vaporized. Oh Yunsun remembered that Lee Jaehak had done the same trick recently, and so he managed to spot his rival before she disarmed him from behind. Lee Unseol was surprised that Oh Yunsong managed to notice her running behind his back, but it was already too late, as Oh Yunsun didn't have time to react to the attack. Oh Yunsun wondered, was this really the end? He had surely lost, so why wouldn't he give up? After all, if he did that, he could finally rest. He felt that his opponent was not someone he could defeat right now. But if he retreated now, then Kim Sunguk did not expect to suddenly hear Oh Yunsong ask such a question. What do you do if you are in danger while hunting? Oh Yunsun explained to the instructor that, according to him, the key factor that increases the chances of survival is thorough preparation. But what if the danger came suddenly? What would he do in that case? Kim Sunguk said that this is actually a fairly common question. But there is no single answer, because hunters will always face danger. Whether it's isolating your team, battling outnumbered opponents, running out of supplies, or being challenged by the food you found. Kim Sunguk told Oh Yunsong that he should always be prepared for every possible situation. But there is still something that has always helped him himself. And his advice would be, bear with it as best you can. Even if the situation seems absolutely hopeless, one should only bitch and step forward, and then he can see that there is still hope. Oh Yunsun seized the opportunity and grabbed his opponent's wooden sword. He remembered his teacher's admonition. He must endure, and endure it by all means. If he managed to lose with a cheat like auto hunting, then what was he good for? Oh Yunsun ate some vegetable dumplings to replenish some of his strength. Lee Unseol was astonished, for Oh Yunseong had just... Clutching the wooden blade tighter, Oh Yunsun told her that they would still see which one of them would have the last laugh. He would deal with that annoying wooden sword first. Having said that, Oh Yunsun raised his hand and destroyed his opponent's weapon with one blow. Lee Unsel was trying to figure out who he even was. After all, he had just appeared out of nowhere. This test was supposed to be a stepping stone to achieving her goal, and Oh Yunsun was supposed to be a mere pebble in her path. While she's the younger sister of Lee Jae-hak himself, can she really give up because of some worthless guy? Lee Unsel asked if he thought she would lose in a place like this. Then she brought her fist back up. Suddenly, her foot slipped. Things were bad, for fatigue was already beginning to take over. Seizing the opportunity, Oh Yunsun pulled his opponent's arm and was already attacking her with his other arm. He suggested to finish this already. Lee Unsel began to mentally panic, because she wouldn't be able to dodge this blow. Almost everyone watching this fight was amazed at what was happening. Lee Jae-hak sighed as his sister underestimated the opponent and lost, while coach Kim Sung-guk held his fists for his student. After receiving a kick from Oh Yun-sung, Lee Unseol deflected, but even that wasn't enough to defeat her. Oh Yunsun mentally whined, for he expected him to end her with this blow, but instead she continues to struggle. The electric shock still hasn't hit her, which means he hasn't finished her off. In addition, his fatigue is taking its toll. A bad thing, because her will to survive is incredible. He needs to finish as quickly as possible, and his next punch should be the decisive one in this fight. Suddenly, an alert from the main operator sounded. 72 hours had passed since the exam began. The exam is over. The chief operator asked all participants to stop any of their actions and follow instructions. And she also thanked all the participants of the final exam for their hard work. After the end of the final exam was announced, Oh Yun-sung let go of Lee Unsel and fell asleep, causing him to fall to the ground. The main cameraman announced that Lee Unsel and Oh Yun-sung were the contestants with the highest scores. They both passed this exam while ending their battle in a draw. Those who watched the battle were stunned that Lee Unsel had lost, and Oh Yun-sung was the only one left. A man asked if it was the case that only Oh Yunsun, who had the highest number of points, passed. The woman next to him replied that this was not the case and that the total number of points earned by each participant would be announced later. She reminded that the purpose of this exam was to identify the best test takers. The man assumed that in that case, Lee Unsel still had a chance to win. As the main operator suddenly announced that they would now announce the overall ranking of the contestants, everyone in the audience immediately looked to see who had taken the first place. And as it turned out, it was Oh Yun-sung who had beaten Lee Unseol by more than twice the points. Everyone had to admit that Oh Yun-sung was really good. He came out of nowhere and immediately took the first place, and not only that. He defeated the main candidate, Lee Unsel. The only thing everyone in the audience wanted to know was, where the hell did this guy come from? After the challenge, all participants went to the break room. Suddenly, the door to the restroom was violently opened and a question was heard. Is Oh Yun-sung Shi here right now? Immediately afterward, 3 men who wanted to sign a contract with the new star tried to break into the restroom. The man in the suit loudly congratulated Oh Yun-sung on passing the exam, and the first one said that their team would like to propose to him once in a lifetime. But the second man complained that he was the first one to get in, because they were discussing who would do it after whom, and asked why he was cutting in line, calling him an idiot at the same time. The other one was not going to give in either, because he was being told for his manners by a man who didn't respect any boundaries during work. But the other was not going to give in either, for he was being spoken for his manners by a man who did not observe any boundaries at all during his work. The contestants were slightly embarrassed by what was happening next to them. One of the participants turned to the hires and said that Oh Yunsun is not really here. Immediately afterward, the entire break room abruptly fell into silence. Realizing that they were too late, the mercenaries began to demand that they hand over the bastard who had dared to take their loot without even warning them. The only thing that was clear was that the man couldn't have gotten far, so they would still have time to capture him. They were going to find Oh Yunsun whether he was alive or dead, though no. They still needed him alive. A woman from their company apologized for what's going on here. The participants even became a little uncomfortable, because these people are willing to go out of their way to attract the first-place winner. But it's worth it. After all, as those said, Oh Yunsun was the most unexpected winner in recent times. The contestant in the yellow sweatshirt cursed and said that it would be difficult for them if all the attention was only on him. Meanwhile, in the break room, Lee Unseol was still sitting there and had to listen to all of this. He was nothing to her, and she could clearly see that he wasn't that good. She refused to accept the fact that some newcomer could be dangerous. By fighting Oh Yun-sung, Lee Unsol was going to prove Appa was wrong about him. While the representatives of the firms were trying to find Oh Yunsun, he had long ago fallen asleep half undressed in the restroom. That same night, the location of the final hunter's exam. Stepping outside, Oh Yunsun clearly didn't expect it to be so dark, and after all, he had only taken a little nap in the restroom. Glancing at the time, Oh Yunsun was surprised that it was already 3 in the morning, and since it was, he should obviously call a cab. Suddenly, the headlights of the car blinded Oh Yunsun. Looking closely, Oh Yunsun saw that it was the guy he saw before the exam. After thinking for a bit, Oh Yunsun remembered that his name was Lee Ji-hak. But what did he want at this late hour? After finding Oh Yun-seong, Lee Jae-hak called out to Lee Un-seol, which surprised Oh Yun-seong, as he was increasingly unable to understand what was happening. After which, Lee Un-seol leisurely climbed out of her brother's car. Although there were tears in her eyes, but Oh Yunsun immediately remembered her. After all, this is the ruthless girl he was fighting with not so long ago. Lee Jae-hak told Oh Yunsun that his younger sister owed him a debt, which made Oh Yunsun realize who she was. Lee Jae-hak turned to his younger sister, and the latter shouted out, embarrassed, that it was indeed a good experience. After which, she bowed and thanked Oh Yunsun for the lesson. Stumbling back a bit, Oh Yun-song said that she shouldn't do that because he didn't really do anything like that. But instead of backtracking, Lee Un-seol decided to apologize also for being so rude to him before the exam. Oh Yun-song, on the other hand, tried to reassure her that it was okay. Immediately afterward, Lee Un-seol returned to the car where she continued to sob. Lee Jae-hak said that although his little sister is harsh, she's certainly not bad. If his sister did something that seemed extremely rude to Oh Yun-song, he apologizes. Plus, by going up against Oh Yunsun, she was probably able to realize that this world is huge and unpredictable. And if she gets through it, she can become even better than she was before. Afterward, Lee Jae-hak shook Oh Yunsun's hand and congratulated him for passing the exam and winning first place. Oh Yun-song thanked his senior. Looking around, Lee Jae-hak assumed that Oh Yunsun had nothing to get home on. And since that was the case, he was willing to give him a ride. Of course, Un-seol would sit in the back. Hearing this, Oh Yun-song became nervous because if that happened, he would just die of shame. Suddenly, Oh Yunsun got a text message on his phone. Looking at him, Oh Yun-song thanked Lee Jae-hak for the offer, but still declined since he had already found someone who could give him a ride. Lee Jae-hak recognized that it had come like thunder, and that it made sense that Oh Yun-song was already waiting for someone. In that case, he suggested that Oh Yun-song meet up sometime. Immediately afterward, Lee Jae-hak got back into his car and drove away. Oh Yunsun turned around and asked the instructor if he could give him a ride home, but the man complained that he had already waited so long just because he wanted to talk to him. And now he had to give him a ride. Kim Sung-guk wondered how he had the nerve to do such a thing. Oh Yun-song smiled and held out his fist to Kim Sung-guk, suggesting that he should ignore these small things because he had passed the exam brilliantly. He would let the coach put his name on the academy's flyer if he wanted to. Kim Sung-guk laughed and said that he would accept such an offer. He then admitted that he was afraid to imagine how much profit it would bring him, and winked at his student. Oh Yun-sung and Kim Sung-guk bumped fists, after which Oh Yun-sung asked if Oh Yun-sung knew that the things the coach taught him helped him pass the exam. Kim Sung-guk laughed and replied that Oh Yun-sung definitely did great. With his finger pointing at the bus, Kim Sung-guk suggested we move out. He had an important conversation with Oh Yun-sung that would be more convenient in the car. As they drove away from the exam site, Kim Sung-guk noticed Oh Yun-sung flipping through his phone and assumed that he had received a huge number of offers. Oh Yun-sung replied that he had, except that he would have to read it all for ages. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun's attention was caught by YZ Hunt, Team Seoul, A Million Hunters, as well as Team DI, QR Corporation, and even Team Maruchan. Even Kim Sung-guk was a bit surprised, since already 3 of 2F4T had already proposed to Oh Yun-sung. 2F4T or 2 firms and 4 teams are elite national hunt teams that only the best of the best can enter. 8 months ago, Oh Yunsun wouldn't even dream of being a hunter, and already these top teams are trying to get him in their ranks. Kim Sung-guk asked the student if he had already decided where he wanted to go. But instead, Oh Yun-sung asked the instructor if it was time to tell him what he was up to. Kim Sung-guk smirked and said that he had figured it out. Oh Yun-seong reminded Kim Sung-guk how he wanted to discuss something with him, and at that moment, he offered him a deal. Oh Yun-sun assumed that Kim Sung-guk's purpose at that moment was to test him. Kim Sung-guk apologized for that incident because it was important for him to understand what kind of person Oh Yun-sung was, because in addition to his physical strength, He also had to learn his human qualities. Oh Yun-sung asked the teacher why he was testing him, but instead of answering, the teacher said he would ask Oh Yun-sun Shi directly. Kim Sung-guk asked if he had heard of the concept of purity and core among hunters. Chan Hoon's Specialty Medical Center, the site of energy injections into the core. The doctor said that 40% of the core has already been injected. After a while, he notified that the first stage had been successfully completed and that he was ready to begin the next stage. Looking at the results, he said that everything was just fine, as this guy turned out to have just an incredible level of absorption. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-guk, sitting behind, touched his stomach, pondering the injection. The core is the energy to further improve the body. A person gets it as soon as he becomes a professional hunter. And purity is a state of the body in which there are no additives of any kind. Kim Sung-guk was a little surprised that Oh Yun-sung knew all this and pressed a few buttons on the vending machine. Oh Yun-sun told the teacher that he remembered all this from the lectures. Kim Sung-guk summarized that, just as the latter said, by becoming a professional, Oh Yun-sung would be able to refine his body by injecting this energy called core, through which he would be able to raise himself to the so-called superhuman. Kim Sung-guk offered Oh Yun-sun a drink and then said that there were two ways of reinforcement. For the first method, it is worth procuring the ingredients needed for the enhancement and paying for the insertion procedure itself to put the kernel into the body. For the second method, a hunter who has already gone through this procedure transfers his power, just like in martial arts. Kim Sung-guk suggested that Oh Yun-sung Shi had already noticed something common in all the suggestions he was receiving, and it was most likely a detail about improving the improvement. The first method, which is what people usually choose, is quite resource-intensive and incredibly expensive. It's hard to say that this is a price that any hunter could pull off. This way, hunters both accept the deal and work for firms or teams for several years. Mr. Yunson suggested that this method does not work for less successful people. Kim Sung-guk agreed, then added that there was another way out, and asked if that wasn't the case. Oh Yun-seong suggested that in that case, as Kim Sung-guk suddenly said that it had been 13 years ago, Kim Sung-guk revealed that he was the best candidate that very day. Just like Oh Yun-song said, Oh Yun-song almost choked on what he heard. Back in the day, Kim Sung-guk was quite famous, and for a full 9 years he worked as a hunter, but everything fell apart at the snap of a finger. It was poison. He was too relaxed at that moment. Sure, he had it easy, but he was beaten like some kind of fool. It was too late to take the medicine, and his entire body, except for the core itself and its energy, had suffered terribly. After that, he did everything he could, but he was never able to become a hunter again. And it didn't matter what he did back then. After all, there was no progress. Eventually, he made a decision and resigned. Fortunately, he had saved a lot of money during his time as a hunter. He had plenty of money to live on, but he still wanted to work. He was particularly interested in training young hunters. Oh Yun-song asked him why he had chosen that, and Kim Sung-guk admitted that maybe it was because he was too disappointed in himself. He was disappointed for not being able to become the best of the best, the strongest hunter. And so he wanted to find that person who could finish his case. Afterward, he said he thought he'd already found the right person to take his course. Oh Yunson was amazed at what he heard and asked the instructor to wait a little longer. But the instructor turned to Oh Yunson Shi and said that his core was his unfulfilled dream. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-sung if he could take it on. The doctor's call awakened Kim Sung-guk from his thoughts, whereupon he turned to his buddy again. Kim Sung-guk apologized for not listening to the one as he was thinking and asked if the procedure was already over, to which the doctor replied that it was almost over. Afterward, the doctor asked where the hell did Kim Sung-guk find this guy? I surprised him. Afterward, the doctor suggested that Kim Sung-guk take a look at everything for himself. The doctor said that Oh Yunson had an absorption rate of 64%, which is unbelievable. Kim Sung-guk asked if such a percentage was common. The doctor then explained that the absorption rate of the second-hand core averaged 60%, since it had already stabilized in the human body. Except that this was the second injection. He had given him one injection with another core that he had purchased in advance with his own money. Kim Sung-guk was shocked by what he heard. He asked why he did it, but the doctor apologized to him for his self-rule. After that, he assumed that Kim Sung-guk probably thought that Oh Yun-sung Shi would be the strongest hunter, but he somehow doubted it. That's why he thought that he couldn't waste Kim Sung-guk's energy so easily until he saw this guy's talent with his own eyes. After all, he knows how much energy Kim Sung-guk has put into all of this. That's why he decided to test Oh Yunson. As Kim Sung-guk already knew, the absorption rate of the core he had acquired was around 20%. If the absorption rate stopped at below average, he planned to discourage Kim Sung-guk, otherwise he would waste everything. Except, Oh Yun-song's absorption rate is 64%, causing him to admit that he underestimated him too much. Kim Sung-guk realized that Oh Yun-song had received a double dose of, except he looks physically stable right now, which means suddenly the doctor noticed that the readings had increased and shrieked that Oh Yun-son's absorption rate was 100%. Absolute absorption. Kim Sung-guk grabbed the microphone and asked Oh Yun-song how he was feeling, if he had any pain sensations, and if the side effects were bothering him. To which Oh Yun-son replied that he was fine, except that he felt a certain heaviness. The doctor asked Oh Yun-son to let them know when it would stop, immediately after which they would administer the next part. After that, he said that Oh Yun-son's absorption rate was excellent, so they could continue step by step. Of the 1,500, Oh Yun-son had already taken 1,300. An ordinary hunter would have to undergo 10 such injections for such a result. This could no longer be called an ordinary talent. It was simply ridiculous. The doctor asked Oh Yun-song to relax, but Oh Yun-song refused. Afterward, he said that before doing so, he should thank Kim Sung-guk for providing him with such an experienced professional and giving him his energy. This is the kindness for which he can never repay his teacher. For that, he should be indebted for the rest of his life. Although he can't pay him back in any way right now, but after he reaches the heights as a hunter, he will definitely make it up to him. Kim Sung-guk smiled awkwardly because it was so similar to Oh Yun-son's behavior. Kim Sung-guk says that he understands everything, and maybe right now he's asking for too much. But until Oh Yun-song becomes a great hunter, he won't stop training him. It may not be much, but he is grateful to Oh Yun-son for accepting him. Oh Yun-son replied that he was honored. Suddenly there was an alarm and the ground began to shake. Something like this can only be a warning of the rift that has just opened up. After the alarm began, the hunters quickly packed up and bussed to the rift. Seeing a newcomer on the bus, the group captain assumed that it was the same Oh Yun-son who had won first place in the final exam. Just why doesn't he have any clan or company emblem? Doesn't that mean he's going to work on his own, without outside support? This is simply unthinkable, even though he's a beginner. But even so, he shouldn't be so reckless. Although, he got first place in the exam, and it's people like that who cause trouble because their pride is just too much. If that's all true, then they as veterans should knock a newbie's head in with a couple tips. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-son was listening to a briefing about the monsters from the rift that had opened up near the control center. The monsters discovered are gray ants level 2 to 3, of which there is an entire colony. The gray warrior ants come in motion at the signal of the centurion ant. The goal of the hunters is to find the centurion ant as quickly as possible and destroy it. After listening to the briefing, Oh Yun-son realized that once they arrived, their main goal would be to find the ant. And, a couple hours ago, Chung-hoon Clinic. Kim Sung-guk asked the student how he was feeling. Oh Yun-song replied that he felt stronger, but his shoulders were stiff and his body felt heavy. Kim Sung-guk explained that it's because the core hasn't lived in Oh Yun-song's body yet, since the procedure has just ended. And to get rid of the discomfort, he needs to use his power as often as possible. Oh Yun-son reflected on his teacher's recent words. He must use his power, and if he did, why wouldn't he give it his best shot on his first hunt? Near the control center, a whole colony of ants was climbing out of the rift. Looking through his binoculars, the hunter shouted that the gray ants were in range, whereupon the commander ordered them to prepare for battle. Suddenly, he noticed Oh Yun-son nearby and mentally wished him to fail. The commander shouted to Oh Yun-son to keep his equipment to himself, unless he was trying to show everyone how new he was at this. As he came closer, he asked if the man had been injected with the core at all, and if he knew what to do with it. The commander asked if he had ever used his aura. Oh Yun-song immediately replied that he hadn't. The commander blurted out that he thought so. If he didn't have the money to afford it, he should at least get himself a good weapon. Afterward, he asked Oh Yun-son what he was going to do with that junk in his hands. Oh Yun-song said that he understood and admitted that he should have prepared more thoroughly. The commander wondered if he had definitely understood everything. In any case, a rookie without a team shouldn't be in the front line and cause trouble for the other hunters, so Oh Yun-son should sit in the back and not cause them any trouble. But Oh Yun-son had his own opinion about it. He replied that he didn't think he could use a gun here, which surprised the group commander. After that, Oh Yun-son hid the knife and ducked down. The commander asked what he was doing. But instead of answering, Oh Yunsen got down on all fours into a low start running posture. The commander was surprised that he suddenly felt an aura from Oh Yunsen, except Oh Yunsen had just talked about how he had never used it before. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsong rushed straight to the gray ants. He does not need a weapon against the gray ants, because the auto hunt assures him that he does not need a weapon against them. The hunters who saw him running toward the ants with bare fists shouted in unison that this was madness and that he must be crazy. The commander cursed and immediately ordered reinforcements to be prepared. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsen had already reached the first ants, and one of the ants immediately attacked Oh Yunsen with its front foot, but he easily managed to dodge. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsen grabbed onto the ant's foot and attacked the ant with his legs with a burst of speed. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsen had to dodge the attacks of other ants nearby. But thanks to the auto-hunting enabled, Oh Yunsen's body successfully grabbed the ant's front leg. Immediately afterward, he ripped out the ant's limb thanks to an attack on its thigh. Following that, Oh Yunsen chopped up a gray ant using its own limb. While Oh Yunsen was dealing with this ant, the other ants took him in a ring. But Oh Yunsen's body couldn't be frightened by the surroundings and immediately rushed into the thick of the ants. The hunter watching Oh Yunsen could hardly believe what he was seeing. He even asked if these ants had a second level. And even the commander cried out in shock because a rookie who didn't even have milk on his lips was already able to single-handedly destroy the ants. As suddenly the hunter noticed something strange in one of the ants, then cried out that it was a centurion ant. A level 3 gray centurion ant stepped out to Oh Yunsen. Immediately after that, all the ants received a mental signal and quickly ran to fulfill the centurion ant's order. The hunters started to panic as the ants started to get bigger and bigger. They need to act as soon as possible because if the ants fill the whole area, they will be in big trouble. Looking at the centurion ant, Oh Yunsen wondered if it was trying to avoid a skirmish, or did it have another purpose? Anyway, he's already signaled the rest of the ants. Looking at such a huge gray ant, Oh Yunsen immediately realized that it was a centurion ant. A disgusting yellow slurry began to flow out of the ant's mouth. Immediately afterward, he started spitting it at Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen hadn't heard the instruction about the centurion ant being poisonous in time, but he decided to dodge just in case. Immediately afterward, he sped up and jumped on the centurion ant's back. Oh Yunsen started pulling the centurion ant by its head, causing it to scream loudly. After a few seconds, Oh Yunsen still ripped off the head of the leader of the gray ants. The hunters watching were amazed at what they saw, for such a thing could not happen. The hunter commander originally thought Oh Yunsen was just an ordinary reckless rookie. But this guy isn't just some rookie, he's a real monster. Everyone started talking about how the newcomer had just ripped off the head of a centurion ant, except that their heads shouldn't be ripped off so easily. And after all, this guy should be completely clean, and he clearly didn't use aura. Could it be that this guy is the new lead Jayhawk? The squad leader ordered the hunters to stop talking and get down to business, for the centurion ant that was leading them had just been killed. The ants have lost their leader, and now they are sure to be furious, and so they must find the ants that have broken away from the colony and capture them. The commander ordered all the hunters to split up and capture as many ants as possible, lest the newcomer take all the laurels for himself. As the other hunters would take care of the common gray ants, Oh Yunsen thought about taking a breather. Though it was all too easy, hunting had never been particularly difficult for him. In addition, the discomfort in Oh Yunsen's core finally disappeared. Checking the core, Oh Yunsen found that he only had half of his energy left. Since he already had some energy left, Oh Yunsen decided to join the other hunters as he suddenly heard a shout. As if out of nowhere, a new monster appeared, pouncing on one of the hunters and clawing at his neck. The hunters were terrified because this is not an ordinary gray ant, and in the briefing did not mention such a creature. Oh Yunsen wondered about what was going on here, as suddenly the commander was nearby scared since she was here. They were attacked by none other than the queen of the gray ants. And the worst part is that the ant queen possesses level 4. The commander ordered that no one should be nervous after all, they are bronze hunters, and they are definitely unable to overpower a level 4 monster. Therefore, they should call for reinforcements and leave this place immediately. However, they must now save the hunters near the ant queen, which means they must prepare to attack. Immediately afterward, the hunters began shooting the queen ant. Taking advantage of the fire support, the yellow-suited hunters managed to capture the wounded man and began to retreat. One of those hunters mentally cursed, for he didn't even think that they would meet the queen of the ants here. He almost died there. Suddenly, the hunter noticed that the queen ant had caught up with him. The commander could not believe his eyes, because despite the incessant firing, the queen of the ants remained unharmed as if they had not attacked her. After catching up with the hunter, the ant queen pierced it with her hand and pointed it in the direction of the hunters. The commander ordered the firing to stand down as the ant queen took one of their men hostage and began using him as a meat shield. Since the hunters had stopped shooting, the ant queen swung her arm, throwing the hostage at the hunters shooting at her, and rushed towards the hunters behind her. Seeing the approaching queen, the hunters started shooting at her again, only she was too fast. And after a few seconds, he had already neutralized the two gunmen and aimed at the hunter commander. Now the commander realized that the ant queen had been targeting him as the enemy leader from the beginning. He'd never even considered that they would fall so quickly. He realized that this was his end, for now the queen would seize him. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Oh Yunsen jumped out and kicked the ant queen away. Oh Yunsen asked the commander if he was all right, and the latter thanked him in a trembling voice for saving him. Suddenly, the commander realized that Oh Yunsen shouldn't be here, and he asked why he hadn't left, since he had given the order to retreat. To which Oh Yunsen replied that he had originally not followed Sunbae Nim's plans. So, he thought about the fact that this time he could also help him without any authorization. Plus, they should keep a closer eye on this ant queen. With an auto takedown attempt from Oh Unsen slips a leg kick to the side of Queen's head. But it didn't seem to hurt her much. In fact, he felt as if he had hit a piece of iron when he struck it. Oh Yunsung wondered if he had pissed her off even more. The commander asked Oh Yunsung if he was planning to just attack the queen. To which Oh Yunsen replied that that was what he wanted to do. The commander assumed he was just out of his head and asked if he had any idea what it was. To which Oh Yunsen replied that it was an ant queen that was a level 4 monster. After which the commander asked if he really wanted to attack knowing that. He wanted to know if he really didn't understand what was going on. After all, it was simply unthinkable. The commander invited Oh Yunsen to look at her because after all the efforts of their squad, the ant queen was unharmed. The third-level monsters were no match for her, which meant that they didn't stand a chance here. No matter how strong Oh Yunsung is, this is only his first hunt. He should get a little bit of the atmosphere and realize the horror that is going on here. Oh Yunsen admitted that in a way from also wants to get the hell out of here, except they have one problem, and that is the one thing that is unlikely to let them do it. If they really want to leave, someone needs to stall the ant queen a bit. Well, or not a bit, because there are still wounded here. Oh Yunsen turned to Sunbae Nim and asked him to follow the plan and get out of here. Meanwhile, he'll try to stop the queen of the gray ants, after which Oh Yunsen smirked and said that hunting a level 4 monster would actually be a great opportunity for him. But that was only if he was able to endure it all. The commander of the hunters could no longer doubt that this newcomer was a complete madman, and wondered if the one was really just going to fight her. It's clear that someone still needs to restrain the ant queen, but how can he be so calm around this thing? The commander clenched his teeth, realizing that they have no other choice, and therefore he is willing to let the newcomer do what he has in mind. He's willing to let a monster fight a monster like him. The commander agreed with Oh Yunsen and asked him to buy them time by which they could call for reinforcements, after which he ran, ordering the hunters to leave the place immediately, and if they weren't injured, they should help the others with it. He shouted that they should flee while Oh Yunsen would restrain the ant queen. As she prepared for battle, the gray ant queen shouted loudly. Immediately afterward, she rushed towards Oh Yunsen, who was already preparing to strike her. As soon as the ant queen was within range, Oh Yunsen immediately struck her in the side. Immediately afterward, he had to dodge her punch, which managed to pierce the ground. Oh Yunsen was once again surprised by the ant queen's strongest armor, as his attacks were unable to affect her in any way. Before Oh Yunsen could bounce back, Queen Ants kicked him with a leg kick, but still, Oh Yunsen blocked the kick. He had narrowly avoided a great deal of damage by exposing himself to such a blow. Oh Yunsen thought that leaving the auto hunt on was a good idea, for otherwise he would have died. He decided that he had to do something before his strength ran out completely. Immediately after her attack, the ant queen flew into the air and rushed towards Oh Yunsen once again. As suddenly, Oh Yunsen felt a surge of energy. This was his chance for him to be able to do some damage to the queen. Oh Yunsen jumped up and began to strike at the queen with his aura. Just as suddenly, 2 more hands appeared from the queen's torso, with which she grabbed Oh Yunsen's hands. Things were bad, and so Oh Yunsen had to give the queen of the ants a leg kick. Immediately afterward, he had the opportunity to wrench his hands from the queen's grip and bounce away. He had already used some of his energy on all of this, which was very bad for him. After all, it's not just a level 4 monster. The ant queen's attacks aren't as powerful as he thought. However, the problem is its armor. Also those hands on his stomach, which should make him even more cautious in combat. Right now, it's going to be pretty problematic for him to make a decisive hit. And besides, he doesn't even have a third of his core energy left, which means he can't last much longer. Meanwhile, the hunters manage to rescue the wounded and return to headquarters. The commander tells us that they have managed to regroup, but they have taken a lot of damage. The good news is that they have already called for backup, so they just have to wait a bit and then join them. One of the hunters asked if it was okay to sit here like this while the newcomer they had left behind fought. The other hunter agreed and asked if they should help him. After all, they still had people who could fight. He had easily defeated the centurion ant, and it was likely that it was still alive, which meant they should move out. The commander admitted that he didn't want to say this, but they were all powerless against that thing. If they thoughtlessly went there, they would only suffer heavy losses. No matter how many of them there are, there's nothing they can do, so they can only hope that the help will be highly skilled hunters. The new guy has been doing everything on his own from the beginning, so they don't have to help him at the risk of their own safety. And besides, the level of the Grey Ant Queen was higher than that of the Centurion Ant. The commander asked his subordinates if they knew why she was level 4. Although her abilities are superior to those of ordinary ants, but the main problem lies in the fact that queen ants can fly while humans are incapable of doing so. Since the ant queen had decided to take off, Oh Yunsen assumed that only now was she taking him seriously. The ant queen swiftly attacked Oh Yunsen from the air, but the latter, though barely, still managed to dodge. Immediately after which the ant queen abruptly turned around and once again attacked Oh Yunsen at a tremendous speed. While battling the queen of the ants, Oh Yunsen was able to realize how much more dangerous flying monsters are from ordinary monsters. If the ant queen continued to attack with the same pressure, his neck. Suddenly, the ant queen accelerated, thanks to which managed to damage Oh Yunsen and flew up again. Oh Yunsen couldn't help but shout out that this was already annoying him. He relies on auto-hunting to survive, except his energy is already almost at 0. While the ant queen is too agile, causing him to have no point in even trying to escape. Oh Yunsong is trying to figure out what to do. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the auto-hunting panel, and Oh Yunsong had to blink while looking at the panel to change the mode. Oh Yunsen was surprised by this and assumed it was his new ability. But what was it for? While Oh Yunsen was pondering about auto-hunting, the Queen of the Ants rushed toward him once again. Whatever it did, he had no other choice, and besides, auto-hunting always got him through. And so Oh Yunsen blinked, looking at the panel. Immediately afterward, the auto-hunting mode changed to attack mode. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen's core began to pulsate, spilling energy throughout his body. Oh Yunsen could feel his body trying to gather all the energy left in it and concentrate it into one point. Due to the concentration at one point, Oh Yunsen's core energy formed an energy blade. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsen managed to chop off the Ant Queen's head with a single sweep of his hand. Turning around to the corpse of the Ant Queen, Oh Yunsen was finally able to exhale as he was able to kill her after all. Meanwhile, reinforcements had already arrived on the battlefield, and the hunters who had come to the rescue immediately rushed to the Ant Queen. One of the newcomers asked the commander of the Bronze Hunters if he was in his right mind to leave everything to some newcomer, to which he replied that he had no choice. The commander shouted to Oh Yunsen Shi that they were here to help him and asked if he was okay. But when they arrived, they were surprised to see Oh Yunsen still alive and sighing heavily. And what's most shocking here is that he managed to defeat a level 4 Ant Queen. Everyone was amazed to see the Ant Queen, but even after seeing Oh Yunsen here, they couldn't fully believe that he had killed her. The hunter commander, although he assumed that Oh Yunsen was a monster, but he actually managed to deal with the queen herself. The newcomers were not happy with what they saw. They felt that there was a catch, and most likely some troop they had not been informed about had arrived here first. The hunter asked Oh Yunsen what had happened here and demanded that he explain himself at once. The commander couldn't understand why they had such a reaction, as he suddenly realized that it was because they hadn't seen Oh Yunsen Shi in action. The commander suggested that the hunters calm down for starters, as suddenly a hunter from another group came up to them and said that they could rest assured that it was indeed the merit of Oh Yunsen Shi. After that, he smirked and said that they had arrived a little earlier than their team, so they had a chance to see everything with their own eyes. If they didn't believe his words, they could see everything thanks to Yunsen Shi's camera footage. Well, or they could provide them with their record. The hunter who came to the rescue asked who they were, as he suddenly recognized the emblem on their shoulder pads. It was none other than the hunters from QR Corporation. A short while later, Oh Yunsun was just finishing his workout, during which he was lifting the heaviest barbell. Kim Sunguk walked into the room and complained that after working so exhaustingly with his energy flow, Oh Yun-song had only just recovered, and immediately raring to practice. Kim Sunguk asked his student if he thought he was overdoing it a bit. He suggested that he take a rest, to which Oh Yun-song replied that he feels weird when he doesn't do anything, which made Kim Sunguk laugh, because he's still the same. Oh Yunsun thought of the ability that appeared when fighting the Ant Queen called Attack Mode, the essence of which was something like a boost, after which a huge amount of energy was released. Apparently, his limit at the moment is a high-level skillet that is overworking his energy flow, which is why he needs to train more, and then he can access the rest of the auto-hunt features. And with auto-hunting, the possibilities are endless. It all depends on the effort you put into it. Since Kim Sunguk couldn't get Oh Yun-song to rest, he decided to accept it because he really believes in what he's doing. And now, he decided to talk to him about the main thing. Kim Sunguk suggested that Oh Yunsun talk to him about the results of his first hunt. Kim Sunguk gave Oh Yun-song his energy and now has started working as his manager. Since he was willing to do so much for him, Oh Yun-sun thought about telling the coach about the car chase. Oh Yun-song turned to Sunguk Hyung-nim and said that he wanted to tell him something, namely that he actually... Kim Sunguk interrupted Oh Yun-sun and asked if he would like to tell him how Yun-sun Shi was able to fight so well. He then asked if he was sure that he really needed to say it right now. Oh Yun-song admitted that he didn't fully understand what he wanted to say. Kim Sunguk said that in any case, Oh Yun-song must have his own reasons. A past he doesn't want to reveal, a secret training method, or maybe the fact that he is the genius of this century. Either way, who cares? After all, that was not something he considered when choosing a candidate for energy transfer. Skill and talent depended heavily on luck, and he was lucky in that too. That's why he knows what's really important right now. If there is nothing inside, it doesn't matter how fortunate a person is, they will still fail and fail. Oh Yun-song smiled and said that he probably wasn't the right person to handle Sunguk Hyung-nim. Spreading his arms to the sides, Kim Sunguk asked if it was true. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. He had made a mistake, and it was all his fault. Kim Sunguk winked and said that when he was completely sure that they trusted each other completely, then he would ask Oh Yun-song again. And then he would calmly answer him. Anyway, they wanted to see just how much they got for the first Oh Yun-sun hunt. A total of 67 monsters were killed during the first hunt. 65 of them were of the second level, and 1 each of the third and fourth levels. The total amount was 53,550,000 won. After deducting all taxes, the cost of each soldier ant was 550,000 won. A third-level centurion ant was 40,000 won, and a queen ant was 13,700,000 won. From all the bodies, they managed to collect 66 ant glands and 1,400 of their exoskeletons. All of this is currently on the hunter's market and can be auctioned off at any time. Afterward, Kim Sunguk said that Oh Yun-song should look at it personally and handed him the sheet. Kim Sunguk said that he hasn't put it up for auction yet, but if the person wants it, they will sell it. Or they can do as written. Kim Sunguk asked Oh Yun-song what he would choose. Oh Yun-song happily shouted out that he would choose the second one. Kim Sunguk then folded his arms across his chest and said that he had guessed that he would say that. Suddenly, Kim Sunguk remembered the time and asked Oh Yun-song if he had an appointment. He replied that it should be somewhere around that time. Immediately afterward, Kim Sunguk's phone rang. Hearing something, he was even surprised. Kim Sunguk was surprised because he should definitely be fired this time. And Oh Yun-song apologized for his ignorance. Kim Sunguk said that QR head, Yoon Kang-chul, apparently went straight to Chung Hoon's clinic. 12 years ago, southern border. This is where Karkadon, a level 6 monster that was underestimated in its time, came into existence. The situation then was akin to a national disaster. However, one warrior gathered an assault team and overpowered him. It was a feat that ranked 5th and 2nd in the world and Asia respectively. Hunter himself was rewarded with a platinum rank, the highest at the time. Currently, he is an advanced hunter, strategic director and head of the best firm in Korea, QR Corporation. And that person is Yoon Kang-chul, who was just on his way to meet Oh Yun-song. Yoon Kang-chul smirked and said that he understood now. He then admitted that Oh Yun-sun had exceeded his expectations. He said he was happy to meet him and introduced himself to Oh Yun-sun. Oh Yunsun replied that he was also happy to meet him and also introduced himself. Since they had exchanged pleasantries, Yoon Kang-chul offered to talk to Oh Yunsun, but the latter immediately turned him down, right after which he explained that he wanted to change places. The doctor's work would be interfered with by their talk while they were here. Hearing Oh Yun-sung's tone, the doctor, who was trembling with fear, tried to reason with him. Suddenly, Yoon Kang-chul lowered his head and admitted that he hadn't even thought about it and apologized to the doctor. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that it was completely his fault because he was the one who assumed that the doctor was the one looking out for Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yun-sung said that the doctor is just a doctor. Yoon Kang-chul asked where they were going to go, to which Oh Yun-sun replied that there was a cafe on the first floor. Yoon Kang-chul agreed to go there, then added that they should have met there right away. As soon as those two left, the doctor's soul flew out from his body in relief as he remained alive after his encounter with Yoon Kang-chul. Calling for the elevator, Yoon Kang-chul suggested that Oh Yun-sun get down to business right now, if that was okay with him, of course. He admitted that he hates long and pointless conversations. Oh Yun-sun agreed with the head of QR Corporation and admitted that he hated it too. Since the latter agreed with him, Yoon Kang-chul turned to Oh Yun-sun in a serious tone and invited the latter to join his QR Corporation. Oh Yun-sun still couldn't understand the invitations from the strongest corporations and firms. He asked if the fact that he was a newcomer should play a role. Yoon Kang-chul revealed that the team members who achieved the same as Oh Yun-sun on his first hunt are the right hands he trusts the most. And after meeting Oh Yun-sun in person, he had gotten rid of all doubts. And now he had full confidence that he could easily surpass him in 10 years. Fame, skills, whatever it is, he's willing to support Oh Yun-sung if he joins QR Corporation. Oh Yun-sung thanked Yoon Kang-chul for the offer and said he had no desire to become part of their corporation. Yoon Kang-chul stared at Oh Yun-sun, unwilling to let him go so easily. Originally, Oh Yun-sung didn't even plan to hunt alone, but during his last hunt, he realized something for himself. Namely, that following the commands of others is not for him. He doesn't want to restrict auto-hunting in any way. If he agrees and joins a team, it will be only after he has reached the limit of his auto-hunting capabilities. Oh Yun-sun revealed that he already has someone supporting his solo hunt, and that he believes that continuing his solo career with him is much more beneficial to himself. Yoon Kang-chul looked Oh Yun-sun straight into his soul, but in the end he sighed, having been forced to back down. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that since that was the case, there was nothing he could do to help him. And since that was the case, he said goodbye to Oh Yun-sun and entered the elevator. Suddenly, he asked Oh Yun-sung in a serious voice if he would like to become the second Lee Jae-hak. Thinking that he had heard what he heard, Oh Yun-sung interjected Yoon Kang-chul's question, and the latter said that was what he meant to say. His goal is to create a second and then a third Lee Jae-hak. Yoon Kang-chul suggested that Oh Yun-sung probably knows this, but still reminded that the eponymous top national hunters, 2F4T, are not that important to others. Chinese Elite 10. England's Glorious 7. There are plenty of infamous teams and firms in the world, but what people most often mention in the news is their personal favorite, but not the actual reality. Yoon Kang-chul suggested taking Korea as an example. Which person more newsworthy than 2F4T? Who could it be? Oh Yun-sung replied without hesitation that it was Lee Jae-hak, to which Yoon Kang-chul replied that he was right because Lee Jae-hak is a genius of all time. Some even call him a genius born of a miracle. Lee Jae-hak is a star infamous for successfully defeating a cracking tornado level and being called a one-man army. And Yoon Kang-chul's goal is precisely to nurture a second Lee Jae-hak to create a star and a team that no one will look down on. While Oh Yun-sung pondered over Yoon Kang-chul's last words, the latter held out his contact information to him. Yoon Kang-chul reiterated that his goal is to raise heroes. Therefore, it is quite logical that he wants to maintain relationships with all potential candidates. The company's plan can no longer be changed, but there will always be room for qualified people in it. Within 2 months, the rifts will become more numerous, and even then he will send a certain team of hunters with enough potential directly to their center. Oh Yun-sun was surprised that he was going to send the newly formed team straight to the epicenter. Yoon Kang-chul explained that there was an unforeseen variable in the form of the Ant Queen back then. However, this time, he planned to send someone with more worthwhile skills than just bronze-level hunters. Oh Yun-sun reflected on the fact that the closer you get to the center, the harder the hunt becomes, and the center itself is staffed with high-level veterans. and yet Yoon Kang-chul is going to send newcomers there. Yoon Kang-chul suggested that Oh Yoon-soon should join the other hunters in the group, if Oh Yoon-soon-shi would allow it. He said not to worry, because they would not have to sign any contracts, and they would divide the spoils according to the work they had done, and Oh Yoon-soon-shi's freedom would not be affected in any way. Oh Yunsun reflected on the fact that this undertaking would be very dangerous, but at the same time, it could prove to be very profitable and useful to him. Working together at the center of the rift is a great opportunity to familiarize himself with the QR Corporation's hunting tactics, which is a good opportunity. Yoon Kang-chul said that he would go for it and asked that Oh Yun-song still contact him. The business card does not have any work number on it, but directly his personal number. Oh Yunsun released the elevator button, immediately after which the door closed and the elevator drove down. Oh Yunsun was finally able to breathe freely after such a tense conversation, but he still thought of hunting in the center of the rift. Meanwhile, Yoon Kang-chul was pondering about the fact that he, the ever-mighty Yoon Kang-chul, couldn't make it to the elevator with some newcomer. Yes, and the whole situation had caused him to feel like he was being interviewed and trying to get the upper hand on an interviewer who was hesitating whether or not he should close the elevator door. Yoon Kang-chul smiled, realizing how that boy had tricked him. He clearly had a temper. As Yoon Kang-chul suddenly remembered that it wasn't the doctor he saw standing behind Oh Yunsun. In that case, could it be this person? As soon as the elevator door opened on the first floor, right after that Yoon Kang-chul saw Kim Sung-guk. Kim Sung-guk bowed and greeted Yoon Kang-chul, after which they parted ways. But after a few seconds, he remembered who that person was. Yoon Kang-chul asked Kim Sung-guk to wait for a while because But the elevator door was already closing and Kim Sung-guk winked at Yoon Kang-chul. Yoon Kang-chul understood now. He couldn't do that because he hadn't seen him since he retired. It was another genius who reached the same level as Lee Jae-hak 4 years ago, Kim Sung-guk. Which means he's the man behind Oh Yunsun. Yoon Kang-chul laughed as that guy really managed to surprise him. His refusal, and now this information that had come to light. After talking for a bit over food, Kim Sung-guk said that he thought it would be good if Oh Yun-song went there. But Oh Yun-song protested because he is not going to sign any contract with QR Corporation. Kim Sung-guk asked if he had forgotten that it wasn't required. He then suggested that Oh Yun-song himself wanted to experience what it was like to hunt at the epicenter of the rift. He then pointed his finger at Oh Yun-sun and said that it was just obvious. Oh Yun-san was forced to admit that he really wants to do this. He wants to go there and experience it for himself. Suddenly, Kim Sung-guk started eating donuts like crazy. Afterward, he chided them and said that they had too little time, as there were only some 2 months left. And since Oh Yun-song wants to go to the epicenter of the rift, he has something to show him. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-song to follow him. Next, Kim Sung-guk and Oh Yun-song headed to the fortified room. Kim Sung-guk said he had a question from his lecture and asked the student what classifications the use of core energy is divided into. To which Oh Yun-song replied that according to the teacher, they are divided into 3 types. The first type is Ki, a method of combat in which core energy using the body itself, or weapons and aura, increases strength. It mainly involves martial techniques. The second type is Psi. These are unique abilities that manifest due to everyone's innate talent. There are many variations of Psi abilities: mental influence, ignition, freezing, and others. It is very difficult to find people who use such abilities, as most everything depends on genes alone. And the third type is Tech. Unlike innate talent, this technique is passed down from generation to generation, and only a small fraction of secret organizations have managed to combine it with core energy. It can be taught, but the possibility is extremely slim. Kim Sung-guk confirmed that this was correct, after which he said that he would now show the Ki technique he had developed. And he'll only do it once because Oh Unsun has to be as careful as possible. Kim Sung-guk channeled his aura into his feet, then touched the wall with one foot. But what struck Oh Unsun was this. Kim Sung-guk then took his other foot off the floor and walked along the wall, eventually climbing to the ceiling. Kim Sung-guk said that he called this technique body maneuvering technique. This is what Oh Yun-sung-shi has to learn in the next 2 months. Oh Yunsun was amazed at what he saw. He asked how he could do this. Learn it? Kim Sung-guk jumped to the floor and asked if he had been watching closely. To which Oh Yun-sung replied that it was just amazing. Kim Sung-guk chuckled, shaking the dust off his chest, whereupon he said that if they were going to go national, he should change his name to something cooler. Kim Sunguk suddenly vomited blood, and then Kim Sunguk ran over to help him. Afterwards, Oh Yoon-song's attention was drawn to how Kim Sunguk's veins were swelling horribly. Kim Sunguk said that it looked like he had overdone it a bit, but he was fine because he had brought medicine with him. Kim Sunguk took out a vial and drank the contents, during which Oh Yoon-song reprimanded him for being too overstressed and that he shouldn't be so dismissive of his body. Kim Sunguk asked, then how can he teach Oh Yoon-song if he can't show it by example? And the hunt will take place in the center of the rift, making its outcome almost impossible to predict. In addition, Oh Yunsun will have to compete with the QR Corporation hunters, and if he wishes to stand at the top, he needs to have the appropriate skills. Oh Yunsun had nothing to reply to the teacher. Kim Sunguk suggested that we leave it at that, and before Oh Yunsun forgot his demonstration, he offered to break it down further. Kim Sunguk asked what Oh Yun-song thought of the walk, to which Oh Yunsun replied that it was quite skillful and like defying gravity itself. Besides, he wouldn't say that's how all normal people walk. Kim Sunguk said it's a bit wrong because, like he said, it's not some skill or trickery, and Oh Yoon-song himself should know that it's impossible to play with gravity. Every person has their own unique way of walking, a gait that matched their physique. He noticed this obvious fact and thought that it would be a waste of his abilities to walk like a normal person, i.e., without using his aura. This was how he created a walking style that could benefit his body aura, and in the eyes of others, he became able to defy gravity for a while. Kim Sunguk said that if you increase your skill level, then supposedly Oh Yoon-song will be able to use them whenever and in any environment. And of course, that's impossible without the technique he developed. Kim Sunguk took out his phone and threw a certain file to Oh Yunsun. Kim Sunguk then explained that this was a description of a technique demonstrated earlier. Now, starting tomorrow, he will begin to show Oh Yunsun the basic movements. Oh Yunsun asked the teacher not to exert himself but to sit down and rest, but the latter said that Oh Yoon-song was worrying too much and that he was perfectly fine. Then he explained that Oh Yoon-shin should train hard and then have a good rest. He's going to leave so that he won't be disturbed. Oh Yoon-song suggested that Sunguk Hyungnim's veins couldn't handle his energy. Even so, he showed him a technique he had personally developed. From the very transfer of his core, he had only been using the last bits of chi he had left. With auto-hunting, only seeing a skill once can learn it. But even so, Oh Yunsun wasn't going to stop training hard because of his unwillingness to become a puppet of auto-hunting. He knew that he shouldn't rely on her too much. And now, in order to honor Sunguk Hyungnim, he must learn the skill himself. He has 2 months to do it, and he should be able to pull it off no matter what. 2 months later, a huge rift opened up over the city. Yoon Kang-chul said that this was a storm-level fault, and then asked what Oh Yoon-sun felt like looking at it. After all, compared to ordinary faults, this is an extremely dangerous place. And among other faults, it is the most dangerous. Oh Yoon-song agreed with Yoon Kang-chul, for it was indeed strikingly different from the one with the gray ants. Yoon Kang-chul chuckled and asked, "Why don't they visit the camp near this rift?" Upon arriving at the camp, Oh Yunsun couldn't help but say that it looked like there was a pretty big operation going on, which was immediately confirmed by Yoon Kang-chul himself. He said that in addition to the hunting team, there were hundreds of support staff, as well as professional logisticians equipped with special communications equipment and ready for all kinds of situations. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that he believes all of this will help them minimize any future losses. Oh Yoon-song saw that Yoon Kang-chul wasn't just bragging, because the operation was really big. Now Oh Yoon-song had a rough idea of what 2F4T was all about. Yoon Kang-chul offered to introduce Oh Yunsun to the others. This is the new team he mentioned earlier. QR's ambitious project, an alpha team made up of top freshmen. Yoon Kang-chul told the hunters that they had a new visitor and reminded them that he had previously talked about him. Afterwards, Oh Yunsun greeted them and introduced himself. Almost ignoring Oh Yunsun, Team Alpha's leader and a few others said hello to Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsun had expected things to turn out this way for him. These guys were clearly not happy about outsiders like him joining their squad. Yoon Kang-chul said he would step back and ask them not to be shy one-on-one. As long as the hunt didn't start, they could chat with each other. As he thought, the Alpha team was skeptical of Oh Yunsun. They're used to working together and that's probably why they can't easily accept an outsider. But there's nothing they can do about it. In any case, he should bring Oh Yunsun into QR Corporation. Yoon Kanchul believed that Alpha's amazing teamwork coupled with the company's system support could definitely make Oh Yunsun change his mind. And then he would be the leader of Team Beta, which would be created shortly after Alpha. That's why he had them pitted against each other. Plus, if you breed a healthy rivalry between the two teams, the growth of each would be incredible. Meanwhile, Team Alpha's hunters tried to ignore Oh Yunsun. The team leader turned to Oh Yunsong and said hello to him once more, after which he introduced himself as Team Alpha's leader, Jang Yeonchul. After which, he smirked and asked Oh Yunsun where his equipment was, since he only sees basic defense equipment on him. Oh Yunsun inquired, "Wouldn't that be enough?" To which Jang Yeonchul replied that it's not enough, but still, they're going to the center of the rift. And of course, weapons and defense gear are purchased at personal expense, but basic gear is a bit. Jang Yongchul explained that if Oh Yun-seong suddenly got into trouble for not having the proper equipment, he would just be a burden to them. Everyone here at least had a level 3 defense equipment, so Jang Yongchul suggested that Oh Yun-seong try his luck and try to borrow it from others. The hunters from Team Alpha started laughing at Oh Yunsun because there were hardly anyone here who was willing to give up their equipment right before a hunt. One of them even jokingly asked, "Why don't they just go to the CEO and ask him for help?" Jang Yongchul admitted that he didn't even know what to do and suggested that Oh Yun-seong go to the supply department. But Oh Yun-seong refused Jang Yongchul and said that his equipment would arrive soon. Jang Yongchul was surprised at what he heard and interjected that just as suddenly a shout of "Delivery for Oh Yunsun-shi" was heard. The delivery man apologized for being a little late. He asked Oh Yunsun not to worry as there was no problem. According to their master, it had been a long time since he had had the opportunity to work with such a high-quality shell of the gray ant queen, so he had worked hard. Oh Yoon-seong said that there was nothing wrong with being late. After all, he had gotten the equipment before the hunt started. The delivery man chuckled and said he was lucky that the inspection department had finished their inspection quickly. The hunters of Team Alpha were amazed because the van was labeled Hatha and Anvil, and they are the best hunting equipment company. And the Ant Queen's shell is about level 4 in terms of protection. The delivery man asked Oh Yun-song why he shouldn't take a look at the equipment himself, since it wouldn't take long, and he was personally confident that Oh Yun-song would be satisfied with the quality, and then he pressed the button. Oh Yunsun said that even though he was late, if the quality of the equipment was better than what he had asked for, then he was satisfied. Of course, he could buy something ready-made, but he was aching to wear something made from the materials he'd gotten on his first hunt. Alpha team hunters gathered in front of the Hatha and Anvil truck to see Oh Unsun's gear. A girl from the squad asked if everyone had come here to see the equipment. Her companion replied that it was amazing. The girl from the squad asked if everyone had come here to see the equipment. A few minutes later, Oh Yunsun donned his new protective gear and stepped out of the van. A girl from Team Alpha told Oh Yun-song that he was like a different person now and asked if this was his first official outfit. The rest of the team congratulated Oh Yun-song on his cool outfit, but not Commander Jang Yongchul. He was angry as he wanted to put the boy in his place, but he didn't seem to succeed. Even so, he'll still see what happens next since Oh Yun-song is still a stranger here. Oh Yunsun said to himself that it was simply unbelievable. It was the first time he had put on such a costume. In this protective suit, Oh Yunsun felt so comfortable as if he had only used it all the time. He'd heard that since it was a special order, it was even given its own name. Looking at the hand, Oh Yunsun saw the inscription Regine Amit, which is Latin for the embrace of the queen. Oh Yunsung was pretty sure that Sunguk Hyungnim had come up with that name. He was probably trying to show off. But be that as it may, he is completely satisfied with this suit. He was going to do his best without holding back. After gathering themselves, the hunters climbed into the mobile base and headed for the center of the rift. Commander Jang Young-chul indicated the start of the briefing and asked to verify the data provided. 3 giant whippersnappers were discovered. 2 were level 4 monsters while the third was level 5. They would start their attack with a level 4 monster, but if the others arrived, the plan would change. Their target is 3 giant whippersnappers, and they will capture them one by one. Jang Yong-chul ordered the hunters to take harpoons for the monsters and split into 2 teams. Not counting Oh Yun-sung, the 10 members of Team Alpha would split into 2 teams of 5. Thus, Oh Yun-sun wouldn't even have a chance to participate in the hunt. Jang Yeon-chul explained the plan to the hunters. The baits should lure the monsters out and lure them into the area. Then the ambush team would use harpoons to immobilize the monster. After that, their attack team would have to deal with the rest. Zhang Yonchul reminded that they shouldn't let their guard down because it was a level 4 monster. They must take it as quickly and cleanly as possible. Finished with the explanations, Zhang Yonchul turned to Oh Yunsung and said that since they had started the operation, he wanted to clarify one thing, namely, that right now, Oh Yunsun is redundant in this operation, so he only has to watch from the sidelines. He explained to Oh Yunsun that he would now be on his own and asked him not to give them any trouble. A giant level 4 whippersnapper was roaming around the city. As the prey suddenly appeared in front of him, the whippersnapper immediately attacked the hunter, but the hunter managed to dodge his attack, after which the hunter-baiter began to run away. Everything went exactly according to plan. He lures the Scourger, barely dodging his attacks, which means their alpha team is the best, and the CEO was worried for nothing. Zhang Yongchul notified the others that everything was going according to plan and that the target would soon reach the appointed time. Then he asked if everyone was ready. The hunters had long ago taken up ambush positions and were just waiting for the right moment to fire their harpoons. Zhang Yongchul shouted into the radio for them to fire the harpoons now, and the men sprang into action. The hunters pierced the monster with harpoons and well-entrenched began to hold the monster in place. The leader ordered the hunter, attack the legs of the giant whippersnapper, immediately after which he would finish it off. The hunter kicked the monster's leg with all his might and then started to run away so that it wouldn't crush him. As soon as the monster fell, Zhang Yonchul immediately jumped off the roof, and a second later he pierced it with his sword, killing the first of the 3 whippersnappers. Zhang Yongchul was pleased because, as it turned out, even a whippersnapper could be easily incapacitated if they attacked its weaknesses. They had already eliminated one, but if they could capture the remaining ones. Suddenly, Zhang Yongchul was shouted over the transmitter to be more careful. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yongchul received a strong tentacle kick in the back. Unexpectedly, another whippersnapper came to the place of their ambush and attacked him. Zhang Yongchul was trying to figure out how this was possible. After all, it was clearly said during the briefing that there was only one whippersnapper in the area. One of the hunters of the capture team asked what they should do, to which the other replied that they should rescue the commander. Just as suddenly, the hunter heard some sound and turned around. They suddenly had not one whippersnapper, but 2, which made the situation even more dire. The hunters knew that there should only be one monster here, so why did 2 more arrive? One of them suggested that they should just give up since there was no way they could save Zhang Yonchul while fighting 2 monsters in parallel. Oh Yunsun told himself that he could no longer linger here and lowered his visor. It was time to begin the hunt. The giant whipping boy grabbed Zhang Yongchul's leg and pulled him towards his mouth. While Zhang Yongchul mentally screamed, he shouted that he couldn't just die here. Getting closer and closer to the fanged mouth, Zhang Yongchul was trying to figure out where his team was. He mentally shouted for them to hurry up and get him out of here. I mean, it can't end this way. He doesn't want to be eaten by a monster. As if out of nowhere, Oh Yunsong suddenly came out of nowhere and cut off the monster's tentacle that was holding Zhang Yonchul. Afterward, Oh Yunsong caught Zhang Yonchul and grabbed the base of the signboard. Zhang Yongchul was surprised that it was Oh Yunsong who came to his rescue. But how was he going to fight 2 whippersnappers at once? Zhang Yongchul didn't want to continue fighting, he just wanted to get out of here alive. Oh Yunsong warned Zhang Yongchul that he was about to be shaken up. But no sooner had he realized what he wanted than Oh Yunsong left Zhang Yongchul. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsun and himself bounced off the sign a moment before it was destroyed by the giant whipper. Right before the whippersnapper did so, Oh Yunsong caught Zhang Yongchul, immediately after which he ran down the whippersnapper's tentacle. Oh Yunsong realized that he had no chance of winning with a trailer in the form of Zhang Yongchul, which meant he needed to find a safe place as quickly as possible. Oh Yunsun bounced off the whipper's tentacle. As Oh Yunsun suddenly caught up with the second whippersnapper, Oh Yunsun knew he wasn't fast enough to get away from them. And right before the whippersnapper hits them with his tentacle, Oh Yunsong and Zhang Yongchul flew into the window of the building. Oh Yunsong shouted to Zhang Yongchul that it was too dangerous and that they should run. He asked Zhang Yongchul if he could move, immediately after which they ran to the other end of the floor. Having gotten far enough away from the monsters, the hunters finally had time for a breather. Zhang Yongchul mentally shouted that he had survived, even though he was sure he was going to die. Oh Yunsun asked Zhang Yongchul if he was okay. Zhang Yongchul thanked Oh Yunsong for saving him and asked how he was doing. Oh Yunsun replied that he was just out of breath and that he needed some time to rest. It was really dangerous, but they managed to escape at the end. Zhang Yongchul asked how he had managed to slip between the whipper's tentacles. To which Oh Yun-sung replied that he had managed to learn something from somewhere. To Jang Yeon-chul, it sounded as if there was nothing special about it. Except how could he say such a thing with such a level of skill that he had just learned it somewhere? Alpha Team, Group A contacted the leader and asked if he was all right. Jang Yong-chul replied that he was alive and asked what was going on at their place. To which those replied that everyone was able to regroup, after which they apologized for not saving him. After all, another whippersnapper had shown up and it was too dangerous. Jang Yong-chul clenched his teeth. This was clearly not the time to be angry with them. He said that he understood that, then added that the operation had failed and that they should return to the base. Oh Yoon-sung asked if that meant their hunt was over, which Jang Yong-chul immediately confirmed. He explained that two whippersnappers had shown up at the same time, so hunting them was not possible. Jang Yong-chul clutched his head and wondered how he could explain this failure to the CEO now. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sung stood up and shook off the dust. Jang Yong-chul asked where he was going, to which he simply replied, outside. Jang Yong-chul questioned what the man had just said, because Oh Yun-sung must have heard that they were going to the base. Oh Yun-sung reminded the commander that when they got out of the transport, the commander himself had emphasized that he was just a bystander. That means it's none of his business whether they retreated or not. Since Jang Yong-chul is injured, he should hide and wait for the rescue team to arrive. Now Jang Yong-chul was on his own, and just in case, Oh Yun-sung asked the other one not to cause trouble. Up until now, Oh Yun-sun hadn't activated auto-hunting. He tried to engage that skill, but the ending kind of bogged him down. It looks like that's his limit at this point. At least he had seen the result of his training, and now it wasn't about who would do it better. He had no reason to hold back anymore. This is the hunting zone, the place where the strong devour the weak. And to achieve his goal, he is willing to use everything he has to achieve his goal. Oh Yun-sun pressed the auto-hunt button signaling the start of his hunt. The main headquarters of QR Corporation. The members of QR Corporation were watching the operation as well as Oh Yun-sung. Here, Hunter. Oh Yun-sung had successfully rescued Agent Jang Yeon-chul, and they were currently able to take shelter in a building nearby. What they all saw was unbelievable, those movements. Oh Yun-sun was moving between the tentacles as if nothing had happened. The survival of Oh Yun-sung and Jang Yeon-chul was confirmed. Both were now safe. The survival of the rest of the Alpha team was also confirmed. Yoon Kang-chul clearly remembered that during the battle with the Grey Ants, Oh Yun-sun didn't pull off such moves, and as far as he could remember, this was the skill that Kim Sung-guk had used in the past. Of course, Oh Yun-sung wasn't at the level that Kim Sung-guk was at his peak, but considering that he had most likely crammed this skill into him in some 2 months, this is simply unbelievable. Yoon Kang-chul was convinced that he was obligated to bring Oh Yun-sun into QR Corporation by all means. Suddenly, Yoon Kang-chul was contacted by the Alpha Squad commander, Jang Yeon-chul, and apologized because the first mission. Yoon Kang-chul interrupted his subordinate saying that it was fine, because everyone was safe for now. After which he asked, "How is the maintenance going on?" After a few seconds of silence, Jang Yong-chul still said that they reasoned that even after that the mission would not be feasible. He explained that he was contacting him precisely to announce the failure. Yoon Kang-chul wondered if they were retreating. Of course it would be difficult, but after regrouping, Team Alpha would definitely be able to hunt the whippersnappers. They gave up after their first attempt, but if he forced them to do it, the hunters of Team Alpha would become mere puppets without any critical thinking. In the meantime, he would have to respect their decision, but the payoff would come later. Yoon Kang-chul accepted the failure of the operation and let them retreat, after which he asked Jang Yong-chul, "Is Oh Yun-sung still around?" Not knowing how to say it, Jang Yong-chul acknowledged that he was no longer with him. Yoon Kang-chul was astonished to hear that and asked him to say it again. Jang Yeon-chul said that Oh Yun-sung went to hunt the whippersnappers. He tried to stop him, but Jang Yeon-chul asked what were the next instructions. Yoon Kang-chul replied, "Roof," and Jang Yeon-chul asked what it meant since he didn't understand. Whereupon Yoon Kang-chul shouted to that idiot to get his ass to the roof right now and captured Oh Yun-sun on his camera right now. Immediately afterward, Yoon Kang-chul threw away his communication device and cursed as things only became more difficult. One of the communications team alerted the head that Agent Chan's camera had begun filming. Yoon Kang-chul tried to interest Oh Yun-sun by capitalizing on Team Alpha's potential, but in the end, they only got help and looked weak. As soon as Yoon Kong-chul looked at the screen, he opened his mouth in shock. He was trying to figure out how and what the hell was even going on here. Oh Yunsun is now in the hunting zone in a place where the strong devour the weak, and he must use everything at his disposal to achieve his goal. Oh Unsun, using auto-hunting, jumped out the window towards the two huge whippersnappers, after which, a blade was released from underneath Oh Yunsun's wristbands with a slight click. Oh Yunsun used the blade to cut lengthwise through the tentacle of the blue scourger. Just like the instructions said, cut the tentacles lengthwise. If you cut off a tentacle, the huge scourger would just grow a new one. In order not to cut off the tentacle, Oh Yunsun leaned on it. Immediately afterwards, he jumped back, thanks to which he managed to avoid the attacks of the two whippersnappers. Not calculating his strength, the blue whippersnapper accidentally attacked his green counterpart. Oh Yunsun thought about the fact that although the whippersnappers don't consider each other as enemies, they also don't understand how to work together. Tentacles aside, the whippersnappers themselves are pretty slow, and since that's the case, it's a good time to put what you've learned into action. Oh Yunsun bounced off the wall and using the body maneuver technique, managed to run up the tentacle of the huge whipper. As Oh Yunsun ran towards the blue whipper's body, both whippersnappers aimed their tentacles at him. Some time ago, during the training, Oh Yun-sung soon huffed to Sunguk Hyungnim that he had decided to call it body maneuvering technique, and the latter said that he had decided to change the name of the skill. Kim Sunguk explained that the name sounds too old-fashioned nowadays, so he decided to come up with something more modern. He thought long and hard about making it sound cool and finally decided to name the skill, and he ended up calling it Spider Steps. Meanwhile, the hunters in the headquarters were still unable to understand what the hell was going on here. The recent rumors were true, and this hunter is indeed the genius of the century. But why does he do nothing but dodge? He's been able to attack the whippersnappers at their weakest points to grab them many times before. The others couldn't see it, but Yoon Kang-chul could clearly see that Oh Yunsun was carefully controlling his ki, just like Kim Sunguk did. But he couldn't understand why Oh Yunsun was dragging out this fight. He's already had multiple chances to end the fight, but he keeps dodging and slashing the whippersnappers' tentacles little by little, which only increases their numbers. While this all looks interesting, why is he doing all this? As Yoon Kang-chul suddenly had a terrifying thought. What if Oh Yunsun is trying to capture these monsters alive? What the hell happened and how? The whippersnappers can't move anymore as their tentacles are entangled in each other. This Oh Yunsun is really trying to catch them alive. Oh Yunsun increased the number of tentacles and lured them into places where they would intertwine. And using the surroundings, he tangled his tentacles not only in the ruins, but also amongst themselves. For all the hunters, it was simply unbelievable, and on the verge of impossible. After finishing with the huge whippersnappers, Oh Yun-sung contacted Chang Young-chul Chi and told him that he had captured both whippersnappers and asked him to report to headquarters. Jang Yeon-chul thanked Oh Yun-sung for his work, and the latter replied that Jang Yeon-chul and Team Alpha had also done their best. After finishing the short conversation, Oh Yunsun reflected on the fact that this was his first job at the center of the rift, and it wasn't as difficult as he had originally thought. Yoon Kang-chul contacted Oh Yunsun and praised him, saying that he had done a fantastic job. Yoon Kang-chul thanked Oh Yunsun for everything from saving Jang Yeon-chul Chi to capturing the targets alive, because without him, things could have turned out much worse. Afterwards, Yoon Kang-chul asked Oh Yun-sung if he was okay and had any injuries, to which Oh Yun-sung replied that he was fine. Yoon Kang-chul wondered if he was disappointed with Team Alpha. If there was a chance of that, he should do everything to get Oh Yunsun now. Yoon Kang-chul turned to Oh Yunsun again, and thanked Oh Yun-sung again for saving Jang Yeon-chul, then thanked him for it on behalf of the entire QR Corporation, because in a way, he had saved their future. And so, as a token of his gratitude, he'd like to do something for him. If he could, of course. Yoon Kang-chul wanted to get Oh Yunsun no matter what. He might try to lure him with money, or give him the firm's support and information. Yoon Kang-chul didn't care what he wanted. After all, if it would help him get Oh Yunsun, he was willing to do it without any hesitation. After thinking for a while, Oh Yunsun said that there was one thing he wanted. Yoon Kang-chul asked if he could answer him. But what he heard shocked Yoon Kang-chul, causing him to question Oh Yun-seong in case he was imagining it. A short time later, the second zone of QR Corporation. The QR Corporation's hunters had finally dealt with a huge level 4 Scolopendra, and that was where they were going to end up. Afterward, one of the hunters shouted to the others that the mission was complete. The team leader recognized that they had finished much earlier than she had expected. In that case, they would just have to wait for the Alpha team's results. The liaison asked the leader to wait and said that apparently they wouldn't have to do that. The leader asked if they had already finished their mission, and the communicator said that they had finished, but apparently it was a complete failure. He heard that their luck had run out. It's a wonder the Alpha team's brats even survived. One of the hunters said that he knew it would end up like this because, no matter how many there were, they were just rookies anyway. The gray-haired man next to him admitted that it was a headache trying to give the newcomers experience on the battlefield while making their group do trivial things like hunting giant scolopendras. Everyone wondered, hadn't the company invested several $billions in them? This is clearly a waste of money that could have been put to better use. Their CEO hunts like they do, yet for some reason he wants to train some newcomers. One of the hunters asked if they had heard of the newcomer arriving today. He was rumored to have a unique outfit made from the shell of a gray ant queen. After that, one of the hunters recalled that the last ant queen had been seen 4 years ago, and one of the hunters even wished that they would bring something so good next time. Tired of listening to her subordinates, the commander ordered them to stop, immediately after which they fell silent. The commander explained that their general manager must have had some kind of plan. They should now patrol the neighborhood and wait for further orders. Once the others dispersed, Shin Yuhi was contacted by the general manager. He told her that a newcomer, whose name is Oh Yunsen, was coming to them right now. Hunting is dangerous. It puts you at great risk. Sometimes you can be unaware of it until you die. So the industry is changing. And when hunting, the hunter has only 2 possible outcomes: victory or death. Avoiding any risk and hunting only where safety is guaranteed has become a trend. A sense of responsibility for the safety of others, or anger at the monsters for having people like her who lost their loved ones. Maybe it was now a thing of the past. While Shin Yuhi was pondering, a newcomer managed to arrive and asked if Shin Yuhi's leader was hers. Shin Yuhi was a little surprised at how quickly Oh Yunsen arrived at her place, after which she revealed that her boss had already contacted her about him. She then introduced herself as the leader of QR's first team, Shin Yuhi, and extended her hand. After which, Oh Yunsen also introduced himself and said he was pleased to meet her and shook her hand. Shin Yuhi decided to clarify if he had come to participate in the operation at the center of the rift, which Oh Yunsen immediately confirmed. Immediately afterward, he mentally assumed that she was just as likely to tell him to sit on the sidelines as Zhang Yongchul, but instead, she asked why he wanted it, which surprised Oh Yunsen. Shin Yuhi said he heard her question and asked again why he came here. She then told him that she had already heard that he had successfully hunted down 2 whippersnappers and even saved a member of Team Alpha. She wondered if that wasn't already a great result for him. After which she admitted that she was confident that their CEO would reward Oh Yunsen well for such a feat. Oh Yunsen replied that if you consider what he was hunting, then Oh Yunsen realized that he had already done what he had originally planned, tested the spider steps against real monsters, and even spent a fair amount of ki and stamina. However, Oh Yunsen replied that it was not enough for him. After all, he does not want to be on a prepared stage. He would much prefer to be on a real hunt. Taking a sip of the pipe, Shin Yuhi assumed that he wanted to have a real experience. After which, she remembered the recording with the commander of the Bronze Hunters. She finally agreed to take Oh Yunsen Shi with her, since she understood what he wanted. After that, Shin Yuhi asked if he had any idea about the positions on the team. He should stay somewhere nearby in their team and hold a position. She's not sure if there will be more waves of monsters, but if they start, Oh Yunsen should hide or run. In other words, do whatever you want. Oh Yunsen asked if there was anything else he should be wary of. Commander Shin Yuhi replied that she didn't think so, but since he asked, she was willing to say something. She is aware of the fact that Oh Yunsen is quite talented, but all the hunters here are far more skillful than him. And though it might hurt his pride, he should listen to her. Shin Yuhi asked Oh Yunsung, lest he endanger her teammates. Oh Yunsen smirked and agreed not to put them in danger, for he understood that. Shin Yuhi smiled and said that it was a good answer and that she liked it. Just as suddenly, one of the hunters shouted to the leader that the rift was starting to shake. Shin Yuhi asked Oh Yunsen to keep her words in mind. Shin Yuhi asked the hunters what the situation was now, as the crevasse was now closing slower than usual. She was told that it was really not good, because not only the Maruchan team, but the other 2 teams had also exceeded the time they had to return. Shin Yuhi interjected, Not just any team, but specifically the Mauritian didn't return? When the crack opens, the hunters form an intercept team to deal with the monsters coming out. At the same time, the assault team rushes in to close the crack. This is obviously a bad sign because given the number of monsters they had to hunt, they would have no trouble closing the crack. Mauritian, like QR, belongs to 2F4T, the best hunters in Korea. Although they are few in number, their skills are the best of the best. In this hunt, QR is in charge of intercepting, while the Mauritian are in charge of assaulting. Even though it's bad, what happened at the center of the rift after all? As something covered in slime suddenly flew out of the rift, one of the hunters shouted out that the signal had been identified and that it was the leader of the Mauritian. The hunter chuckled and said that this was clearly not a good time for them, to which the second hunter agreed and added that hunting with such small things quickly became boring, and so he suggested that they get out of here as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, but suddenly something strange happened. For some unknown reason, the leader of the Mauritians began to fall from the sky, whereupon it landed with a clatter right in front of the QR hunters. The hunters were shocked by what they saw. They knew it was impossible. But then how? Shin Yuhi waved her hand and ordered all the hunters to prepare for the assault. Immediately afterward, those quickly grabbed their weapons and were ready, after which she shouted out to Oh Yunsen that she was sorry, but he couldn't go with. Shin Yuhi was surprised to notice that Oh Yunsen had suddenly disappeared. Was he hiding? If so, it was good, because if he was here, he would surely be in danger. As the hunters suddenly noticed ripples along the rift, it meant something else was coming out of there. Immediately afterward, the Gie Saints, level 4 monsters, flew out of the rift. The hunters were amazed at what they saw, for these were the holy god that they could only see on recordings, for these monsters rarely appear even in North America. But why did monsters from North America suddenly appear in Korea? Only one thing was clear, since this was their first time hunting such creatures, they should be careful. Commander Shin Hachi explained to her subordinates that each of them must maintain formation so that they could break through the rift as quickly as possible. Everyone was caught off guard by the leader's words. They wanted to know why. After all, it was reckless to approach a monster they were meeting for the first time. As soon as Shin Hachi gave the order, the hunters along with her rushed straight towards the rift. The hunter with the firearm asked why their leader was so impatient. Whereupon the hunter with the shield admitted that he had always thought she was a calm person who put safety above all else. As they looked up, they saw that there were no longer a few holy haze climbing out of the rift, but dozens if not more, which was simply insane. Shin Yuhi contacted the CEO, and the CEO asked her to report what was happening. And Shin Yuhi said their OB1 team is starting first, and if it's possible, they'll breach the rift and close it themselves. But if they fail the mission, she wanted him to take care of the consequences. Yoon Kong-chul replied that he understood and wished them luck. In the meantime, orders were heard throughout the headquarters to request help from the North American team, to form up reinforcements as soon as possible, and to bring in any available artillery. Level 4 or higher, a herd mentality and the ability to take over large areas almost instantly, and worst of all, an air type. Shin Yuhi shouted to her subordinates that they should forget about capturing monsters alive, and instead kill as many of them as they can. None of the monsters should leave this place. If these monsters break out of the rift zone, countless civilians will be in danger. Therefore, they must stop them at all costs. Meanwhile, Oh Unsen has gotten a harpoon and is already running to the rescue of the OB1 team. What was happening was quite unexpected, just like with those gray ants, which was most likely for a reason. Something incomprehensible was going on with the cracks, and since that was the case, they should take care of possible emergencies. The CEO told his subordinates that he was counting on them. But the subordinate on the other side of the phone asked the CEO if they had really done everything they could. If Shin Yuhi's team fails, then the troops will begin an immediate bombardment of the area. Yoon Kong-chul mentally agreed that these actions were cold-blooded, but still, it was far better than the escape of the holy gauze who would start wreaking havoc in the lives of civilians. One of the hunters apologized to the CEO for being distracting and reported that they had contacted the task force. Yoon Kong-chul was a little surprised as it was the emergency response team and asked to be connected to them, but the hunter hesitated to answer. He then explained that they had contacted to request permission to retreat. Other members of the reinforcements from the outside organization are also asking for a retreat. They say that this is too unforeseen and dangerous a situation, And since it is not included in their contracts, they are in no way obliged to continue such a dangerous hunt for them. They have been trying to change their minds for a while, but it can't be dragged out any longer. Hunter asked the CEO. What are they going to do about it? Yun Kong-chul was simply furious at the antics of these hunters, and he couldn't help but shout that they were crazy sons of bitches. Whereupon he shouted out that these bastards were nothing but consider themselves mercenaries. Yun Kang-chul wondered if they had any idea what they were doing. It's not just any job, it's anything but preventing monsters from harming the general public. It is because of the danger of this job that there is such a job as hunters. Are they trying to fool people that they put their lives on the line? I don't care if all their limbs are torn off, but the hunters have to continue their work. It's not a case of, I can't do it if I'm in danger. It's a case of, I must do it at all costs. But since things are like this now, if the teams want to retreat, then let them leave. Hunter was surprised because of the CEO's words. He reminded that in that case, they simply wouldn't have enough human resources to fight the monsters. Yun Changchul clenched his fists and ordered the staff hunters to gather, for they would all head to the front lines now. The hunter with the glasses protested, saying it was reckless, whereupon the other explained that if someone like him, the head, went to the front line, then the chain of command. Yun Kongchul asked his subordinate, "What kind of recklessness is he talking about? What the hell is this?" He didn't care about it at all because he was going to stop at least one monster from escaping into the world. If there are any problems, he'll take them all on himself. Yun Sangchul shouted that they should do their best right now. He, on the other hand, would only be a volunteer. Meanwhile, Shin Yuhi continued to shoot the gay saints. Except they had one problem. There are too many Ga saints, and worse, there are only more of them. And she just can't keep fighting an endless horde of holy Gai. After all, it is simply not enough to outlast all the monsters to resolve this situation. They need to get into the rift and close it from the inside. Except that with so many monsters, not only getting in, but even getting close was nearly impossible. They'd have a chance if they could get to the rift quickly. Shin Yuhi thought to herself that it would be much easier if one of them wielded a kai or a tech. Just as suddenly, one of the hunters shouted to the leader that right above her. Immediately after that, a single gay saint flew over Shin Yuhi and flew onwards straight toward civilization. Just as Shin Yuhi was about to hit him, another saint gay pounced on her from behind, who she was forced to distract herself with so as not to die. Things were bad. Due to the sudden attack from the back, she let one Ga saint get away. And to make matters worse, this Saint Gay is already too far gone. Suddenly, Saint Gay was pierced by a harpoon, stopping his escape. Immediately afterward, flying the harpoon, Oh Yunsen headed towards another Saint Ga flying nearby. After which, Oh Yunsen shot down the monster and landed with it right in front of Commander Shin Yuhi. Shin Yuhi was surprised since Oh Yunsen didn't do as well as she thought earlier. Oh Yunsen lifted his visor and said that he didn't run away, but just went to get some equipment that might be useful. Shin Yuhi wondered about this equipment, and Oh Yunsen explained that this equipment was a harpoon for hunting whippersnappers. He took it as he thought it would give them some sort of advantage in this situation. Shin Yuhi was amazed to hear that, since he is trying to take part in the mission. Shin Yuhi explains to Oh Yunsen that it's too dangerous here now. Oh Yunsen replied that he was aware of that, and that there was something to do here. At this point in time, every person on the account will not be redundant. Besides, he's just doing what he has to do. Shin Yuhi said that it was natural, after which she thought about the fact that she had never thought of exchanging such words with anyone else. Oh Yunsong said that based on the current situation, the best option is to close the rift as soon as possible, especially since he has a pretty effective key technique, so he should be able to handle it. But Shin Yuhi refused Oh Yunsen and said she would go along with him since it would take at least 2 people. And all because closing the rift and fighting the gay saints at the same time is almost unrealistic. So they should go in pairs, one to fight while the other closes the rift. Oh Yunsen asked the leader if she had any techniques for maneuvering, to which the latter replied that unfortunately neither she nor her entire team possessed such a thing. However, this was not a case where he could go it alone. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen sat down on his knee and stretched his hands back, saying that there was nothing that could be done in such a case. Shin Yuhi silently stared at Oh Yunsen, realizing what he wanted from her. Eventually, she couldn't help herself and started laughing about it. Trying to suppress her laughter, Shin Yuhi asked Oh Yunsen to apologize since it was really very unexpected, especially since she hadn't even considered that he could be so blunt. In any case, she agreed to trust him and do it. Shin Yuhi turned to Lee Chi-huk's deputy and said that he would now be in charge of the situation here. Confused by the leader's words, Lee Chi-hook apologized and asked what did she mean. Suddenly, Shin Yu-hee climbed on top of Oh Yunsen and said that she was going with Oh Yunsen's Shi to the rift to close it. Lee Chi-hook was stunned by what he heard and questioned if she was going there or if he had just heard it. Oh Yunsen started to run, and Deputy Lee Chi-hook asked her to wait, reminding her that she was going there with the rookie. While approaching the portal, Shin Yu-hee and Oh Yunsen were attacked by the Gi Saints flying out of the portal. Shin Yu-hee warned Oh Yunsen and asked him to be more careful. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsen slashed several Gay Saints with the blade on his wristbands, and Shin Yu-hee shot the remaining ones. Shin Yu-hee told Oh Yunsen that there was a rift just ahead and that they should walk right into it. Walking inside, Oh Yunsen found himself in the center of the rift for the first time. It's hot and humid just like the tropics, and the air is so rarefied that it becomes difficult to breathe here. Once inside the rift, Shin Yu-hee immediately began to survey the surroundings. Just as suddenly, she noticed the dead hunters of the Maruchan team and the many bodies of Ga Saints scattered around. As expected, the Maruchans made the best of it, and to close the gap, they came out on their own against the Ga Saints. And that means the Rift Breaker has to be right nearby. Rift Breaker is activated by injecting a significant amount of aura and closes the rift. Judging by the number already entered, the Maruchan is almost complete, but is only one person short. She just has to enter some. Suddenly, a huge Saint Ga, larger than all the other Saint Gas, came rumbling down to them. This was no longer just a mere Saint Guy, but a first-rate Saint Ga of the 6th level. The first-class monster of the 6th monster is the alpha essence of the Ga Saints. And it is this bastard that is responsible for the death of the Maruchan team. And most importantly, they have no choice but to defeat him. Only would they have enough energy to fight him and charge up the Rift Destroyer? Shin Yu-hee decided to cast aside her doubts. She just has to do it. She has no other choice. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen blocked her path with his hand and said that he would take care of this monster himself. Then he asked the commander to inject the missing aura into the Rift Destroyer. Commander Shin Yu-hee reminded the newcomer that Alpha Team had been fighting here all along, and that she thought the most rational thing to do would be for her to fight the monster and for him to deal with recharging the disruptor. Oh Yunsen admitted that he knew that, but he's already used up all his core energy to get here. Therefore, his aura probably won't be enough to recharge. That's why he'd better deal with the monster. Oh Yunsen asked to rely on him. That should be his concern. Shin Yu-hee said she needed 5 minutes to input the aura. She asked him to hold the monster all this time. Afterwards, Shin Yu-hee said that she trusted Oh Yunsen with her life. Looking at the monster's face, Oh Yunsen could clearly see that it was as if it was mocking them and trying to tell them that there was no escape from here. Oh Yunsen doesn't have much energy left, and so he must outmaneuver his attacks with auto-hunting and act according to hit-and-run tactics. First grade. Saint Ga suddenly squealed and his body poured magma. Immediately afterward, Saint Ga rammed a run at Oh Yunsen, activating auto-hunt. But even with auto-hunting turned on, Oh Yunsen's body wasn't capable of dodging this monster. If it wasn't for the Queen's Embrace, Oh Yunsen would have just been torn to shreds. Oh Yunsen felt as if he had just been hit by a truck. Even for a second, he noticed that Saint Gay's skin was glowing, which meant that he was raising his temperature to increase his strength. This monster is indeed incredibly dangerous, but this is far from over. And for that, he must change tactics because hit and run doesn't work against this monster. It is necessary to change the trajectory to recharge the monster, and to do this, it should activate attack mode and put all your remaining energy into this attack. He uses this as soon as he recharges to attack his weak point. He might die because of this, because if the core energy runs out, it's all over. If he fails to stop the monster from recharging, Oh Yunsen won't live. And if he doesn't attack the monster at its weak point, he will die. But he did say he would do it, didn't he? And that's why he has to see it through. The monster shrieked and once again ran to ram Oh Yunsen while being energized. This was the only opportunity, so Oh Yunsen attacked the monster back. Rushing past Saint Ga, Oh Yunsen lost the rest of his core energy and cowered to the side. But the monster wasn't fine either. Oh Yunsen's energy was enough to chop its right arm and part of its torso. Oh Yunsen realized what he should do next. And just as he was about to get up, he felt a heaviness. The matter was bad, for he had already reached his limit, and Oh Yunsen's body. Just as suddenly, Saint Gay squealed again and his massive carcass flew into the air. Oh Yunsen mentally cursed as the monster he had barely wounded was planning to run away. except Oh Yunsen wasn't going to let the 6th-level monster go, and so he took his harpoon and shot the Saint Gay. Immediately after that, Oh Yunsen started pulling Saint Gay on top of him, but he started to resist. Oh Yunsen's body couldn't take it anymore. And if things continue like this, he'll simply lose Saint Gay. At the same moment, Shin Yuhi shouted that everything was ready. She had already charged the Rift Destroyer, and it had activated. Immediately afterward, the Rift Destroyer began to close the rift from the inside. Shin Yuhi shouted that the rift was closing and that they should leave quickly, except Oh Yunsen wasn't going to just leave that injured bastard behind. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen noticed that this monster was trying to get out of here at all costs. And since that's the case, why doesn't he use this holy Gay to get out of the rift? Oh Yunsen lowered the rope so that Saint Gay was able to take off again, after which, Oh Yunsen bounced off the ground and offered his hand to Commander Shin Yuhi. Catching the commander's hand, Oh Yunsen advised her to hold on tightly, for they would be breaking through the barrier now. And after a few seconds, they finally did return to their world. Shin Yuhi shrieked they made it out, they were back, even though they were now high above the city. Oh Yunsen reminded the commander that they weren't done yet, and that they still needed to deal with the first-class Saint Ga before he went berserk. Besides, he had already injured him. Oh Yunsen advised Commander Shin Yuhi to aim for the spot where the harpoon was sticking out of. He said she could do it with the aura bullet. Shin Yuhi offered to think about how they were going to get down after this, but they had too little time for that. Therefore, Shin Yuhi shot the monster in the wound. Immediately afterward, they flew with Saint Guy into the nearest building. Roughly flying into the room, Oh Yunsen and Shin Yuhi rolled on the floor before finally stopping. And a second later, Saint Ga fell to the floor below, where Oh Yunsen and Shin Yuhi were because of his weight, then continued downwards. Barely believing what was happening, Shin Yuhi said that they were able to do it. But since there was no response from Oh Yunsen, Shin Yuhi lifted the visor of his helmet. Realizing that Oh Yunsen had just passed out, Shin Yuhi sighed, for she had already thought of a worse outcome. Shin Yuhi wondered, is Oh Yunsen striking, or is he being judicious? All she probably knew was that she just couldn't understand this kid. Shin Yuhi told Oh Yunsen that he did well. It was a great hunt. Yun Kangchul looked thoughtfully at the landing spot of the 6th-level Saint Ga. The hunters reported to the CEO that they had confirmed the rift had closed, and that the hunt for the remaining holy Gas is underway right now. The medical character will be ready very soon. After which, Yun Kangchul looked at the slain Saint Ga thinking that Oh Yunsen and Shin Yuhi had managed to do it after all. A while later, Oh Yunsen finally woke up, and looking at the ceiling he already realized that he was in a hospital. Why did he suddenly feel so uncomfortable? Trying to get up, Oh Yunsen felt pain in his bandaged arm. He assumed it was because of that first-class Gie. Suddenly, a certain acquaintance told him that he had already heard about how after battling a 6th-level monster, that one was able to still pull him out of the rift. Oh Yun-seong shrieked with joy because Kim Sung-guk Hyungnim had come to see him. Kim Sung-guk told Oh Yunsen that he looked pretty good for someone who had slept for 2 days. Kim Sung-guk asked Oh Yun-song about his body, after which he said that he had no idea how furious Chang-hoon had gotten after he diagnosed Oh Yun-song. Oh Yunsen chuckled and said that he was very grateful to him. Kim Sung-guk admitted that he was happy to hear that. Afterward, he said that they would have some business to attend to soon, so Oh Yunsen should get well soon. Immediately after which Kim Sung-guk handed Oh Yunsen a box. Oh Yun-song asked Kim Sung-guk about the contents, but the latter wasn't going to spoil the surprise. And once Oh Yun-song saw the contents, he was amazed. There are 5 ranks of hunter. The lowest, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. They depend on the results of 2 seasons and an annual evaluation. In general, it is the face of the hunter, reflecting his power, wealth, and so on. In his own box, Oh Yunsen saw a silver badge. Kim Sung-guk took the badge out of the box and said that it had been sent over from last time, and that he was going to present it after the hunt. Suddenly, Kim Sung-guk tossed the silver badge to the side, hitting the trash can, surprising Oh Yun-song. Afterward, Kim Sung-guk asked him not to worry about it since this badge is worthless, which surprised Oh Yun-song. Kim Sung-guk explained that the badge was for killing a gray ant and that it was useless now, but it didn't make Oh Yun-song any clearer. Kim Sung-guk wondered if the man was really unaware. For badges up to the gold rank, fake metal is used, but beyond that, real metal is used. Even the platinum badge is made of a metal like Platinum Plus, and pulled out a second box. Upon hearing about the plus, Oh Yun-song suggested that Kim Sung-guk interrupted his thoughts by saying that the committee worked quickly here and sent him away for the rest of the day. As soon as Oh Yoon-sung got the box in his hands, Kim Sung-guk said that it was the highest platinum rank that only the top 20 hunters get. Kim Sung-guk winked at Oh Yoon-sung and congratulated him, because now he's a ranker. Sometime later, on the train. Standing on the train, Oh Yun-sun noticed the TV tape out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Yoon Kang-chul was asked again, according to him. A certain hunter named Park Kang-kong made a huge contribution. Mr. Yoon Kang-chul replied that this was true, and that without him things would have been much worse. Noticing that they kept talking about a certain Park Gang-kon on TV, Oh Yun-sun asked the teacher who he was. Kim Sung-guk asked what the man himself thought about it. After all, it's obviously Oh Yoon-sung. Kim Sung-guk asked if that name sounded cool. He personally came up with a nickname for him. Oh Yoon-sung asked the teacher to stop for a moment and asked why he did that. To which Kim Sung-guk replied that it was necessary for the public. They will see Park Kang-kon instead of Oh Yoon-sung in the ratings. But if he wants to, he can just reveal his identity and become like that guy, a public persona. The host asked if that meant that they could attribute Park Kang-kon-shi and Shin Yoo-hee-shi to the Rift case. To which Yoon Kang-chul replied that it would be absolutely true. After all, it was only because of their teamwork that they were able to avoid public casualties. The presenter admitted that there was something about it that bothered him, which made Yoon Kang-chul interested. The host revealed that some people disagreed with Park Kang-kon's status, and that history has never known such a fast debut of a ranker. The host asked Yoon Kang-chul what he thought about it, but instead of answering, Yoon Kang-chul asked, "What difference does it make?" After all of Park Gang-kon's accomplishments are recorded on QR Corporation's camera, which they can see for themselves. Oh, and if we're being honest, he wasn't even responsible for the center of the rift. Yet he rushed there at his own risk in a moment of danger. When faced with danger, this guy immediately requested help, but, along with brave men like him, there were other people out there that did not behave in the best way. He's not going to judge anyone, but unlike those who put their safety and wealth first, Park Kang-han-shi is the only hunter who has earned his title. Yoon Kang-chul asked, so why do they give him ranker status? And is it only because of the annual results that he can become one? The ranking system is there to show that hunters are people who are willing to face evil and protect our society. Kim Sung-guk grinned and said that Yoon Kang-chul never changed. After which Oh Yoon-seong summarized that in the end, QR Corporation prevented the rift. Kim Sung-guk explains that they're actually out for Park Kang-han, or Oh Yoon-sun-shi. Therefore, they should reward him so that they don't sink in other people's eyes. Park Kang-han-shi is now a household name around the world. He's the long-awaited star, or the second Lee Jae-hak, Park Kang-han. Kim Sung-guk wondered how he got such a nickname. If Oh Yoon-sung reveals his identity, he will be able to make a decent amount of money from the interview. Kim Sung-guk then asked if it was too soon to close the leak in the dam. Oh Yun-sun refused, for since he was allowed to hunt of high difficulty, it was better for him to concentrate on it. After all, if he doesn't show what he can do, his grade will drop. That's the leak in the dam he has to close. Kim Sung-guk recognized that this was exactly what was expected of Oh Yoon-sung. He did, correctly giving him a pseudonym, after which he said there was great news and reached for something. Afterward, he held out a concert to Oh Yoon-sung and told him that the Hunters Association had sent an invitation to Park Kang-han. They are gathering the best hunters in the country to create countermeasures against the rifts. Oh Yoon-sun thought that fame and popularity was certainly great, but if he suddenly gets cocky, recovery will have to be postponed, and so will training. Oh Yoon-sun decided that he needed to get even stronger and focus on improving his skills. Oh Yoon-sun was about to enter the building when a security guard stopped him and apologized for stopping, then explained that to enter, he needed to show his pass and invitation. The guard asked Oh Yoon-sun if he could produce them, whereupon Oh Yoon-sun reached for the above. After running through the paperwork, the guard saw that this guy's name was Oh Yoon-sun, and that he was a hunter, and since that was the case, he asked for a badge to be attached. But as soon as he did, the guard was almost speechless, for it appeared that none other than ranker Park Gang-kun was standing in front of him. Oh Yoon-sung said it was him. Hearing this, the guard couldn't help but shriek that it was indeed Park Kang-kun, which inadvertently attracted the attention of passers-by. After realizing what he had done, the guard immediately apologized, and Oh Yoon-sun admitted that he had had enough of this. Suddenly, a man came out and greeted Oh Yoon-sun and introduced himself as Bai Ji-hyun. Because of the awkwardness of being called, Oh Yoon-sung introduced himself by his real name. Bai Jihyun noticed that he had come alone, so he asked Oh Yoon-song to join them. Bai Jihyun didn't think that the newcomer Oh Yoon-song would actually be Park Gangkon. According to rumors, he still hadn't joined any group, so suddenly someone behind called out to Oh Yunsun. To the surprise of others, this person turned out to be Lee Jae-hak. After getting closer to Oh Yunsun, Lee Jae-hak said that they haven't seen each other in about 6 months. Then he said that he often missed such meetings, and now that he came here, he didn't recognize anyone. Lee Jae-hak asked, Oh Yoon-sung, is he here alone too? If so, it's not even a bad thing since he'll be able to sit next to him since he feels like Oh Yoon-sung would be uncomfortable being alone at the event. Lee Jae-hak apologized to Bae Ji-hyun for interrupting them and asked if he would mind if he picked up Oh Yoon-sung, to which the latter replied that it was okay, not daring to provoke Lee Jae-hak. Lee Jae-hak shouted, "Let's go!" and grabbed Oh Yunsun with him and dragged him inside. In passing, he wondered, how would they sit? Or just in the middle? Or even where no one would see them? The people around them were still astonished since it was Lee Jae-hak himself, and from the looks of it, he was familiar with Oh Yoon-sung. After getting away, Oh Yunsun thanked Lee Jae-hak for saving him, and the latter asked Oh Yunsun what he was talking about. After all, he was the one who had rudely snatched it away. Afterward, Lee Jae-hak admitted that he was familiar with it, and that's why he pulled Oh Yunsun out of there. Oh Yunsun replied that even if that was the case, Lee Jae-hak was also uncomfortable among the crowd. Lee Jae-hak said it was nothing special. As an example, it is like a pack of wild dogs surrounding an animal. But when a lion appears, they all run away. Hence the question, what animal will stand still when a lion approaches? The answer is that it is a different lion. Lee Jae-hak asked if Oh Yunsun understood what he meant. Oh Yoon-sung smiled and said that he was flattered, for if he were a lion, he would not ask another lion for help. Lee Jae-hak laughed and asked if that was true. If that was the case, then Oh Yoon-sung was not really a lion. He's just a lion cub who will soon grow up. A short time later, the chairman thanked the rankers for coming to the conference despite their busy schedules, and since they had gathered, he proposed to start. Yang Chang-guk, chairman of the Special Protection Agency, said that as they all know by now, monsters appear strictly in certain places or areas in their supposed habitat. As an example, monsters found in North America will only be there, however, they have recently encountered those who deviate from that norm. Just like the holy gays that only appear in the mountain ranges of North America. Due to the recent incident, the Protection Agency has decided to take countermeasures to summon the best hunters. It is currently collaborating with other well-known organizations, assessing the situation with all available resources. Oh Yunsun remembered Lee Jae-hak's words that he was just a lion cub that would soon grow up, after which he chuckled suddenly and said they'd talk more about it later, and admitted that he wanted to thank him. After thanking him, Lee Jae-hak told him that his sister was now in China, and that when she left, her eyes shone with confidence, all thanks to Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsun awkwardly replied that he hadn't really done anything. If we talk about China, it is likely that its representatives will also attend the meeting. Since this is a global crisis, they should also be interested in what is going on, and it would be advantageous for Oh Yunsun to go through something like that. Oh Yunsun asked what he was talking about. Lee Jae-hak revealed that China has a fairly large gathering of everything from people to monsters. The scale of what's going on is very different from other places. And if Oh Yoon-sung goes there, he will definitely feel the excitement. First, Lee Jae-hak talked about the lion cub, and then he started talking about China. Oh Yunsun didn't understand what he wanted to talk about at all. He wondered if all geniuses were like that. In any case, trying to figure out what's in his head might offend Lee Jae-hak, so Oh Yoon-sung decided not to do it. Yang Chang-guk said that the defense agency would take an aggressive stance towards the rifts instead of the usual approach. Oh Yunsun looked at Lee Jae-hak and wondered what kind of expression was that. The chairman said, therefore, as of today, the protection agency legalizes hunters diving into the rifts. Everyone was surprised because of what they heard. And Lee Jae-hak, on the other hand, shrieked contentedly, while Oh Yunsun was uncomfortable. After all, something like this in the hunter industry meant that for further investigation and hunting, they would remain at the rift site even after it was closed. When the existence of hunters and their power became sufficient to crush monsters, humanity began to take an interest in the creatures that traverse the other side of the rift. Their exploration and colonization became possible. People were full of expectation and therefore resorted to risky actions. They began to plunge into the rift. Nevertheless, the consequences of such ignorance were dire. Destroyed. Not only the hunters, but even the army with special equipment was wiped out. They used to fight on their own turf. The only ones who survived the tragedy became psychologically unstable because of the trauma and repeated only these words. And afterwards, these actions were declared illegal, but Yang Changguk explained that permanent diving is still taboo because they simply cannot allow hunters to be unnecessarily endangered. This is why they have decided to carefully recruit a team of qualified hunters who will make a targeted dive. Also, the participation of the selected hunters is purely voluntary. The hunters in the audience reflected on the fact that few hunters would miss this opportunity, because diving is a dream for each of them. If you succeed in this, you'll get all the fame and fortune. Yoon Kang-chul noticed that the atmosphere in the hall had changed dramatically, and the hunter in the blue jacket began to chuckle. Yang Changguk continued, "Also during the dive, no restrictions are placed on the hunters, and any actions are allowed if they help to gather as much information as possible. And of course, all the spoils and trophies will go to the hunters themselves." Next, he was going to announce the candidates. The first group would be made up of classified hunters. Rank 1, Lee Jae-hak Nim. Rank 4, Kim Yo-han Nim. While Yang Changguk was naming the 7th, 9th, and other ranks, Oh Yunsun congratulated Lee Jae-hak. Suddenly, Yang Changguk, along with the others, called out rank 19. Oh Yunsun. Lee Jae-hak immediately realized that this was obviously not good. Not even a second later, the hall exploded with shouts from the other hunters. No one could believe that rank 19, the lowest rank, was going on the first expedition, and that Oh Yun-sung was just a recruit who had won first place in the exam. Meanwhile, some people couldn't understand why the 19th rank was named Oh Yun-sung and not Park Gang-kun. Yang Changguk asked everyone to calm down, because they were still in the process of announcing the team, and soon everyone would be able to ask their questions. But everyone was already out of it. Everyone shouted until Cha Jae-gil, one of the two F4T, the leader of Gungan possessing the 8th rank, stood up and shouted that he objected. Cha Jae-gil took the microphone and said that he thought it was a discrepancy. Park Gang-kun, or Oh Yun-sung, is just a rookie who got his license at least half a year ago. Even though he has a rank, even so, you can't send a youngster on such a difficult mission when it's better to take experienced hunters to dive in. If the choice is based on skill and experience, then what would they say about the other hunters? What justification could there be for this? Jan Changguk explained that the first candidates were appointed specifically based on their survivability and awareness. They also took into account connections with firms and took those who were not members. Lastly, after reviewing the electronic media, they concluded that Oh Yunsun was sufficiently qualified. Jan Changguk reminded the chair that they were the ones who had not seen this and asked if there was unedited material hitherto unshown to the public. Lee Jae-hak frowned while looking at Cha Jae-gil. He is the director of Gungan and an influential hunter, and his goal is to promote those not on the list. What he's trying to say is that there's no reason for them to give newcomers a chance. And since Oh Yun-sung is just that, Cha Jae-gil hopes to exclude him easily. Cha Jae-gil chimed in that he questioned the defense agency's choice, and that it would be nice to hear some recommendations or testimony from another reputable group. Unexpectedly, there was a man in the audience who agreed to testify, and it was none other than Shin Yoo-hee from QR. Shin Yoo-hee officially declared that there was no doubt about Oh Yunsun's competence, and then added that she vouched for him with her rank. Yoon Kang-chul told Cha Jae-gil that he was too impatient. Lee Jae-hak realized that things were starting to get better because Yeon Sunbae had said something provocative on the live broadcast, and Shin Yoo-hee with the second rank had also spoken out. If Cha Jae-gil doesn't interrupt her, then everything went against Cha Jae-gil's plan. QR is on Oh Yunsun's side, and Shin Yoo-hee's skills, experience, and personal achievements are recognized. Since such a person who has distinguished himself in hunting the Holy GA is making such a statement, other hunters can't help but recognize Oh Yun-sung. Now Cha Jae-gil has no more excuses. Cha Jae-gil said that he's not trying to question Oh Yun-sung Shi, but just what exactly is the skill that is important for dive hunters? It's none other than situational assessment. From what they have previously seen, he can only use melee attacks, except that hunters don't always have the advantage on terrain, but some superior aspects and skills can't be ignored. Lee Jae-hak could no longer tolerate the nonsense coming out of Cha Jae-gil's mouth. And also the other hunters began to get angry at him, because it was obvious to everyone that Cha Jae-gil was only doing this for self-assertion. Lee Jae-hak couldn't listen to this anymore. which meant he had to say something himself, suddenly. But Oh Yun-song rose from his seat ahead of Lee Jae-hak. He then said that he fully understood the Sunbai who had doubted his candidacy and apologized to them for that. And he also thanked those who supported him in this controversy. And since he has to demonstrate his competence, Oh Yun-sun admitted that he sees no point in turning down the opportunity. In fact, he plans to cooperate with the defense agency as a hunter to make the dive feasible. Oh Yun-sun said that he understood their concern about it, but if they would allow it, he would like to demonstrate his meager capabilities right here. Oh Yun-sun asked Chairman Yang Chang-guk if this was allowed, to which the chairman replied that it was a great idea, because if Oh Yun-song did it, it would probably put all doubts to rest. He said that he fully endorsed it and asked Oh Yun-sun to act. The people around him wanted to see Pan Gongkang take down that arrogant Cha Jae-gil. The two foreign hunters were watching the whole time. The man in the hat was pleased with the scene, for he was about to get bored, when suddenly something interesting began to happen. Whereupon he asked his companion if he agreed with him. After agreeing on everything, Oh Yun-sun and the others headed to the inspection room, where there were already weapons on the table. Out of several weapons, Oh Yun-sun chose the 2-level Galler pistol, an anti-monster weapon that increases the wielder's strength. It is the primary weapon for few hunters, except for Psy and Tech types. Shin Yuhi was surprised by Oh Yun-sun's choice because, although he didn't possess Psy and Tech, he would still be able to use it. Cha Jae-gil, on the other hand, was only more confident in his victory because it was a regular Galler gun, which made him even interested in what Oh Yun-song was going to do. Oh Yun-sun raised his Galler pistol and aimed it at the target. A while ago, a training range. The teacher told me that before and now, the main thing is to learn how to do it, and then everything will go like clockwork. But sometimes that's not enough. All hunters use their ki energy. But Oh Yun-song will fall behind the others if he doesn't train to his heart's content, while Psy and Tech are different. After all, they are inherited or innate, so they can what ki is incapable of. Kim Sung-guk tells Oh Yun-song that he will realize this when he sees it for himself. They don't have an ancient history of Kai like China and Japan, and there are few people in their country who have been able to pass it on to other generations, and so he decided to create something for himself. Kim Sung-guk redesigned his ki. Spider Steps is the result. He had used it before, but now he wished to give it to a trustworthy person. Oh Yun-sun was touched by his teacher's words. Kim Sung-guk asked for Oh Yun-song's protective gear, then said that this would be his second lesson. Oh Yun-sun shot a block that was a target, knocking him off his seat. Although Oh Yun-sun hurt the block, but his shot wasn't strong enough to prove his strength. Shin Yuhi was surprised at what had happened, and the other hunters began to discuss it heatedly. While Cha Jae-gil smirked as he realized that he really didn't expect much from the newcomer. If a person does not possess Psy or Tech, they cannot control the aura emanating from their body. However, Oh Yun-song adopted the ki attack that Kim Sung-guk had developed, causing the block to begin to expand. And a second later, the block was torn from the inside. All the hunters watching Oh Yun-sun were amazed at what they saw. They were trying to figure out what had just happened, because it looked like Oh Yun-sun's aura had exploded, or he had used an unusual bullet. Shin Yuhi speculated that it was all about Oh Yun-sun putting his aura into the bullet and supporting it. She had the feeling that in addition to the explosion, this block had also been chopped up with a sword from the inside, an infinite number of times. Except it couldn't be Psy or Tech. Could this mean that Oh Yun-sun accomplished this by controlling pure Kai energy and aura? Oh Yun-sun turned to the hunters and asked if he had proven himself capable of handling the task at hand. The hunters immediately stared at the dumbfounded Cha Jae-gil, waiting for his response. The chairman reminded Cha Jae-gil that Oh Yun-song was waiting for his answer, which made him clench his teeth in anger. Chairman Yang Chang-guk said he hoped that Cha Jae-gil, as one of those who had asked for evidence, would voice his thoughts on what he had seen. Under pressure from the hunters, Cha Jae-gil was forced to blurt out that he understood everything about Oh Yun-song's qualifications and the agency's decision, and admitted that his doubts were in vain. Oh Yun-song smirked and thanked Cha Jae-gil for such an answer. Now that it was over, Chairman John Chang-guk suggested that the conference be concluded and everyone proceed to the banquet room. After a brief hiccup, the hunters headed to the banquet hall where some of them surrounded Oh Yun-song, while Cha Jae-gil watched from the sidelines. It was even too humiliating, and so Cha Jae-gil mentally agreed that he should have stopped back when the QR Corporation sided with Oh Yun-song. Suddenly, the two guests turned to Cha Jae-gil, snapping him out of his thoughts. Cha Jae-gil immediately recognized Chu Sojin and admitted that he hadn't even guessed that he would be here. Chu Sojin laughed and reminded him that they had been invited. Chu Sojin is the president of the Korean branch of TENS, which has expanded its influence not only to China, but also to the whole of Eurasia. China is the best place in all of Asia. With vast territory, a variety of monsters and lax hunting laws, any foreign rancher would dream of going to China. But because of the law protecting local professionals, it is almost impossible for outsiders to get a hunting permit. A visa can only be obtained by signing a contract with a mega corporation like Tenzi, and it's quite realistic since China has a labor shortage. QR or Gungan, Korea's best hunting groups have been knocking on China's door, but to no avail, as they are only allowed to stay for a short period of time. Except in one case, Lee Jae-hak's younger sister, Lee Unsel. She's the only one accepted in China. It was because one of the country's top 10 third-ranked Hurricane Blade Master, Jingong, had taken her on as his apprentice due to his friendly relationship with Lee Jae-hak, who had somehow been temporarily sent to China. Plus, Lee Unsel's Psy was appropriate to use along with Kijigong's techniques. After taking the first Lee Unsel, they can soon take the second and then the third Lee Unsel. And since that's the case, Cha Jaegil wouldn't mind rubbing into Sojin's trust. Suddenly, Chu Sojin laughed and said that coming here was a great idea, because through this, he was able to see something impressive. Cha Jaegil felt abruptly embarrassed because it meant that Chu Sojin had seen his humiliation. Cha Jaegil chuckled and assumed that he was talking about Oh Yunsun, then said that it was just ordinary ki. Chu Sojin brushed it off and explained that he wasn't interested in Oh Yunsun's techniques. He was interested in Oh Yunsun himself as a person. He then asked if it was true that Oh Yun-sung had received his license less than a year ago. To which Cha Jaegil replied that it was indeed true. Chu Sojin laughed loudly and said that this was simply incredible. Even though he had shown a useless technique, but he was really good at it since he had learned it in such a short period of time. Cha Jaegil was amazed by what he heard. From the perspective of hunters from China, it may have looked like nothing more than child's play. But isn't it a bit harsh to call such a technique useless? Trying to suppress a laugh, Chu Sojin admitted that he had never even thought that he would find someone so interesting here. After which, he asked Yupa what he would say about it. But not hearing a reply, Chu Sojin turned around and noticed that Yeop had long since left. Tired of the company of the hunters at the banquet, Oh Yunsun escaped to the street, where he collapsed on a bench. Oh Yun-song wondered if he had overdone it. Although it was far from ideal, he hadn't made a single mistake. Oh Yunsun raised his hand and noticed it trembling, after which he squeezed his hand, suggesting that he was still too nervous. Anyway, he decided he'd proved himself worthy, and he could probably already brag to someone about the name of his technique, right? Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun heard someone's footsteps behind him and immediately turned around. But at the same moment, he realized that the man had already bypassed him. The stranger motioned for Oh Yunsun to go one-on-one, but Oh Yunsun still didn't understand what was going on. Oh Yunsun couldn't understand a word of what this guy was saying, all because Yop was speaking in Chinese. Oh Yunsun assumed that since this guy spoke Chinese, it meant that people from China also attended the conference. Just as suddenly, another person came running over to Oh Yunsun, who immediately called Yupa an asshole. Chu Sojin reminded Yeopu that he had already told him not to go wherever he wanted, but he had decided to make trouble for him again. After finishing with Yeop, Chu Sojin took off his hat and apologized to Oh Yunsun Shi for the inconvenience he had caused. Oh Yunsun said that there was nothing wrong with that, and instead was surprised that he knew his name. Chu Sojin replied that he had seen Oh Yun-sung's recent performance and reached for his business card. Then he introduced himself as the president of TENS Korea, Chu Sojin. He said he had something he wanted to discuss with Oh Yun-sung. Hearing about this person's identity, Oh Yunsun opened his mouth in shock, because Tenzi, this is China's top hunter group. After introducing himself, Chu Sojin said that the brat accompanying him was his nephew, Chu Yeop. He was a good hunter, but because he was impatient, he had caused Oh Yunsun Shi some inconvenience. Oh Yunsun said that everything was fine, and then he asked what Chu Sojin wanted from him. Oh Yunsun was not offended by Chu Yeop, especially since he didn't even understand what he said. Chu Sojin said that although he is the president of TENS Korea, it's not about work matters at all right now. He said that he would like to establish close ties with Oh Yun-sung. Chu Sojin assumed that since Oh Yun-sung had already become a hunter, he should definitely have an idea about TENS, and although the company wasn't widely known, but her owner is also a hunter, a man who entrusts centuries-old traditional techniques only to worthy students. He and Chu Yeop are his loyal followers, and when he saw Oh Yunsen's demonstrated skills during a recent test, he thought, that's exactly him. He's probably the man who is worthy of inheriting their tradition. Chu Sojin once again apologized to Oh Yunsun, this time for deciding to record his performance without permission. Then he sent it to his master, who is also his employer. And literally just now he received a reply from him. Chu Sojin told Oh Yunsun that their divinely superior master wanted to meet him in person, as he deemed Oh Yunsun worthy of becoming his disciple. Hearing about the divine superior master, Oh Yunsun assumed that Chu Sojin was talking about the top 10 best in China, which was immediately confirmed by Chu Sojin, but unfortunately he couldn't give away his master's identity right now. But Oh Yunsong himself will realize who he is, because a man seemingly unattainable has given Oh Yunsong his only chance. Except that to be recognized as his disciple, one simple condition must be met. If Oh Yunsun wanted to become his master's disciple, he would have to forget all the techniques he had learned before. Hearing such a thing, Oh Yunsun squeezed the note with his fingers. Chu Sojin explained to Oh Yunsun that no one was going to restrict him from learning. They only prevented students from learning other foreign techniques. As an example, with the techniques and skills he had already demonstrated, Oh Yunsun would no longer be able to use them without master's permission, and Oh Yunsun refused Chu Sojin without letting him finish, and thanked him for giving him a chance. Chu Sojin was taken aback by such a quick rejection, and Oh Yunsun said that he had nothing more to say to him. Oh Yunsun clearly understood what Chu Sojin wanted to say. You must break your ties with your current master. Chu Sojin admitted that he did, but Oh Yunsun interrupted Chu Sojin again, thanking him for the offer, and again said that he was refusing. Chu Sojin asked if he was being serious. Oh, and just like that, Chu Sojin admitted that he understood how he probably valued his connection with his current master. But this was literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh Yunsong replied that there was no point in further discussion, and that he wouldn't agree anyway. Seeing the change in Uncle's mood, Chu Yop wondered what that guy had said to him. After hearing his nephew, Chu Sojin realized that he still had a chance to get Oh Yunsun. Chu Sojin said that Oh Yunsun rejected his proposal, which surprised his nephew because it was really very stupid. Chu Sojin translated to Chu Yeop that according to Oh Yunsun, he had enough techniques already in place and that he didn't need any new ones, which angered Chu Yeop. Chu Yeop immediately started saying something in Chinese to Oh Yunsun, and since Oh Yunsun didn't know the language, Chu Sojin volunteered to translate his nephew's speech. According to Chu Sojin, his nephew called Oh Yunsun a stupid coward who only spit on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of a couple decent skills, thinking he was great. And that frogs like Mr. Oh Yunsong in the pond eventually become useless. Oh Yunsun admitted that he felt as if there was no point in listening to this, in which case he would leave. As Chu Sojin suddenly feathered his nephew's concluding words, training with third-rate hunters will make him stomp around. Oh Yunsong interrogated Chu Yeop about what he had just said. He demanded, letting Chu Yeop repeat those words while looking at his face. Oh Yunsun was not going to quietly swallow those words. Therefore, he demanded that Chu Yeop repeat his fucking words that he dared to insult Kim Sunguk Hyungnam with. Chu Yeop asked Oh Yunsun why they shouldn't fight since the latter had so much confidence in his techniques. Chu Sojin told his nephew that it was enough, after which Chu Sojin asked Oh Yunsun for his nephew's words, and explained that only after experiencing their master's techniques would Oh Yunsun surely change his mind. Since he was so willing, Oh Yunsun agreed to fight him. And getting closer to the one, Oh Yunsun offered the bastard a demonstration of their praised techniques. After a while, Oh Yunsun and Chu Sojin and Chu Yop gathered in the ring. Chu Yop asked his uncle how he should do it. Fast or slow and pretty to show him the difference between the two? Chu Sojin reminded his nephew not to belittle his opponents. But the man grit his teeth and reminded his uncle that this guy was the first to decide to insult them. Chu Sojin could not deny his nephew's words, although he had actually exaggerated some points to aggravate the situation. Kai and Tech. Most hunters have techniques that are only a few decades behind them, but in China they have entire centuries, if not millennia, of practice behind them. And to turn down such an opportunity and the offer of the strongest of China's top 10. Chu Sojin wondered if this kid even realized what he was doing. Chu Sojin said that Oh Yunsong was really talented after all. Chu Yop asked if he had given up trying to pull Oh Yunsong to their side yet. Chu Sojin asked in response, would Chu Yop oppose it? To which he immediately replied that no. Except this kid isn't the type to bow down to anyone. He can tell just by looking at him. Chu Sojin said that this is just fine, because after his loss, Oh Yunsun will have to change his mind. Chu Sojin was certain that there was no such thing as a genius shining alone, and Oh Yunsun was definitely a genius. And therefore, if he realized that there was an indefinable wall in front of him, he would definitely want to overcome it. After finishing with their preparations, Oh Yunsun and Chu Yop walked to the center of the ring. Chu Yup told Oh Yunsun that he would let him hit him 3 times. Suddenly, he remembered that Oh Yunsun doesn't speak Chinese after all, and so he tried to tell him to attack him 3 times and that he wouldn't hit until he was done. As soon as the bell struck, Oh Yunsun and Chu Yop instantly went into battle mode. Oh Yunzong was the first to attack Chu Yop, but he simply dodged his strike. After that, Chu Yop had to dodge a few more blows. Oh Yunsun wasn't as bad as he thought, and admitted that he was even faster than… Suddenly, Oh Yunsun kicked Chu Yop with his foot, managing to injure him. Chu Yop couldn't believe what had happened, as he suddenly couldn't follow this guy's movements. So he also opened up. But there was nothing wrong with that, because Oh Yunsun's 3 moves had already passed, so Chu Yop shouted that it was his turn to attack and punched Oh Yunsun in the chest. But to his surprise, Oh Yunsun somehow managed to block his sharp kick. Immediately afterward, he flew to the ropes at the edge of the ring, and using them, he accelerated to slam into Chu Yop. In that case, Chu Yop decided to act seriously. He shouted for Oh Yunsun to attack him, after which Oh Yunsun would finally be able to know the difference between the two. There was no way Chu Yop was going to lose to Oh Yunsun in this fight. Chu Sojin and someone on the other side of the phone on the tripod were watching with their mouths open. Watching the two of them fight, Chu Sojin tried to understand how this was possible. Although Oh Yunsun's abilities exceeded their expectations, but still, that wasn't enough. And isn't Oh Yunsong trying to pull some kind of trick? After dodging Oh Yunsun's last attack, Chu Yop bent backwards and bounced his foot off the floor to attack Oh Yunsun at such a perfect moment. But Oh Yunsun managed to shift his center of gravity to dodge Chu Yop's punch. Chu Yop was clearly not happy with this fight because, throughout the fight, Oh Yunsong just dodges his attacks like some rat. Because of which, Chu Yop began to lose patience and started attacking in all directions in an attempt to hurt Oh Yunsun. But what's more shocking is that he can't hurt Oh Yunsun at all. Without any training or knowledge of technique, just the moves of a circus clown, so why then can't it hit him? Suddenly, Oh Yunsun Chu Yupa, harshly punching the one in the face. Chu Yup mentally chided himself for missing a punch, but even so, he was confident of his victory, for Oh Yunsun's punch was too weak to harm him. Chu Yup told himself that there was no way he could lose to a poser like Oh Yunsun. And with his skills, he could defeat Oh Yunsong with just 1 punch. Just when Chu Yup was about to attack Oh Yunsun, he noticed that he was trembling all over and was already out of breath. Chu Yup tried to figure out when he had just managed to sweat so much and why he suddenly started shivering. Could it have been fatigue? No, he immediately rejected the possibility of that. Could he then start getting nervous about someone like him? Except that's literally impossible, because it's never going to happen. Chu Sojin had already figured out what was going on. It might seem like Oh Yunsun was just acting chaotically, but that was not the case, because it was actually a destruction technique. The same technique that adjusts to the opponent's movements. Chu Yup had never encountered such superiority over him, and therefore, he will feel as if he is fighting his natural predator. Chu Yup shouted, and began to strike at an even faster speed, but even so, he couldn't hit Oh Yunsun. Having failed time after time, Chu Yup wondered what was going on. Chu Yup asked what was going on since he couldn't get it. Since he couldn't do anything, Chu Yup thundered as he kicked his foot onto the arena and aimed his shining palm at Oh Yunsun. Chu Yup shrieked at Oh Yunsun, giving Oh Yunsun an attempt to dodge such a thing. As suddenly, instead of dodging or blocking, Oh Yunsun grabbed Chu Yup's head. Immediately afterward, he prescribed what was sure to be a very painful kick to his head while tilting his head downward. After such a long fight, Chu Yup found himself kneeling in the losers. Coughing up blood, Chu Yup analyzed that Oh Yunsun had hit him in the face with his knee, yet he was still conscious. And that can only mean one thing, and that is that this idiot… Chu Yup asked Oh Yunsun a question. Didn't that one even use his aura during their fight? Chu Sojin slapped his face with his palm upon hearing his nephew's question. Chu Sojin now understood the reason why Oh Yunsun's attacks did not significantly harm Chu Yup. It's probably all because of the last battle. The exhaustion makes it quite difficult for him to use his aura. Oh Yunsun admitted that he wasn't doing it on purpose. Chu Yeop reprimanded and told Oh Yunsun to fight once more, but this time using his aura, he himself could still continue fighting. Oh Yunsun asked Mr. Chu Sojin to bring something to his nephew's attention. Since he had defeated him without using his aura, it could only mean that there was now a clear winner among them. And from what he's learned, Chu Yop can only blather on and nothing more. Hearing such a thing, the defeated and morally destroyed Chu Yup spat on the floor. Chu Sojin hoped that Oh Yun-song's defeat could hurt his pride, but Yop lost so easily. Without holding back his thoughts, Chu Sojin said that it was simply amazing, to which Oh Yunsun replied that there was nothing wrong with it. They are just hunters, and their goal is to fight monsters and protect civilians. While this kind of sparring between rankers makes almost no sense at all, it was all because of that provocation. Oh Yunsun admitted that it was probably because he was still immature since he had given in to such a thing. Also, Oh Yun-song added that there was no need for further discussion on their proposal between him, Chu Yeop, and President Chu Sojin himself, or to those who have been on the other end all along. Chu Sojin immediately turned around to the phone, realizing that Oh Yun-sun had managed to figure them out. Oh Yun-song asked the president to remember to pass on his words to the great man who is monitoring everything on the phone. If he has anything to say, let him contact him directly through the agency or come in person. And he also reminded that he could use to discipline his subordinates so that someone wouldn't accidentally create unnecessary conflict like they did now. Suddenly, Oh Yunsun was asked to stay a little longer. The great man on the other side of the phone said that, if he heard it right, it was a stone in his garden from a newcomer and someone he had yet to meet. Chu Sojin bowed in front of the phone and asked Master to apologize. After all, it was only because of his stupid decision. He said that he had no excuse for it. The master said that Chu Sojin did not need to say anything about it. After all, he wasn't really angry because he was able to see something interesting thanks to this. So it was fine. Chu Sojin thought about the master's words, as he had been under him for the past 30 years. But this was the first time he had heard such a thing. Master told Chu Sojin that he had tasks for him and ordered him to do this. Chu Sojin and his nephew Chu Yeop were dumbfounded by what they heard. Hunter Park Kangkon defeated the second-ranked monster, Habek. Park Kangkon showed his face during the hunt that went live, and after a while, Park Kangkon in an official interview stated his intention to obtain the first rank. Yoon Kong-chul realized that Oh Yunsun wanted to focus only on this achievement, thus surpassing Lee Jae-hak, nothing more. Yoon Kong-chul laughed at the thought of how this business ethic frightened him. After all, with his words, Oh Yun-sung literally said to the press, "So stop bothering me." Yoon Kong-chul winked and asked if he was an interesting person. After all, someone like him is like a miracle in their industry. If only there were more people like that. Yoon Kong-chul asked President Yoo Ji-suk if he agreed with him. Yoo Ji-suk is the third-ranked hunter and also the leader of Gungan, which is a reflection of 2F4T's strength. Yoo Ji-suk asked Yoon Kong-chul to put his phone away if he was done, but Yoon Kong-chul apologized for doing so because he thought it might interest President Yoo. President Yoo Ji-suk said that even so, he still has a lot of things to do. Yoon Kong-chul suggested that the latter had already made his point. He then turned to President Yoo and asked if he really thought he would decide to sell QR to China. Yoo Ji-suk explained that they will not be selling QR to China but to Tenzi, and as he said earlier, Yoon Kang-chul does not lose his property in doing so. Yoon Kang-chul asked if this is really the case. After all, if it's a Korea-China third major interaction corporation, it's clear as day to him that his agreement would be equivalent to selling the company to China. In that case, Yoon Kang-chul asked me to remember two things. First, Yoon Kang-chul is not a puppet for them. And second, whether it is Tens or anyone else, he is not going to sell the company he has dedicated his life to. Yoo Ji-suk asked if the other person realized what he was giving up. Hearing something like that, Yoon Kang-chul made sure that Yoo Ji-suk wasn't even going to deny what he said. And after that, he thinks it's a great opportunity. Yoo Ji-suk explained that China will soon surpass them. Although if you think about it, they are already far behind China. And after all, 10 years ago, they refused to take their chi seriously. They believed they would be able to catch up in no time. But what is happening now? China is already ahead of them in the core energy injection technique. And not only that, but they have already adopted many of the pluses of system and administrative infrastructure from them, because of which China has started to improve even more, improving their Chui technique. Their predictions were wrong, and even President Yoon must admit it. Yoon Kang-chul said that those were fine words for a man who was about to sell his company. And then he asked what decision he had come to. Raising his fist, Yoo Ji-suk replied that they would do so, through which they could learn a lot from China. In addition to their Elite 10, there were a bunch of books and other documents for the transfer of battle techniques that had been recovered over the past 10 years by Tenzi Corporation. Most importantly, many corporations have already teamed up with him and shared the information they found. Starting to chuckle, Yoon Kang-chul reminded him that China's hunters weren't even using this information. No material had been approved for work. Therefore, he wondered if he was in too much of a hurry. Yoo Ji-suk explained that they get the opportunity to improve in exchange for a bit of limited freedom. But Yoon Kang-chul parried that they were only being pushed to do so. And all the useful documents were unlikely to go to someone outside. After which, Yoo Ji-suk continued, saying that based on them, they would be able to create their own new methods. But Yoon Kang-chul once again said that he was not interested in it, and that such a decision would not be able to change his mind. Yoo Ji-suk realized that he wouldn't be able to change this stubborn man's mind and explained that he was only trying to change his mind at Tenz's request. But in his opinion, if Tenz had nothing to do with it, it would probably be better. Yoo Ji-suk turned to President Yoon and said that he should know something. Sometimes there is a wall in the way that cannot be overcome. He had already heard the news about the results of the rookie team assembled by QR, and from the looks of it, things weren't going well for them, right? Yoo Ji-suk expressed his assurance that things would hardly change in the future as well. Yoon Kang-chul admitted that he hadn't even considered a wall that couldn't be overcome. And besides, it was rude of Yoo Ji-suk to bring up his alpha team. Yoon Kang-chul thought about the fact that, although restored battle techniques sounded tempting, but at the same time, had Yoo Ji-suk really thought about the consequences of this proposal? After all, it's clear as day that Tenz will start interfering in any internal affairs, pushing the company under its thumb. Will Yoo Ji-suk agree, realizing that? It's obvious as it is. Yoon Kang-chul said, a wall that can't be overcome. Could it be something like Lee Jae-hak, who even President Yoo couldn't defeat? Hearing about Lee Jae-hak, Yoo Ji-suk shuddered. Yoon Kang-chul brought Lee Jae-hak to mind, since any fool knows that President Yoo recognizes Lee Jae-hak, and apparently the true strife in his soul was brought by none other than Oh Yoon-sung. Yoo Ji-suk had felt inferior before, but now with the appearance of the all-famous rookie, who was able to compare to Lee Jae-hak, his insecurity became rampant. That's why there was nothing surprising about Cha Jae-gul's behavior during the conference, because he was influenced by Yoo Ji-suk's intolerance of Oh Yoon-sung. Yoon Kang-chul turned to President Yoo and asked for permission to say something. He doesn't know what kind of grand technique he was promised, but even with something like this, there's no way he could surpass Lee Jae-hak. Clenching his teeth in anger, President Yoo Ji-suk said they would look at it again. After this conversation, Yoon Kang-chul could only wait to see what would come out of it. Tenz is not bad at getting people interested, and even though he didn't agree, other big firms can do it, and it's not his place to influence their decisions. Something like this would clearly take a toll on their industry, which means they need to minimize the damage. Fortunately, they still had Oh Yoon-sun. When he thought of him, Yoon Kang-chul wondered how he would do in these troubled times. Oh Yoon-sun smirked as he realized that tomorrow would be the first dive. He had already finished all the preparations, so he only had to wait. Suddenly, some old man said that enjoying the night sky was not much like young people these days. The old man told me that not many people lift their eyes to look at something so great, although there is a possibility that they do have something to look out for. The old man said that although he is new to Korea, he recognized Oh Yoon-sung since he saw his interview and was extremely impressed. Although people might take him for an arrogant person, he doesn't think so. Oh Yoon-sung thanked the old man for his kind words and asked if that meant he was not from Korea. The old man replied that he was, but that he often came to Korea because he had a place to live. And also, suddenly a threatening aura began to emanate from the old man, and he said that he had wanted to see Oh Yoon-sun's face for a long time. Feeling threatened, Oh Yoon-sun asked, what did the man mean? Just as suddenly, the old man released his pressurizing aura, directing it at Oh Yoon-sun. The old man asked for Oh Yoon-sung to answer his question. What kind of old man was standing in front of him now? Oh Yoon-sun mentally shouted that this old man was obviously insane, and so he decided to activate Auto Hunt. As Oh Yoon-sun's body suddenly dodged an invisible attack, Oh Yoon-sun assumed it was a key punch. If he hadn't activated the Auto Hunt a second ago, it would have been over by now. And what was worse was that the old man attacked using only his middle finger as if he wanted to nail a fly. The old man smiled as he had not expected that Oh Yun-seong was able to dodge this attack. At this point, the auto-hunting is just an attempt to avoid fighting the old man, and so he began to quickly move away from the old man. Oh Yunsen was pleased, for with his spider steps, he could keep his distance from the old man. Suddenly, the old man was at Oh Yunsen's back and said that this was quite an interesting technique. Oh Yunsen was amazed at what had happened. He tried to understand when he had just managed to do that. Oh Yunsen braked sharply and kicked the ground to create a dust cloud. But the old man simply swung his hand, managing to instantly blow away the dust veil. Taking advantage of the dust curtain, Oh Yunsen immediately began to tear his legs in an attempt to escape. But a second later, he felt the terrifying aura of the old man behind, thanks to which he realized that the old man had already caught up with him. The old man jumped over Oh Yunsen, and in the blink of an eye, he hit several points on his back, after which Oh Yunsen fell to the ground with no way to continue his escape. As he passed by, the old man recognized that Oh Yunsen had lasted much longer than he had anticipated. Furthermore, he even got him to start moving, which is amazing. If Oh Yun-sung wished, he could even brag to someone about his confrontation with him. Oh Yunsen couldn't move. He assumed it was because the old man had hit his pain point to paralyze him. The old man said that it had already been too long, and even if he was just fooling around, he was just fooling around, and he didn't think that Oh Yunsen would make him take more than 10 steps. With a smirk, the old man asked Oh Yun-sung not to get too upset, for this was exactly what Oh Yun-sung had hoped for. They are on a busy street just as he planned. Passers-by thought there was actually a movie being filmed here, and one of the actors looked a lot like Park Kang-han, while the old man was some kind of model. The old man said that since there were so many eyes here, there was nothing he could do, and since that was the case, he offered to return to the subject. Unexpectedly, Oh Yunsen suddenly started to move, surprising the old man. Oh Yunsen told the old man that if the man was the person he was thinking of, now is the time to apologize, because this kind of action is absolutely unacceptable. The old man assumed that Oh Yunsen had just gotten rid of his paralysis due to the circulation of energy in his body. Oh Yunsen explained to the old man that he was the one here who asked the questions, then asked the old man if he always did things without paying attention to others. Oh Yunsen mentally scolded as overcoming this paralysis was agonizing. The old man said that he just went along with Oh Yunsen's request, and that it was Oh Yunsen who asked him for a face-to-face meeting. And if things went the way he wanted them to, no matter how many people were here, Oh Yunsen would never even open his mouth. Oh Yunsen reminded him that he was actually quite talkative right now. The old man laughed and told Oh Yunsen that he was a pretty funny kid, after which he asked permission to introduce himself and said that his name was Jin Wee-baek, and as Oh Yunsen had assumed, he was the master of those guys from the Chu family. Oh Yunsen was astonished that the chairman of Tens and also one of the Elite 10 had actually appeared to him. He had never dared to think that a person of such a status would suddenly come to see him in person. Jin Wee-baek admitted that he hadn't planned anything like this, and that he just wanted to see Oh Yun-sung's abilities firsthand, as he and his body were a complete reflection of the work he had done. Oh Yun-sung remembered how he had flatly refused to become his disciple. But he was like Lee Jae-hak, who acted childishly and came to him personally. Oh Yunsen told the old man that if he wanted to talk to him, he should apologize to him first. Jin Wee-baek was surprised to hear this, and Oh Yunsen reminded him how he and his mentor had been insulted, and he must apologize for today, a condition under which Oh Yunsen would agree to talk. Oh Yunsen explained that once he did that, they could talk as much as they wanted. Otherwise, Jin Wee-baek coughed. He asked in a sharp seriousness, how would Oh Yunsen act if he refused to apologize? And what would he be able to do in such a case? Oh Yunsen replied that if the man refused, he would just call the police. After a short pause, Jin Wee-baek couldn't help but laugh out loud. He called Oh Yunsen funny and asked him where he wanted to call. The kid in front of him turned out to be a real asshole who knows how to act even when he's completely outclassed. And that's with him standing right in front of him, which was good. It was just fine. Oh Yunsen said that if Jin Wee-baek didn't have anything to say, he would just leave. Jin Wee-baek asked him to wait, because they still had nothing to say, and holding out a box he offered Oh Yunsen a deal. Jin Wee-baek asked if he wanted to make a deal with him. Oh Yunsen inquired why would he agree to his bet, to which Jin Wee-baek replied that he wasn't going to apologize for nothing and meet his conditions. He offered to think it over for himself. No matter how special the rabbit was among his brothers, the lion wouldn't care about it at all. Oh Yunsen asked if he's trying to say that since he's superior to him, there's no need to apologize. To which Jin Wee-baek replied that that wasn't really true, and that he just meant that he would only apologize when Oh Yun-sun reached his level. Oh Yun-sung wondered if that was really the case. After all, he himself doesn't have to live up to the old man's expectations. Jin Wee-baek said that since he couldn't do anything about it, Oh Yun-sung would just hide with his tail between his legs, which is the way weak people survive. He said that he understands this very well himself. Jin Wee-baek chuckled as he looked at Oh Yun-sun's sour face and asked what his answer would be about the bet between them. If Oh Yun-seong wins, he will apologize to him and his mentor and give him something. Jin Wee-baek said that if Oh Yun-song finds out what is in that box, he will surely be surprised. Oh Yun-song asked what would happen if he lost. He replied that Oh Yun-sun would become his disciple. Now Oh Yun-song realized that this was the reason why the old man had come to him. He asked him why he should bother to come all the way out here. Since the old man was still willing to do it, he decided to tell him about the bet, in case he could interest Oh Yun-sun. They will do the exact opposite. He runs away and Oh Yun-sun attacks. On his part, however, no attacks are to be made, and if Oh Yun-sung ever fouls him, he will win. Jin Wee-baek advised Oh Yun-sun not to even try to take the boxes away from him, and asked him to be no stranger to any means of hurting him. Oh Yun-sun agreed to the bet. Jin Wee-baek was pleased with the kid's decision, and admitted that he knew he was a nice kid, and offered Oh Yun-sun a change of scenery. But the latter refused and offered to do it here. Hearing this, Jin Wee-baek laughed and asked if the kid was too presumptuous. Jin Wee-baek said he has never lost a bet. Oh Yun-sung said that there is a first time for everything. Oh Yun-sun said that since picking up the box seemed like the easier option, he decided to do just that. And to do so, he should just blink while looking at it. Jin Wee-baek told Oh Yun-sun that he was being presumptuous if he thought he could do it, because there was no way he could. Before Jin Wee-baek could finish, he noticed that the box had disappeared from his hand. While Jin Wee-baek was trying to realize what was happening, Oh Yun-sun took the opportunity and swung for a punch before placing his fingers on his forehead. Oh Yun-sun said he met 2 whole conditions at a time, which means he won, even though he had won, but for some reason, a shiver ran through Oh Yun-sun's body. This time, even the people around them started to shiver, and some even suggested that it was the weather. Oh Yun-sun couldn't even move while feeling such an incredible energy. Jin Wee-baek asked, how did he manage to do that? Oh Yun-sun reminded him that he himself had asked him not to fool around, and that was why he had pulled his aces out of his sleeve. Jin Wee-baek asked Oh Yun-sun to explain it now, if he wasn't afraid of losing his fingers, of course. Pulling out his fingers, Oh Yun-sun asked if he wanted details. If he decided not to fulfill his part of the bargain, they would just go back to the beginning. Jin Wee-baek said that this would be the very beginning. And since that's the case, what would happen if he didn't agree to go along with Oh Yun-sun's tricks? Oh Yun-sun replied that in that case, he wasted his time on an old man who can't even keep his own words. Suddenly, Jin Wee-baek laughed again. He told Oh Yun-sun that he had stiffed him and wasn't even scared, to which he didn't even have anything to reply. He had no idea that he, who was considered the most undefeated for the past few decades, lost to some brat. That was fine, and therefore he's willing to admit that he lost to that sly bastard. Oh Yun-song has the box, so Jin Wee-baek asked him to show it to him. Oh Yun-sun used the slot to get the box out, which looked like magic from the outside. And even Jin Wee-baek was amazed by this. He immediately asked what this technique was, to which Oh Yun-sun replied that he didn't have to tell him anything, whereupon the old man called him a damn bastard. Jin Wee-baek asked Oh Yun-sun not to open this box for the time being, and in general, until direct use, it was best to avoid the contents coming into contact with the air. Oh Yun-sun inquired if Jin Wee-baek could have slipped him some kind of drug, to which Jin Wee-baek replied that he didn't have to say anything. Not a word was said about the contents inside, and if Oh Yun-sun wanted to eat the contents, he could do so right now. Jin Wee-baek assumed that Oh Yun-sun was wondering if there was medicine inside, or a dangerous poison. Oh Yun-sun turned away from the old man thinking about how childish it was. Since they were done with their bet, Jin Wee-baek suggested they part ways on that. But to his misfortune, Oh Yun-sung asked what the man was talking about. After all, Jin Wee-baek still hadn't apologized. Jin Wee-baek said in Chinese that he didn't know Korean. After which, Oh Yun-sung shrieked that as soon as he was cornered, he immediately switched to Chinese. Oh Yun-sun offered to just apologize, after which they would finally part ways, but the man kept trying to pretend that he didn't know about any apology or reason to do so. Isn't this brat trying to tell the great Jin Wee-park to apologize? At this moment, pride surged in Jin Wee-baek and he pounced on Oh Yun-sun. Jin Wee-baek's rational thinking completely gave way to his pride, causing him to attack Oh Yun-sun. He did it all on instinct. Jin Wee-baek grabbed Oh Yun-sung and immediately fled. Passers-by were trying to figure out where the two men had gone. Some people wanted to take some pictures with Oh Yun-sung. Some people even thought that the old man had kidnapped him. The next morning, Oh Yun-sun woke up on a bench in the park and immediately swore at the damn old man. Oh Yun-sun wondered what he had done to him, and did that mean that the old man had just run away? When Oh Yun-sun stood up, he noticed that there was a box lying beside him and a note underneath it. At the beginning of the note, Jin Wee-baek asked Oh Yun-sun to read it to the end. He said that he had something urgent that he had to leave. He asked him not to think he was just running away because it was really urgent. Inside the box were medicines that Oh Yun-sung could use if he wanted to, but they couldn't be stored for long because they would lose their power. After that, he explained that he had adjusted his energy flow so that Oh Yun-sun would be able to move more easily and his energy would circulate more efficiently. At the end, he wrote that Oh Yun-sun would thank him for this someday, and that they would meet soon, so they would fulfill what they had promised each other. Judging from the note, this old guy really knows Korean very well indeed. P.S. Jin Wee-baek asked Oh Yun-sung not to misunderstand him, and he really didn't run away, even though he knows Korean, but the old man's writing is just awful. Yoo Ji-suk asked Chu Sojin if he was even aware of how much time had passed. They've been waiting for the master for hours, so how much longer should they wait for him? Chu Sojin replied that he would be coming soon, whereupon Yoo Ji-suk reminded the one that Chu Sojin had said that many times before. Besides, he has a tight schedule to follow. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. Looking at the old man, Yoo Ji-suk wondered if it could be that this person was the chairman of TENS, Jin Wee-baek. Jin Wee-baek asked Yoo Ji-suk if he was staring at him too hard. Immediately after, Yoo Ji-suk bowed to him and apologized for that, and acknowledged that it was a great honor to meet him in person. After which he introduced himself as the CEO of Gungon, Yoo Ji-suk. In order to obtain Jin Wee-baek's knowledge, Yoo Ji-suk was willing to do whatever he could. Realizing what Gungon's director, Yoo Ji-suk, is all about, Jin Wee-baek said that he understands everything. Yoo Ji-suk told the master again that he was honored to meet him today. Jin Wee-baek said it was the same here. Anyway, since that one had seen his face, maybe that would be enough? Jin Wee-baek turned around and motioned for Chu Sujin to get out of here, and the latter asked the master in surprise, what did the master mean? Jin Wee-baek explained that he was feeling a little tired after meeting an unexpectedly smart but rude kid, and so he was going to get a proper night's sleep. After realizing that his opportunity was leaving, Yoo Ji-suk caught up with Jin Wee-baek and asked him to wait, because he had been waiting here for hours to see him. Whereupon he grabbed the old man by the shoulder and said that if he would just leave. Without thinking for his actions, Yoo Ji-suk made one of the biggest mistakes of his life. Jin Wee-baek instinctively released his aura, causing Yoo Ji-suk to be startled and jerked his hand away. Yoo Ji-suk wondered, what was that murderous look? He felt as if he was about to give up his life. After a few seconds, Jin Wee-baek's face regained its former indifference, after which he reminded Yoo Ji-suk that he was tired for today. Of course, he recognizes Yoo Ji-suk's desire to learn from him, and so he decides to tell him something. Yoo Ji-suk is just a dog. Only Yoo Ji-suk was about to argue with this, as Jin Wee-baek explained that dogs should only eat what their master feeds them, and not just holding onto the owner's hand. Jin Wee-baek said that he hopes Yoo Ji-suk remembers this, because he personally doesn't like it when dogs bite his hands. After finishing with the explanations, Jin Wee-baek along with Chu Sojin left, leaving Yoo Ji-suk behind. Walking outside, Jin Wee-baek said that just as he had thought earlier, this guy was not like that brat. But there was nothing wrong with that. Jin Wee-baek asked Chu Sojin if he wanted to say something to him. Chu Sojin said that this person they had met was one of the top 3 strongest people in this country, and perhaps it might have been too hard for him. Jin Wee-baek said that there was no use for him, which embarrassed Chu Sojin. Jin Wee-baek explained that the man's eyes lacked any kind of fervor and that he was useless, and his potential was quite average. Chu Sojin couldn't understand what his master was talking about, as he suddenly recalled the master talking about meeting an interesting person along the way. Jin Wee-baek replied that he went to see that brat, Oh Yun-sun. Chu Sojin said that he understood everything now, and assumed that Jin Wee-baek was quite satisfied with their meeting. After which, the latter said that everything was fine. Watching the master's demeanor, Chu Sojin realized that Oh Yun-sun had managed to make a strong impression on the master. Chu Sojin asked that everything went well in Henan province, to which Jin Weibek replied that it wasn't an easy ride, but he still managed to get it. Chu Sojin shrieked in joy, for it was a good sign. But after a second, Jin Weibek said that it was now out of his hands since he had given it to that lousy guy. Chu Sojin asked if he was referring to Oh Yun-sun when he spoke of the lousy man. It could only mean that Oh Yun-sun really liked Master, except to give a healing orb that was considered a great ancient treasure. Sweating in embarrassment, Jin Weibek said that was the case. Chu Sojin suggested that Master didn't want to give away so much. July 19th, 1:02 p.m. Now Oh Yun-song himself will be able to dive on the other side of the dimensional rift. There's only one way back. In 19 hours, a rift point will be created 52 kilometers from here, and Oh Yun-sun must reach the specified location before the rift closes completely. The goal of his first dive is to reach that point alive and return to this world. Gadget detection, shoulder camcorder functions without any issues. Since everything is good so far, Oh Yun-sun said to start the examination. Oh Yun-sun met his first group of monsters in the rift. They were viper monkeys from level 2 to level 3. Oh Yun-sun turned on auto-hunting and rushed into a group of viper monkeys. As soon as Oh Yun-sun approached, a group of viper monkeys immediately rushed at him. But once they were too close one-on-one, Oh Yun-sun suddenly found himself starting to run backwards. Oh Yun-sun was trying to figure out what was happening now and why the auto-hunter had started to run away. After all, someone like a viper monkey should be an easy target. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun's body reached into the satchel and pulled out the box given to him by Jin Weibek. Except why is the auto-hunter doing this? As it turned out, the items inside the box were phytotherapy. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun's body pulled the pill into his mouth against his will. And just as he was about to swallow the pill, he suddenly stumbled. Then he crashed straight into a rock. While Oh Yun-song was lying on the ground, the viper monkeys took the chance to surround him. Suddenly, the veins on Oh Yun-sun's body swelled up, and he began to feel extreme pain, causing him to scream. Meanwhile, Jin Weibek and Chu Sojin were watching the news. It had already been 20 minutes since Hunter Park Kanhenshi had entered the rift, and operations near the said rift had been declared successful. Noticing Chu Sojin's strange behavior, Jin Weibek asked if he wanted to say something. Chu Sojin asked if they should prepare for the case. And why isn't Oh Yun-sun coming back? Jin Weibek assumed that Oh Yun-song was just preparing for something. Chu Sojin reminded the master that they must take the treasure away from him, for this medicine contained over 20,000 units of ki. Jin Weibek set the bowl down and told Chu Sojin that he's just a nerd. And of course, he's not the only one who makes the wrong assumption. Jin Weibek explained that when it starts to be digested by the body, it's only natural that it starts to generate it, except that it was nothing more than fuel. Chu Sojin was astonished to hear Master call it just fuel. Just as suddenly, Jin Weibek clapped his hands together while frightening Chu Sojin, after which Jin Weibek explained that once one accepts this treasure, it will immediately begin to circulate inside the body, and then the ki will disappear. Chu Sojin asked, what happens to the user's body in such a case? Jin Weibek replied that he doesn't know the answer to that himself, but when he received it the first time, he gained control over his bloodlust. When he took the second, his body underwent changes to strengthen his weak skeletal structure. To simplify, it strengthens what the user's body needs the most. That's why he doesn't know what will happen to the body of this little brat. Jin Weibek suggested that there's even a possibility that Oh Yun-song went to heaven without going through such horrible pain. But for now, they can only sit and watch. He did make a promise to that bastard, and he's definitely wondering what's going to happen next. A while later, Oh Yun-sung finally regained consciousness, even though he was surrounded by viper monkeys not long ago. Looking around, he saw a huddled group of viper monkeys and wondered what had happened here. As he suddenly realized that this all happened after the drug, he was fighting for his life against viper monkeys with the help of auto-hunting. As suddenly Oh Yun-sung remembered the time and immediately looked at his watch. Unfortunately, he only had 4 hours left. Things were bad, for if he didn't make it back in time to the return point, he would be stuck here. Oh Yun-sung jumped towards the return point as he suddenly flew upwards. Oh Yun-sung was trying to figure out what had happened to his body. Then he would simply faint as he used too much ki. But now his body was as light as a feather. The effect of the medicine was truly incredible. Oh Yun-sung ran towards the return point while checking his new body. He became much faster than before, and he also started to feel much better being without the armor. It was too weird. Apparently, the reason for this is due to his body changes. as since his body has gotten bigger, the suit has started to seem more and more unnatural. After absorbing the medicine, Oh Yunsen began to feel fantastic. Most importantly, with his new speed, he would be able to get to the return point on time, a short while later. With only 4 kilometers to go, Oh Yunsen felt that he would definitely be able to get there at this pace. He was glad that he could return to the real world. Losing consciousness and barely coming back alive on his first dive is pretty embarrassing. He had prepared so much for this day, but it had all turned out to be for nothing. Plus, it was weird. Why would the auto hunter force-feed him that medicine? The viper monkeys posed no threat to him even before taking the medicine. Suddenly, there was a flash in the sky. This was it. The flash signaling the point of return, and most likely they were all already waiting for it. Team Sukyung, one of the 2 F4Ts with a high cohesion team. They are responsible for securing the return point during this dive. And these were the people that had been waiting for Oh Yunsen's return, which surprised him greatly. One of the Sukyung took off his helmet and asked if he was Oh Yunsen. To which Oh Yunsen replied that it was him, and asked if they were really Sukyung team members. The commander noticed that Oh Yun-sung was not wearing equipment and asked if he was injured. Oh Yunsen replied that he had some difficulties, but his body was fine. The commander offered to help Oh Yunsen get to the hospital, but he declined and said they didn't have to do that. Suddenly, Commander Sukyung betrayed Oh Yunsen by hitting him with all his might. Immediately afterward, he threw another punch that threw Oh Yunsen off. Coughing, Oh Yunsen asked if it was an ambush. The commander said that it was all useless as Oh Yunsen would not be able to move for a while, and he would also never be able to use his aura again as his aura flow had to be completely destroyed. After which he said he would get his way and asked, where was that wooden box that should be with him? He asked Oh Yunsen not to think as if he would be able to lie, because they already had enough proof that he was the successor of the Heavenly Demon. After hearing about the Heavenly Demon, Oh Yunsen wondered if he was related to that old man. The commander ordered Oh Yunsen to speak, otherwise he would just die. But Oh Yunsen interrupted him, saying that it was all because of them. After that, he rose to his feet. The commander wondered how it had happened since he had made sure to hit the center of his aura. But even so, he managed to stand up. Oh Yunsen thought that it was all because of people like this. This is the reason why the auto hunt suddenly fed him the medicine. The auto hunt sensed the presence of people that wished to hunt him. Oh Yunsen wondered how much more trouble this old man was going to give him. And didn't he just want to say that he had ruined his first dive because of something so trivial? Oh Yunsen asked the soldier if he thought it was some kind of martial arts fiction. And doesn't he think it will be exactly as he wished? Where's the wooden box? This is the perfect time to show it off. The commander said that it was well within the scope of what they expected of him, and so he said that they would now take Oh Yunsen by force. The commander ordered the soldiers to take the formation. Immediately afterward, Sukyung's soldiers quickly surrounded Oh Yunsen so that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The commander called this formation the Sky Field of the Cutting Star Trail, after which he ordered the attack and the soldiers immediately started attacking Oh Yunsen. But to their surprise, he managed to dodge all the attacks. Back on the ground, Oh Yunsen pulled out a gun and shot one of them right in the head. But because his helmet was too strong, he wasn't able to do any damage. Just as suddenly, one of the soldiers tried to knock Oh Yunsen down, forcing him to retreat. Feeling superior to the game, the commander laughed out loud, after which he turned to Oh Yunsen and explained that they knew he was far from the wimp they had seen in the video. However, their formation was clearly not something to be mocked. And that means that Oh Yunsen is finished. The commander said that Oh Yun-sung looked like he was fighting against an organized team for the first time. Besides, they had already scrutinized his movements, and from now on, they will hunt him down. Raising his hand, the commander ordered his prey to be subdued. Immediately afterward, the soldiers took out whips and attacked Oh Yunsen with them. Although Oh Yun-sung tried to dodge them, he still received damage from them. In order to save himself, Oh Yun-sung started running and shooting back at Sukyung's soldiers. But it was all in vain, and the soldiers damaged Oh Yunsen time after time. Oh Yunsen abruptly turned around and fired several times at the enemies, but all of his bullets flew past. The commander asked Oh Yunsen how it felt. He suggested that he could not get a feel for the distance to the target. While spider steps are an amazing technique, it's completely useless if he has nowhere to turn around. The commander ordered the soldiers not to give Oh Yunsen any respite by conducting continuous attacks. To do this, they must use a club with a whip, attacking him from any distance. By doing so, they will be able to confuse his sense of distance, due to which he will be unable to do anything. Gaylor's gun? It's just a trinket, especially when he won't hit anything while trying to dodge an attack. As soon as Oh Yun-sung lets his guard down, they'll take control of him immediately. The soldiers continued to corral Oh Yun-sun, while all his shots were absolutely useless. The commander said that this was his end. Just as suddenly, the bullets fired by Oh Yun-sun began to take off. After which, the bullets fired by Oh Yun-sun began to circle the battlefield, causing utter chaos. The commander was trying to figure out what had just happened, because out of nowhere, bullets started flying from the ground. Oh Yun-sun explained that this key was called Parasite. Though this is the first time he's managed multiple bullets like this, it was much better than he expected it to be. It was simply impossible. The commander couldn't believe that Oh Yun-sun had managed to predict the movements of their formation. Moreover, all this time he hadn't even been aiming at them and was purposely shooting at the ground. And what the hell kind of thing is called a key parasite? He'd seen Oh Yun-sung shoot in a similar manner during the demonstration, but it wasn't as powerful then as it was now. To Oh Yun-sun's surprise, the KI parasite didn't use up as much ki as he had expected. And yet during the demonstration he was tired even after one shot. Could his ki have increased? It was probably different, because the energy circulation in his entire body had completely changed after taking the medicine. Oh Yun-sun could clearly feel his body effectively circulating energy internally, increasing its output. Oh Yun-sun asked the commander why they shouldn't talk while they had the chance. Right after that, the commander asked him why someone as experienced as him would obey an evil person like Jinwi Baek. Oh Yun-sun replied that he had nothing to do with the man, much less did he even know what the commander's relationship with him was. But at the same time, he can't forgive him for trying to ruin his hunting career. The commander asked if the man was going to kill him, to which he replied that he was not going to. And besides, all the actions of Suk-young's team were recorded by his action camera, through which he can simply report the incident with the video as evidence. Oh Yun-sun said that he wasn't actually going to kill anyone, after which he took a swing. And with a punch to the face, he knocked out squad leader Suk-young. Afterward, Oh Yun-sun said that he was completely sure that he had already mentioned his unwillingness to be in any martial arts faction. That was the end of their band's story. The leader of the group, Suk-young, or whoever they thought was the leader all along, was arrested for questioning. It was clear that he was a Chinese hunter who had been interrogated. But he did not say anything about why he was the one who tried to kill Oh Yun-sun. However, judging from the investigation, Suk-young's team had the support of the president of a major Chinese corporation, an ancient dragon master of 10,000 works, ranked 4th in the Elite 10. Just as recorded on his action camera, Oh Yun-sun was only involved in the investigation as a victim of the incident, and no other specific comments were made by him. Since the investigation was unable to find out the exact motive for the perpetrator's actions, this incident is still unresolved. After a short time of waiting, the one Oh Yun-sun had been waiting for finally showed up. Jinwi Baek said that's pretty interesting. If Oh Yun-sun had said a little more, he wouldn't be here. Oh Yun-sun said that's probably true, and they even found out who was behind the incident. Jinwi Baek decided to speak up about what Oh Yun-sun was asking. He admitted that he had thought about it over and over again. Oh Yun-sun asked him to continue, and Jinwi Baek said he doesn't think he can apologize to his master as it's just unacceptable. Oh Yun-sun didn't say anything but coldly glanced at the old man. Jinwi Baek said that since this happened, what is the one going to do with him now? Looking up at the sky, Oh Yun-sun replied that this was correct, whereupon he rose and said that he did not think this was the proper place to talk, and therefore he asked to follow him. Kim Sung-uk's house. While waiting for Oh Yun-sung, Kim Sung-uk had already set the table, except that the thought of eating kimchi tofu alone with a man seemed wrong to him. As he suddenly heard a knock on the door, Kim Sung-uk immediately guessed that it was Oh Yun-sung, and so he was not surprised by his arrival. But before entering, Oh Yun-sun said that although it was unexpected, he would like to invite one more person to their meal today. Kim Sung-uk replied that he was fine with it, as there was no reason why they couldn't do it. But seeing his new guest, Kim Sung-uk froze. He wondered if he was serious. This old man's sense of style was total crap. What's with the shirt and the sunglasses? Kim Sung-uk invited the guests inside and said that, although there wasn't much there, he still offered to sit at the table, after which they all gathered around the dinner table. But in the end, all they did was sit with silence hanging in the air. Kim Sung-uk was trying to figure out what was going on, and why wasn't anyone talking? Or should he be the first to say something? Kim Sung-uk asked Oh Yun-sung what his relationship is with this person, and could it be his grandfather? He replied that it wasn't really about that, but before he explained, he urgently needs to go to the bathroom, and so Oh Yun-sun stood up and stepped back. Now the only people left at the table were Kim Sunguk and an old man with terrible fashion taste. Kim Sunguk wondered what he should say to this old man. Suddenly, the old man was the first to speak to Sunguk. The old man asked if Kim Sunguk had anything to drink. Green tea would be good here. Kim Sunguk was a little surprised at such a request, but still said he didn't have much, so he asked him to wait for a while. Afterward, Kim Sunguk went to make tea. Feeling the old man's gaze on him, Kim Sunguk tried to understand why the man was doing this. Unexpectedly, the old man said he just had a fantastic body structure. Kim Sunguk apologized to the old man as he might have misunderstood him, and the man explained that he meant to say that Kim Sunguk's body was just great. Jinwi Baek took off his glasses and said it was much better than what he expected to see. And that's probably the reason why that brat Oh Yoon-song brought him here. Jinwi Baek approached Kim Sunguk and asked for his hand, but the latter hesitated and apologized, asking why he needed it. Jinwi Baek said that thanks to Oh Yoon-song, he didn't get dragged into unfortunate trouble, and therefore he thinks this would be a great way to repay him. He said there's nothing wrong with it and asked him to just show his hand. Since the other one was so insistent, Kim Sunguk slowly raised his hand while thinking about it. Suddenly, Jinwi Baek grabbed his hand and squeezed it, after which a glow began to emanate from Kim Sunguk's hand. Kim Sunguk felt the energy begin to circulate in his body again. Except that it was impossible, because he usually felt a lot of pain when he did that. After that incident, his energy flow was completely destroyed, but this old man had controlled it enough to restore the flow. Kim Sunguk wondered who the old man really was. At the same moment, Oh Yunsen came out of the restroom. Looking at his hands, Kim Sunguk wondered, what was that just now? Kim Sunguk asked the old man if it was because he had just injected energy into his body, and he immediately confirmed it. It was exactly what he thought it was, and as long as the defenses he had placed around the stream were still in place, he would be able to use it. Though that would only be for a few minutes at best. Hearing this, Kim Sunguk smirked. Kim Sunguk used the energy of his core, causing his body to increase in size. And a moment later, he was on the other side of the room. For the first time in years, Kim Sunguk was able to use core energy normally again. Even though Oh Yunsen was watching the teacher, but he actually didn't even notice any movements when he used that technique. Could it be that these were the real spider steps? Kim Sunguk looked at his hands again. It was indeed his body, and it could once again move the way he wanted. Kim Sunguk addressed Yoon Song-shi and Sir for coming to visit, after which he admitted that he didn't know what the matter was, but he was grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. Jinwi Baek asked Kim Sunguk why he shouldn't go for a walk now, and the latter happily agreed with the well-wisher. Kim Sunguk smiled, having managed to circulate the core energy in his body unhindered once again. And a moment later, he jumped out the window. Jinwi Baek suggested that Kim Sunguk feels as if he has gotten back the legs that were once cut off. It's hard for someone with such potential to live like a normal person for 3 years. Jinwi Baek decided to call it a day and put his glasses back on. Afterward, he asked Oh Yunsen if he had anything to say to him. Oh Yunsen asked if he wanted to make a deal with him, which clearly interested the old man. Since the one wanted to negotiate, Jinwi Baek admitted that he already guessed what the one wanted to talk about, namely that person's recovery. Oh Yun-sung nodded, after which he asked if Jinwi Baek could give Kim Sunguk the same as him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jinwi Baek asked, "Didn't he mention that this thing was too damn expensive?" "Oh, and it's almost impossible to get it. And besides, he's leaving this country on an evening flight today, so he doesn't have time." Jinwi Baek suggested that Oh Yunsen think about it and tell him what he wanted again. Oh Yunsen said all the things Jinwi Baek said. He wants to restore the teacher's strength. The costs, however, he is willing to reimburse himself. That's his deal. Jinwi Baek asked if Oh Yun-song thought that if he said something, Jinwi Baek would immediately fulfill his request. And does he know him well? And does he trust him? Oh Yun-song answered no to the old man's questions. Afterward, he said he believed in his own worth. But before doing so, he should warn that requests such as going under him as an apprentice, he is not willing to accept. Jinwi Baek said that there are too many buts for a person offering a deal. After which Oh Yunsen explained that he is a hunter, not a rogue, and that's why he won't agree to something he knows he can't do. But if Jinwi Baek insists on something impossible, the way out is over there. Jinwi Baek huffed, creating a pause in their conversation. Then he fixed his glasses, hiding a smile, and said he agreed. After a while, the door creaked open, and then Kim Sunguk, who was already tired but satisfied, came into the apartment, surprised at himself because he had been walking for an hour. Oh Yunsun turned to the teacher, whereupon the teacher asked where the man he had brought was. Oh Yunsung replied that the old man had already left. Kim Sung-guk was in a bad mood because he didn't even thank him properly. And what an amazing way to cover the channels with energy. He had never even considered such a thing before. And now, he didn't even think he'd ever be able to run like this again. After drinking the drink, Kim Sung-guk said that it's for real. The last hour had been his happiest in 3 years, and to want more was excessive greed. Kim Sung-guk looked at the table and noticed that Oh Yunsun hadn't eaten and asked him to wait for a while he warmed things up. Oh Yun-song turned to the teacher again. Kim Sung-guk inquired about what he wanted to tell him, and Oh Yun-song said that he had talked to an old man that had been here recently, and they talked about a way to restore his body. A soul-scraping silence once again hung in the room. Kim Sung-guk bowed his head in thought, after which he suggested that this method is not free. And how could he not know it himself? For he had visited so many places in the last 3 years in search of a way to heal, but the result was always the same. It was impossible. However, that man has divine control of the aura, and if I admit it, he himself did not expect such a thing. And of course, he had already guessed who it was. Oh Yunsun had somehow managed to bring one of the elite 10 here. Oh Yunsun turned to the teacher, but the man threw his hands aside and said that such a big fish would never offer to heal him for free. And it's almost certainly a ploy aimed at keeping Oh Yun-song away. Kim Sung-guk asked if that was the case. Kim Sung-guk turned to Oh Yun-song-shi and asked him not to place such a burden on himself. But Oh Yun-song turned to the teacher again and said that the price was not really that great. Kim Sung-guk slapped the table and shrieked that it didn't matter to him because he was already satisfied with what he had gotten today. Kim Sung-guk told Oh Yunsun that the price for something like this can't be small. It is not cheap to heal this kind of disorder in the body, and he knows it very well. Oh Yunsun said he's actually fine. But Kim Sung-guk roared and said again that he didn't need it. He said he was fine, after which he repeated again that he was fine. And so he asked why Oh Yunsun then. Oh Yunsun raised his hand and explained that the condition was to do it 5 times. The contract with tens and participation in the hunt at the Chinese base 5 times? That's it. Monster parts, profits, and other things are on the same terms as with QR. Participating in the China base hunt, Kim Sung-guk said it turns out. Oh Yun-song interrupted the teacher and said instead that this is the deal of the century. Father Yunsun reminded us that gaining experience in another country is a fantastic opportunity for any hunter. Since that's the case, Kim Sung-guk said they should study the contract and see if there are any regulations in the fine print. But Oh Yun-song said it was too late for that, and that he shouldn't bother doing that. He has already settled with Jin Wee-baek, and now Kim Sung-guk is no longer his representative. Kim Sung-guk was stunned by what he had just heard. Unable to contain his emotions, Kim Sung-guk knocked the chair down with a punch of his hand. He then grabbed and lifted Oh Yunsun by the collar. Getting close to his face, Kim Sung-guk asked if it was a joke, to which Oh Yun-song replied that he was being completely honest. Kim Sung-guk reminded his apprentice that he had agreed to his candidacy until he became a great hunter. But now what? As soon as things didn't go well for him, the bastard would do as he pleased. Oh Yunsun explained that the situation had changed because now he would be able to heal his body. Kim Sung-guk again said that he was doing well, after which he asked, Oh Yun-sung, who is he to make decisions in his place, and why? Kim Sung-guk's face crinkled due to anger and resentment. Oh Yun-seong reminded Kim Sung-guk that when he became his mentor, he said, don't make me look like an idiot. But now he was starting to act stupid himself, just like a fool who doesn't know what he wants. When he came back from his walk, he drank water instead of beer. He's the same person who's been drinking it since his job went away. Kim Sung-guk asked if it was working. Kim Sung-guk removed his mentor's hand before grabbing him by the shoulders and sitting him down on a chair. Oh Yun-sung asked, giving Kim Sung-guk a look, for he had already determined for himself what he really wanted, and it was nothing less than healing, running, to get things back to normal. Kim Sung-guk clenched his teeth trying to find the words. But Oh Yunsun asked him not to get too worked up and just start going to therapy starting tomorrow. And once he returns from China, they will be a team together again. Kim Sung-guk asked how he could know what might happen to Oh Yun-song in China, to which the latter replied that it was no longer his concern. After that, he let Kim Sung-guk go and asked him not to take credit for his debt. And besides, the contract with TENS is a great opportunity for career advancement, while Hung Nim's healing is just a simple addition to it. Kim Sung-guk leaned over, contemplating how he should be. Afterward, Oh Yun-song asked what could happen to him. Oh, and Kim Sung-guk himself should know that he's not that easy to beat. Even if it's not China, he'll still be fine. Therefore, Kim Sung-guk should just wait for it and believe it. After he finished, Oh Yunsun walked out of the apartment and slammed the door. Afterward, Kim Sung-guk was left alone with his thoughts and worries. Kim Sung-guk said Oh Yun-sung asked to believe in him and wait for. He then covered his eyes with his hand and said with a smirk, the asshole was now making a tough guy out of himself. A week later, the day of departure, International Airport. Journalists all wanted to know about the terms of Oh Yunsun's contract with TENS, for him to comment on being one of the first solo hunters to contract with China and other things. But Oh Yunsun ignored them and silently walked to his plane. Journalists are so out of breath because of the latest cases that they're almost bursting at the seams with work. Both the press release and the exit from the country at the same time, nobody does that. The girl wondered if he would be all right. After all, on his last dive he had captured a Chinese hunter and turned him over for questioning. A lot of people are still talking about it. The brunette journalist replied that it was like that. That incident came as a shock to the Chinese hunters. One of their experienced Chinese colleagues lost to a Korean colleague. The girl became even more worried as Oh Yun-sung decided to go to China before the situation settled down. Afterward, the third reporter said that it was as if Oh Yun-sun was entering the tiger's den himself. This guy really has a heart of steel. It's been a whole week and Oh Yun-sung still hasn't received any message from Sung-guk Hyungnim. Does that mean he's still concerned about the situation? Not even a minute later, Sung-guk Hyungnim suddenly called him, so also by video call. As soon as Oh Yun-sung answered, Kim Sung-guk saluted him and asked if he was late with the call. And had he already boarded the plane? But Oh Yun-sung didn't say anything. Kim Sung-guk asked why he didn't say anything, because it made him feel uncomfortable. Oh Yun-sung replied that the point was that Sung-guk Hyung-nim was looking too good right now for someone who hadn't been in touch for a while. Sung-guk Kim laughed and asked if the other person really thought that. After lowering the camera a bit, Kim Sung-guk offered Oh Yun-sun a look at the result of his returned training. And at a pretty good pace, as if he had started working again. Since the plane was about to leave, he wanted to say a few words to Oh Yun-sun. He hasn't been to China himself and he doesn't know much. How much different China will be, and where it learned everything it knows. Holding out his fist to the camera, Kim Sung-guk told Oh Yun-sun to show those bastards who was in charge. Oh Yun-sun grinned and said that he understood. Shanghai, China, Shanghai Hotel, the VIP room on the top floor. Oh Yun-sun's heart thumped at the sight of all this luxury. This room is too ridiculous and also unnecessarily luxurious. Suddenly the door creaked, and then a girl entered the room. She bowed and asked Oh Yun-sung-nim how he was doing. Afterward, she said she hoped he would like it here. Oh Yun-sun replied that he really liked it here and the girl said it was wonderful. The girl introduced herself as So-yu from TENS, and she explained that she would be his guide and that she was in charge of making the schedule for his stay here. If he needed anything, she asked him not to be shy about it and to ask her right away. Oh Yun-sun was surprised that such a young-looking girl was already a tour guide. Then he caught himself and said to himself that he shouldn't judge people by their appearance. Oh Yun-sung thanked Seo-yu and said that he only had one request for now. Seo-yu explained that she was just the person who would be responsible for his well-being while he was here. Oh Yun-sun said that he would like to meet Jinwi Baekum-shi as Seo-yu suddenly flinched. But without noticing it, Oh Yun-sun revealed that he never had the chance to meet him after coming to China. Yusi asked what the man said and more importantly, he called Jinwi Baek a shield. Oh Yun-sun asked if there are any problems with that. Yusi explained that their great teacher was no friend of Oh Yun-sun, and that it was impolite to speak his sacred name carelessly like that. Oh Yun-sun was surprised by Seo-yu's words, and she also called him a great master. Oh Yun-sun wondered if this old man was leading a sect here. Oh Yun-sun explained that he is in a business relationship with Jinwi Baekum-shi, and that's why he calls him what he thinks he should. Suddenly, Seo-yu became enraged and called Oh Yun-sung an uncontrollable bastard. After that, she got into a stance. Oh Yun-sun was trying to figure out what the hell had happened. Could it be that this old man was being worshipped here as if he was a sacred being or something? And yet, Seo-yu is ranking him lower than her. He knew it would turn out this way from the start, though. Oh Yun-sun said it was nice, which surprised the girl. Since she wanted it so badly, Oh Yun-sun offered to fight with her. But he asked for her to mean that he was ready to fight at any time. But she must also not forget her responsibility for further consequences. Seo-yu shuddered and began to pour sweat because of the terrifying pressure from Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yun-seong admitted that he wanted to fight her back the moment she released her aura, but he didn't, all because he's trying to respect the business relationship he has with Tens. And it wouldn't do him any good to fight her, except to put her in a much more unenviable position than he is. After all, she is causing trouble for none other than the guest of her great master. Oh Yunsen approached COU, but she was no longer as threatening as before. Oh Yunsen asked her to listen to him carefully. If she did anything disrespectful again, then he would not treat her as a representative of Tens, but rather as an uninvited guest. Oh Yunsen asked if she understood him, to which Seo Yue, suppressing a shiver, replied that she understood. Afterward, Oh Yunsen asked why she was speaking so carelessly. He by no means considers himself inferior to her, which was her first blunder. If she continues like this, he will have to inform Jin Wee Paik that the person sent by Tens that represents them is disrespectful and that their contract is terminated. Oh Yunsen asked if he had explained everything clearly. COU said that was not the case at all, right after which Oh Yunsen showed a second finger and said about the second miss. COUA was forced to swallow her resentment, after which she bowed and said that she understood and apologized for her rudeness, and apologized sincerely. Oh Yoon-sung said it was great. COU was much hotter than she looked. If he were in Korea, he wouldn't have gotten this far, but now he's in China. The culture, the order, everything is different here. He realized this when he was sparring with that man named Chu Yup. Relationships among Chinese hunters are much tougher. Just like wild animals. It was probably because they had been trained in martial arts since the first monster appeared. And the frequent outbreaks of fighting between hunters played a big role in ingraining this kind of behavior into their martial arts culture. If anyone looked down on him even once, it would be over for him. If he behaved like he did in Korea, there would be no end to the challenges from other people. Oh Yoon-soon asked Seo Yu to tell him if she had anything, after which Seo Yu took out her phone and said about today's schedule. Oh Yoon-sung should participate in the containment of breaches to adapt to a certain standard. When the time is right. Oh Yunsen interrupted her by saying now. Seo Yu apologized for possibly misunderstanding him, and Oh Yunsen asked that she take him to the nearest breach as soon as possible. After a while, Oh Yunsen reached the breach, except what is it? The Chinese hunters were almost ready to fight each other just to decide which of them would go into the rift first. Dr. Yunsen asked if this place is supposed to be a headquarters? After all, in reality, it is more of a battleground between hunters. COU pointed to a small building behind the hunters and said that the registration desk was there. Right behind the hunters ready to kill each other was the registration desk protected by 2 soldiers. Except that even in the face of armed soldiers, they couldn't stop fighting amongst themselves. Oh Yunsen admitted that even back here in his armor, he still feels the pressure. And the turnout here is not an advanced technique, but a momentary one. COU nodded and said that it does. It creates a hyper-competitive environment where only the strongest hunters thrive. The choice of venue and the order of the event is decided by the participants personally. When hunters of similar skill level gather, it is decided who goes first. Oh Yunsen said he understood how it works. Oh Yunsen looked again at the hunters about to kill each other. And even knowing how things work around here, it's all handled a little too disorganized. COU explained that only the weak rely on order, while Chinese hunters are strong. COUA mentally wondered, weren't these people from the Red Wind Dragon and Deadly Dragon clans? If things continued like this, the case could be problematic. These are 2 of the most powerful bands in Shanghai, and even getting to the bar will be oh so difficult. Oh Unsen asked if it turns out that the person who registers before the others gets in first, to which Seo Yu replied that she did, as she suddenly noticed Oh Yunsen's desire to barge in with the others. Oh Yunsen just picked up and walked between the 2 groups of hunters as they growled at him. After realizing the mistake Oh Yoon-sung had made, Seo Yu asked him to wait. But it was too late, because a big guy from one of the groups got in Oh Yunsen's way. The big man from the Red Wind Dragon said something that Oh Yunsen couldn't understand due to his language. Seo Yu asked him to wait, and explained that person as Oh Yunsen suddenly turned to her. Oh Yunsen asked, judging from the general atmosphere, nothing would change if a fight started before or after registration, right? COU said that was probably true, to which Oh Yunsen said that was just fine. Oh Yunsen apologized to Seo Yu and picked her up by the waist, which caused him to embarrass her with such a sudden gesture. Just as suddenly, the big guy they'd been chatting with recently reached out to them. But Oh Yunsen ignored him, and instead with Seo Yu under his arm, he bounced off his broad shoulder, after which, the hunters from both groups raised their gazes upward. And a second later, Oh Yunsun, along with Soyu, landed right next to the registration desk. Oh Yun-song asked Seo-yu to translate his speech verbatim. He, Oh Yun-seong, is enlisting as an assault team to contain the breach. He surprised her. Suddenly, Seo-yu wondered why he was holding her like that and blushed with embarrassment. Noticing that Seo-yu was taking her time, Oh Yunsun asked her to hurry up and translate everything. Seo-yu asked if he had thought about the consequences of that as she suddenly got a flick from him. Afterward, Oh Yunsun said she only had one left. Seo-yu mentally cursed as she realized where this was going. And a minute later, the first name enlisted in the assault team appeared on the scoreboard. The hunters, who not long ago were ready to kill each other, suddenly set their sights on their new target. Feeling oppressive gazes on them, Oh Yun-seong and Seo-yu turned around to look at them. Seo-yue realized that things were bad, because all these people looked like they were ready to attack and tear Oh Yunsun apart at any moment. Meanwhile, the hunters were whispering among themselves. They were trying to figure out why the foreigner had jumped out in front of them, and it was the same bastard who had beaten up their colleague in Korea. Oh Yunsun pointed at the whispering hunters and asked Seo-yu to translate for them. If they have any problems, have them come forward, one at a time. Seo-yu was amazed at how this man was headed for suicide. Seo-yu explained to Oh Yunsun that the information about their master being the director of Tenzi is a secret, to which Oh Yunsun replied that he was aware of it. He surprised her even more because he knows about it, but he's still going to get into a fight. Seo-yu asked for him to look around finally because they are in Shanghai, while these people... Oh Yun-song added that they are not part of Tenz. Oh Yunsun suggested that the two groups were from the Red Wind Dragon and Death Dragon clans, causing Seo-yu to tiptoe. Seo-yu was terrified after all. This lunatic is going to go up against Shanghai's two elite forces, even without Tenz's support. He must be a complete lunatic. She wondered what she should do. Should she just give up and leave? Oh Yunsun remembered one piece of advice from an old geezer who told him to go to Shanghai, which was outside the influence of Tenzi. Surely there was a certain intent in that. Seo-yu tried to figure out what to do. She wasn't going to dance to his tune anyway. But despite the fifth international privilege granted to her, it was still just a job for herself. She wasn't going to waste the opportunities she'd been given, and if necessary, she was willing to push her way through any obstacles. Meanwhile, the hunters began to approach Oh Yunsun. As Oh Yunsun suddenly noticed how these people suddenly became silent, did it mean that someone strong had arrived? Upon seeing the newly arrived hunter, Seo-yu was astonished, for it was... Even Oh Yunsun was astonished when he saw this person. Seeing her, Oh Yunsun's heart gave a thump. Seo-yu revealed that it was the current strategic director of Red Wind Dragon. Hwoju, then, is the eldest daughter of the CEO, and her name is Yanbyeon. Silence hung in the air. Yanbyeon slowly approached Oh Yunsun, after which she began to speak, and Seo-yu translated her words. She is the one leading the Red Wind Dragon in today's containment of the rift. Seo-yu nodded and asked for it to be granted to her. Oh Yunsun nodded in response and asked, "So what?" To which Yanbyeon replied that if he did not wish to die, he should remove his name from the table. She could tell by his movement that he was indeed a fantastic hunter, however, no matter how big it was or where it came from. The fractures here are vastly different, like night and day, and so she suggested he get the hell out of here soon. The hunters from the Red Wind Dragon clan supported Yanbyeon's words and started shouting for him to get the hell out of here. It turned out to be just as Oh Yunsun thought it would. Oh Yunsong assumed that Yanbyeon's words meant unskilled people have no business here. Seo-yu replied that it was more or less like that, and Oh Yunsong asked him to translate something for her. He thanked Yanbyeon for politely telling him that, and honestly, he had been expecting some trouble from the start. However, Oh Yunsun wondered if it could be that this girl here was the only one to have a normal conversation with. Oh Yunsun said he had not the slightest desire to remove his name from the table. Upon hearing this, one of the hunters of the Red Wind Dragon clan called Oh Yunsun a bastard, but Yanbyeon showed him to stop. Yanbyeon asked, "And what does it all mean?" To which Oh Yunsun replied that he wasn't going to back down because he was quite confident in his skills, and he wasn't going to back down. So, instead of politely telling him off, maybe she should look for a way to take him down, and try to do it for sure, and of course without breaking any laws. After Oh Yunsun's words, a silence hung in the air, until the hunters of the Red Wind Dragon clan started growling and whispering at Oh Yunsun because he dared to oppose their vice president. Now they were all certain that this damn piece of shit was only looking for death here. Just as suddenly Yanbyeon ordered it to stop, silencing everyone. which is to be expected from the strategic leader of the team. She looks capable. Yang Bian asked if he really wasn't ready to remove his name. Oh Yun-sung confirmed that. And then Yang Bian said that in that case, they only had one option. Oh Yun-sung asked, and what was that option? And Yang Bian said to let him do it. Oh Yunsun was warming up standing beside a group from the Red Wind Dragon clan. The Red Wind Dragon hunters were tinkling their equipment, busily preparing for the battle of the Red Wind Dragon. Yan Bian glanced back and saw Oh Yun-sung calmly continuing to warm up. One of the hunters decided to contact the president about a certain problem. Namely, is she really going to include this Korean in their assault squad? After all, there's a chance he'll jeopardize the containment of the rift. Yan Bian asked him what she should do with the Korean. Engage in a sword fight with him? The hunter explained that he didn't mean that. Just as suddenly, Yan Bian put her weapon to her subordinate's throat. Yang Bian's weapon was the Red Dragon Double Blade, a sword that was inherited in the Yang Bian family. It was created using several parts of monsters that had been hunted since the career of Yan Bian's father. It is a weapon that embodies the very history of the Red Wind Dragon, and also represents the symbol of the hunter in the relevant Chinese industry. Yang Bian asked her subordinate where he thought she was and where he was. The subordinate replied that it was a Red Wind Dragon. Yang Bian said that he answered correctly, and that was why she had no need to bear her sword against some random foreigner. The hunter apologized, whereupon Yan Bian asked, does he really think that because of the lack of one person, their strategy will fail? It won't, because it can't happen. She asked if he understood that. In that case, he should get back in line and wait for the mission to begin. The hunters began to discuss that everything happened as expected of the president. It's amazing how she thought it through. While her companions were discussing her behind her back, Yan Bian was mentally shaking as she hates this kind of tense atmosphere. This was her third year as a strategic team leader, but she was never used to this kind of heated environment. She doesn't have any charisma, she's really just trying to keep a straight face. And it's not about hating hunting or martial arts. She doesn't mind doing all those things. But the stares, constantly trying to assess her, they're overcharging her. Except that man's different, and his name's kind of Oh Junsun. If he suddenly found himself in danger, they were unlikely to be able to help him. He should have known that by now. But what about his attitude? As soon as he found out about being part of the assault team, as he immediately changed in his face. As if his previous arrogant demeanor was just an act. Noticing Yan Bian looking at him, Oh Yun-sung smiled at her. This guy is definitely different. Maybe even he's much bigger. As suddenly the hunters turned to the vice president, interrupting her musings. The breach is already opening, which means the monsters are about to appear. As soon as the rift opened, a 4-level monster, the Thorn Bull, immediately jumped out of it. Immediately afterwards, several more creatures began to emerge from the rift. As it turns out, there are several of these bulls here, not just one. Yan Bian raised her blade and ordered their mission to begin. Immediately after which, all the hunters rushed towards the monsters at the same time. Yang Bian wanted to see Oh Yunsun's skills. She wanted to see what he was capable of. As soon as the hunters began to approach, the Thorn Bull shot out the thorns covering its entire body. Unexpectedly, but one of the Red Wind Dragon hunters jumped out in front of Oh Yunsun right under the spikes, after which he began to smash them with sword swings. After that, the spear-wielding hunter dodged all the spikes flying at him. And jumping up, he instantly dealt with the bull by impaling its head. Even Oh Yunsun was surprised at how he dealt with a level 4 monster with just one strike. The hunter himself was mentally bragging to the Korean at this moment. He wasn't going to give him a chance to be willful here. After all, this is the art of their proud country, Kai, which is on another level from what he had seen before. The rest of the hunters didn't sit back either, and quickly dealt with the remaining thorn bulls. Mr. Yunsun assessed that the movements of these hunters are clearly not coordinated, but that the hunting is extremely efficient. And most importantly, Yan Bian came out against a bull of thorns. After that, the bull started to run in her direction, but it was worth it for Yan Bian to swing her blades. As a level 4 monster, it was instantly disemboweled. The hunters were encouraged by what they saw. As expected from their VP, it was magnificent. After seeing Yan Bian's punch, Oh Yunsun recognized that she was actually incredibly skilled. And that seems to be the strength of the Chinese hunting industry. Yan Bian mentally tisked. For going into battle, she wanted to see what this man could do. Thinking about it, Yan Bian glanced at Oh Yunsun with the edge of her eye. Noticing this, Oh Yunsun wondered if she wanted something from him. Yang Bian said that the second wave was coming soon, so she suggested taking the elevator and getting into the crevasse right away, which the others immediately agreed to. Yanbian thought about how she shouldn't have gotten involved first. But she wasn't going to give up after all. She would still be able to see this man's skills once they were in the rift. Looking at the elevator, Oh Yunsun thought about the fact that it was the reason they were going into the rift. One of the hunters in the elevator wondered if this Korean man thought they would let him in. Immediately after, he pressed the button, slamming the elevator door shut. And together with the rest of the Red Wind Dragon group, they traveled towards the rift. Just as suddenly, some of the hunters noticed that the Korean didn't go with them in the elevator. The hunter who sent the elevator said that he was just scared, and the others could only support that version. He then shouted to the Korean that they would go ahead and he could observe the situation from below for now. Yanbian wondered why that hunter didn't go into the elevator. She's sure he didn't chicken out. The Chinese hunters turned out to be much more energetic than Oh Yunsun had originally thought. Well, since it came to that, why wouldn't he warm up by following right behind them? The hunters in the elevator were amazed at what had just flashed over the elevator. Oh Yunsun jumped on the cable and ran, outrunning the elevator itself. He then jumped into the rift and told the others that he would go ahead. The hunters of the Red Dragon Society were trying to figure out what was even going on here. Only Yanbian expected anything from Oh Yunsun, and her intuition didn't fail her. Such a person obviously couldn't be a weakling. The hunters discussed that the foreigner climbed up there with only a thin rope, using it as a support, which shows just incredible footwork. Realizing that her team's morale was beginning to plummet, Yanbian ordered her hunters to be silent. Then she asked if they had forgotten who they were. And if so, should she be reminded? Frightened by the strategic director, the hunters agreed that this was the case, because good footwork doesn't mean the hunter is really strong. After that, one of the hunters pounded his chest and said that they were the hunters of the Red Dragon Society, so they should strive forward. They should show this arrogant brat what they were really worth. Yanbian was pleased with the result, for, as usual, she had managed to bring back the morale of her men. Finally, the elevator arrived at the rift. Walking inside the rift, Yanbian was amazed at what she saw, for there was a great cloud of dust moving toward them. And the worst part about it was that the cloud appeared because of the thorn bulls running toward them. Yanbian wondered if it was too late for their retreat. Yanbian ordered the hunters to get ready, immediately after which they headed straight for the herd. Yanbian was the first to attack with a swing of her blade. With that, she instantly dealt with several of the thorn bulls and destroyed the ground. Immediately afterward, Yanbian ordered the hunters to advance, and they rushed into the attack together as her strike managed to suspend the thorn bulls. The hunters of the Red Dragon Society immediately started slaying the thorn bulls one by one. Everything was going smoothly, except that the cloud of dust raised by the bulls was too thick, and it blindsided. And since it did, Yanbian ordered the hunters to report the situation every 30 seconds. Immediately after that, Yanbian rejoined the attack and began to quickly maul the thorn bulls. Yanbian assumed that their dive just coincided with the monster migration. They would have to deal with the monsters first and then install the rift disruptor afterward. After a short while of fighting, Yanbian heard signals from behind the veil from the hunters, all shouting that it was clear. Everything went just fine. She didn't expect anything less from the hunters of the Red Dragon Society. After all, someone. And they are quite capable of handling a herd of thorn bulls. After more time had elapsed, the hunters again announced that they were in the clear. And since that was the case, Yanbian thought about the fact that once they cleaned up here, they would set up the Rift Destroyer and still have time left. Thorn bulls were well valued, and hunting them would bring them a lot of profit. Just as suddenly, Yanbian heard some approaching sound behind her. Immediately after that, the enemy attacked her. But she successfully managed to repel the invisible attack. Yanbian realized it was a bullet from Galler's gun, and looking through the veil at the silhouette, she ordered the stranger to show himself. As soon as the smoke screen cleared, Oh Yunsun could be seen behind it with his gun pointed at Yanbian. The attacker turned out to be the same Korean hunter who had followed them hunting. Yanbian asked if he had shot her. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsong shot at Yanbian again, but she managed to repel 2 more of his bullets. Yanbian asked, "What's with the antics, and why does he attack his own while hunting?" Yanbian thought about the fact that he attacked her in such chaos, after which she wondered if he could be the initiator of this chaos. That person is a foreigner who signed a contract with Tens, so it would be logical to assume that he was the attacker. Yanbian assumed that the foreigner had decided to hunt for them, the Red Dragon Society. And since that was the case, she asked him not to be offended because there was a price to pay for his actions. Yanbian and Oh Yunsong glanced over, waiting for each other's action. As suddenly, Oh Yunsong was the first to attack, firing 2 shots at Yanbian, but both bullets passed the target. Only Yanbyun thought they were deceptive shots, as suddenly the bullets soared and rushed towards her again. Oh Yun-song took advantage of Yangbyun's attempt to dodge and quickly jumped up to her. Immediately afterward, he attacked her by stabbing her in the supraclavicular region with his finger. As she tried to move, Yangbyeon realized that Oh Yunsen had completely immobilized her with his last thrust. Yanbyeon realized that in order to stop her, Oh Yunsen had hit her key points. Except how could this Korean have such a high level of skill? Suddenly, Oh Yunsong lifted Yangbyeon in his arms, surprising her even more. Raising President Yangbyeon, Oh Yunsong glanced ahead, where a new herd of thorn bulls were already running towards them. With Yanbyeon in his arms, Oh Yunsong jumped onto the cliff and ran up the cliff. Afterward, Oh Yunsong put President Yangbyeon on the mountain. Yanbyeon wondered why he hadn't killed her but dragged her here. And what could his intentions be? Suddenly, she was filled with color at the thought of what he would do to her. Looking at Oh Yunsen's face, Yanbyeon could no longer think of this man being a pervert. She wondered what he was going to do to her. She wondered what he was going to do with her. As soon as Oh Yunsong leaned towards her, Yanbyeon closed her eyes, foreshadowing the worst. Unexpectedly, Oh Yunsen simply apologized to her and asked her to wait here. Yanbyeon wondered, what was that just now? And looking at the back of Oh Yunsen as he walked away, she asked, what was he talking about? Suddenly, Oh Yunsong returned to the mountain carrying one of Yangbyeon's companions from the Red Dragon Society on his shoulder. After Oh Yunsong laid the hunter down beside her, Yanbyeon began to understand less and less what the Korean wanted from them. Yanbyeon wanted to know what this hunter was up to. After a short time, Oh Yunsen dragged all the remaining hunters of the Red Dragon Society to safety. With each hunter in her squad, Yanbyeon became more and more eager to find out what the Korean was up to. One of the hunters shouted to Oh Yunsen that he was just a cowardly bastard because he was sitting in an ambush and attacked them as soon as they let their guard down for a moment. Then the second hunter asked what the hell he was doing. Suddenly, the newly brought hunters noticed that the president was also lying beside them. Oh Yunsen assumed it was the last hunter, and since it was, Oh Yunsen asked the hunters if they understood him. If anyone understood, he should listen well to his words. Yangbyeon was anxious to listen to the Korean, for she wanted to find out what he was up to. Oh Yunsen ordered the hunters of the Red Dragon Society to lie still and just listen. The hunter lying beside Principal Yanbyeon asked, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Still, he was forced along with the rest of the hunters to listen to the silence, except that they could hear one of their men repeating clear from time to time. The shouting hunter asked, what is it that they need to hear here? After all they hear is the voice of one of their people. Suddenly, one of the clear stunned President Yanbyeon. The rest of the hunters became just as uneasy, for the last voice clearly belonged to their president. At last, Oh Yunsen was able to convey to the hunters of the Red Dragon Society what was now happening from below. From behind the smokescreen below, black tentacles were occasionally peeking through and a clear was heard from time to time. Seeing the situation for the first time, Oh Yunsen suspected that something was wrong here, for the herd of thorn bulls were running away as if they were in panic terror. Looking closely at their muzzles, Oh Yunsen realized that they were clearly fleeing in fear. According to the data obtained, thorn bulls are carnivorous level 4 monsters that move in a normal herd. What could have scared such powerful creatures so badly? And where, in that case, is the monster that made them flee? The hunters of the Red Dragon Society finally appeared from the rift and met the bulls by rushing to attack. In a matter of seconds, the battlefield was covered in a dust veil, with hunters occasionally shouting clear to notify the other hunters that all was well. No matter how much Oh Yunsen thought about the situation, it all continued to seem just as strange to him, and so he decided to continue observing the situation. As he suddenly noticed that there was something odd about the voices of the Veil Hunters. There were slight differences in the voices of some of the hunters of the Red Dragon Society. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen noticed a huge black tentacle rising from under the smoke screen, leisurely creeping towards one of the hunters, and a moment later, it pounced on the hunter, piercing his neck. In a few seconds, the monster killed the Red Dragon Society hunter, but the noise still continued. Oh Yunsen felt uneasy that it was a monster imitating the voice of a victim. All this time, he has been hiding amongst a herd of thorn bulls. With his ability, he incites them to rampage and clash with hunters within range. This means that the people of the Red Dragon Society are in danger because they are not aware of the danger that awaits them. So he has no choice, because he can't get his message across. And since the situation escalated dramatically, Oh Yunsen was forced to turn on the auto hunt. The overall situation forces him to be a little rough. Yanbian realized that Oh Yunzong had done something like this just to save them, who were in danger. And in that case, the team members that are here, they're already... Oh Yunzong approached President Yangbyan. Yangbyan suggested that now, if he would let them continue to fight, but together, suddenly, but Oh Yunzong apologized to Yangbyan again, which surprised her, because that wasn't what she expected. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunzong reached for Yangbyan's blades. Yanbian was stunned. Would he just take her double dragon fang and leave them all here? Yanbian tried to figure out what the hell this guy was doing. Oh Yunsen mentally apologized to the commander of the strategic group for what had happened, for his auto hunt clearly did not want him to give any of them back their mobility, nor for lending her blades without asking. That means this monster is clearly out of their league. After preparing for battle, Oh Yunsen jumped down and slid down the cliff to the ground. He was already wondering what kind of monster had decided to hunt them down. Once the smoke screen cleared a bit, Oh Yunsen saw dark creatures with tentacles on their heads and large fangs in the middle of their bodies. And before their feet lay the remains of the bodies of the bulls of thorns. Oh Yunsen assumed that these creatures were the danger, but immediately realized that there was more to it. Just as suddenly he realized that it was now upstairs and looked up in amazement. At the same moment, a shadow flashed over the immobilized hunters of the Red Dragon Society. Yanbian cried out that this was simply impossible, for this monster. The monster that flew over the hunters landed in front of Oh Yunsen, shattering the rock beneath him. It was a creature much larger than all the others. President Yanbian crawled to the edge of the cliff to get a glimpse of the beast, and the hunter who hadn't noticed anything asked what she was doing. Looking down, Yanbian realized that she hadn't imagined it when she saw it. One of the Deadly Four's most nightmarish deceptions. And it is a terrible misfortune for Oh Yunsen to come face to face with this monster. For among the many monster hunts are the most terrible failures and consequences. A quadruple continent monster or Deadly Four, and one of them is a badass trickster. Yanbian slammed her fist on the rock, realizing that this was all her mistake. For just by seeing the herd of thorn bulls, she should have given the order to retreat. But now it's over because they're all just going to be killed here. Oh Yunsen said to himself that he finally realized who was behind all these tricks. He suggested that he might have a bit of a hard time fighting since this monster was quite large. Oh, well, that's all right. In that case, why doesn't he go after the monster? There are no specific records of when this monster first appeared, but each time it causes nothing but disaster. Many times they have tried to kill it, but the result is always the same. The monster lives, while only corpses remain of the hunters themselves. As the name itself suggests, one of the monsters of the so-called Deadly Four, a nasty trickster. Oh Yunsen finished absorbing the medicinal herbs he had taken, and they improved his energy flow, which is a bit of a disappointment since, due to the body change, he can no longer wear the Queen's Embrace. While Oh Yunsen was pondering his enemy, smaller monsters jumped up to him, in which case Oh Yunsen clenched the double dragon fang, tensing his muscles for a stronger strike. And with a swing of his blades, he immediately cut down the trio of deadly monsters. Oh Yunsen recognized that it was pretty good, and now it was time for him to start auto-hunting. Once again, one of the monsters pounced on Oh Yunsen. But Oh Yunsen instantly chopped him down. Noticing the danger, the double dragon fang shouted to Oh Yunsen to watch out for the attack. Just as suddenly, the double dragon fang was braided by the tentacles of one of the monsters. Taking advantage of the moment, the monster grabbed the enemy's weapon and pulled it towards him. But failing to even move the man, the monster squealed in surprise. In retaliation, Oh Yunsen pulled the monster towards him, causing him to lift the monster into the air. Immediately after, Oh Yunsen exerted his strength and slammed the monsters into the ground, shattering it. After such a powerful blow, all that could be left of the monster was a scone. Having dealt with the next little thing, Oh Yunsen leisurely headed towards two more monsters. Yanbian was amazed to see the power of this man. He managed to surpass all her expectations. Not only is he strong physically, but he has skill taken to its absolute limit. Such is the limit that his muscles and formations develop in an instant. And it is only through unreal skill that he barely keeps the balance between his mass and form to control his inhuman strength. After something like that, there was no way Yanbian could not recognize the fact that this guy was simply absurd. A few seconds later, a lurching sound was heard, and the main body of the nasty cheater finally came out to Oh Yunsen. Yanbian wondered, could this man really hunt one of the deadliest monsters single-handedly? Striking the ground with its head tentacles, the monster managed to propel its massive carcass above the ground. After which he, making unpleasant noises unpleasant to the ears, headed towards his unlucky victim. Yanbian called it a powerful strike that can destroy everything. He's trying to destroy the earth to slow down the movement. The foul deceiver pulled its tentacles towards Oh Yunsen, while Oh Yunsen himself thought about the fact that they were ordinary tentacles after all, and that if they were cut, they would simply be useless. Unexpectedly, Oh Yunsen's kick failed to cut the tentacle. Instead, he only made the monster even more furious. Immediately afterward, he pulled a few more tentacles towards Oh Yunsen, striking him. A punch that successfully sent Oh Yunsen flying toward the nearest rock. Yangbyan mentally shrieked because of the direct hit Oh Yunsong received from the monster. She wondered if he could have survived after something like that, and glancing towards Oh Yunsong, Yanbian saw that right after the blow, Oh Yunsong calmly walked towards the scurrilous trickster. Oh Yunsen said to himself that this monster had managed to get him after all. Seeing Oh Yunsong in one piece, Yanbian sighed, thinking about how amazing that one was. As expected of a monster like the foul deceiver, its base skin is much stronger than its lesser selves. As a result, even Oh Yunsong can't cut through the tentacles of the evil deceiver. Oh Yunsen realized that the bastard had been watching him while he fought his smaller copies. All this time, that sly asshole had been assessing his strength. Oh Yunsen smirked slightly, for just as he thought, this fight would be quite entertaining. Oh Yunsen bounced off the ground and flew straight toward the mouth of the foul deceiver. But the foul deceiver immediately sent all his tentacles to intercept the man. Oh Yunsen ordered the monster tentacles to go to hell and struck, once again failing to damage them. Suddenly, the nasty trickster made a sound like a hoarse chuckle. Hearing this, Oh Yunsen became furious. Immediately after that, he still flew between the monster's tentacles and dealt a blow to its body. Whereupon the scurrilous trickster did not lose his balance and toppled over on his back. Yanbian opened her mouth in shock, for this Korean had just managed to topple one of the deadly four. Oh Yunsen said that since he couldn't chop off the tentacles, he should just fell the monster itself, after which he asked the monster if he really thought, as if sacrificing few of his lesser versions would allow him to see all that he is capable of. Yanbian couldn't believe what she was seeing after all. Oh Yunsen had just sent the nasty trickster flying with just brute force, as something strange suddenly happened. After Oh Yunsen toppled the monster, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Rising to his feet, the nasty trickster began to growl loudly. Yanbian realized that their business was bad, for the nasty trickster was going to use his trump card. Oh Yunsen assumed that the nasty cheater started shouting like that because he was angry, and since that was the case, it was time for round 2. Yangbyan shouted to Oh Yunsen to stop and not to come near the foul deceiver, for he was going to. Immediately afterward, the squeamish trickster began squealing with all his might. The squeal of the squeaky trickster was so loud and shrill that the surrounding rocks began to crumble. Even so, Oh Yunsen raised a double dragon fang, trying to block out the screech at least a little and stay on his feet. Yanbian shouted to Oh Yunsong to stop taking risks and run away from the monster right now. Not even a few seconds later, the hunters of the Red Dragon Society began to cough up blood. And even their president wasn't okay after the squealing of a scurrilous liar. Countless Chinese hunters tried to hunt this monster, but all their efforts were in vain. And one of the main reasons was because of its sonic attack. With its many tentacles, the foul deceiver suppresses any enemies that come close to it. And using his sonic attack, he can hunt down any prey. The squeal of a nasty trickster is a dangerous attack that shakes the insides and even causes hallucinations. Gradually, the squealing of the squeamish trickster began to intensify. Miniature versions of the squeaky cheater also began squealing in Oh Yunsen's direction. Yangbyan and her comrades are so far away from the scurrilous trickster, but even so, they barely managed to withstand this attack, causing Yangbyan to wonder how Oh Yunsong can still stand on his feet. Oh Yunsen was still calmly holding back the monster's onslaught without even changing his face. Yanbian didn't notice any damage on him, so how was something like this even possible? Since his screech barely disturbed the man in front of him, the nasty trickster decided to intensify his sonic attack, which caused the stone rock around it to start flying apart, while the miniature versions of the nasty trickster could no longer hold on and died. But even by intensifying his shriek, the nasty trickster could hardly do any visible damage to his victim. Oh Yunsen even now looked still as completely unperturbed. So how then was he even capable of such a thing? No matter how invulnerable Oh Yunsen seemed to be right now, in reality, he could barely stand on his feet. He was already wishing he was dead because of the unbearable pain. And it wasn't even a joke. Oh Yunsen was really in unbearable pain. He felt as if every part of his body was just screaming in pain. If it weren't for the auto-hunting, he would have collapsed screaming a long time ago, but thanks to it he can still stand. continuing to endure this sonic assault without any hint of pain. That is why there is only one thing he can do now, and that is to endure. He must endure to the end. Gradually, the veins on Oh Yunsen's body began to swell, against the ever-increasing screeches of the scurrilous trickster. Even with the help of Oh Yunsen's auto-hunting, it was incredibly difficult to resist. All the while, Yanbyeon continued to watch them, covering her ears with her hands to soften the damage a bit. Just as suddenly the nasty trickster stopped squealing, bringing silence once again. He then sighed and looked at his still, unshaken victim. What Yanbyeon saw was literally impossible. After his strongest attack, the nasty trickster was tired. After pausing for a moment, the square deceiver pushed off the ground with its tentacles and flew straight towards Oh Yunsen. Yanbyeon gasped as the monster flew into the air and wondered if it was just going to crush Oh Yunsong with its body. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen staggered and fell on one knee, after which he wiped the blood dripping from his mouth. Yanbyeon mentally shrieked that he knew he couldn't be completely fine after the sonic attack. All this time he was barely holding on. Yanbyeon shouted to Oh Yunsong to run away from the attack of the foul deceiver, but it was already too late for escape, for the nasty deceiver was already too close, while Oh Yunsen had almost no strength. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen used the form of a striker, initialization spilling over the double dragon fang. Immediately after which he rushed to meet this mighty monster. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for all this time. Seizing the chance, Oh Yunsen struck the nasty deceiver with all his might with his double dragon fang. Immediately afterward, he once again managed to bring the nasty trickster down to the ground. Oh Yunsen confessed to the monster that he was tired of waiting for the moment when he would dare to make his first move. In the meantime, the foul deceiver tried to strike the ground with its head tentacles to get up. Oh Yunsen told the foul deceiver that his body was really strong since he couldn't cut through the skin, even using a double dragon fang. But just how strong would the inside of his body be? With a smirk, Oh Yunsen told the monster that his key parasite would manage to shake the monster's insides, and now he wished to see if the foul deceiver could endure it just as he himself had endured his scream. The wretched deceiver screamed again, but this time in pain as his body was literally being torn from the inside by Oh Yunsen's parasitic Kai. The nasty trickster screamed even louder. He was already on edge. Yanbyeon, on the other hand, watched with her mouth open as Oh Yunsong did the previously seemingly impossible. Oh Yunsen smirked, inflicting more and more damage on the vicious trickster. The monster's body couldn't hold out any longer, and even its tough skin began to tear from within. The hunters outside are already waiting. The hunters of the Red Dragon Society are clearly already late. They wondered if something had happened inside the rift. Be that as it may, not many people expected a horde of thorn bulls to come out of the rift. The gray-haired hunter said that it didn't matter, for it could be called a great victory, though he was a little surprised. To which the other replied that it really was. In addition, he had full confidence that those guys from the Red Dragon Society were just going crazy hunting them inside. One of the hunters wondered if it was possible that the Korean had done something inside. The other replied that no one would know exactly what had happened until they were done cleaning up the rift. When suddenly he noticed something in the rift. Things were bad, for the rift suddenly began to open wider. Just as suddenly, a massive black monster with tentacles on its head popped out of the rift. The dragon killer hunters were shocked by what they saw after all. It was one of the deadly four. Only why was this thing suddenly here? No sooner had the nasty trickster stepped out of the rift than he immediately squealed, using his sonic attack on the hunters. Because it was so close, the veins on the hunters' bodies immediately swelled up, and they began to vomit blood. The group commander ordered everyone to retreat, because this monster would be able to get to them quickly. But his partner asked him to wait for a while. The commander grabbed the hunter by the shoulder and asked him what he was doing. After all, they need to evacuate now. The hunter refused and asked the commander to look at the monster's back, but the commander thought it was nonsense. The commander looked up and saw that there was a hunter on the back of the squarish hunter, thrusting 2 blades into the monster. Finally, the monster fell out of the rift and plopped face down on the ground. Since the foul hunter was wounded and had also stopped his sonic attack, the Dragon Slayer hunters dared to get a little closer to him. What they saw was simply unbelievable. For one of the deadly four, the foul trickster was dead. Though the nasty trickster looked dead, the hunters couldn't see any serious external injuries, and so one of them offered to come closer. Approaching the monster, the commander perceived with his spirit realizing that this monster might really be dead and raised his hand to touch its body. As suddenly he was ordered not to even touch the foul deceiver. The commander asked what he meant, Immediately after which, a battle-weary Oh Yunsun appeared from behind the monster carcass. Oh Yunsun told the hunters that he was ready to repeat one more time, don't touch the monster he was hunting. But if they dare to get close to him, he will not be responsible for what happens next. The commander sensed the killing intent coming from Oh Yun-seong, causing him to think that they needed to calm him down somehow. The hunter asked the commander, "What did that Korean man say?" After which he reminded the commander that it was none other than a nasty hunter, and about to get closer, he said that they should get rid of the wounded hunter as soon as possible and take the body of the monster. The commander did not appreciate the hunter's intentions and ordered him to stop, for he was being hunted. Hunter interrupted the commander by asking, "What difference does it make who takes all the credit?" He then asked if he thought they would ever get the chance again. The commander was clearly displeased with his men, for because of their greed they were willing to take the kill. As they were suddenly ordered to stand still, a short girl immediately ran towards Oh Yunsun. Standing in front of Oh Yun-seong, Seo Yu blocked him and explained to the dragon killer hunters that it was a monster targeted by the hunter from Tenzi, and that according to the rules, this monster is the property of the hunter who killed it and Tenzi. After which, Seo Yu warned the hunters that if they touched even a hair on the body of the vile trickster, Tens would have no choice but to officially adopt legal methods against the Dragon Slayer clan. The Dragon Slayer hunters were surprised to hear about Tens, but the greed-driven hunter who had started it all knew that even if Tens was involved, they were now in Shanghai, and Tens had no jurisdiction here. And since everyone here was so stupid, he would handle it himself. Suddenly, the commander ordered him to stop again. The hunter asked him why he still had doubts about it. He replied that it wasn't that at all, and that they shouldn't come any closer unless they wanted unnecessary deaths. Looking into Oh Yunsun's eyes, the commander clearly understood that he was absolutely serious in saying that he would not be responsible for what happened afterward. The commander explained that if they took one more step, the man would immediately attack. He then asked his subordinate if he was going to fight the man who had managed to track down and kill the foul trickster. The Dragon Slayer's commander raised his hand and ordered the hunters to retreat, causing the ringleader of the riot to spit. Afterward, he said it was a great opportunity for them, but the commander advised him to forget about it and just look this guy in the eye. The Dragon Slayer's commander thought this was simply unbelievable. A Korean should not be able to stand, but he defends his prey and teammate to the end. After speaking, the hunters from the Dragon Slayer finally turned around and began to disperse, leaving Oh Yun-sun and Seo Yu behind. Once those people left, Seo Yue was finally able to breathe. Even though she had stood up for Oh Yun-sung, but even at this moment, she was almost certain that he might be stabbed. After which, Seo Yu turned to Oh Yun-sun and asked if he was okay. But not hearing an answer, she wondered what she should do next. Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun ran out of strength to stand on his feet and fell straight onto Seo Yu. Seo Yu asked what's going on and how Oh Yun-sung is feeling. While holding Oh Yun-sun, Seo Yu tried to call out to him to wake up. Meanwhile, the hunters of the Red Dragon Society finally made it out of the rift. That's how Oh Yun-sun's first overseas hunt ended. The fact that he was hunting one of the deadly four, a nasty trickster, and most importantly, defeated him, left an unforgettable impression on those around him. In doing so, he shocked the entire continent. Seo Yu kept trying to get Oh Yun-sung to finally wake up because she can't keep holding him like this. Seo Yu asks if he's still awake. At this moment, Oh Yun-sung doesn't even realize what's next for him. Intensive Care Unit. Sohwa Yen. Beijing University School of Medicine, Qigong Medicine, professor, and the brilliant medical research director of TENST. Seo Yu greeted her uncle, and then he said hello to her and told his dear niece that it had been quite a while since they last met. Seo Yu asked her uncle how he was doing. Afterwards, she asked how Oh Yun-sung was doing. To which Seo Hwa-eun replied that he's already much better than he seems. Although even he himself isn't sure how Oh Yun-sung is still not in a critical condition, Seo Yu asked what he meant. Seo Hwa-eun replied that Oh Yun-sung was completely broken, but he couldn't understand how he had managed to hunt down a cheating bastard like that. Oh Yun-sun's auditory nerves are completely destroyed, and there's no telling how much willpower it takes to endure all the damage his body takes. Seo Yu said that such a person was a monster, but So Hwa-eun protested to her, after which he said that the man was a hero. Hearing that hero, Seo Yue bit her lip in displeasure. So Hwa-eun explained that it was a man who was hunting one of the deadly four. Seo Yue asked her uncle to stop and reminded him that it wasn't even something that couldn't be done. Because if it wasn't a master but someone from the Elite 10, then How suddenly COU realized that if Oh Yun-seong did what an Elite 10 could do, Sowa En told his niece that she had the right idea, because this job could have been done by one of the Elite 10. This means that Oh Yun-sun is comparable to an Elite 10, and if this truth were to become public, then there wouldn't be a single person left who wouldn't be surprised. When this person first arrived in Shanghai, the master told everyone. So why did he let that foreign bastard into China? The master laughed and said that he had just dropped a time bomb on Shanghai. COU wondered about the meaning of the master's words. So Wa Yoon said that this Oh Yoon song was just called something similar in the Korean industry. You could even say that he is an inspirational figure, and it's obvious that this man has motivated many a hunter. Seo Yue clenched her fist thinking that this is an exceptional person who confirms it with his skill alone, and that undoubtedly this is the preferred policy of their nation, except Seo Hua En knew that Seo Yu didn't want to admit it. After all, she was still too traditional. And since it came to this, So Hua En asked his niece, why doesn't she take it a step further? He assumed that he already knew the reason why Master had appointed her as Oh Yun-sun's assistant. Even though she was excluded from inheritance, he could probably do something about her circulatory syndrome. Seo Yue turned to her uncle, interrupting him, after which she ordered him to end it already. If her uncle spoke on the subject again, she would have nothing more to say to him. Seo Hua Yoon admitted that he didn't mean it, and that he just... Seo Yu said that it's okay, because after all, it's all business. In that case, she apologized. Raising his hands, So Hua Yoon said that everything was correct and that they would see each other again. When Seo Yu left, So Hua En slowly lowered his hands. Phallos tetralogy, a special unique trait that can enhance another's progress in exchange for her own, is a trait. SEOY. Perhaps Seo Yu could have used this trait to her advantage to easily become one of the candidates to inherit the throne. But she denied this advantage and only sought to improve herself. She then accepted the challenge like the other candidates, and she failed. The assignment she didn't complete after the first failure was the role of an assistant to some Korean who came to China. Seo Yue clenched her teeth thinking about the fact that at this moment there was no way for the master to order her to do this. Seo Yue hit the wall to blow off steam. She would never follow that order. She is a martial artist, not a woman who enjoys life using her body to her advantage. Yes, Oh Yun-sun is indeed capable and incredibly talented. And Seo Yu is terribly jealous of him. 2 weeks later, Seo Yu said that she was happy to see him recovering and asked Oh Yun-sun how his body was. To which he replied that he was feeling much better and that he could finally hear well. Oh Yun-song felt a little uncomfortable because Seo Yu's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. Seo Yu told Oh Yun-sun that while he was lying unconscious, shock ran through the entire industry. Oh Yun-sun asked her what she meant by that, to which Seo Yu replied that it was all about the deadly foursome. Namely, the fact that his solitary hunt for the square deceiver had gone public. A man who had single-handedly hunted a nasty trickster. Not only Shanghai, but the whole mainland is praising his feat. Oh Yun-sun said that he understands that and asked if his identity has become public. Seo Yu wondered why Oh Yun-sun is asking that. Could it be that he thinks that they will keep his identity secret? Since his results and accomplishments prove his worth, everyone will now respect him. That's Chinese. Oh Yun-sun realized that it was all based on his results. Seo Yu added that Oh Yun-sun would soon have a visitor, and Oh Yun-sun inquired who it was. To which Seo Yu replied that the visitor was the deputy of the Red Dragon Society, Yan Bion, after which Seo Yu asked if he had used her double dragon blade or not. Seo Yu explained that in that case, Yang Bion could raise some legitimate issue regarding the use of her property without proper authorization, and that things could get a little messy because of it. Not meeting her was another way, but refusing a visit wasn't exactly polite. If she brought it up again, he should just play dumb or ignore her. Oh Yun-sun agreed with his guide and promised to be more careful. Seo Yue bowed and said that in that case she would go. Whereupon she left the room, leaving Oh Yun-sun with some questions. Oh Yun-sun wondered what had happened to her. After all, she had become much more polite than she had been before. Or is he overreacting, thinking as if she's suddenly too polite to be aggressive? In that case, it's fine, as it's a better point of view. Just as Oh Yun-song sorted out his thoughts, there was a knock on the door and Oh Yun-song let himself in. Immediately afterward, Yang Bion in civilian clothes entered his room embarrassedly. Oh Yun-song awkwardly greeted Yan Bion. Just as he had been told, she had indeed come to see him. Oh Yun-song reached for his phone to launch the translation app, and Yanbyeon sat down next to him, after which she was the first to hold out her phone with a prepared message. Through a text on her phone, Yangbyeon said that she heard that Oh Yun-song's ears were really hurting. Oh Yun-song was surprised since the message was written in Korean, after which he asked if she spoke Korean well. Through the phone, Yangbyeon replied that she had been learning to write and read for the past 10 days. Oh Yun-song thought about it for a moment. He wondered, did she really have to go that far? Couldn't it be rude to use a translation app in China? In that case, Oh Yun-song apologized for using Yangbyeon's weapons without any authorization. He is sorry for that. Oh Yun-sun wondered how she would react to all this. Yanbyeon said that wasn't the point, and that in fact she should thank him for saving them all. And besides, there's something else she has to tell him. Could he, Oh Yun-song couldn't believe what he next saw on the screen of Yangbyeon's phone. Blushing because of what she had written, Yanbyeon picked up the phone, asking if he would go out with her and then get married in the future. Unable to resist, Oh Yun-sun asked, what? Oh Yun-sun started to pour sweat? Take a walk? A date? He was trying to figure out what she meant by that. He was trying to figure out what she was up to. At the same time, Yanbyeon herself was also very uncomfortable with her words. Looking at Oh Yun-song, he seemed embarrassed, causing Yanbyeon to wonder if she was in too much of a hurry. Yanbyeon decided that she should continue writing. She thought about how she should write it in Korean. Suddenly, due to excitement, Yanbyeon dropped the phone. And just as Jangbyeon reached for the phone to catch it, Oh Yun-song caught the phone, after which their gazes met, and Yanbyeon mentally cried out. Yanbyeon blushed dramatically because of such a close gaze, so she also grabbed Oh Yun-sun's hand. Even though Oh Yun-song didn't mean it, he accidentally grabbed Yangbyeon's hand. Oh Yun-song was going to say for what had happened. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon tightened her grip and their hands were covered in flames. Oh Yun-sun had in no way expected their hands to suddenly catch fire. Yanbyeon started to panic about what had happened and started talking about how sorry she was for it. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon saw that she was the reason why Oh Yun-sun got burned. Panicking more and more, Yanbyeon tried to figure out what she should do. She still couldn't thank him, but she also burned him. After thinking for a bit, Yanbyeon realized that she needed to find water first. Just as suddenly, Sai Yanbyeon was released and Yanbyeon was covered in flames. Looking at this, Oh Yun-song realized that Yanbyeon was only using her Sai. Sai itself is an aura that arises from the user's emotions. From the last hunt, he learned that Yanbyeon creates fire with her Sai. But can't she control it? After thinking about it for a bit, Oh Yun-song realized that things were bad, because at this rate, all of Yanbyeon's clothes would be burned. The head shouted that he didn't need her excuses and called her useless, whereupon he demanded that she leave him alone. Yanbyeon realized that they had lost a lot because of her ineptitude, including the deaths of her comrades. One of the subordinates turned to Miss, then called her vice president and asked Yanbyeon not to blame herself, for no one could think that one of the deadly four would suddenly appear there. Whereupon his red-haired partner reminded him that a hunter's survival depended entirely on his skill. Though it was harsh, these guys couldn't survive because they weren't skilled enough. Yanbyeon said that nevertheless all the responsibility lies with her. After which she turned around and walked out of here. The hunter said he felt sorry for Yanbyeon because she shouldn't be so hard on herself. He also wondered if the master was being too hard on her. The red-haired man replied that he did. The vice president spends 24 hours a day improving each of her skills, and he worries that she'll have only herself to blame for everything to the end. Walking through the corridors, Yanbyeon thought about the fact that all the responsibility was on her, and that she had to fix it. But just how? Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun flashed through her mind, fighting against the nasty trickster. It dawned on Yanbyeon that if it's Oh Yun-sung, probably his skill is on par with the Elite 10, and if he joins their Red Dragon Society. Yanbyeon smirked, deciding what she would do. That was exactly what her path would be. She'll be able to get Oh Yun-sung to join them by seeing him off as a groom. By bringing it to them, this damage can be easily compensated for. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon's heart began to beat, distracting her more strongly from her last thoughts. Closing her eyes, Yanbyeon told herself that this was all for the betterment of their group and that it was time to act. First, she must learn the Korean language. Next, Yanbyeon tried on her new clothes and looking at herself wondered, is this how people dress? And then today, it was finally time for her visit to the hospital to see Oh Yun-sun. Gathering her wits, Yanbyeon was confident that it wouldn't be much different from a normal hunt, and if she was calm, she could do it. Except, there was no way she could be calm in the current situation. And if she fails to stop right now, then she'll... In order to prevent Yangbyun's clothes from burning, Oh Yun-sung began to act quickly. Oh Yun-sung grabbed a flower pot and pulled out a plant and splashed water at Yanbyun, thanks to which he quickly put out the fire before it was too late. Immediately afterward, he stabbed her with his finger at 3 points on her body. Yanbyun wondered what that had just been about as she suddenly noticed that her Kai points were blocked. And thanks to that, her Sai finally stopped going crazy. Having dealt with the situation, Yanbyun sighed and thanked Oh Yun-sung for... Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun covered her mouth with his hand without letting her finish. Then he gestured for her to be quiet. Yanbyun wondered why he wanted her to be quiet. After which, she turned around and realized that her clothes had been burned after all. Yanbyun mentally screamed while trying, at the same time, to free herself. Oh Yun-sun said that he already understood everything, so he asked her to calm down. Yanbyun realized what was wrong. If she screamed now, people would come to see what was going on, and then they would see her. Realizing the situation, Yanbyun waved her head, showing that she had calmed down. Afterward, Oh Yun-sun let her go and went in search of spare clothes. After searching for a bit, Oh Yun-seong found a sweater, which he handed to Yanbyun. Yanbyun mentally sighed. She realized that she had already managed to make a fool of herself, and worst of all, Oh Yun-sung must have already been disappointed in her because of what happened. A few seconds later, Oh Yun-sun heard the snake on his sweatshirt buckle, after which, Yanbyun bowed thanks to Oh Yun-sun and said that she would go. Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun asked her to stay for a while. Yanbyun stopped without realizing what he wanted from him. Looking at Yanbyun, Oh Yun-sung assumed that she didn't have any ulterior motives, which was pretty good. And since that's the case, Oh Yun-sung asked Yanbyun, how about getting something to eat sometime? Yanbyun apologized without understanding what he meant. Afterward, Oh Yun-sun asked if she would like to have lunch with him. Blushing once again, Yanbyun happily agreed to it. A short while later, Oh Yun-sung and Yanbyun were on their way from the treatment center. Riding at a tremendous speed, Yanbyun somehow managed to navigate all the twists and turns along the way, which was clearly very much terrifying to Oh Yun-sung, who was already starting to dread riding with Yanbyun. Not long after, Yanbyun stopped abruptly and parked on the move, leaving a trail of smoke behind the car. Yanbyun was the first to get out of the car and said that they had arrived. As she suddenly heard Oh Yun-sung laughing a little, Yanbyun asked if everything was all right, to which Oh Yun-sun replied that nothing was wrong. Oh Yun-sung was horrified, as this woman had never once taken her foot off the gas pedal while driving around town. But be that as it may, the place Yanbyun had brought them to. There were people standing near the gates of the Chinese buildings to welcome their vice president back. Yanbyun explained to Oh Yun-sung that this place was the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society, which surprised him. After all, they had literally just been in the center of the city. So, in that case, when did they manage to get to this huge garden? They had come to have lunch, so why did Yanbyun bring him straight to the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society for this? Walking after Yanbyun, Oh Yun-sung looked around the headquarters. There were people practicing outside. As Oh Yun-sun expected, there is work of incredible proportions being done here. This is what the Red Dragon Society is really like. Yanbyun suddenly stopped and said that she was going to go change her clothes. Afterward, the man from the servants' quarters asked Oh Yun-sun to follow him. Oh Yun-sung wondered if he was taking him to the dining room. He eventually led Oh Yun-sun to a room with a huge table in the middle and 3 chairs. Oh Yun-sun was surprised to see such a room. The servant man bowed and said that the master would be arriving soon, and so he asked Oh Yun-sun to wait. Oh Yun-sun followed to one of the seats, assuming it was his place. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun heard a bang behind him, after which the unknown person said that he didn't think the place should belong to Oh Yun-sun. Feeling such a powerful energy, Oh Yun-sun assumed that it was that old geezer Jin Wee-baek again. Looking at Oh Yun-sun, the old man was surprised, as he had not thought that he would be so young. Oh Yun-sun was really young. As it turned out, it wasn't that old geezer Jin Wee-baek. Oh Yun-sun noticed that the old man spoke fluent Korean, after which the latter said that he had to travel to many countries to make connections. The old man asked to be allowed to introduce himself and said that he was Yang Chong-cheon, the former second rank of the Elite 10, the Holy Sword, Yang Chong-cheon. Oh Yun-sun assumed that this man was the master of the Red Dragon Society. He said it was a pleasure to meet him and introduced himself, giving his name. Yang Chong-cheon said that at least he was interested in something. Immediately afterward, he pulled his flame-covered hand toward Oh Yun-sun and asked if he would mind if he examined his body a little. After so much harassment from the other hunters, Oh Yun-sun could no longer be surprised by any of them wanting to touch his body. Noticing Oh Yun-sung's calm reaction, old man Yang Jong-cheon was surprised. Oh Yun-sun replied that he was sorry for that, but he would still refuse. The old man replied that he understood. But he was actually surprised that this guy had just blocked the key he had sent at him. Oh Yun-sung explained that lately too many people have been trying to touch him. He can't let this old man do to him what old geezer Jin Wee-baek once did. Yang Jong-chong laughed because of this and asked if he was serious. Although it wasn't really surprising, because with a body like that, it would be strange if no one was interested in him. Looking at the old man, Yang Jong-cheon, Oh Yun-sung thought about the fact that Jin Wee-baek looked like a fraud while this man looks like he's supposed to. Yang Jong-cheon said that it's actually a good thing, because a man should be able to say no to things he doesn't want. After that, he said he wanted to ask him something else. Yang Jong-cheon asked, Oh Yun-sung, what was his impression of the place? Oh Yun-sung replied that it was absolutely incredible and that he had never seen a structure of this scale before. Yang Jong-cheon agreed with Oh Yun-sung's words. Oh Yun-sung thought that this was probably the reason why they had brought him here, showing off the incredible buildings and the sheer number of students. There was a reason why they showed them to him. Oh Yun-sung admitted that he wanted to see what this place was like, the headquarters of one of the mainland's best hunting organizations. Yang Jong-cheon agreed with Oh Yun-seong and asked, what was his impression? To which Oh Yun-sun replied that he couldn't be sure, which puzzled the old man. Oh Yun-sun said that the amount of hunters' equipment, structures, and so on, their quality was top-notch. However, it's got everything he thought it would. Certainly Kai's level is superior to most hunters he's seen. But in terms of hunting strategy or other subtleties, they were no better than those from his home country. Thus, he feels he has nothing else to show except the fact that he worked in China as a hunter. The aura in the air grew heavier. Yang Jong-cheon said that it was worse than Oh Yun-sung's expectations. It was just an overly colored shell. However, he didn't express himself so aggressively. Except the young man in front of him, he's clearly not denying it. Yang Jong-cheon was completely covered in flames. While Oh Yun-sung and Yang Jong-cheon were talking, Yang Byun finally came to them. Noticing her father, Yan Byun wondered what he was doing. Looking at Oh Yun-sung's calm expression, Yang Jong-cheon asked again, is it really just an over-decorated empty shell? As he suddenly laughed and said, that's basically how it really is. Yan Byun was surprised at what had just happened. She wondered if this was one way of expressing it. Meanwhile, Yang Jong-cheon had long since noticed her entering the hall. Blushing, Yan Byun made a bow and told her father that he had come. Looking at Yan Byun's outfit, Oh Yun-sun thought to himself that it was rather garish. Since Yang Byun came, Yang Jong-cheon asked why he wouldn't finally have lunch with Oh Yun-sung, and snapped his fingers, right after which their food was brought to them. And soon the three of them were sitting at a table set with different dishes. Yang Jong-cheon said, that's pretty good. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sung and Yan Byun were thinking about what was wrong with this seating arrangement. Oh Yun-sung coughed into his hand and revealed that he only remembered offering to grab a bite to eat with Miss Yan Byun, and therefore he didn't understand why his presence was here. Yang Jong-cheon explained that it was because of him. He called Yang Byun to bring him here. Oh Yun-sung asked why he did it. Yang Jong-cheon asked if that child asked to date her. Yang Byun said that she was sorry and that she was only doing what she thought was best. Yang Jong-cheon asked her not to make excuses, however. It just so happened that he was thinking the same thing, and that was why he told her to bring Oh Yun-sun here. Yang Jong-cheon turned to the young guest, and Oh Yun-sung asked what he wanted. Yang Jong-cheon asked Oh Yun-sung how he felt about him becoming his son-in-law. Yan Byun wondered why her father suddenly brought up such a topic. Oh Yun-sun said it was unexpected, after which he asked why the latter was asking such a question. Yang Jong-cheon asked if he had implied earlier that Oh Yun-sung wasn't wrong about what he said a moment ago. Oh Yun-sung apologized for his misunderstanding. After that, Yang Jong-cheon decided to ask him a simple question, namely, who does Oh Yun-sung think he is? To which Oh Yun-sung replied that he didn't think he was normal in every way. Yang Jong-cheon agreed with Oh Yun-sung and said that he is not normal, and the same goes for the Red Dragon Society. Yang Jong-cheon asked, isn't the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society too extravagant? Not suitable for someone like him. Oh Yun-sung asked if he meant. Yang Jong-cheon revealed that when he was Oh Yun-sung's age, it never occurred to him that they would live in such luxury. Is there suddenly a monster in their world? And are these monsters attacking humanity? Is that what you expect to hear from a crazy person? However, Unlike ordinary civilians, they are martial arts masters. And when monsters appeared, martial artists were the first to fight them using their skills. But as they hunted more and more monsters, a huge fortune was suddenly amassed. They, barely able to maintain their identity and acting as mercenaries, began a whole new life. Even if they went back centuries to a time when martial artists were highly prized, they wouldn't be treated the way they are now. So much wealth, so much power, but it wasn't what they deserved as martial artists. Oh Yun-song said that the latter meant like hunters, to which Yang Jong-cheon replied that he understood him perfectly. They must work as hunters, that is, hunting monsters and protecting civilians from danger. The Red Dragon Society, which was just a small dojo out of nowhere, has now become a group of hunters that is known all over the world. But they grew up too fast, and because of that, they lost their true nature. Oh Yunsun asked what does the latter mean by true essence, to which Yang Jong-cheon replied that it was the reign of the strong. Yanbyeon bowed quietly, not daring to intrude into the conversation between her father and Oh Yun-sung. They must recreate the lifestyle for martial artists. They need to constantly strive to improve themselves. Meanwhile, respecting and submitting to those who are stronger. Yang Jong-cheon asked Oh Yun-sung if Oh Yun-sung understood what he was talking about. Since Oh Yun-sung must have spent countless days and nights to reach the level where he is now. The Red Dragon Society has gotten so big, but unfortunately they haven't had anyone of Oh Yun-sun's caliber for too long. A squad that fell powerlessly against a lowly trickster is already proving his point. But this is a group of hunters recognized worldwide. Doesn't that sound like some kind of joke? Suddenly, Yangbyeon turned to her father and said that it was. Without letting her finish, Yang Jong-chong shouted that failure was failure, and that he would not tolerate any excuses. Under Oh Yun-sung's gaze, Yanbyeon was forced to agree with her father. Yang Jong-cheon once again proposed to Oh Yun-sung to be his son-in-law. Oh Yun-sung asked if there was a reason for that, to which Yang Jong-cheon replied that the point was that this child wouldn't be able to lead the Red Dragon Society. Hearing this, Yanbyeon bit her lip and mentally tisked. Oh Yun-sung wondered why that was so. After all, he himself is convinced that Ms. Yanbyeon is an amazing hunter. Yang Jong-cheon was surprised by Oh Yun-sung's words. And after chuckling, he assumed that he was just joking. Could someone who Oh Yun-sung defeated in one move really be called amazing? After which, Yang Jong-cheon recalled what he had said earlier about the reign of the strong. After all, the strong is absolute. Only a strong mind and the drive to compete can lead comrades to success. Whereas this child doesn't have any aspiration, which is the reason why she can't lead the clan. Yanbyeon was forced to continue to endure her father's words time after time. Yang Jong-cheon confessed that he had instructed his men to investigate everything about Oh Yun-sung, which he managed to get him interested in. Yang Jong-cheon said that Oh Yun-sung's hometown calls him a bombshell in the industry. He is a catalyst for colleagues and comrades, as well as an important figure and a stimulus for internal growth. That's exactly what they need in a Red Dragon Society. Oh Yun-sun said that, as he has said this before, he has no reason to do this. Yang Jong-cheon chuckled and agreed with Oh Yun-sung's opinion. He suggested that Tens had probably made him an offer he couldn't refuse. After all, the Jin family has more influence than him. Oh Yun-sung was surprised that Yang Jong-cheon knows the identity of the head of Tens. And the latter revealed that he had known the Jin family since a long time ago. And of course, he's willing to admit that they're stronger than he is. That's why he's willing to make the appropriate sacrifices. Yang Jong-cheon told Oh Yun-sung that he could keep his last name. Oh Yun-sun was stunned by what he heard. Is a group as big as the Red Dragon Society not going to make him a successor husband? Is it that they want to make him the successor of the organization himself? Oh Yun-sung admitted that he didn't expect such an offer. Yang Jong-cheon said that he was willing to make sacrifices even though his family's legacy would disappear along with her family name. The bloodline and the Red Dragon Society would still remain. The control, influence, and technique of the Red Dragon Society. He had planned for this child to take a portion of it, but he himself had about half of his maximum left. Yangbyeon was confused by what she heard. She asked her father, "Is he really the one?" Yang Jong-cheon said he is. He's going to give his key, Oh Yun-sung. With his current strength and the addition of his energy to it, Oh Yun-sun would become a true monster. A man capable of overpowering even Jin Wee-baek. If only Oh Yun-sun says this word, he will become much stronger than he is now. While the Red Dragon Society will be with him like a pillar, will grow even more. Yang Zhongchong inquired. What did Oh Yun-song think of his proposal? Oh Yunsen wondered aloud at the words, stronger than Jin Wei Beck. Yang Zhongcheon said that he was fully confident that no one on this mainland could give Oh Yun-song what he had just proposed, and he was willing to guarantee it. Yan Bian mentally tisked. Her father had suddenly made such an unexpected and generous offer. And most importantly, Oh Yun-song will probably accept him because he has no reason not to. And then, as originally planned, she'll be able to bring him into the organization. Except why was she so upset about it? Yanbian wanted to know why. Suddenly, however, Oh Yun-sung refused Yang Zhongcheon's much-appreciated offer. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yun-sung to repeat what he had just said. Oh Yun-sung turned to Mr. Yang Zhongcheon and said that he felt as if the latter had misunderstood something about him. Everything that has been offered to him is actually not even of any value to him. Screams could be heard throughout the headquarters and flames were in the air. As the clan members approached the door to find out what was happening there, they were thrown back by the flames. They didn't know what was going on inside and couldn't get in because of the flames. Suddenly, the commander appeared in the passage and ordered them to disperse as it was too dangerous. The clan members asked the commander about what was going on inside, but he ordered everyone but the warriors to leave the place. The trio of clan members were then forced to leave the scene. As the commander originally thought, it was the president's Psy Fire members of the Yang clan who have led the Red Dragon Society for generations. A powerful, but at the same time very dangerous force. Just for what reason did Mr. President suddenly start releasing so much Psy? What's going on inside the room right now? If Mr. President is injured, that's a very serious problem for them. And that's even though it's just flammable. The whole place will turn to ash in the blink of an eye. Yanbian asked her father to calm down, for there was no need for them to. Yang Zhongcheon asked the young man if he was willing to do it again. Oh Yun-sung was surprised to hear Yang Zhongcheon's voice in his head. He assumed it was voice transmission. Voice transmission is a Chinese esoteric qi that transmits a voice even if you don't move your lips. Oh Yun-sung didn't even think about the fact that there really is such a qi in China. Oh Yun-sung asked Yang Zhongcheonu, what exactly should he repeat? To which the old man replied that he should repeat what he had just told him, word for word. Oh Yun-sung couldn't help but think that this was really amazing qi. Does it appear that Yang Zhongcheon has attached his aura to his ears and is transmitting his voice through it? Oh Yunsen recognized that this was truly amazing aura control. That's exactly what he turned out to be, the president of the Red Dragon Society, ruling over half of Shanghai. Number 2 of the Elite 10 is Yang Zhongcheon. Yang Zhongcheon demanded that Oh Yun-sung speak right away. Oh Yunsen assumed that if the old man didn't like his answer, he would simply turn him into ashes through the attached aura. This was almost impossible for Oh Yunsen, which made him think that possessing qi was cheating. Oh Yun-sung said that his answer was no different, and what Yang Zhongcheon offered him had no value to him. Yang Bian was startled by Oh Yun-sung's answer. She explained that you can't say that. Suddenly, Yang Zhongcheon interrupted his daughter by shouting to Oh Yun-sung that he was an arrogant boy. Immediately afterward, he intensified his Psy-fire pressure. From such an onslaught, already Yan Bian was forced to cover herself with her hands. Yang Zhongcheon was not happy to give everything to this boy even though he was very talented. But he dared to refuse him. No, he dared to humiliate him. Although he had internalized something in order to achieve and master something greater, just as suddenly, Yang Zhongcheon mentally cringed remembering Oh Yun-sung's words of value. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yun-sung how dare the latter say that what he proposed had no value. Oh Yun-sung asked Yang Zhongcheon through Qi if he could hear him well. Surprised to hear Oh Yun-sung's voice in his head, Yang Zhongcheon suddenly stopped. Oh Yunsen admitted that he didn't even know that such a principle worked here, and that it was much easier than he had realized. Yang Zhongchong was surprised to hear easier. Is voice transmission really easy? After that, he noticed that there was a thread of Qi Oh Yunsen attached to his ear. But how and when did he have time? It's not hard to put your voice into an aura, but it's not easy to quickly attach an aura to another person's ear. Even his genius daughter, who has been practicing since childhood, is still learning this qi. Oh Yun-sung said that the thing is that he already owns one kai with a similar operating principle, which surprised Yang Zhongcheon. He used a technique called Qi Parasite, and undoubtedly it works well. Yang Zhongcheon finally put away his Psy flame, after which Oh Yun-sung said that it's pretty rude to talk like that being his hubei. But President Yang was the first one to start threatening him. Right after that, Oh Yun-sung cut off Qi's thread, and he said that when he's threatened, he doesn't just let it go. Yang Zhongchong mentally recognized that Oh Yun-sung was strong, even aside from his experience and talent, to understand the principle of instantaneous action. Oh Yun-sung was able to instantly concentrate under such conditions and apply this ki the first time. Yang Zhongchong admitted that maybe he should stop measuring his ki, or else he would use up all his energy. And from the looks of it, Oh Yun-sung was clearly born at the wrong time, because he's more suited to be a warrior than a hunter. Oh Yun-sun said that he wouldn't call those words pleasant to him. That's why he refused Yang Zhongcheon's offer, because he doesn't consider his words as praise. Yang Zhongcheon asked him what he meant by that. Oh Yun-sun replied with his hands up, saying that he didn't mean to say anything like that. He probably wouldn't understand even if he told him why. He had nothing more to say to the old man. Yang Zhongcheon said that if it was really like that, then there was only one thing left for them to do. Yang Chongchong kicked his foot on the ground while reactivating his flaming sai, and said that since they were confident in each other's strength, would Oh Yun-sun guess what he was about? Oh Yun-sung refused Yang Zhongcheon and said that he would rather give up the fight. These old men are at it again. Yang Zhongcheon asked, "So why did the man refuse? Is he afraid of him? Does he only fight in fear of death?" Oh Yun-sung explained that Yang Zhongcheon would have to kill him, which clearly surprised the old man. Oh Yun-sun said it's hard to explain. There's no way he can talk about his auto-hunting. Oh Yun-sung revealed that if a fight breaks out between them, he will train all his ki, just like with the voice transmission. But if Yang Zhongcheon is satisfied to use the ki of the Red Dragon Society everywhere, it will be a pleasure for him to join the fight. Oh Yun-sung stood and asked Yang Zhongcheon if he was ready to start the fight. Silence once again hung in the room. Yanbian looked incredulously towards Oh Yun-sung, picking a fight. Even Yang Zhongcheon was stunned by his insolence. How dare he play with his trust? As the ground suddenly shook, Oh Yun-sun wondered if this was the one. Immediately afterward, he ran out the window. Yanbian wondered what was going on there. Looking out the window, Oh Yun-sun saw a huge rift open up above them. Residents ran screaming from the huge snake-like monster begging for rescue. But the blue-headed blackbird wasn't about to let go of its victims. Just as suddenly, one man ordered everyone to disperse and jumped on a black body. He then struck the snake with a metal object. After a single blow, the metal pipe was in disrepair. The townsfolk took heart, for it is a hunter, which means they are finally saved, except that the blue-headed blackbird was still alive. Thanks to that blow, the hunter had managed to inflict a wound, albeit a shallow one, which was to be expected with an improvised weapon. After that, another hunter came up to them and explained to the others that it was too dangerous here and that they should take shelter somewhere. Taking off his tie, the hunter cursed at the snake because this was happening here, and even on his day off. Who would have thought that a blue-headed Dunlin would suddenly appear here? And even a 7-level one at that. An unforeseen rift is a real curse? And just what do those bastards at the observatory do? The Dragon Slayer's commander explained that the rift appeared suddenly, and so it was not predicted. It was like a downpour on a cloudless day. The second hunter reprimanded as the entire city was now in true chaos. The commander asked if the emergency communications were okay. He replied that there were no instructions from the headquarters, and that even if they contacted them, it wouldn't make much difference as they would only be informed of the meeting place. The commander cursed because everyone was in a panic, and besides, so did they, whereupon he threw away a piece of pipe. For starters, the most important thing for them is to stay alive. The blue-headed blackbird opened its mouth and lunged at the hunters. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sung and Yanbion donned their protective gear. Afterward, Oh Yun-sung asked about the situation at the moment, to which Yanbion replied that the situation was dire. All communication in the city was lost due to panic. Oh Yun-sung turned to Yanbion and said that he had a request for her. Oh Yun-sung asked if she could bring his secretary from the hospital. Yanbion asked why her, to which Oh Yun-sun replied that the city was in chaos due to the sudden rift, and that taking her driving skills into consideration, only she would be able to bring the secretary. Yanbion asked if it would be better if they hunted the monster that got out together. Oh Yun-sung replied that it would be too late then. Yanbion asked what he meant by late, and Oh Yun-sung said that there was something more important than hunting a monster right now, and that's why he asked her to do it. Yanbion wondered what could be more important than hunting. Then she looked at her father. Yang Zhongcheon said to let her do as Oh Yun-sung asked. After all, he apparently has something he wants to show her. He's the president of the Red Dragon Society, and he can handle all the monsters in the vicinity by himself. Yanbian had to agree with her father's words, after which Yanbian climbed into the car and looked over to Oh Yun-sung. And then she pressed the gas pedal and drove away quickly. Oh Yun-sun told the old man that in that case he would also start acting. Yang Jong-cheon admitted that he doesn't know what Oh Yun-sung wants to show his daughter, but he's willing to see what he's worth. Oh Yun-sun smiled and said that he couldn't vouch that he would enjoy it, but he would give it his best, like a real hunter. Immediately after saying those words, Oh Yun-sun rushed to the battlefield. Yang Jong-cheon wondered what was going to happen there since he might not like it. This kid was proving to be too mysterious. Oh Yun-sun thought, what would happen if he tried to call COU using the transmitter in the suit? After answering the call, COU immediately asked where he was, and began to tell her that he had just suddenly appeared Ray. Oh Yun-sung said he was aware of it, and that he was already running there, which for once didn't surprise COU. Oh Yun-sun said he actually had something to ask, namely, does the control headquarters have an emergency hotline, so that all the hunters can be in touch with each other in case of an emergency? To which Seo Yu replied that they do not have such a line. Oh Yun-sun wasn't even surprised at what he heard. For something like this to happen in a place where hunters on a common mission only compete with each other, Seo Yu asked why he was asking about it. To which Oh Yun-song replied that the point was, just as suddenly Oh Yun-sun spotted a blue-headed Blackfoot. The hunters were already barely holding their own against such a powerful monster. And the whole problem is that they can't do any damage to the monster with those weapons. Just as suddenly, the second hunter noticed something in the distance and asked the commander to take a look at it. Jumping down from the roof of the building, Oh Yun-sun rushed straight at the blue-headed blackbody. Noticing the new prey, the blue-headed blackbird opened its mouth to catch its food. But, unfortunately for her, Oh Yun-sun swept through, slicing her head in two. In the blink of an eye, Oh Yun-sun dealt with the seven-star monster. The hunters were amazed at what they saw, for this legendary technique is called energy sword, so how did he manage to do that? This hunter turned out to be pretty damn strong. They fought hard, and in the end, for good reason. Seo Yu asked if something had happened, to which Oh Yun-sun replied, nothing unusual. He also told Seo Yu that he had an important assignment for her. After finishing his explanation, Oh Yun-song said that was the end of it. Seo Yu shouted that this was outrageous and asked him to wait. But Oh Yun-sun passed out, after which, Oh Yun-sun glanced at the two hunters that had just fought with the blue-headed blackbody. The Dragon Slayer's commander whispered, asking what they were going to do now? To which the second hunter asked that this guy was unusually strong and suggested that they act together. But he refused because they need to leave the place. There are monsters everywhere, and if they are going to hunt them, they should split up. Afterward, he thanked Oh Yun-sun for saving them and said that they were leaving, and therefore, looking at him being told something, Oh Yun-sun couldn't understand a word as he doesn't know Chinese. Hearing no response from Oh Yun-sun, the hunters assumed that he did not speak Chinese. Suddenly, Oh Yun-song hit the ground as if he was going to run away. The hunters were trying to figure out what he was going to do. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun burst out and pulled his hand towards them in a threatening manner, after which screams were heard. Meanwhile, Yanbian had picked up Seo Yu from the hospital and was on her way to her next destination. Tapping her finger on her hand, Seo Yue said that there was something she didn't understand. I've gotten Yangbyeon's attention. Yangbyeon recounted Oh Yun-song's words. Urgently get into Yangbyeon's car and go to the place where he sent the signal from. And what did he want? Why should she go where Oh Yun-song tells her to go? Seo Yu asked Yangbyeon. Wasn't she right? Yangbyeon is so strong while she's weak. In such an emergency situation, there's much more help from Yangbyeon. Just as suddenly, Yanbyeon abruptly turned the steering wheel without dropping speed at all for the turn. After such a prank, Seo Yu was afraid to be in the car driven by that woman. Yanbyeon asked, so what? Seo Yu replied that it was nothing, and that she had nothing to say. She was creeped out by how impressive Yangbyeon's driving skills were. Yangbyeon said that because people are fleeing the city, all the roads leading out of the city are crowded. And since the place sent by Oh Yun-song is in the center of the city, all the roads are free for them. The communication network was lost due to the sudden overload, and even if they wanted to contact the central control center, it would be impossible. Seo Yue noticed that the city had fallen further into chaos because of this. The appearance of an unforeseen rift hadn't occurred to them yet, but what about the direct line of communication between the hunters? If it existed, they could take more effective action. The only question that still haunted Seo Yu was, why did Oh Yun-sung call her? After all, the biggest thing she can help with is translation. Looking at Yanbyeon's face, Seo Yue noticed that she was clearly surprised by something, then looked forward. There was a huge pile of blue-headed blacktails stacked right in front of the building. Seo Yu wondered if Oh Yun-sung had done all of this by herself, and Yang Byun admitted that it was really impressive. How did Oh Yun-sun manage to deal with so many snakes in such a short time? Seo Yu pulled out her phone to look at Oh Yun-sun's next message that they needed to. Oh Yun-sun wrote that they need to climb to the roof of the hotel. After climbing up the stairs to the top, Seo Yu and Yan Byeon saw Oh Yun-sun standing at the edge. Seo Yu asked what he was doing. He summoned her, here without even giving any reason. When Oh Yun-sun looked at her, Seo Yu noticed that he looked tired and blood was flowing from his mouth. Seo Yu asked why he was so pale and what had happened to him. It could be a sign of a sudden drop in the energy level of the core. Wiping away a trickle of blood, Oh Yun-sun said that there was nothing wrong with it. He was just exploring the area. Why did Seo Yu surprise him? Because why would he do that? Especially since it's not the time for this kind of thing. Seo Yue asked, what should she do next? Although she knew that if she figured everything out, it would turn out to be a mere waste of time. Already knowing how she would react to that, Oh Yun-sun smirked. Then he held out his palm and asked her to accept it. Not knowing what he was talking about, Seo Yu asked what she should accept, after which she took Oh Yun-sun's hand and saw a blue flash emanating from him. After examining the item she received, Seo Yu assumed that they were threads from the aura. Except where did they all lead to? At first, she assumed that they led to 10 places, immediately after which she refuted it, and thought of more than 20 places. Seo Yu wondered if that meant that. Yan Byun turned to Oh Yun-sung and said that if her hunch was correct, he did. Without letting her finish, Oh Yun-sung said that she was right. He made these threads by combining her father's voice transmission and his own technique, which amazed Yang Byun. After listening to Oh Yun-sun, Seo Yu realized that her assumption was correct. Oh Yun-sun said that as he moved around the city, he connected these threads from the aura of all the hunters he crossed paths with. Seo Yue couldn't just believe what she was hearing after all. Voice transmission, connecting more than a few dozen people already sounded like some kind of nonsense. And even Yan Byun was mentally in agreement with this. But if this was indeed the case, she would only be more enraptured by such a technique. Oh Yun-sun explained that he didn't call Seo Yu for a fight. The point was that through these communication lines, it was possible to communicate directly with the hunters. And since that was the case, Seo Yu's task would be to give them orders and assess the situation based on their reports. Meanwhile, he himself would act as a temporary direct line, namely a control tower. If it was Yan Byun, the head of the Red Dragon Society's combat department, or if she was the representative of TENS, the hunters would be more willing to give their consent and obey. Oh Yun-sun suggested that Seo Yu try using the link. Excited, Seo Yu asked what exactly should she do. Oh Yun-sun told her not to worry as he would tell her everything, what to say and how to command, which wasn't that hard and that she could get used to it quickly. After hearing this, Seo Yu was panicking because Oh Yun-sun wants her to start commanding the Shanghai hunters right now. She still didn't fully believe it was possible and was trying to figure out what the hell he was. While Seo Yu was drowning in her own thoughts, Oh Yun-sun assumed that she basically understood everything, and that in that case, she should start leading and giving orders. A multitude of blue-headed blacktails attacked the city, but they were opposed by the hunters. The hunter told the commanders that there were too many monsters and that they should retreat first. But the man asked his subordinate not to make him laugh, because if the monsters broke through here, they would have a direct path to the civilians' hideout. The subordinate tried to object to the commander, but the commander shouted that reinforcements were on their way. The commander asked the subordinate if he understood that, because the honor of the Dragon Slayer was at stake. Except, looking at the blue-headed black bodies, the commander mentally reprimanded himself as everything was fine only in words, but they were really too lacking in hands. Help would arrive soon, they were told to hold on a little longer. In reality, this was just lip service. Also, that person identified himself as a representative of TENS, but judging by the voice, it was clearly a girl. And so the commander wondered again, could they really believe these words? Just as suddenly, a whirlwind of fire headed towards the head of one of the blue-headed black bodies, which instantly set the monster on fire, incapacitating it. The newcomer assumed that the Dragon Slayers were just in the midst of a heavy battle that he had intervened in. The man then said that they were from the advance party from the Red Dragon Society, and that they had come to reinforce the Dragon Slayers as ordered by their vice president. The commander of the Dragon Slayers was amazed that the Red Dragon community had come to their rescue. After finishing his greetings, the commander of the Red Dragon Society's advance squad rushed forward to attack. Immediately afterward, he chopped down one of the blue-headed black bodies with a single blow. The commander from the Dragon Slayers smirked because of who acted as their reinforcements. He then asked his subordinates why they were standing like stumbling blocks and asked if they wanted to give all their loot to the Red Dragon Society. The commander approached his newfound ally and asked which of them would have previously thought that such a day would come when they would be hunting side by side, to which he agreed. He then asked, "This representative of tens and stuff, is it related to that Korean? Anyway, compliments to them should be left for later. Now it's hunting time. Sector 13 has been cleared. Now the hunters must head out to find the citizens." Sector 2. The Red Dragon Society has come to the aid of the Dragon Slayers and have begun to hold the monsters. Sector 7. The monsters have been encountered again and are fighting. Seo Yu ordered a constant search for civilian survivors. The hunters accepted the order and asked for reinforcements, immediately after which Seo Yu called for help. Seo Yue could hardly believe what she was doing now, as it was truly unbelievable. The situation in the city was normalizing right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsen was running toward his new goal. Seo Yu reported to Oh Yunsen that the support group from the Red Dragon Society had arrived at the second sector. Oh Yunsen replied that they would protect the most dangerous sector with that, after which Seo Yu said that they could take a breather for now. Initially, Seo Yu had no idea that the situation could be brought under control so quickly. Some time ago, Oh Yunsen explained that they would divide Shanghai into 15 sectors, starting from the first sector, the place where the rift was formed, to the 15th sector, depending on the urgency of the action needed. After that, they would start sending out groups of hunters according to the sector number. That way, they could save the lives of residents who couldn't find shelter and hunt monsters. Oh Yunsen asked if she had memorized the order of the hunters. Afterward, he noticed her expression on Seo Yu's face and asked, "Is something wrong?" Seo Yu asked if Oh Yunsen had really developed a plan of action right at the preparation site, right after the rift appeared. Seo Yu wondered if Oh Yunsen could be a genius. Oh Yunsung replied that this would have been impossible and that he was simply using knowledge from the teamwork organization manual he had once studied in Korea. Oh Yunsen said that even though he works alone, hunting is a team endeavor. Seo Yu wondered where he was going while leaving her here to run things alone. After climbing to the roof of the building, Oh Yunsen replied that he had already arrived at his destination. As he looked down, he saw blue-headed blacktails crawling all over the street, and some of them even wrapped around buildings. Oh Yunsen replied that he had arrived at the site of the fault formation. Seo Yue was amazed at what she heard. After all, how was it that he had arrived at that place and had he done it alone? Meanwhile, the blue-headed black bodies had already spotted their prey and were targeting him. Seo Yue asked if he was out of his mind. After all, the rift is swarming with hundreds of monsters while he is all alone there. Oh Yunsen said that the third phase would soon begin, after which Seo Yu asked, "What is this third phase?" To which Oh Yunsen replied that it was the stage of development when an unforeseen rift occurs. Phase 1. Monsters come out of the rift and spread across the area. Phase 2. The monsters stop their spread while they eat their prey. And Phase 3. The monsters re-emerge from the rift, after which the second wave begins. Although they have a line of defense at the moment, they won't be able to cope if the third phase suddenly arrives. To buy them some time, they need to start acting now. And to do that, he needs to strike straight to the heart. Seo Yu tried to oppose Oh Yunsong's plan, but he didn't let her finish, reminding her that she, like him, was aware of their current situation, and that she should understand what would happen if the third phase began. Biting her lip, Seo Yu said she understood since he explained everything. Oh Yunsen said he was taking the case. Lastly, Seo Yu asked Oh Yunsong, lest he die there. Oh Yunsun smiled and asked Seo Yu to better worry about himself. Oh Yunsen had to admit that Seo Yu could be cute when she wanted to be. Well, since he was done with that, now it was his turn. It's time to start the hunt. Oh Yunsen threw himself off the roof, flying straight into a meeting with the blue-headed blackbirds. And as he landed, he chopped off some of the black bodies' heads using his wrist blades. Immediately afterward, the largest of all the snakes in the area reached for him, opening its jaws. An airplane flew over a city besieged by monsters. The commander said they arrived on an emergency plane in just 2 hours, which is basically very fast. Although he's not sure if it's appropriate to say it, the destruction in the city was far less than he had originally thought. This person is the current member of the Elite 10, 10th rank. Liu Tian, one of the subordinates asked. Did he really think so? To which Liu Tian replied that he didn't even know what might be the reason for that. Liu Tian was sure that they were practically defenseless. It was good that they were anyway. Liu Tian wondered if the Shanghai hunters were much more capable than he had expected. In any case, he would find out as soon as he came down. Liu Tian asked if any of the Elite 10 had already arrived, to which the subordinate replied that 3 were already there, except they are out of town and it will take them a while to get to the center. Liu Tian suggested that in the end, they would be the ones to penetrate the rift and close it, to which the subordinate agreed. Liu Tian thought that this was a great opportunity to take all the laurels for himself, so he ordered all his men to head for the rift, after which they all jumped from the plane with parachutes. After landing on the ground, Liu Tian said that everything was going great as everyone landed successfully. He then ordered his subordinates to be on guard, as they would soon arrive at the rift. Liu Tian didn't care at all what kind of monsters might be there, because in any case, he was no match for them. As a subordinate stood in his way, Liu Tian asked the one what had happened, whereupon he glanced forward and asked dumbfoundedly, what had happened here? Just in front of the rift lay a multitude of dead blue-headed blacktails. After examining several bodies, a subordinate reported that the blackfellas had been mutilated, and a second hunter asked who could have done such a thing. Plus, given the size of the biggest one, it's clearly a 7-star. Liu Tian wondered what had happened here. After which, he asked his subordinates how things were with the rift itself, to which those replied that everything was quiet for now and that no new monsters were seen anymore. After listening to the subordinates, Liu Tian suggested that this was all a bad omen. Liu Tian told his subordinates that there was a possibility that the huge monster had just devoured the others. And most importantly, he likes it. It's very interesting. Preparing for battle, Liu Tian pulled out the Violet Dawn sword, a legendary sword that was the pride of the Huashan mountain clan. The subordinates exclaimed, for it was the same legendary Violet Dawn sword. Liu Tian was almost completely certain that their enemy was a huge monster, and since that was the case, no one from the Elite 10 would be able to take away his prey. For now, he doesn't know where that monster is, but there's no way that monster can escape from his sword. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the rift, creating a cloud of dust as it landed. This was probably the target that Liu Tian should be hunting. Therefore, Liu Tian immediately rushed towards the monster. Instantly reducing the distance, Liu Tian chopped down the monster. With only one strike of his blade, he managed to bifurcate it. Just as suddenly, the monster began to blur into a cloud of dust. Liu Tian was astonished at what had happened, as the monster simply couldn't dodge his attack. Afterward, he managed to get a glimpse of the person who had just been behind the veil. This guy had just managed to dodge his sword, so who was he? It's probably some unremarkable hunter. Liu Tian asked the hunter what organization he was from, and what happened here. But instead of answering, Oh Yunsen simply pointed at one of the hunters, after which he moved his finger to the rift above them. After tracing his finger, Liu Tian noticed that it pointed at their liquidator, after which he wondered if he wished them to take the liquidator and head upstairs. The liquidator from Liu Tian's team asked, how did this insolent person dare to poke at them? Hyugal introduced himself to Oh Yunsen, whereupon he assumed that Oh Yunsen already knew his name. Hyugal suggested that Oh Yunsen was a very capable hunter, and said it would be good if he helped them close the rift. And most importantly, if he helped them, he was willing to share the glory with the stranger. Hyugal wanted to know what this hunter would reply. After all, he is a member of the Elite 10, calling him to hunt with him, which is simply an exceptional offer as a no-name hunter. Not knowing what the man was talking about, Oh Yunsen only hummed in response, after which he turned around and was about to leave. The liquidator assumed this guy was simply ignoring them. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen looked back and glared threateningly in their direction, after which he said he was going upstairs and disappeared. The liquidator asked, what could that mean? After all, the man had clearly said something in a foreign language, and from the looks of it, it was Korean. The hunter asked Hyugal if they should catch him and teach him a lesson, but Hyugal replied that they shouldn't do that, and that they should close the rift instead. Hyugal was angry at this insolent man who dared to ignore him. If it was indeed Korean, then it is probably the very same Oh Yun-sung. This man dares to ignore the 10 once he has gained some fame. After they kill all the monsters in the rift, he won't leave it like that and talk to Oh Yun-sung. But upon entering inside the rift, Hyugal opened his mouth in shock. After all, the battlefield strewn with the bodies of blue-headed blacktails stretched out in front of him. Hyugal simply refused to believe his eyes, for that hunter had exterminated all the monsters in the rift. Hyugal wondered if that was really what he wanted to say then. At that moment he told them, close up quickly and come down, for they had nothing more to do here anyway. Did Oh Yunsun really manage to exterminate all those monsters by himself? It was 3 days after the event dubbed the Shanghai Shock. An unforeseen rift has formed in the center of a metropolis of 20 million people. The whole world sympathizes with this catastrophe. According to the TENS report, Oh Yunsun, a hunter from their country, played a big role in resolving this difficult situation, although they don't have any details about what happened at the moment. But their special correspondent will soon report in detail about Oh Yunsun's contribution. Since Oh Yunsun had already arrived, Seo Yu said that they should go. Oh Yunsun assumed that since she was saying that, lunch was already over. Workers were clearing away the ruins of buildings that had been destroyed due to the monsters. But when they saw someone, the workers were shocked. Oh Yunsun assisted them in clearing the rubble by carrying huge chunks. After getting rid of a piece of the wall, Oh Yunsun asked, "Does he just need to clean up all that debris?" To which Seo Yu replied that was exactly what he should do. One of the hunters said that the hunters were really striking, and his comrade agreed, then asked the question, what did Oh Yunsun forget here? Closing her eyes to what was happening, Seo Yu turned to Oh Yunsun. She then asked why they came to clear the rubble. Oh Yunsong was surprised that Seo Yu was asking that. Seo Yu replied that of course she was interested in it, because hunters help with disaster relief in emergency situations. But still, it's not in their purview. Seo Yu explained to Oh Yunsong that there's no reason for him to do this, because there are no reporters or anyone here to appreciate it. On the contrary, the whole thing seems even stranger. Then the workers asked him why he was doing it. They couldn't understand how the hunter had come to them, but he couldn't hurt them. Oh Yunsun replied that he doesn't care who thinks what he thinks about him. Then he asked, "Isn't it customary in this country to do what you want without regard to the opinions of others?" Seo Yu tried to protest, saying that the point was this. Oh Yunsun wondered how much longer he had to keep repeating that he was doing this because he wanted to. It would be better for him to stretch out here than to just lie in the ward and do nothing. Seo Yu said, "There's no one around anyway." But in the end, she decided to give up, as it's unlikely that she'll be able to talk Oh Yunsun out of it. There's no point in her telling Oh Yunsun anything else. Oh Yunsun picked up another huge piece of rubble, after which he carried it. After the official TENS report, rumors spread around Shanghai about Oh Yunsun's huge contribution when fighting near the rift, about his amazing technique by which he connected all the hunters to each other with long aura threads transmitting voice waves. This allowed them to coordinate the hunters to rescue civilians and eliminate monsters, about how he single-handedly dealt with all the monsters in the rift and the effectiveness of his actions beyond any explanation, a catastrophe that sent everyone into a state of semi-panic. He managed to unite the hunters and stop the monsters from spreading. However, according to official reports, he is just one of the participants in the operation, and no one here cares about him, a foreigner. Seo Yue clenched her fists, thinking about the fact that it was because of Oh Yunsun that they were able to significantly reduce their losses, but right now, there was no one but her by his side. And it's all because he's an outsider. Their industry has proven to be so unadaptable and conservative. And she's the same way. She lives like a warrior, and she'll die like one. She had previously thought that was what was most important in life, but he's not. Seo Yu approached Oh Yunsun and told him that he would be fully rewarded for the hunt, and that no matter if it's security footage or black boxes, she'll find all the evidence to make sure he gets what he deserves. Oh Yunsun said he would trust Seo Yu. Afterward, Seo Yu said that she had something else. She would help him. Oh Yunsung was surprised to hear this and asked what she meant, to which Seo Yu replied that she had nothing to do anyway, and it's because she's also a hunter. Covered in blush, Seo Yue took her gaze to the side and suggested to the boss to do it together. Oh Yunsun was amazed by Seo Yu's actions. After all, it was worth it just to look at her now. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun started laughing with that, and Seo Yu confusedly asked why did he suddenly start laughing. Oh Yunsun explained that she was so tiny and said boss with such a serious face. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsun felt uncomfortable because of the look. Seo Yu. Oh Yunseong turned away and wondered if he had stepped on the same landmine again. After all, who could have known that such a proud little girl would suddenly say such a thing? Suddenly, Oh Yunsun and Seo Yu saw something that even surprised them. The hunters from the Red Dragon Society led by Yanbyeon were walking towards them. Oh Yunsung greeted Yanbyeon and asked what fate had brought her here. As suddenly, they all greeted Oh Yunsun as Grandmaster Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsen asked why all of a sudden such an greeting and why all of a sudden this. To which Yan Biong replied that it was because he, the great master, was the savior of all of Shanghai. Oh Yunsen asked, is that really the case? Oh, and also why are they suddenly here? Could it be that there is evidence of a new fault? To which Yan Biong replied that it wasn't that. They had come by order of the president to help the great master. Oh Jansen was surprised to hear that they had arrived by order of the president, though they normally don't do such things, but they couldn't stay away while the Grand Master was dealing with it personally. And even though it's an executive order, many came here of their own volition. News of Mr. Oh Yunsen helping to rebuild the city spread throughout Shanghai. After a while, hunters from the Dragon Slayer clan came to the ruins and also volunteered to help them. Not only them, but other hunters would soon arrive to help. Picking up one of the pieces of buildings, the hunters were amazed at what they saw, after which they shouted that there were people here. There was a woman and a child in the basement. It was a true miracle that they were still alive. Yang Bian admitted that she thought about the fact that there were a lot of things Oh Yun-song might have been disappointed about when he came here. But according to their orders, without further ado, everyone follows the one who has won their respect. After which, Yan Bian said that she would take care of clearing the rubble elsewhere and bowed out. Seo Yu asked Oh Yunsen if he had seen it. After all, this is the power of China. Oh Yun-song asked if it was really true. Then Seo Yu asked him not to make such a serious face. And afterward, she confessed her own thoughts about the stupid things she'd done. Although Seo Yu actually wanted to say something else to Oh Yunsen. For surely what they are now witnessing is a miracle wrought by him. The work was carried out until late at night. The work of clearing the rubble, which was estimated to take 10 days, was completed in just 1 day, and Oh Yunsen's reputation rose even higher. Chonghae Hotel. Oh Yunsen summarized that his body was finally back to normal, while his energy was also almost restored. And then he was on schedule, when suddenly there was a knock on the door of Oh Yunsen's room. As soon as Oh Yunsen opened the door, the strange man said it was a pleasure to meet him. He then assumed that Oh Yunsen was more comfortable communicating in Korean and introduced himself as Lee Huimin. Lee Huiming is a top 4 Elite 10, a representative of the ancient Dragon Company, and the man behind the attack on Oh Yun-seong in Korea. This man is also known as the Pain Doctor. Lee Huiming laughed and then said that he would like to talk to Oh Yunsen, who played a big role in saving Shanghai. Oh Yunsen asked what he wanted to talk about, and Lee Huimin revealed that as of today, Oh Yun-sung was ranked 10th in the Elite 10, which he decided to congratulate him on. Lee Huimin asked if they could have a word in honor, but Oh Yun-soon hurriedly covered the door with a backhanded reply that there was no need. Just as suddenly, another man appeared and grabbed the door. Liu Tian said that Oh Yunsen is just as arrogant as last time, whereupon he asked, how dare the latter interrupt Master Lee Huimin? Since he, Liu Tian, is here, he cannot allow Oh Yunsen to act as arrogant as he did back then. Ignoring Liu Tian, Oh Yunsen added his strength to open the door, as he suddenly remembered that Liu Tian had said something about last time. Oh Yunsen asked Liu Tian who he was, which surprised him. Smirking, Oh Yunsen explained that Liu Tian was acting as if they had already met. Liu Tian was furious, for this scoundrel dared to neglect him. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen flicked something with his finger, thanks to which he was able to throw Liu Tian away from his door. Immediately after that, he quickly closed the door. Not willing to tolerate this kind of attitude, Liu Tian began to knock on the door and demand that Oh Yunsen open it. Oh Yunsen sighed as he was spared unnecessary trouble, and besides, that guy was just too impatient. Lee Huimin, who was sitting on Oh Yunsen's couch, said that no matter how it was, Liu Tian didn't necessarily need to be present during their conversation. Dumbfounded by Lee Huimin's sudden appearance, Oh Yunsen wondered when he had just managed to enter. After all, he was definitely outside the door when he closed it. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen noticed a strange odor hovering in the air, smelling as if someone had fired a firearm. Oh Yunsen asked Lee Huimin if he used tech to enter the room. Lee Huimin replied that it was incredible if Oh Yunsen was able to see his power and yet managed to analyze it in cold blood. After which, he admitted that he was indeed using tech. If Ki is something that can be compared to an extension of the body, utilized by the core energy released in the form of an aura, the Te activates a mechanism, like a magic system that uses the energy of the core as fuel. Therefore, Te, unlike Kai, makes it possible to use paranormal power that surpasses the laws of physics, like magic. Except that unlike Kai, very few people have Te abilities. Lee Huiming told Oh Yunsen that he was thinking correctly, thinking that this odor is the trigger of those, but more accurately, it is his trace. Oh Yunsen wondered how Li Huimin had managed to read his mind, after which he bluntly asked if this was a type of tech, to which Li Huimin replied that it's just a logical inference. Even though Oh Yun-song looks calm, he sniffed his nose while his pupils run from place to place. The whole secret is that the human body sends out different signals all the time. Pupils, facial expression, trembling in the legs, and so on, and if you follow these, it is not difficult to read someone else's thoughts with their help. Li Huimin said that Oh Yun-song's body is no exception, and that there are two thoughts in his mind right now. The first thought is whether he should call security or better yet the police. On Li Huimin bypassed all the protective measures of the hotel and went up to him. Well, the second thing was the real Li Huimin sitting in front of him? Oh Yunsen didn't expect that he could read even that thought. Li Huiming suggested that Oh Yunsen was now thinking, right before the door closed, Li Huiming didn't even move or burn anything, so maybe he didn't even teleport, but instead use those deceptive sensation cheating techniques. Li Huimin asked, is he right? Because of how well Li Huimin thinks he is, Oh Yun-seong wondered who this person even is. Li Huimin explained that creatures like humans are very simple, and that if you show them a slightly rational path, they will of course choose that path. A way to anticipate thoughts is integral to him, users of those ways to survive. Oh Yunsen recognized that Li Huiming was very talkative, to which the latter of course agreed, and explained that this was the first time he had encountered entertaining material in a long time, and that's why he was interested. What's particularly interesting to him is that Oh Yunsen didn't react in any way to the phrase Elite 10 he mentioned. Oh Yunsen asked how he should have reacted to that, whereupon Li Huimin asked if the latter thought it might have been an honor. To which Oh Yunsen replied not at all, and admittedly he doesn't really believe it. And even if it is true, he doesn't think it would be right to change the ranks of the Elite 10 in one day. Li Huimin suggested that Oh Yun-song simply underestimates their Elite 10, to which Oh Yun-song replied that it's because they simply don't deserve it. Li Huimin said that wasn't true, and that in fact Oh Yun-soon had already earned that title when he caught one of those dangerous monsters. Except that at that moment, he was only a foreign guest, so it was taken for granted. Li Huiming got up from the couch and said that everything had changed now because Oh Yunsen had become the hero of Shanghai. Oh Yunsen asked about it, and Li Huiming told him that the spot in the Elite 10 had actually been vacated 6 months ago, but that the guy under the door was personally recommended by him. Liu Tian was his subordinate whom he had trained for a long time, and he also inherited the Huangshan martial techniques that he had refined himself. A young hunter in perfect mastery of the Huangshan martial qi. This is exactly the kind of person that Liu Tian is. Suddenly, like a thunderous day, Oh Yunsen is announced, who for only the second hunt becomes the hero of Shanghai, which confuses him all the cards. Oh Yunsen apologized for what he had done, then asked if he meant to say by this that he had already put him in a difficult position twice. Li Huimin suggested that we count it. First, that wonderful medicine obtained by blood and sweat, which coincidentally passed into Oh Yunsen's hands. Secondly, his subordinate who has strategic knowledge of their organization is in a Korean prison. And also his much-loved apprentice whom he trained in Huangshan's improved martial techniques, who got disgraced thanks to Oh Yunsen. If you do the math, it turns out that Oh Yunsen has interfered with him at least 3 times already. As Oh Yunsen suddenly noticed the burning odor in the air again, it could only mean that right now, Li Huimin had used his tech again. And since that was the case, Oh Yunsen decided to be proactive and sped off. But all of a sudden, he was suddenly sprawled on the floor without being able to move his body. Li Huimin squatted down in front of Oh Yunsen and then said that now they would be able to find common ground. Li Huiming complained that Oh Yunsen's actions were making him waste his energy by deceiving his senses. He then said that even if Oh Yunsen wanted to move a part of his body, the other part would move. Li Huimin snapped his fingers, and Liu Tian, who was still recently left at the door, immediately rushed into the room. Immediately afterward, the latter walked over to Oh Yunsen and lifted him up by his shirt. Li Huimin said that since they had talked enough, it was time to get down to business. He offered Oh Yunsen a choice. Oh Yunsen may naturalize in this country and become his subordinate. Or else, correcting his glasses, Li Huimin said that otherwise Oh Yunsong would just be eliminated by him. Oh Yunsong must choose one of 2 things. Li Huimin admitted that this time, Oh Yunsen had acted even too well, making him the hero of Shanghai. The person who bothered him in every way suddenly becomes one of the Elite 10, which is very unpleasant for him. And even though he wants to get rid of Oh Yun-sung right now, Lee Huimin signaled, after which Liu Tian lifted Oh Yun-sun higher. Lee Huimin recognized that destroying a new rising star would be too horrible. But if Oh Yun-sung obediently acclimatizes to this country and becomes one of the Elite 10, he might be able to calm down. More importantly, the other members of the Elite 10 have also come to the same conclusion. That was why he had come in person, to convince Oh Yun-sun, even though that would normally be the job of that damned old man. But strangely enough, that old man wasn't really interested in the incident. He simply gave Oh Yun-sun his freedom. But whatever the damned old man thought, he didn't care about it at all. Lee Huimin suggested that Oh Yun-sun should choose soon. Will he decide to take root in this country, submit, and live with his head proudly raised as a member of the Elite 10? Or would Oh Yun-sun prefer to be trampled right here and now for personal revenge? Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun was able to regain control of his body and unhooked himself from Liu Tian, punching him in the face. Liu Tian clutched his nose from which blood began to flow, after which he asked the bastard how he dared and immediately attacked Oh Yun-sun. But as soon as Liu Tian hit Oh Yun-sun, the latter dodged his attack and swung his fist. Right after that, Oh Yun-sun dealt with Liu Tian with one punch, sending him straight into one of the hotel walls. Even Li Huiming was amazed at what was happening, for Oh Yun-sung had already managed to break his spell. Looking at the battle-ready Oh Yun-sun, Li Huimin wondered what was going on right now. He had definitely completely confused Oh Yun-sun's senses, and even if he wanted to move a limb, another limb would move. Was it possible that Oh Yun-sun had dispelled his techniques? If that was indeed the case, then it was a shame, because then he would be at a disadvantage because Liu Tian had been taken out first. Currently, this hotel is completely under his influence, causing this room to be like a separate world, completely isolated from the outside. But the problem is that it also eats up a lot of his strength, causing his defenses to weaken. It was for this reason that Li Huimin had brought Liu Tian along with him to protect him before he attacked Oh Yun-sun. But there was no way he could expect Liu Tian to be defeated so easily. Even if it was Jin Wei-baek, he wouldn't be able to break these enchantments in such a short time. Without attacking Li Huimin first, Oh Yun-sun gestured for him to attack first. Li Huimin became furious over something like this because with a gesture like this bastard is trying to provoke him. Without thinking long, Li Huimin released his aura preparing to teach the boy a lesson, as suddenly he decided to stop for a while. For on reflection, there was clearly something wrong here. It's rather strange to think about it calmly since Oh Yun-sun is asking him, the master, to approach him first. Kai extracts the core energy itself in the form of the aura and uses it, while spells use the core energy as a kind of fuel. In contrast to the aura, which is like an extension of the hunter's body, spells are like pouring gasoline in the form of core energy into cars. That's why spells are supposed to recharge, but Oh Yun-sun provokes him to attack just during this very recharge instead of trying to attack him himself. And that's even after Liu Tian, who was protecting him, was defeated. After thinking about it, now Li Huimin was completely convinced that it was a bluff. He's sure of it since Oh Yun-sung probably can't even move right now. Even if he succeeds, it will only be for a short time. Looking at how Oh Yun-sun continued to stand straight with an occasional twitch, Li Huimin was once again convinced of his hypothesis. His paralysis spell is the strongest anti-paralysis spell that mixes all the senses throughout his body. Except theoretically, if Oh Yun-sun knew all his nerves in his body, he could break the spell. But that's just a theory, and nothing of the sort can happen. Li Huimin reached under his jacket and pulled out a talisman. Since Oh Yun-sung is so willing, he's ready to deal with him. In addition, he is in no danger, as Li Huimin himself is only a virtual image. In fact, he is now in a place where no one can ever find him. Li Huimin snapped his fingers, after which the talisman lit up, and a few seconds later, the entire hotel room was already engulfed in flames, from which emerged a golem that Li Huimin called the power of 1,000 gods. How suddenly Oh Yun-sun started to move, which was in Li Huimin's expectation. But even if the latter is able to move, it was already too late for Oh Yun-sun as there was another golem behind him. In fact, Li Huiming and his power of 1,000 gods that Oh Yun-sun is seeing right now is just a virtual image. Oh Yun-sung will not be able to dodge this attack, and after that, he will be floundering in his illusions. Suddenly, instead of panic, a smirk appeared on Oh Yun-sun's face. Immediately afterward, he turned in the other direction from the virtual image. Li Huimin was astonished by such an action, and wondered if this meant that Oh Yun-sun had managed to see him. What confirmed his speculation even more strongly was that Oh Yun-sun ran straight towards his real body. In order to protect himself, Li Huimin summoned the power of 1,000 gods and ordered them to protect him. Immediately after, one of the golems jumped out right in front of him, preventing Oh Yunsen from harming his master. But Oh Yunsen managed to dodge Li Huimin's follow-up punch and punched the latter in the face. There was no way Li Huimin had expected that this brat would be able to detect the real him. Except how did he do it? After being hit by Oh Yunsen, Li Huimin spat on the ground. Oh Yunsen looked at his channel and suspected something was wrong here, causing him to wonder if it wasn't enough. Li Huimin got up from the floor and unleashed his aura and shouted at Oh Yunsen that he was a bastard. Li Huimin pointed at Oh Yunsen and demanded that he tell how he did it now. Oh Yunsen smirked and said, "It's all about that." Li Huimin said that he was a user of those, which means that right in front of him right now is not the real Li Huimin. But then where is the real Li Huimin? He can't win until he knows where the real body is. Could it be outside this room? No. Li Huimin himself said that the smell of burning paper is the trigger of those. And you can definitely hear the smell of burning paper in this room, which means he's lurking around here somewhere, being invisible. In that case, he should definitely check it out. First, he should pretend to provoke Li Huimin to distract him. Oh Yunsen called out to Li Huimin with a gesture, hence the plan. Next, he used the threads of ki, releasing them in all directions, through which he discovered Li Huimin in the corner of the room. Li Huimin was amazed by Oh Yunsen's story and could hardly believe such a thing. Judging from what Oh Yunsen said, this provocation was not just to buy time, but was also used as bait to try to find out his location. Li Huimin clenched his teeth in anger as this bastard managed to trick him. Suddenly, Li Huimin started laughing loudly. Afterward, he agreed that he would have to change his opinion of Oh Yunsen, as the latter had indeed turned out to be a brave and cunning man. Oh Yunsen honestly admitted that he didn't care about Li Huimin's opinion, then said that the latter should take responsibility for the mess. Li Huimin corrected his glasses and asked Oh Yunsen if he wanted to say that he just wanted to make the pain professor take over. To which Oh Yunsen replied that, of course he wants to, because if someone starts a fight, they better be ready to take responsibility for it. Li Huimin chuckled and said that this was exactly what was expected from Oh Yunsen, except that he's also not such a lenient person to those who oppose him. Li Huimin took out 3 more talismans from under his jacket and said that he would get rid of Oh Yunsen right now. Li Huimin smirked and said that he would really like it. Just as suddenly, Li Huimin flicked, burning another talisman to use space compression. Immediately after which, he disappeared from his seat and appeared right beside Liu Tian. Li Huimin said that he would back off for now, because it was not his thing to fight when the chances were slim. Yes, and besides, if he left Liu Tian here, it would be a direct proof that he had made a move towards him. Hence, he should take Liu Tian and escape. Without waiting for Li Huimin and Liu Tian to leave, Oh Yunsen rushed towards them. Except that Li Huimin was ready for the chase, and so he clicked using the shortened distance. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen used an attack form thanks to which he was able to destroy Li Huimin's spell form. Li Huimin was astonished by what had happened, for something like this shouldn't have happened. Things were bad, and thus Li Huimin prepared to use the spell again, for it could all be over now. After using another spell, Li Huimin glowed yellow. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen pierced the wall with his blade at the place where Li Huimin had just been. Apparently, Li Huimin had managed to escape, except that he hadn't managed to take Liu Tian with him. Meanwhile, Li Huimin appeared on the roof of the building, and he was very angry because of the recent battle, for he had failed to take Liu Tian with him. Hearing the commotion, Seo Yu burst into Oh Yunsung's room and asked if he was okay, after which she saw that Oh Yunsen was sitting not far away from Liu Tian, who had hit the wall a while ago. Oh Yunsen raised his hand and said hello to Seo Yu, who had come in. Seo Yu immediately identified Liu Tian and asked Oh Yunsen to just not talk about the fact that there was an assassination attempt on him, whereupon Oh Yunsen said that she was right. Just as suddenly, So Yu shouted that they were scum and hit Liu Tian with all her might. The man regained consciousness and sobbed in pain. So Yu grabbed Liu Tian by his jacket and started to cowardly call him a bastard. Seo Yu asked how those dared to attack the boss after only learning a couple of paltry martial arts skills of licking Li Huimin's ass. She asked if they were too fearless since trash like Li Huimin dared to attack him. As it turns out, Seo Yu is quite violent, except that when they first met, Seo Yu almost immediately seemed quite testy to him. Oh Yunsong asked if it's really that obvious that this guy is subordinate to Li Huimin, to which Seo Yu replied that everyone who is even a little bit knowledgeable knows about it. This is the guy that the pain professor, that Taoist bastard, had been supporting up until now, which was very unpleasant. It was unpleasant to see the pain professor along with this guy walking around with this guy, which was too condescending. Liu Tian mewled in pain. So Yu raised her hand in preparation to hit Liu Tian once more and ordered him to at least open his eyes if he woke up, since no one would let him close them. Liu Tian begged to be allowed to breathe as he couldn't breathe. Xiao Yue was angry, because apparently this bastard had not fully regained his senses yet. Oh Yunsen asked Xiao Yu to stop and leave this guy alone, because his body was clearly having a hard time right now, as Liu Tian had recently received a pretty strong blow, which meant that he definitely couldn't escape. Since the boss ordered her, Xiao Yu agreed to let Liu Tian go, after which the man was finally able to cough. Liu Tian said that they clearly lacked self-control, which was expected from the subordinates of that old monster Jin Wei Pek. Xiao Yu demanded for Liu Tian to repeat his words if he wanted to get, of course. Oh Yunsen asked Xiao Yu to stop. Xiao Yu asked why she should do it, and should they beat those scum half to death until they repent? Oh Yunsen explained that he didn't forbid her to do it, except that he had something to ask Liu Tian. Xiao Yu asked what the other one was about, and Oh Yunsen asked if it was all coordinated together with tens, to which Xiao Yu replied that there was no such thing yet, and slapping her hand on her chest, Xiao Yu asked Oh Yunsong not to worry about it, because this guy was caught red-handed like some criminal attacking the boss. That's why they can ask for a huge compensation from Hua San's group and the Taoist bastard. But Oh Yunsong immediately dismissed it and said it was not necessary. After which, Oh Yunsen crouched down beside Liu Tian and said that they shouldn't report it to tens or the authorities, but instead they can come to a great agreement with the people who are directly involved in all of this. Xiao Yu was unpleasantly surprised to hear about the agreement with these. Oh Yunsen explained that only then would this man accept his terms, which surprised Liu Tian himself. Liu Tian asked Oh Yunchong what the man wanted from him, and the latter replied without much thought that he wanted the secret key technique of Hua San's group, after which he asked if he could give it to him. The headquarters of the Red Dragon Society. Sitting on the pier, Yang Zhongcheon waited for the fish to bite his rod, until none other than Oh Yunsen arrived at his door. Yang Zhongcheon asked if he had come to join him for this activity. Oh Yunsong said that his father was very fond of such things, but since he was a child, he had been taught by his mother never to pick up fishing rods. Yang Zhongcheon didn't expect to hear such an answer and laughed. Afterwards, he admitted that Oh Yunsong always looks a head better than before when he dresses like this, and that it would be even better if from now on, Oh Yunsong always dressed like this. Oh Yunsong asked if that was really true. To which Yang Zhongcheon replied that Oh Yunsong would become very popular wearing such clothes and started laughing again. He then said that he had heard from the commander that Oh Yunsen was coming and asked if Oh Yunsen had a request for him. Oh Yunsong replied that he was right and held out his phone and said that it was a text containing the secret Kui technique of Hua San's group. He wants to ask Yang Zhongcheon to translate it correctly and teach him how to use it, especially Xiyu referring to breathing techniques. Yang Zhongcheon was clearly interested after hearing about the breathing techniques. Oh Yunsen said that there was a brother who taught him how to control his PSI, and he also told him that when he was dropped off with a Chinese hunter, there was something there that inspired him to his core. The Chinese hunter was definitely someone who lacked skills compared to his brother, but he used different variations of QI. But although PSI is usually used under tremendous pressure and in a large range at once, and fatigue is immediately felt in their veins, however, he was not affected by all of this. Seeing this, the brother had a hypothesis. Maybe Chinese hunters know a form of vein training that they didn't even know existed. Yang Zhongcheon recognized that this brother was an amazing person and then asked him to continue. Oh Yunsen said that since he came here, he has also been able to find several similarities among Chinese hunters. They all have instant breath, and every time they breathe, their qi level rises. In that case, doesn't that mean that qi in breathing is a method for vein training? Yang Zhongcheon recognized that it was what he expected. Oh Yunsong was able to come up with all this with just a little bit of information, which is pretty amazing. However, Oh Yunsong said that he got that breathing technique from Liu Tian, a guy in Hua Sang's group. Yang Zhongcheon asked what kind of face he had when he had to give this technique away, to which Oh Yunsong replied that it was something to see, as it said, "You don't think you can get it all out of me, do you?" This made Yang Zhongchun laugh again. Yang Zhongcheon explained that the thing that's written here is the heavenly harmonic art of Hua Sang's group. It's a legendary Qi technique that no other can compare to, and if Oh Yunsen can learn it, he will definitely become stronger. However, The legendary technique of the heavenly harmonious art had been lost, and even the professor of pain was unable to recover it. Therefore, it would be impossible to learn it by simply interpreting the texts. Now, most importantly, why would he even agree to Oh Yunsen's request? They're not that close, are they? They almost fought in a duel once. Oh Yunsong replied that it's a matter between him and Yang Zhongchong, not between him and the Red Dragon Society. In the past disaster, he resolved the situation of joining the Red Dragon clan, and as Yang Zhongcheon knows, the Red Dragon Society benefited greatly from it. Oh Yunsen asked, "Isn't it obvious that he and the Red Dragon Society are on good terms in the hunting community?" Oh Yunsen bowed and promised that he would try to be a good partner for the Red Dragon Society from now on. Oh Yunsen once again asked for Master Yang to help him with his technique. Yang Zhongcheon tells Oh Yunsong that he's being shameless. But since he's pointing out a favor to them, those aren't the words a martial arts hunter would say. But Oh Yunsen will make a good partner for the Red Dragon Society. And he really likes that part. It will be a good relationship among hunters, which made Yang Zhongcheon laugh. Yang Zhongcheon said that they would train Oh Yunsen, and that he had actually already prepared something in advance when he heard that Oh Yunsen was coming. Oh Yunsen thanked Yang Zhongcheon and was about to suggest to him to get started. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yunsen not to hurry so much, after which he asked who told Oh Yunsen that he would be the one to teach him. Just then, Yang Bion arrived and Yang Zhongcheon said she was just in time. Yang Zhongcheon told Oh Yunsong to greet his new teacher. Embarrassed, Yang Bion looked away. Afterwards, she still looked at Oh Yunsen and said that she hoped that they would work well together. The Red Dragon Society Castle is a building built by the Red Dragon Society to study martial arts. This is the place where the masters of the Red Dragon Society have collected thousands of martial arts books over the years. And it is a secret place in the Red Dragon Society where only masters and their successors can enter. But this time, they had specifically welcomed Oh Yunsen as a guest of the Red Dragon community, assisting him in learning the qi associated with breathing techniques. Yanbian said she was done with translating the text, and Oh Yunsong was surprised at the speed at which she did it. Yanbian told him that they usually have a lot of text in them. First, she would tell him about breathing techniques, qi, and the generalities of the instant breathing method. Oh Yunsong thought about the fact that Yangbyeon looked very worried when she was told to be in this room with him alone. But when they started talking about martial arts, those signs disappeared. Could it be because she's into martial arts? Yanbyeon said that she should start by informing her that instant breathing is not used to strengthen veins, but they train the veins using the same methods as the hunters in Korea, repeatedly running PSI through them to strengthen them. Oh Yunsong asked how the breathing techniques are used then? Yangbyeon held out the pendulum and asked Oh Yunsen if he knew what it was. Oh Yunsen replied that it was a pendulum used for out-of-body aura practice and asked if he was right. Yangbyeon said that he was right and that it is indeed used for such practices. Oh Yunsen should convert a small amount of core energy into aura and then move the pendulum. If he only strains his aura, the pendulum only moves a little, but Yanbyeon inhaled. She then touched the pendulum with her finger and it bounced. Immediately afterward, the pendulum began to swing around her hand. Oh Yunsen was sure that he could only sense a small amount of aura, while Yanbyeon could cause such a strong impact if she just used the breathing technique. Oh Yunsen said he now understands the general method is not used to strengthen veins, but this is the method of operation of PSI itself. Yanbyeon said that the one is absolutely right. The general way maximizes the efficiency of the core energy. Oh Yunsong said that he understood. After that, Yanbyeon started talking about that heavenly harmonious art she had just translated. Yangbyeon handed Oh Yunsong the notes and asked him to try to read it. As soon as Oh Yunseong took the sheet, Yanbyeon suddenly sighed loudly, which surprised him. He then shifted his eyes to the text and surprised himself with the technique. Heavenly harmonious art. It was said to be a divine art that contained the 1,000-year history of the Hwa-san group. But that's all there is? They did mark the locations of the veins that are needed to use the technique, but Yanbyeon already knew what Oh Yunsen wanted to say. It's too simple. As for a complete method called ultimate technique, Oh Yunsen was okay with that because this text is on a level with the one that basically says things like, soccer is played with the feet. And besides, what is this part that talks about yin and yang, mind and body? It all sounds like some kind of poem. Yanbyeon explained that it was usually like this. because that was what all the original texts for the hidden technique of a clan with a long history were like. And to top it off, all the original martial arts texts that are called divine are written in figurative form. Instead of explaining them in detail, they are learned by memorizing them in short phrases, as if you were singing. All the books in this library are also books that have been studied by the Red Dragon Divine Arts for over 100 years. Oh Yun-sung assumed that Yang Byun was hinting to him that it required more research, and so he said he understood. Yan Byun confessed that she could not recommend Oh Yun-sung to study celestial martial arts because it was too dangerous to learn them by training from these original texts. Oh Yun-sung was interested in why this was dangerous, and Yan Byun told him that, as Oh Yun-sung could already see, all the training methods described here were too simple. He could definitely learn divine arts if he trained accordingly. But as he should already know, humans have countless veins. And among all these veins, Oh Yun-sun must find the veins necessary for the work of the teaching method. However, if he uses the wrong veins for the work of Sai, eventually he may get a momentum of force and destroy his body with it. Yang Byun suddenly grabbed Oh Yun-sung's hand and asked him to stop there because it was too dangerous. Suddenly she noticed that she had inadvertently grabbed Oh Yun-sun's hand and blushed dramatically. Immediately afterward, she let go of him and apologized for her sudden grabbing of his hand. Yan Byun did it without even realizing, which made her feel very embarrassed. Oh Yun-sung, on the other hand, smiled as Yan Byun is indeed a very shy lady, after which he thought about the fact that this technique could destroy his body. And most importantly, learning it wouldn't even end within a few days. The problem lies with the professor of pain. For that person is definitely not going to back down just like that. And in order to keep Oh Yun-sun's mouth shut, he's going to make a move sooner or later, either grabbing or attacking again. To make sure he surpasses his skills, there is no other way but to learn breathing techniques. Except, what does he have to do it? Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun saw a blue light that could answer his question. The auto hunt button appeared in front of Oh Yun-sun. But why did it appear? After all, there were no enemies nearby that could threaten his life. Perhaps the auto hunter is asking to press a button if he wants to learn the divine art. In that case, Oh Yun-sun agrees to push the auto hunt button. That guy was always like that. It was like he was saying, "Oh Yun-sun, if you don't give up, you will bear all the pain and patience, and if you can guarantee you can accomplish anything." Noticing Oh Yun-sung's strange behavior, Yang Byun turned to him, trying to get his attention. Just as suddenly, Yan Byun realized exactly what Oh Yun-sung was trying to do right now. Yang Chong-cheon, along with the commander, rushed to the library of their Red Dragon Society. Yang Chong-cheon asked, "Did the child urgently call him?" To which the man replied that it was, after which he stood near the entrance and bowed, waiting for the master to step inside. Opening the door, Yang Chong-cheon saw Oh Yun-sung sitting in the middle of the room and meditating. The commander asked Yang Byun about what was going on here, to which she replied that Oh Yun-sung had suddenly started practicing the heavenly harmonious arts, and she's sure that he's in a state of power impulse right now. Yang Byun asked her father to help Oh Yun-sung. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sun was sweating profusely. But upon looking at Oh Yun-sung, Yang Jong-cheon suddenly started laughing, during which he said that it was indeed a daring kid since he had done something like that. Yang Byun turned to her father not understanding what he meant, and Yang Jong-cheon asked, "Doesn't she stupidly see that?" Afterward, Yang Jong-cheon advised her to look at Oh Yun-sung's face. Looking at Oh Yun-sun once again, Yan Byun was surprised to see his energy. Yang Jong-cheon confirmed that this is the legendary technique of the heavenly harmonious art. Oh Yun-sung opens new veins and takes a completely different path, because of which Yang Jong-cheon called him a reckless guy. The commander was amazed at what he heard and asked if it was even possible. Yang Jong-cheon replied that it was possible. It ends up happening right in front of their eyes, which is truly amazing. Yang Jong-cheon admitted that he's already wondering what new horizons he'll open up to them when his training is over. He's already looking forward to this moment. A short while later, looking at the process, Yang Jong-cheon assumed that Oh Yun-sung was already finished, whereupon energy began to flow to him. Even Yang Byun and his commander had to shield themselves from the torrents. But after a few seconds, Yan Byun smelled a scent from Oh Yun-sun like plum petals. Oh Yun-sun had finally completed his training in breathing technique, which had taken a whole night. Yang Jong-cheon assumed that Oh Yun-sung had acquired a divine art, and so he congratulated him on such a weighty achievement. The others were still astonished by this. After all, how had he managed to learn the heavenly harmonious art in just one night? Oh Yun-sun bowed and thanked Master Yang Ms. Beyond, and the Red Dragon Society, as this was only possible because of their support. Yang Zhongchong admitted that he was glad since he felt that way. Besides, did Oh Yunsun come up with a name for his new technique? Yang Bian was surprised to hear about the new technique. After all, Oh Yunsun was studying the heavenly harmonic art. Oh Yunseong asked how he knew this, to which Yang Zhongcheon replied that he could easily tell just by looking at Oh Yunseong's complexion. He didn't have a unique purple glow on him like the heavenly harmonious art. Even though he himself only has theoretical knowledge, he understands the qualities that this technique should have. He saw that Oh Yunsun was able to come to an understanding while he was trying to restore the divine harmonious art. Oh Yunsun recognized that this was indeed the case. While he was trying to recover the heavenly harmonious art, he realized this when he was looking for the right vein. Although it was an excellent divine art, there was a better method for it. And it all came to a divine art that fits his body much better, which is why we can say it's a new art. Yanbian was amazed at what she heard, for it was simply impossible that in the process of recreating the heavenly harmonious art, someone would create something completely different. Yang Zhongchong asked, "Is it true?" After which he started laughing. Oh Yunzong said that he owed Master Yang Zhongcheon and Mission Yanbian a debt of gratitude and promised that he would definitely repay them. Suddenly, Yang Zhongcheon put his hand on Oh Yunsong's chest, surprising him, after which he asked if the man was just going to leave. The commander came into the room and told the ruler that he had brought what he had asked for. Yanbian was surprised to see it, for what was brought to her father. "It's a red dragon's double fang, except why are they here?" the commander asked, wondering if it could mean. Yang Zhongchong smirked and said that he was in a great mood today as he had finally met a worthy opponent. Yang Chongcheon grabbed the red dragon fang immediately, after which he pointed it at Oh Yunsong and said the fight they couldn't make earlier. "Can they make it right now?" Yanbian shrieked in surprise and asked her father if he really wanted to fight Master Oh Yunsong, to which Yang Zhongcheon replied that he really wishes for it. Oh Yunsun admitted that he couldn't understand why he suddenly started acting like that. After all, he said before that Yang Zhongcheon said that he knows very well the fact that Oh Yunsong is a hunter. While he's Yang Zhongcheon, and he's not a hunter, he doesn't even have a title. He might not be able to understand Oh Yunzong, but he can perfectly understand the power of this technique to test it. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yunseong if he wanted to check out where all that hard work had gotten him. After all, he probably doesn't mind it himself, the test of strength. Oh Yunsong replied that this was indeed the case, and therefore he accepted the offer to fight Yang Zhongchong. Right after the conversation, Oh Yunsong and Yang Zhongcheon entered the arena of the Red Dragon Society. Yanbian still couldn't accept that her father would fight Oh Yunsong. Earlier he had said he would retire. Then why was he here? Yang Zhongcheon turned around, realizing how much Yanbian was worried right now. Afterward, he chuckled and told Oh Yunsun that the child was worried about him. She's worried that Oh Yunsong might hurt herself while fighting him, even though he raised her. Oh Yunsun asked if that was true. But in any case, Ms. Byong is very caring, and so it makes sense. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yunsong what he meant by that. But he decided it wasn't important to him. Yang Zhongcheon knew that if anyone would get hurt in this fight, it would be himself. Since they had prepared for battle, Yang Zhongcheon suggested that they start. Oh Yunsong asked if there was something he could find out before they got hitched. Yang Zhongcheon asked what he wanted to know. After that, Oh Yunsong said that he had heard that Yang Zhongcheon had previously been a member of the Elite 10, and that he knew that he was a second ranker. Yang Zhongcheon replied that that was the case back then. Oh Yunsun asked, "How strong is Jin Wei Baek compared to him?" Yang Zhongcheon's face changed dramatically because of his comparison to Jin Wei Baek. While the members of the Red Dragon Society were amazed at how rudely Oh Yunsun behaved under their head, Yang Zhongcheon released his sigh and laughed. After which he asked if he really wanted to know that, and pointing with the Red Dragon's double fang, he asked, "Why wouldn't he?" Realizing where this was going, Oh Yunsun quickly activated the auto hunt. Immediately afterward, Yang Zhongcheon tore towards Oh Yunsun, destroying the arena floor at the starting spot. But at the last moment, Oh Yunsun still managed to dodge the Red Dragon's fang. Yang Zhongchong suggested that Oh Yunsong look at himself and all the power he possessed. A smirk stretched on Oh Yunsun's face, and he was ready to do it. Watching the fight, Yang Bian became more and more worried that her father might injure Oh Yunsong. Yang Zhongcheon hit Oh Yunsong with the Red Dragon Fang, but he managed to dodge the old man's blow. Immediately after, Yang Zhongcheon took advantage of Oh Yun-sung's moment of weakness and charged in with a double dragon fang. Oh Yun-sun's business was not good because this old man was really fast, and his second strike followed immediately after the first, even without delay. Yang Zhongcheon swung the red dragon's double fang trying to deal with Oh Yun-sung. But he managed to dodge and started to break the distance. But unfortunately for Oh Yun-seong, immediately after his attack, Yang Zhongcheon rushed after him and accelerated, reaching forward with the twin fangs of a red dragon. Immediately after, Oh Yun-sung bounced back again, dodging another attack. But he had to bend out while doing so, lest Yang Zhongcheon put his double fangs on him. After a few strikes, Yang Zhongcheon manages to push Oh Yun-sung to the other side of the arena. Although the fight had just begun, but the spectators were already standing dumbfounded with their mouths open. The commander recognized that Oh Yun-seong was really amazing. Plus, he had never thought that Oh Yun-seong's skills before were so great, after which Yang Byun recognized that he was. The commander smiled and asked the vice president to let her not worry about Oh Yun-sun since Master Yang would definitely hold back during the battle. But Yan Byun said that it wasn't about that at all, which surprised the commander a little. Yan Byun asked, did he really not know that? Her father hadn't actually passed on his divine art to Oh Yun-sun. The commander became uneasy, for if one thought of it that way, it could only mean that Yan Byun realized that his father didn't see Oh Yun-sung as a junior or subordinate. He looked at him as his equal, and that means he's going to use it. Oh Yun-sung appreciated that Yang Zhongcheon's punches are really sharp and every punch he throws is incredibly powerful, as expected from the former number 2. Yang Zhongcheon freely stabs and slashes, smoothly and without delay, while the flow of his attacks keeps him constantly in suspense. When Oh Yun-sung makes an effort to create some distance between them, Yang Zhongcheon immediately uses his legs to follow him, which makes it hard to dodge and hard to keep your distance. However, Yang Zhongcheon grinned and praised Oh Yun-sung for how well he was dodging his attacks. And slapping the red dragon's fang on the ground, he asked Oh Yun-sun what he was doing, and why wasn't he trying to answer? If it's Oh Yun-sun, he should have found his weak spot by now. Oh Yun-sung was mentally agreeing with Yang Zhongcheon, because it really wasn't an attack that an auto-hunting attack wouldn't be able to resist. And when it comes to weapons that are long in length like twin spears, he could hit a blind spot using spider steps. Except, if the auto-hunter didn't attack, that meant… Oh Yun-sun felt uncomfortable at such a thought. Yang Zhongcheon smirked, assuming that since Oh Yun-sung wasn't answering, he had already guessed everything. Immediately after, he released his fiery sigh once again, which was a true demonstration of the application of divine arts. By controlling Sai and Qi together, a certain special phenomenon could be awakened, and the blazing heat was proof of that. If Oh Yun-sun blindly rushes into that area, he will immediately get burned. With a smirk, Yang Zhongcheon admitted that he wouldn't care, even if Oh Yun-sung continued to dodge his attacks. But would he be able to dodge it? While pondering what he should do next, Oh Yun-sun turned his attention to the large tree behind him. Yang Zhongcheon announced that he was starting, immediately after which he rushed towards Oh Yun-sung at full speed. But he immediately dodged, pushing himself off the ground and flying outside the arena. Immediately afterward, Oh Yun-sun ran up the tree using spider steps, after which Oh Yun-sun jumped off the top of the tree and rose into the air. Yang Zhongcheon admitted that it was a really good idea, and in that case, he is ready to show Oh Yun-sung his true strength. Yang Zhongcheon slid the red dragon's double fang behind his back, after which he struck a blow, instantly setting the huge tree on fire. He's forced Oh Yun-sun back into the arena. Seeing this kind of power, even Oh Yun-sun couldn't help but say that it was simply ridiculous. Yang Zhongcheon told Oh Yun-sung that he made him wait too long, but he had already finished warming up. This is the true strength of the red dragon double fang. Yang Zhongcheon explained to Oh Yun-sung that he had to be able to be satisfied with this weapon that recklessly absorbed heat, all in order to awaken the red dragon's double fang. Oh Yun-sung said that it was the least he could do to be recognized as a master of the Red Dragon Society. Yang Zhongcheon announced that the warm-up was now over, and that at this point, their fight was over. Yang Zhongcheon rushed towards Oh Yun-sung, and the flames from his double red dragon fang took the shape of his wings. The commander recognized that, as expected earlier, their master was excellent, and even Yan Byun was in agreement. After that, the commander said that the last time he had seen Master Yang in this state was about 10 years ago. Only now, he was much stronger than before. Yan Byun agreed that he was much stronger now. She now fully understood just how strong he was, considering he would give her half of his energy. Closing her eyes, Yanbian pleaded for Oh Yun-sung to be more careful. Yang Jong-chong quickly approached Oh Yun-sung, so fast that even Oh Yun-sun didn't expect something like this. Yang Chong-cheon was damn fast, except how could his speed be that fast? Yang Jong-cheon wanted Oh Yun-sung to feel it, so he used the seasons of the Red Dragon Gate, the breath of the twin dragons that will burn the world. Yang Jong-cheon cleaves Oh Yun-sung, unable to dodge, and from the attacks of the Red Dragon's twin fangs, even pillars of flames rose into the sky. The commander wondered, was it really over? And Yanbian continued to pray for Oh Yun-sung's safety. Just as suddenly, Yang Jong-cheon noticed that there were plum petals in the air. And looking at Oh Yun-sun, he was amazed at what had happened. Besides using a breathing technique, Oh Yun-sun also released a blade of ki from his hand, thanks to which he was able to block the attack. Just as suddenly, the aura near Oh Yun-sun began to swirl, channeling peach petals. Everyone was amazed at this. The commander asked, what was it? Seeing the sakura petals, Yanbian wondered if it could be... Reflecting the attack, Yang Jong-cheon, Oh Yun-sung threw back the Red Dragon's double fang. Immediately afterwards, Oh Yun-sun rushed to the attack for the first time in the fight. After Oh Yun-sung dared to attack Yang Jong-cheon, the latter asked how dare he, and attacked Oh Yun-sung back. Immediately afterward, Oh Yun-sung attacked Yang Jong-cheon, ending up at his back. And a second later, a cut from Oh Yun-sung's blade appeared on Yang Chong-cheon's clothes. Yang Jong-cheon asked after which he smirked and asked, Oh Yun-sun how many aces the latter was still hiding. Meanwhile, Oh Yun-sun sighed, after which a realization suddenly came to him. Just like Ms. Bien said, instant breathing is not only necessary to strengthen veins, and it doesn't just increase stamina, it also changes the physical characteristics of the user's aura. It's very similar to Psy, but with a completely different concept. This is the reason why Yang Chong-cheon didn't feel all that heat, and is able to use the Red Dragon Divine Art to control it. The Divine Art allows you to use Qi by changing physical energy. Thus, the new Divine Art that Auto Hunt had created using the Heavenly Harmonious Art was only a foundation. Although it's still incomplete, if he uses it, Oh Yun-sung abruptly turned around and ran towards Yang Jong-cheon, surprising Yang Jong-cheon with his speed. Oh Yun-sun was confident that by using his new art, he would be able to win this fight. Yang Chong-cheon laughed while clenching his blade tighter and said that it wasn't bad, after which they faced each other equally in a scrimmage. The commander couldn't help but acknowledge the fact that Oh Yun-sun was simply amazing, and that no one could even think of him fighting on an equal footing with Master Yang. He then noticed that something was bothering Yanbian and asked her what was wrong, to which she replied that everything was fine. She didn't say what she thought about how strange it was. After all, if the enemy came into contact with the heat of the Red Dragon's twin fangs, he would be pierced by it and surrounded on all sides. And even with an aura, it's impossible to block such a flame. There are simply no exceptions. Then how did Oh Yun-shin block it? While fighting Oh Yun-sung, Yang Jong-chong thought of something strange, namely that Oh Yun-sung had somehow managed to block his spears, but he couldn't figure out how. This is impossible even if Oh Yun-sun uses Heavenly Harmonious Art, which only makes the situation weirder. One of Oh Yun-sung's plum petals flew toward Yang Chong-cheon's flame, as suddenly the flames dissipated, touching the petal. Yang Chong-cheon was startled by what he noticed. His flame simply extinguished because of the petals. Yang Jong-cheon applied more force and attacked Oh Yun-sung again, but he blocked the attack again. Consequently, Oh Yun-sun was pushed back due to the force of the attack. Once again noticing something amiss, Yanbian was even more surprised at how Oh Yun-sung blocked it. Like her father, she knew that the heat from the Red Dragon's twin fangs could not be blocked by the aura. But not only did Oh Yun-sung do that, he also got rid of the flames. Yang Jong-cheon wondered if this could be the result of the Heavenly Harmonious Art, and then he refuted the hypothesis because it didn't make any sense. Yang Jong-cheon smirked and said that it was really interesting, after which he rushed towards Oh Yun-sun while shouting out that he would be able to figure out what this skill was if he encountered Oh Yun-sun again. Oh Yun-sung once again created an aura blade and blocked one of Yang Chong-cheon's blades, after which Oh Yun-sung and Yang Jong-cheon's forces collided, but almost immediately, Yang Jong-cheon's flames began to visibly weaken. Yang Chong-cheon was astonished, for this simply didn't make any sense. Oh Yun-sung bounced away from Yang Chong-cheon, breaking the distance, and one of the old man's blades slammed into the ground. Thanks to the last skirmish, Yang Jong-cheon finally realized what the big deal was here. During the skirmish, Oh Yun-sung manipulated the energy of Yang Jong-cheon's blade as if it were a flower, plucking off each petal one by one until its flame was extinguished. That's how he dissipates the heat, which means all those petals are controlled by his aura. Oh Yun-sung noticed that Yang Jong-chong had opened up while thinking about something, and so he took the opportunity to attack him. Yang Jong-chong mentally chided himself for what had happened, for he had let his thoughts wander during the battle. As soon as Oh Yun-sung's aura blade collided with Yang Chong-cheon's blade, the heat of the flames at the point of impact once again began to dissipate. Looking at this, all the spectators were already confused by what was happening, and were trying to understand how such a thing was possible. Oh Yun-sung attacked Yang Jong-cheon, but he blocked the attack with the shaft of his weapon. Immediately afterward, Yang Jong-cheon counterattacked, finally managing to hurt Oh Yun-sung. Just as suddenly, his eyes shone, and Oh Yun-sun began to blur into the air. Immediately afterward, Yang Jong-cheon's face was hit by a small amount of petals from Oh Yun-sung's image. Oh Yun-sun was already at his back and preparing for another attack. Oh Yun-sung attacked Yang Jong-cheon as he suddenly raised his blade sharply and blocked Oh Yun-sung's attack. Right after that, Oh Yun-sun once again broke the distance with his opponent. Realizing what that bastard was up to, Yang Jong-cheon roared, strengthening his aura, after which he was covered in more heat from the ESI flames. With a calm sigh, Yang Jong-cheon said that he had a rough guess of what Oh Yun-sung was getting. And since that's the case from now on, he won't hold back any longer anyway. Now Oh Yun-sun is warned. Not startled by the words, Yang Jong-cheon, Oh Yun-sung calmly waited for him to act. And a second later, Yang Jong-chong once again rushed towards Oh Yun-sun, covering the Red Dragon's double fang with his apsai. Yang Jong-cheon made a vertical slash, but Oh Yun-sung jumped up thanks to that, managing to dodge. Immediately afterward, Yang Jong-cheon accelerated, inflicting more and more flaming cuts. But even so, Oh Yun-sun dodged all of the old man's attacks. But it couldn't last long, and small cuts from the blades began to appear on Oh Yun-sun's body. After a series of strikes, Yang Jong-cheon swung his blade, releasing a wave of heat at Oh Yun-sung, which he already had to dodge. Two members from the Red Dragon Society swept in. The battle was now one-sided. The apprentice with the shaved head admitted that he was starting to worry about the master when his flames suddenly went out, to which the other replied that he was just attacking head-on, and that at this rate their master would win. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature began to rise. The apprentice with the shaved head asked if he was the only one who felt like it was getting hot in here, to which his fellow student replied that it was because of their master's attacks. The heat from his attacks spread throughout the area, except the commander realized that wasn't the point. It wasn't that the heat had spread, it was that it had dissipated. Realizing what was happening, Yanbian knew that even though her father's aura was filled with Psi, it was being blown to pieces. And that means Oh Yun-sun is aiming for, just as Yang Jong-cheon suspected, Oh Yun-sung wasn't aiming at him at all. In reality, Oh Yun-sung is aiming for the Red Dragon's twin fangs. He tries to drain Yang Jong-cheon's strength by attacking the flames of the spears. While it may seem from the outside that the father has the advantage, he is actually in quite a predicament. And if they keep this up, the winner will be obvious. Yang Jong-cheon mentally chuckled because he had already realized everything. At this rate, his strength would be depleted and this bastard would probably be able to defeat him. Right now, Oh Yun-sung is not competing in strength or skill. He is moderately aiming at his prey, as if it were a hunt for him. Oh Yun-sun is a calm and collected hunter who slowly corrals his prey. Yang Jong-cheon suddenly laughed, realizing just how terrifying this creep was. Just as suddenly, he began to retract his aura of flame. Yanbian wondered what her father was trying to do. Extinguishing his aura, Yang Jong-cheon told Oh Yun-sung that if he was going to act like a hunter, then he's going to act like him and go after Oh Yun-sun. Previously, Yang Jong-cheon believed that he was completely invulnerable. The power of Psi flowing in the veins of the Yang family. Incorporating the divine arts of the Red Dragon, Qi brings true potential. Even possessing the dual Red Dragon Fang, created by absorbing a few fished monsters, the dominance of the Red Dragon Society was created by combining the trio. But it wasn't perfect either. Yang Jong-cheon recognized that Oh Yun-sung was an excellent hunter. He surprised even his daughter by recognizing Oh Yun-sun. This is no longer just a battle between two people. It's now a fight between a hunter and a martial artist. Yang Jong-cheon told Oh Yun-sung that from now on, the person he fights against is no longer the leader of the Red Dragon Society, but Yang Jong-cheon. After which, he suddenly became serious and sharply attacked Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsong blocked Yang Zhongcheon's attack, but something surprised him because it was... The commander was surprised to note that the master's flame had disappeared and assumed that the master had stopped using the breathing technique. After fending off an attack from Yang Zhongcheon, Oh Yunsong attacked back, but his kick was blocked. Yanbian was surprised, for her father's style had suddenly changed. What she saw was not the martial art style of the Red Dragon. Yang Zhongcheon made quick attacks with his blade, forcing Oh Yunsong to block the attacks. Oh Yunsun noticed that the old man's aura had disappeared, and his movement style had also changed. And while it all looks like he's swinging nonchalantly, it's only getting harder to block his lunges now. Yang Zhongcheon quickly attacked Oh Yunseong, and his blade seemed to split into several more. But Oh Yunsun managed to repel all attacks with his keyblade and deflected backwards because of the old man's strength. The commander asked the VP about what was going on, to which she replied that she herself had no idea, as this was the first time she had seen her father's style in combat. Father had discarded the Red Dragon martial art form and was now wielding the spear, relying only on his senses. Just why did he change his style so suddenly? Oh Yunsung suggested that the old man wasn't just relying on his feelings. It may seem like he's just waving his spear aimlessly, but there's actually a hidden agenda behind it. Besides, he doesn't have any weak point. All the experience he had absorbed from years of training in battles and exercises had developed in him a great sense of battle. And that's exactly the reason it's the worst fight for auto-hunting. Yang Zhongqian believes his heart and his feelings, but at the same time, it is impressive to realize his strength that he has worked on for a lifetime. Yang Zhongchong once again swung his blade, causing an even greater heat than before. The disciples of the Red Dragon Society immediately noticed that the master's Sai had begun to release recklessly. Yang Chongcheon thought about the fact that if he had looked at himself a few moments ago, he would have been surprised because of his terrifying style. For this is simply the pinnacle of inefficiency. In addition to his Sai, he also wastes his core energy, but even so, his future, his pride, his confidence, and even the very society of the Red Dragon. In fact, he was glad to have put it all back. The only thing he's thinking about right now is his blades. With a shout and a smirk on his face, Yang Chongcheon swung his blade, sending a wave of heat towards Oh Yunsong. Oh Yunsun was surprised to see such a swift wave. But without giving in to panic, he bounced back and tried to disperse the wave of flames thanks to his Kai blade. Oh Yunsun began to pour sweat because of the heat and fatigue. Unexpected movements on the old man's part and extreme heat. Oh Yunsun was forced to admit that this old man was actually pretty damn strong. Just as suddenly, the flames around the old man began to expand even more, which made the Red Dragon disciples shriek, for they were too hot. And by the feel of it, their skin could soon begin to melt. Even the commander of the Red Dragon Society was amazed by their master's strength. He asked Yanbion if it could be... Without letting him finish, Yanbion said that it was like this. This extreme heat is too dangerous for Mr. Oh Yunsun. The fever is literally sucking Oh Yunsun's stamina, and if this continues, Yang Zhongqian said that it's already safe to assume that he won. After which, he raised one of the flame-covered blades into the air, and its heat intensified, rising many times higher than the trees. Yanbian shrieked, for the heat was so intense that it was capable of harming even her and her commander. Yang Zhongchong mentally asked Oh Yunseong what was he going to do now. After all, the moment he tried to block this attack, he would be struck and captured by the whirlwind of heat. And even if he somehow managed to avoid it, the Red Dragon's twin fangs would split the air and spread heat, causing him to lose his stamina. Knowing that he would win with this, Yang Zhongcheon rushed towards Oh Yunsong to finish the battle. After the last attacks, Oh Yunsong moved closer with his back to the tree. And even so, he stood still waiting for Yang Zhongcheon's attack. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on Oh Yunsun's face. Immediately after that, he pushed off from the tree and rushed towards Yang Zhongcheon. After which, Oh Yunsong's blade clashed in a strike with Yang Zhongcheon's blade, spreading heat around. Due to the heat exuded by the master, Yanbion and his commander could barely be near the arena anymore. Yang Zhongcheon was surprised that Oh Yunsong had decided to just block his spears because, in that case, the heat should. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsong's sakura petals began to absorb even Yang Zhongcheon's so much heat. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsun snuck behind the old man's back. Noticing that Oh Yunsong's blade had disappeared, Yang Zhongcheon wondered if it could be that. Meanwhile, the sakura petals were successfully managing to absorb Yang Zhongcheon's flames. Suddenly, they were colored blue. Immediately afterward, they flew deep into the flames. Yang Zhongcheon realized that all this time, the cherry blossoms had been Oh Yun-song's ghostly sword. Yanbyeon was amazed at what she saw, for all those flames her father had poured out were almost gone. Yang Chongcheon smirked. Because even if Oh Yun-song's ghost sword got rid of all of his flames, his strength would not be affected in any way. Therefore, with a shout, Yang Chongcheon once again tore towards Oh Yun-song. The blue sakura petals headed towards Oh Yunsun, after which, Oh Yunsun created his strongest blade by concentrating the ghost sword into its densest form, the attack form. Oh Yunseong and Yang Zhongchong rushed out, each other throwing final punches, after which the severed blade of one of the red dragon's twin fangs flew into the air, just like Yang Zhongcheon, who was left without one of his arms. A few seconds later, the red dragon fang landed near Yang Chongcheon's hand. Yanbyeon and his commander were stunned that the master had lost, and covering her mouth in shock, Yanbyeon wondered, could he really lose? The students behind wondered how could this even happen? I mean, it's just not possible. Oh Yunsun crouched down, trying to catch his breath after using his last strength. But Yang Zhongcheon didn't give him a chance to rest and approached Oh Yunsung. Gasping from exhaustion, Oh Yunsun raised his fists, preparing to fight on and on. Yang Chongcheon raised his one hand and looked at the destroyed red dragon fang. Afterward, he smiled and told Oh Yunsun that he was awesome, and that he lost that fight. Also, Yang Zhongcheon thanked Oh Yunsong. Yanbyeon was amazed that her father suddenly thanked Oh Yunzong. Realizing that this was the end of their battle, a tired Oh Yunsun finally turned off the auto hunt. Immediately afterward, Oh Yunsun passed out and collapsed to the arena floor. Seeing this, Yanbyeon cried out due to excitement, as he might have gotten hurt for this fight. Hence, Yanbyeon, along with the rest of the members of the Red Dragon Society, ran to Oh Yunsun. Yang Zhongcheon was amazed at what had happened and asked, how could a winner just faint like that? At this point, the fight between the hunter and the martial arts master ended with Oh Yunsun winning. A while later, in Li Huimin's office, the secretary bowed to her president and reported that she had just contacted TENS about the proposal. Li Huimin said that it was good and suggested that if that was the case, they should also start preparing, because it would be the best show of all time. Li Huimin wondered how Oh Yunsun would react to this, although it didn't matter much to him. All that matters now is that he can finally finish off Oh Yunsun. 3 days after the duel, the training center of the Red Dragon Society. Oh Yunsun was studying the books in the archives of the Red Dragon Society looking for something, and it was worth it to find what he wanted. As Yang Zhongcheon came to him, who said that he heard that Oh Yunsong was leaving soon, and since that's the case, why is he here now? To which Oh Yunsun replied that he was looking for something, which interested the Red Dragon Society master. After examining Oh Yunsong's body, Yang Zhongcheon swept up that he had already recovered from their fight. And if you think back, just 3 days ago, Oh Yunsun's body was completely covered in bandages due to multiple burns. Oh Yunseong said that it was all thanks to the Red Dragon Society's medicine, and Yang Zhongcheon didn't pick on Oh Yunseong's flattery and laughed a little. After which, Oh Yunsong looked at the place where Yang Zhongcheon's left hand had been a short while ago. Noticing the look on his face, Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yunsong not to keep such useless thoughts in his head, which surprised Oh Yunsong. After that, Yang Zhongcheon lightly punched Oh Yunsong in the stomach and said that if he hadn't chopped off his hand, Oh Yunsong would have definitely lost that fight. Besides, the duel was fair and without dirty tricks, so he's satisfied with it. Yang Zhongcheon asked Oh Yunsong if he felt the same way. Oh Yunsun nodded and agreed with the old man. Afterward, Yang Zhongcheon gloomily remarked that his daughter had left her father alone and was glued to Oh Yunsong, not even a step away from him. This could mean that her entire upbringing had gone to waste. Oh Yunsun awkwardly chuckled at that. Yang Zhongcheon repeated his question again. Oh Yunsun is looking for something here? After which he admitted that he didn't think that Oh Yunsun would turn out to be a bookworm. Oh Yunsong replied that it wasn't like that at all. Afterward, he thought about how hard it would be to explain it. After all, he had actually come here because the auto hunt button had suddenly flashed as he passed by. As he passed by, Oh Yunsun wondered if anyone was here. As it turned out, it happened when he passed by a certain book. Oh Yunsun reached for the unknown book, wanting to understand what the matter was. Sometime later, Shanghai Hotel. Oh Yunsun walked to his room, thinking about Seo Yu's reaction. After all, he hadn't even been in contact with her since he disappeared for 3 days, and she was probably furious now. Be that as it may, he probably needs to apologize to her. After all, it's all just his fault. Entering the room, Oh Yunsun was surprised to see a clearly disgruntled secretary beside the bed, after which, COU greeted the returning boss. Oh Yunsun felt uneasy and wondered if she had been here all this time. Immediately after, he bowed and said that he was sorry for not contacting her in the last 3 days, after which he explained that he had a very important matter to attend to, but unfortunately it was taking much longer than expected. And if she wanted an explanation, then he… Suddenly, Seoyu said that everything was fine, which surprised Oh Yunsun. After which she said that she didn't need an explanation, and if that was what the boss needed to accomplish, then she was sure it was important. Oh Yunsong thought about the fact that Seoyu had reacted much more calmly than he had expected. Suddenly, Seoyu said that, actually, she has something to tell Oh Yunsun. Oh Yunsun asked what she wanted to say. Seoyu revealed that Oh Yunsun had received a dive offer, which surprised him again. Dr. Yunsun clarified if she meant by immersion the kind of work where you have to specifically stay in the crack to investigate it. Seoyu replied that that was it, and the problem was that the job was offered by Goryong Company. Oh Yunsun tried to remember what kind of company it was as he suddenly awed. This meant that the pain professor, Lee Huimin, or someone from his company was involved. Seoyu said that if they stick to the contract they made with Tens, then the possibility of working with other companies then depends directly on the decision of Tenzi themselves. And as long as there is a certain reason why he can't do it, he will still be obligated to do it. Oh Yunsong confirmed that COU is right, after which he asked what Tenzi themselves are going to do about it. Seoyu tried to come up with an explanation, but after never hearing an answer, Oh Yunsun realized what the matter was. Oh Yunsong suggested that Tens wanted him to agree to it, which is not a bad thing. COU was surprised to hear that. Then Oh Yunsong turned around and stretched and said that he agreed to the proposal and asked Seoyu to report to Goryong that he would go. Seoyu was astonished that Oh Yunsong really agreed to go for it and asked him to stop. Seoyu explains that it doesn't matter how Oh Yunsong reacts to this, because it's completely obvious that this scheme is Lee Huimin's plan to kill Oh Yunsong. It's a trap, and Lee Huimin is trying to lure him into the enemy's lair. Diving has too many consequences, and all because one person, or a small group of people, enter a terrifying world teeming with monsters. And even if someone takes the plunge while being fully prepared for everything, even so the chance of survival is practically zero. Since Lee Huimin sends someone to dive, it's a dangerous job even for the boss. COU asked Oh Yunsong to turn down the Goryong offer because it would be tantamount to… Oh Yunsong admitted that he didn't care, which simply stunned Seoyu. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun smirked and approached the nervous COU. Afterward, Oh Yunsong reminded that he was talking about immersion and that he had to follow the contract with Tens, and besides, he had no good reason not to go. Therefore, he asked Seoyu not to be so angry anymore because, after all, this is an obligation between him and Tenzi, and she has no reason to worry about it. Oh Yunsun turned around and said that since they had dealt with everything, he would go rest. Seoyu couldn't just let it go. And knowing what he was getting into, Seoyu asked Oh Yunsong to stop and asked if he really didn't realize what he was walking into because he could die there. Oh Yunsun admitted that he already knew something terrible could happen there, except what should he do about it? After all, if you want something, you have to work for it. That's why he's not going to back down. Walking out of the room, Oh Yunsun covered his ears so he wouldn't hear, "Wait, boss, and listen to what I have to say." Whereupon, Oh Yunsun took his fingers out of his ears and thought of diving. Oh Yunsun took out a book he found in the archives of the Red Dragon Society from the inventory box. Immediately afterward, Yang Chong Cheon's old man's laughter broke out in his ears. Realizing that Oh Yun-seong wanted to take the book, Yang Jong Cheon asked if he was interested in it. Oh Yun-seong asked what kind of book it was and if it was related to martial arts, to which Yang Jong Chong replied that it wasn't related, and that apparently this book is passed down in the Red Dragon clan from generation to generation, and that it has quite an interesting history. Oh Yun-song was curious to hear it. Yi Yang. Jong Cheon revealed that it was assumed that there was a brother and sister among the previous leaders of the Red Dragon clan. Their names were Yang Wuran and Yang Wujin. As usual, the eldest child, Yang Wuran, was supposed to be the leader, but he was born without Sai, so the second child, Yang Wujin, became the heir. Jan Vuren, who was tormented by being born without PSI, tried all the weird ways to get PSI. Oh Yunsun became interested when he heard about the weird ways, and Yang Cheon confirmed that this was indeed the case. Said to have tried everything from hermit training all the way to harmonizing yin and yang with the five elements. He even worked with cults and demons. All the bizarre methods one could find in Chinese mythology, plants and animals, and even visions where he mentioned the possibility of gaining skill through lineage. It says that by doing all these things, he still managed to change his fate, and all he left behind was this book and a phrase, and it sounded like this. One day when my karma awakens again, I will become the leader of the Red Dragon clan. After that conversation, Oh Yunsun and received Master Yang's permissions, as well as this book. When he tried to put the book away, however, a certain phenomenon occurred. Instead of one inventory box, there were now 5, as well as the ability to combine ingredients in the video blink-looking toolbar. Oh Yunsun wondered if that's what auto-hunting was for, if that's what this book was for. But since there was a new skill, so be it. He should test it on something. Thinking about the dive, Oh Yunsun knew for sure that Li Huimin was up to something wrong, but at the same time, Li Huimin owed him something. Oh Yunsun agreed that he should see to it that Li Huimin repaid his debt from the last dive. A short time later, in the conference room, Yanbian sighed, thinking about the fact that this day had finally come. After which, she turned towards the direction where Pain Professor Li Huimin and the others were. Liu Tian, who was still in the Elite 10 not too long ago. A man who shares Shanghai's hunting industry with the Red Dragon Society, leader Doran Jin Cheng is the leader of the Dragon Killer clan. Then there's Wan Ken Chian from The Last Ghost, ranked 6th in the Elite 10. What's more important is that all of these guys are in cahoots with Li Huiming. Yangbyan wondered if he had invited Oh Yunsong to dive in with these people. From what she heard, Li Huimin and Oh Yunsun's relationship wasn't good even before he came to China. And in that case, it's an obvious conspiracy and these people are preparing a trap. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsong hadn't even fully recovered yet. So Yanbian was mentally praying that Oh Yunsong wouldn't come here under any circumstances. Li Huimin smiled and said that it was really pathetic. Yanbian asked if he had said that to her. After which, Li Huimin raised his hands and apologized for it being too rude of him. After which he explained that he was talking about Master Oh Yunsun, for he had always wanted to run an operation with him, but unfortunately the latter wasn't that interested in participating in the dive. Yanbian wondered why Li Huiming was telling her all this, to which Li Huimin replied that it was because she was the one who planned the operation with the master in this city. And he also heard that there's no one in Shanghai who doesn't know about the close relationship that the Red Dragon Society has with Master Oh Yunsun because it's all just because of her. Yanbian was angry at this guy, especially the way he speaks. It always annoys her. Just as suddenly, someone intervened in their conversation and said he agrees with Li Huimin and was thinking the same thing. One Ken Qian admitted that he too wanted to meet Master Oh Yunsong, but unfortunately, it wasn't going to happen. But at the same time, he is very grateful that he can conduct this operation with a person like Yanbian, a person he is usually interested in. One Kyung Cheon asked if Yanbian would like to have dinner with him after this conference, to which the latter replied that she was honored, except that she already had dinner plans. One Ken Cheon admitted that he understood everything. After all, a beautiful flower like Yanbian probably communicates with just as many butterflies. After which, he said that he was free anytime, and so he asked Yanbian to let him know as soon as she had time. Yanbian agreed with Wan Ken Cheon and shook his hand, but at that moment, all she could think about was how disgusting he was. At the same moment, the media in the room started taking pictures of the handshake between the two hunters. Yanbian noticed that there were a lot of reporters gathered here today, so she asked if dives were usually considered secret, to which Li Huiming replied that it's usually like this, but this dive is special, which got Yanbian interested in him. Afterward, Li Huimin looked at the stage and said that he was sorry since Master O couldn't make it. Li Huimin smiled grimly and said that now was the time to start. Under the camera flashes, Li Huimin introduced himself and said he was the one in charge of this diving operation. Yanbian, who was standing nearby, was sure that Oh Yunsong would never fall into such an obvious trap, but she just wanted to know why was Li Huimin putting on such a show. Li Huimin said that when the government asked him and his company to lead the dive, he immediately agreed. It was because it was his duty to participate in this operation, and regardless of the circumstances, it was an honor he would never refuse. Li Huimin suggested that people would want to ask, why is this such an honor? And he replied that it was because the purpose of this dive was to uncover the cause of the Shanghai disaster. Closing his eyes, Li Huimin said with sadness in his voice that the disaster in Shanghai was a real tragedy, and that many people died. And that was why they had to find the reason for the sudden opening of the rift. Li Huimin promised that Goryong, as well as he, will investigate the cause so that nothing like this happens again, and he believes in that it will help them survive the disaster that happened in Shanghai. In this operation, they, together with Goryong, will do everything that is possible with their strength. The media started discussing among themselves that Li Huimin was right, and as expected of Li Huimin, he went for it. Raising his fist, Li Huimin promised that they would take care of it so that such a tragedy would never happen again in their land. Yanbian thought about the fact that Li Huimin's words were not wrong, and that they were exactly the words people needed to hear now. Just as suddenly, Li Huimin decided to add a but, which intrigued the people present. Li Huimin explained that since this diving was taking place in Shanghai, he decided to invite 3 of the best hunters from here. Luckily, the 2 next to him agreed without the slightest hesitation, but Yanbian was already anxious to find out what was it that Li Huimin wanted to say. Bowing his head, Li Huimin said that the person of participation they all wanted was unfortunately unable to do so. He assumed that they all already knew about it, but that person was a foreign hunter who had contributed to resolving the disaster in Shanghai. Li Huimin revealed that he himself wanted to recruit this person as one of the members of this dive, but according to the temporary agent Ten's contracted with, it seems that she suddenly lost contact with him. Correcting his glasses, Li Huimin said that he was sorry that he was unable to attend this critical operation due to the loss of contact. After hearing that it was a foreign hunter, the media already assumed that Li Huimin was talking about Oh Yun-song and began to ask why he couldn't contact Oh Yun-song. Li Huimin spread his hands apart and replied that he wasn't sure about it himself, and that he didn't want to make any assumptions since Oh Yun-song might indeed have a reason for it, but after all, the point may be that Oh Yun-sun is a foreign hunter bound to his contract, and he probably thinks of the whole, "This is not my country," or "A dangerous operation like diving is not my responsibility." The media was stunned to hear this, and they immediately started discussing whether it could be that Oh Yun-song is not participating just because he won't get any benefit from it. After all, if that's the case, then Oh Yun-sun is really disappointing everyone, and isn't he ashamed of such a thing as a hunter? After all, he's just a foreigner. Li Huimin smiled as he looked at the media discussing Oh Yun-sun. After all, everything is going as he had thought out. Watching what was happening, Yanbian realized what the point of this conference was, and what Li Huimin was trying to do. If Oh Yun-sun takes part in the operation, he will be killed, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't. The media began to wonder if there had been any trouble in the past between Oh Yun-song and Goryong, in which case it could be that Oh Yun-song is deliberately ignoring them and not participating because of it. Li Huimin's plan is to use the fact that Oh Yun-song is a foreigner to undermine his reputation, and the reason why he invited those reporters is because of that. Li Huimin is trying to convey to the people that Oh Yun-song is not the hero of Shanghai, but a coward who avoided the plunge, fixing his glasses with a smile on his face. Li Huimin mentally laughed, for before he taught Oh Yun-sun a lesson, he would completely destroy his reputation. And afterwards, he would make sure that there was no more honor around his name, and then finish him off with his bare hands. Yanbian was trying to figure out what to do in a situation like this. After all, if she continued like this, Oh Yun-song's reputation would suffer. But if she dared to say anything, there was a possibility that the situation would only get worse. Just as suddenly, footsteps were heard in the conference room. Li Huimin and Yanbian immediately noticed Oh Yun-sun walk inside the building. Li Huimin was amazed that Oh Yun-sun had arrived here and wondered why he was here. With his arrival, Oh Yun-sun began to sprinkle ashes on his freshly made fox. The media discussing Oh Yun-sun still hadn't noticed his arrival, and since that was the case, his men should hide him now and get him far away from here. Upon seeing Oh Yun-sun, Liu Tian immediately rushed towards the bastard, knowing that it was too late for him to come. Hence, he had to get rid of him. Looking at Liu Tian's approaching fist, Oh Yun-sun said that he was too slow. And no sooner had Liu Tian approached, Oh Yun-sun evaporated from where he had just stood. Immediately afterward, a torrent of wind rushed through the entire conference room, blowing media papers around. And a moment later, everyone saw a man suddenly appear on the platform. The media was trying to figure out when this man had time to get here. And who was he anyway? Li Huimin was astonished by this bastard after all, Oh Yun-sun's movements a second ago. Even he couldn't see them. Oh Yun-sun extended his hand to Li Huimin and asked him to give him the microphone. Yanbian was glad that he had come, for it was the only way they could save his reputation right now. Upon receiving the microphone, Oh Yunsen greeted everyone and then introduced himself, and he was immediately photographed. The reporters immediately wondered who the man was, but since he spoke in Korean, they assumed it was Oh Yun-sung. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen remembered that he needed a translator here, and Lee Huimin covered his face with his hand because of what had happened. Lee Huimin kept trying to figure out what it was just now, for he didn't even notice any movement from Oh Yunsen's side. It was only for a moment that he managed to see the cherry blossoms. As suddenly Lee Huimin realized that it could really be all about them, and it had to do with Hwa-san. Oh Yunsen apologized for being distracting and turned to Lee Huimin. Suddenly the man shouted, "What does he want?" And he said he was thinking, after which he realized he'd snapped right in front of the reporters he'd gathered here. Seeing the reaction of the Goryeo president, the woman asked what Oh Yun-sung had said. Lee Huimin laughed and apologized, after which he explained that he was deep in thought and then asked what was their situation. Lee Huiming mentally complained about the situation as Oh Yunsen had caused him to be on edge, and he had forgotten where he was. Oh Yunsen apologized to Lee Women and asked for help in translating his words, which surprised Lee Women. Oh Yunsong pointed his finger at the gathered people and explained that no one here speaks Korean. Suffering this kind of humiliation, Lee Huiming stretched a smile and agreed to translate Oh Yunsong's words. But mentally, he cursed him for daring to give him orders. And after all, he can't even refuse Oh Yunsen's request since they are being watched by reporters. After receiving the microphone, Lee Huimin asked Oh Yun-soon to start talking. Mentally, he was cursing because he was the one who had called all these reporters here, and he had done it to crush Oh Yun-soon, but now they were all just in his way. After sorting out the translation, Oh Yunsen introduced himself to the reporters again, and this time, Lee Huimin translated his words. There was an immediate uproar from the reporters' side because the person on the stage was indeed Oh Yunsen, the same person who was actively involved during the Shanghai disaster. Oh Yun-seong apologized for not being able to respond for the past 2 days as he was unable to do so for personal reasons. Oh Yunsen said that he was busy with his training but came here immediately after hearing the news. After calming down a bit, Lee Huimin began to hope that Oh Yunsen would continue speaking, because while he was translating all of this, he would have the opportunity to twist Oh Yunsen's words a bit. Lee Huimin assumed that Oh Yun-seong had purposely made him translate his words to insult him, but now he had the opportunity to make Oh Yun-seong regret that decision. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-seong turned around to Lee Huimin and thanked him for the translation, which surprised Lee Huimin once again. Oh Yunsen explained that the longest part is over at this point, and so he will handle it from here on out on his own. Afterward, Oh Yunsen said he would participate in this dive. The reporters were surprised to hear him speak in Chinese, as Oh Yunsen had just used Lee Huimin's translation services. Even Lee Huimin didn't expect the fact that this bastard would suddenly start speaking Chinese. One Ken Cheon picked up on the fact that Oh Yun-song's pronunciation was a little off, but he turned out to be not so bad at it. Oh Yunsen said he sees this operation as a good opportunity for him because once this hunt is over, everyone will know that he is the most outstanding person here. Clenching his teeth in anger, Doran Jin Cheng called Oh Yunsen a bastard for his ego, while Wan Ken Cheon smirked and called Oh Yun-song a chatterbox. Yang Byun, on the other hand, started to worry because of the way Oh Yun-song started to turn everyone against him. The reporters shouted and stood up, wanting to ask Oh Yunsen what he wanted to say. They started questioning if this was too rude behavior, as for someone who had just arrived late for a conference. Oh Yunsen admitted that he was indeed late and he couldn't even respond in time. If he is not allowed to participate in the dive because of this, he is ready to accept it. Except that he's not afraid of anyone or anything. Oh Yunsen turned to Lee Huimin and said that the president will decide if he can participate in this dive. Lee Huimin was at a loss, for Oh Yun-song had completely defeated him. Clenching his fist, he cursed the brat standing beside him, for his plan to turn Oh Yunsen into a coward had gone awry. The reporters turned to President Lee and began to ask him to say a few words as the person in charge of all this. Lee Huimin admitted that he was just as surprised as the others at how suddenly Oh Yunsen had appeared. But Lee Huimin knew that if Oh Yunsen took part in the operation, he would have him in the palm of his hand. Lee Huimin once again vowed that he would finish off Oh Yunsen at the first opportunity. Lee Huimin said that as the person in charge of the operation, he sincerely wishes Oh Yun-song would take part in it. Just as suddenly someone shouted out that there was no way he would tolerate Oh Yunsen in their dive, and that he was against it. Liu Tian shouted out that he objected to this as a member of this operation. And on top of that, this person was late without even warning them beforehand. So why should they then allow him to join right now? Things were bad, Li Huiming mentally shouted to Liu Tian. This idiot to shut up after all, the media was looking at them. And if that one continued, then Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen smirked and said that he understood. And in the next instant, Oh Yunsen was right next to Liu Tian. After which, Oh Yunsong said that if the one has any problem with him, in such a case it is worth to show it with your skill, and you don't need to make any excuses for it. Liu Tian agreed with Oh Yunxiong, and after accepting the challenge, he immediately broke the distance with him. The reporters immediately focused on filming all of this, because right in front of them, Liu Tian, who is a former Elite 10 member, is starting a battle against the current Elite 10 member, Oh Yunsen. Li Huimin, who was watching this, couldn't get a word in, and only mentally cursed the whole thing. Liu Tian shouted that he would show Oh Yunsen his place and snatched his sword. Immediately after, he pulled it out of its sheath and used True Ki, and sakura flowers appeared around his sword. Immediately after that, he used the blood rain of the sakura flower, and its petals turned into thorns then rushed towards Oh Yunsen. The reporters were impressed with Liu Tian's techniques, and yes, his aura was like cherry blossoms. Liu Tian smiled, realizing that now Oh Yunsen would take a bite out, as his sword aura attacked in 6 directions at once. Of course he wasn't going to kill. Oh, he was going to make him a laughingstock instead. As the petal spikes flew towards Oh Yunsen, just as suddenly, a blade of ki was released from his hand, immediately after which the spikes once again stood petal-like and stopped. Immediately after that, Oh Yunsen swung his blade just like Liu Tian using the blood rain of the sakura flower, during which Liu Tian's flowers began to turn blue. Turning into a multitude of blue thorns, Oh Yunsen's sakura petals attacked Liu Tian from all directions. Liu Tian simply couldn't believe what he saw after all. Oh Yunsen had used the same technique. A moment later, Liu Tian came under the attack of Oh Yunsen's spikes. The surrounding people were trying to figure out what the hell had just happened, because Liu Tian had just used the same thing. But Oh Yunsen had somehow managed to overpower him. Thanks to the battle between Oh Yunsen and Liu Tian, Li Huimin was able to verify that these were indeed petals from Hua San's martial art. So did this mean that Oh Yunsen had just used the heavenly harmonious art? Oh Yunsen told Liu Tian that there was no point in them continuing this any further, after which he asked the confused Liu Tian if he now understood it, whether one of them realized which one was stronger. Liu Tian took his gaze away from the overpowered Oh Yunxiong, not wanting to look the man in the eye. Thinking things over a bit, Li Huimin came to the conclusion that this was indeed Hua San's martial art, except how could Oh Yunsen do this? The reporters began to discuss the fact that the movements shown by Oh Yunsen were the same as Liu Tian's movements. Goryong had always said that Liu Tian was the reincarnation of Hua San's martial art. So, why then was the aura that Oh Yunsen created more pure and powerful than Liu Tian's aura? Could this mean that Oh Yunsen? Li Huimin clearly remembered that during their last battle, Oh Yunsen had not used Hua San's martial art, because of which he assumed that it was Liu Tian who had passed down the heavenly harmonious art. But even if that was indeed the case, it didn't make any sense since it was only a few weeks ago. And even he himself wouldn't have been able to finish his training in the heavenly harmonious art. Oh Yunsong turned to President Li Huiming and again asked the latter to give him a microphone. Unable to refuse him, Li Huimin held out the microphone to Oh Yunsen. Whereupon Oh Yunsen explained that all those present here should have seen the evidence, proof that he's the true Hua Song. Right after that, the conference room was abuzz with excitement, as everything hinted that Oh Yunsong might actually be the true reincarnation of Hua Song. Everyone wanted to find out as much as they could because it would be a great exclusive. Li Huimin was trying to figure out how such a thing could happen. After all, instead of lowering Oh Yunsen's status, he had only helped him attract even more attention. Li Huimin was so angry at this bastard that veins began to swell on his face. Finally finished with everything, Oh Yunsen walked out of the conference room. On the way out, Yan Bian asked why he was leaving so soon, since President Li Huiming still had a briefing to give. Yan Bian admits that she was surprised when Oh Yunsong appeared out of nowhere, though she's a little disappointed that he's leaving without even saying goodbye. Oh Yunsong apologized for making Yan Bian worry. Afterward, he asked if it was worth it to watch it. Yan Bian laughed and said that it was definitely worth it, especially when she saw President Li Huimin's face. Oh Yunsong said that he was glad that she enjoyed it. Yang Bian asked if this was all planned. After all, Oh Yunsen had appeared out of nowhere and suddenly started speaking Chinese. Afterward, Yang Bian pulled out his phone and asked if he knew how the internet reacted to live announcements. Oh Yunsong was interested in this, and Yanbion replied that it's massively explosive. After that, Yanbion started reading comments. I see him for the first time, but he's so courageous. His skills are amazing and his confidence is charming. There are also some negative responses, but still most of them are compliments. Oh Yunsong said that he understood that, after which he admitted that it was indeed planned, but he also didn't even think about the fact that it would actually work. Yangbyon exclaimed due to the fact that he wasn't sure himself. Afterward, Oh Yunsen said that he had noticed how people in China preferred to show their spirit and display their spirit rather than humility. That was why he behaved that way, but he was still glad that it had worked. Yanbyon was surprised to hear this, after all, to calculate something like this. Oh Yunsong explained that he had taken into consideration the fact that this conference would be Li Huimin's trap, and so he came in the midst of the conference in order to thwart his plans, as well as to, at this conference, it was clearly seen that he was opposing Li Huimin. He also challenged the Elite 10. People who see this show will be curious as to what will happen next. So because of this, it will be hard for Li Huimin to do anything with immersion. Yanbion's eyes glistened as she listened to Oh Yunsen in surprise. Noticing her reaction, Oh Yunsen blushed slightly and reminded her that this was all planned after all, and that he didn't even think that Liu Tian would want to fight him. He was only lucky that it had gone so smoothly. Yang Bian admitted that even if that was the case, she didn't even think that Oh Yunsen would calculate things so far ahead. Oh Yunsen reminded her that even now they couldn't let their guard down, causing Yang Bian to ask why. Oh Yunsong revealed that Li Huimin is definitely planning to kill him during the dive, and it all comes down to the fact that he has suggestions for Yang Byung. Oh Yunsen said that he needed her cooperation for this dive, and so he bluntly asked if she wanted to team up. Yan Bian smiled and said that of course she wanted to. She would gladly want to help him in this. Oh Yunsen thanked Yang Bian and said that if she had any conditions about their cooperation, he wanted her to let him know. But Yang Biyong immediately said that she didn't have any conditions, and after thinking about it for a bit, she remembered something. Just as suddenly, Yang Biyong blushed, after which she said in that case. Yang Biyong asked, how about going on a date after the dive is over? Back in the room, Oh Yunsen was finally able to exhale calmly. He had never imagined that Yang Biyong would say such a thing to him so suddenly, which surprised him quite a bit. Remembering her face at that moment, Oh Yunsen told himself that it would be nice, but right now, he has to focus completely on what's in front of him. A list of various materials appeared in front of Oh Yunsen. 12 fangs of the 3-star shredder bird, 3 kilograms of the stems of the Kaki baobab dwelling beyond the rift, 20 grams of 1 to 3-star bee utopia, and 230 by 30 centimeters of cow skin. All of these ingredients he was able to buy through COU, and it's worth Oh Yunsen pressing the button with his hand holding the instrument as, after a second, the message, combination complete, appeared. And with a bright flash, an object appeared in front of Oh Yunsen. The item that resulted from the material combination was called the Absolute Glove of Destruction. After the test, Oh Yunsen summarized that by combining ingredients in this way, he can create equipment. And if he knows the recipe, he can make any equipment from 5 ingredients or less. If he wants to make an item from a book that Ian Woodzine wrote, there is definitely a Red Dragon Law recipe for it. And Oh Yunsen is going to get that ingredient in the next dive. That's what his goal is for the next operation. Suddenly, the door of Oh Yunsen's room was opened by Seo Yu, and Oh Yunsen inquired what had happened. With a slight hesitation, Seo Yu said that he had a visitor. Looking at the expression on her face, Oh Yunsen wondered who it was since Seo Yu was afraid. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen heard a familiar chuckle, after which his guest confessed that he had no idea that Oh Yunsen had a hobby in crafting. Jin Wee Baek asked Oh Yunsong how he was doing. Afterward, he took off his glasses and told Oh Yunsen that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Oh Yunsen immediately activated his blade key and auto-hunt. He was going to hit Jin Wee Baek first before he attacked him. Jin Wee Baek took off his glasses and let out a chuckle. Moments later, Oh Yunsen jumped up from his seat and attacked Jin Wee Baek. But the latter said it was quite nice and used a bit of Kai to reflect Oh Yunsen's keyblade. Right after that, he counterattacked Oh Yunsen, but at the last moment he managed to put a block. Their blows were so powerful that Seo Yu couldn't resist and collapsed to the floor. While in the air, Oh Yunsen pulled out a Galler pistol and fired immediately. But as soon as the bullet was near Jin Wee-baek's head, he simply tilted his head to the side, letting the bullet fly further away. Oh Unsun landed on the ground and sliding immediately withdrew his Galler gun. Jin Wee-baek wasn't going to give Oh Yunsun a chance, and so he rushed forward to attack. Jin Wee-baek laughed and suggested Oh Yunsun experience this one. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun used spider steps, causing him to seemingly vaporize. But he actually bounced off the walls and ceiling of the room a few times, thanks to which he managed to instantly be at Jin Wee-baek's back. Moments after the last attack, Jin Wee-baek noticed that Oh Yunsun was at his back, after which he blurted out that it was interesting. No sooner had Oh Yunsun attacked Jin Wee-baek than Seo Yu jumped out in front of him and closed down his master. Oh Yunsun wondered what she was doing, and if she had lost her mind by any chance. Worried about what might happen next, Oh Yunsong punches Seo Yu in the side to get her out of the way. Although she tried to resist, but still Seo Yue flew off to the side. And vomiting blood, she immediately made an effort to get up. Oh Yunseong was in pain from hitting Seo Yu himself, but it was necessary in order to save her as soon as possible. Except he was left with a major and very big problem. Frowning, Jin Wee-baek said that he had a lot of fun and that it was just amazing. Oh Yunsun abruptly became not comfortable at all, because he felt a powerful killing intent from Jin Wee-baek. And if he didn't kick Seo Yu right now, Jin Wee-baek would probably do it. Jin Wee-baek approached Seo Yu and asked if this looked like a situation where she could intervene. Not daring to raise her gaze to her master, Seo Yu apologized to him for interfering in the fight. Jin Wee-baek said it's okay since she can act on her own will, except she must pay the consequences of ending his pleasure. Even though she is afraid to die, Seo Yu humbly closed her eyes waiting for her death. Oh Yunsun intervened in their altercation and wondered what the consequences were for saving his own boss's life. Sitting comfortably on the bed, Oh Yunsun said, "This is just ridiculous." Gradually losing all his fervor, Jin Wee-baek asked, "What was the man talking about?" Oh Yunsun admitted that he doesn't know who he is, boss or cult leader, but he certainly can't help but laugh when his subordinate covered him with her own body to save, and instead of praising her for it, he suddenly became angry with her. Oh Yoon-sung explained that Seo Yu came running in trying to help Jin Wee-baek because he can't trust her as a boss. Afterward, Oh Yoon-sun admitted that it looks pretty unpleasant because it looks like he's taking out his anger on her. Oh Yoon-sung asked if Jin Wee-baek realizes this. Seo Yu wondered what Oh Yoon-sung was carrying in the first place. What kind of ridiculous remarks is this stupid person making in front of the head? This time, Oh Yoon-sun will die for real. Suddenly, Jin Wee-baek started laughing from what was happening. With that, he completely confused Seo Yue, as she couldn't understand what was wrong. Through laughter, Jin Wee-baek said that it was simply adorable, then started tapping himself on his leg with laughter. Since everything had gone smoothly, Oh Yunsun was finally able to exhale. Wiping away the tears that came from the laughter, Jin Wee-baek assumed that Oh Yunsun was in some kind of trouble here, since he already knows how the people of this country should be treated. For trying to provoke his opponents by touching their egos with words and diverting his attention, Oh Yoon soon admitted that it had all happened somehow. But in his mind, he cursed it all, because it was all the fault of that fickle old man. Even Oh Yoon-song didn't expect him to give up his desire to kill so easily. Seo Yu wondered what was going on right now, and could it be that she was sleeping right now? And what is she looking at right now? Oh Yunsun asked why he decided to come back, to which Jin Wee-baek replied that it was obvious because he had some business with Oh Yunsun. Jin Wee-baek then pulled out a box and said that it was the consequences of making a deal with him, and he was just here to talk about that deal. Korea, Seoul, Sungwook Building. Hurrying to the training room, Dr. Chang Hong shouted, asking what on earth is this bastard doing? Abruptly opening the doors, the doctor asked Kim Sunguk what he was doing here, but seeing everything he was suddenly confused. In the middle of the room, Kim Sunguk was lying on the floor covered in veins because he had overstretched his body. Kim Sunguk said hello to the doctor and told him that he came in pretty quickly after the call, but the doctor shouted back at Kim Sunguk that he was just a complete idiot. Dr. Chang Hoon asked if he was crazy. After all, if he wanted to die, he could just slit his wrists in the bathroom of his house or something like that. Kim Sunguk chuckled and said that those were pretty harsh words, but Dr. Chang Hoon ordered the man to shut up. Afterward, he looked over Kim Sunguk's arm and said that his body was practically begging for death as he kept overdoing it. Kim Sunguk asked Chang Hoon not to fuss so much about it, because in just a day he'll be perfectly fine. Chung Hoon suggested looking at the things that Kim Sunguk says in his condition. Dr. Chung Hoon asked why he keeps doing these crazy stunts. And besides, Kim Sunguk had made up his mind a long time ago. He's a teacher and an agent, so why? Looking up, Kim Sunguk replied that it was all because he had made a promise. Dr. Chang Hoon assumed the latter was talking about Oh Yun-sung, and Kim Sunguk confirmed it. Hearing this, Chang Hoon clenched his fist thinking of a cure for Kim Sunguk's vein problems. Sunguk and he had been searching for this method for 4 years, but had never found anything. And therefore, Kim Sunguk should be the one who knows the most about how small the probability of a cure existing is. Chang Hoon corrected his glasses and said that it wasn't really a matter of not trusting Oh Yun-sung. But until this treatment method starts to work, Kim Sunguk can just focus on training his body. To which Kim Sunguk replied that he is already doing enough of that. After that, Kim Sunguk explained that he can't continue to play during the warm-up. And in addition, this guy is also going through a lot of problems. Dr. Chang Hoon was fully confident that Kim Sunguk had also seen that broadcast. According to the latest news, Hunter Oh Yun-sung, known to the public as Park Gang-kun, is participating in a dive in China. The question is it a loss for them or a gain? Trying to get back on his feet, Kim Sunguk suggested that Oh Yun-sung is suffering a lot in China because the people there are extremely principled. But Oh Yun-sung is still doing a great job. He distinguished himself even during the Shanghai tragedy. It is for this reason that he can't just sit back here. Kim Sunguk asked Chung Hoon, "Isn't that clear?" Chung Hoon asked, "Is that why Kim Sunguk did something like this to the training room?" To which Kim Sunguk replied that that's exactly how it is, and that he finally finished it. Dr. Chung Hoon asked if he was referring to that thing he heard about last time, and had Kim Sunguk already completed it in this body? To which Kim Sunguk replied that it was exactly like that. With a smirk, Dr. Chang Hoon admitted that Kim Sunguk was indeed a crazy bastard. Kim Sunguk smiled broadly and thanked the doctor. Looking at Kim Sunguk's determination, the doctor tried to hold back his tears, and looking up, he let out a curse and mentally pleaded. Chung Hoon told Oh Yun-sung that it's fully counting on him, and so he's asking for Oh Yun-sung to perform a miracle so they can restore this guy's body. Jin Wee-baek said about the deal about the contents of this box, and that he came here because he had something to say about it. Then, Jin Wee-baek opened the box and Oh Yun-sung immediately recognized the exact same pill as the one he had eaten. Jin Wee-baek said that it was the promised object. The object for which Oh Yun-sung must participate in the hunt 5 times, that was the condition of the deal made between him and Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yun-sung recalled that he had just spent one of them in Shanghai. Jin Wee-baek agreed and explained that under normal circumstances, it wasn't time to show this to Oh Yun-sung yet. But since he's here, the situation is a little different now. Oh Yun-sung asked what he wanted to say in words. Has the situation changed? Jin Wee-baek admitted that he hadn't expected it himself, for that Taoist bastard to suddenly invite Oh Yun-sung to a party. Oh Yun-sung was surprised to hear about the party, but after a second he realized that Jin Wee-baek was talking about that very dive. Jin Wee-baek said he had something for Oh Yun-sung. Oh Yun-sung asked what would happen if he succeeded. To which Jin Wee-baek replied that he would consider Oh Yun-sung to have completed all 5 of his hunts, and then the contents of the box would also belong to him. Or perhaps he should say that it would belong to this young man. Oh Yun-sung asked if he had to kill someone, even indirectly. But Jin Wee-baek replied that it wasn't that. Afterwards, Jin Wee-baek asks Oh Yun-sung to let him say it differently so that it suits Oh Yun-sung's tastes. He promises that it won't be something a hunter shouldn't do. Oh Yun-sung said that in that case he was willing to accept the offer and asked what should he do. But as soon as Jin Wee-baek told everything, Oh Yun-sung opened his mouth in shock. Oh Yun-sung directly told the old man that he was crazy. Then Jin Wee-baek asked, "So what? Isn't Oh Yun-sung going to do that?" To which Oh Yun-sung replied that it's not that, but even so, he'll do it. Since that was the case, Jin Wee-baek headed towards the exit, assuming that the date for the surgery had already been set, in which case he could only hope for Oh Yun-sung when the time came. After which he said that if Oh Yun-sung needed anything, he could tell everything to that child who had fainted. Besides, it's late at night, and he's hoping for Oh Yun-sung to get a good night's rest. Suddenly releasing his killing intent, Jin Wee-baek asked if he agreed with him. Oh Yun-sung was surprised at how abruptly such a strong killing aura reached him. But a moment later, he had already used his attack form and attacked Jin Wee-baek from the back. Moments before Oh Yun-sung injured Jin Wee-baek, the latter suddenly turned around, after which Jin Wee-baek smirked, and his murderous aura seemed to evaporate. Having never reached Jin Wee-baek, Oh Yun-sung stopped abruptly, ending his attack. Jinwee Baek licked his lips, after which he said that he hadn't seen something like this in a long time. Such pure sakura petals. Suddenly, a scratch appeared on Jinwee Baek's face, from which a trickle of blood began to flow. Jinwee Baek recognized that, as one would expect, Oh Yunsun was proving to be skilled with his hands. After all, the speed of reaction with which he had just stopped right after he gave up his desire to kill was also absolutely fantastic. Oh Yunsun told the old man that he was really out of his mind. Jinwee Baek asked if he was really out of his mind. After all, he had just trusted Oh Yunsun. Wiping the blood off his face, Jinwee Baek admitted that he hadn't seen blood in a long time, and the last time was probably in this city. Jinwee Baek suddenly remembered something and asked Oh Yunsun if he knew the people from the Red Dragon Society. Oh Yunsun explained to the crazy old man that if he hadn't shown his desire to kill, they wouldn't have needed to see blood here at all. Jinwee Baek agreed and reminded Oh Yunsun that the man himself knew very well that he wouldn't have taken that step of his own free will. After that, Jinwee Baek smiled widely and told Oh Yunsun that he could start bragging about it anywhere. Bragging about how he was able to make Jinwee Baek give up his forfeit against him. Oh, and besides, the Yang family's child couldn't do that much even when he was at his peak. Jinwee Baek returned his sunglasses and said that in that case, they would see each other again when Oh Yunsong returned from the dive. He also advised him not to get too much into this side, after which he finally walked out, slamming the door behind him. Oh Yunsun wasn't very pleased, as every time they meet, that crazy old man becomes very annoying. Yeah, and when you think about everything that's happened, he may have grown attached to the place by now. Oh Yunsun mentally turned to Jinwee Baek and said that the condition he had set. Oh Yunsun raised his fist and promised that he would still get the smirk off his face. D-Day has finally arrived for the rift dive. Seo Yu wondered what would happen to her after all this. And since she had fallen into disfavor with the principal, she would probably be disciplined. And because they don't need her anymore, she could easily be kicked out of Tenzi. Seo Yue refused to give up so quickly and told herself to focus. After all, what could be more important now than the success of her boss's dive? Seo Yu opened the door and reminded her boss that today was the D-Day for diving and asked if he was done with his preparations, when suddenly she stopped talking when she saw something unexpected. Oh Yunsun stood in the middle of the room clad in black and white gear. Noticing that Seo Yu had entered his room, Oh Yunsun motioned for her to pass. Seo Yu noticed that it was the same outfit that Oh Yunsun had gotten yesterday, and then said that it looked good on him. At that moment, Seo Yu was trying to figure out why Oh Yunsun was starting to seem more polite to her. Oh Yunsung asked if it really suited him that well, and added that after all these years, it feels pretty special to him. Oh Yunsung asked Seo Yu if she was okay. He then added that she probably should have stayed in the hospital for a few more days to rest. Seo Yu replied that her body was fine and that she had no problems. Oh Yunsun suggested that if forced to do something, she might make a mess again, saying something like, "I can't do my work when I have an important task in front of me." Unable to bear this awkwardness, Seo Yu directly asked why Oh Yunsun suddenly started addressing her so politely. Realizing what was going on, Oh Yunsun asked if she thought it was so strange. Afterwards, he admitted that he himself had not expected this, but if this operation was successful, it would be the end. So he didn't need to be important anymore. Oh, and besides, refusing to be polite doesn't suit him just because she's younger than him. Seo Yu asked if that's the case. Oh Yunsong replied that he was, and what her president said might be right. Without realizing it, he had become too passionate about this country. Seo Yu was surprised at what he said, but after a second she realized it all. Seo Yu realized that the Oh Yunsong in front of her was his true identity, while the attitude he portrayed when they first met and came face to face with Li Huimin. It was all an act that showed the image of the hero that was expected of him. Only crazy old man Jinwee Baek could see that Oh Yunsong was playing the hero, and even he himself didn't realize it, but Oh Yunsun said that from now on, what he has to deal with is inside the rift. With only a few hours left before the dive, Oh Yunsun asked Seo Yu if he could leave the finalization of the details to her. Seo Yu immediately agreed. As she started to work, Seo Yu thought about the fact that Oh Yunsun had already prepared everything for her. And though he could have done it all himself, the reason he had asked her to do it was to tell her that he recognized her work and was doing his best until the end. Tears came to Seo Yu's eyes, and she thought about what she had been doing until now. In the clan, she was like a piece of metal, unable to function properly. She had acted so disrespectfully towards the principal, and she had also heard that she was no longer needed. But this man, Oh Yoon-sun doesn't just sympathize with her, but he also recognizes its value. Just as suddenly, Seo Yu heard from Oh Yoon-sung, "Thank you for all the work you've done up to this point." Seo Yu immediately turned around to see Oh Yoon-seong, but he was no longer in the room. Covering her face with her hands, Seo Yue mentally called him an idiot because she was the one who had to say goodbye. She was the one who should have thanked him and told him that it was an honor to work with him. After mentally yelling, Seo Yue was finally able to calmly exhale, after which she called herself an idiot. Now she was ready to continue her job. First of all, she needs to do what her boss asked her to do. When suddenly Seo Yu saw something she didn't expect. Near the documents related to the dive and return was a document labeled Read Me. The document said that if she was fired because of what happened recently, changing jobs wouldn't be the worst option for her. And he was thinking of hiring her after a rigorous background check and interviews given her fervor. Seo Yu smiled widely and asked, "What is this?" After which she laughed as Oh Yun-sun really knows how to impress people. Lee Huimin explained that whatever the results were, it wouldn't change anything. After all, when the operation begins, it will take away all his rights. Liu Tian did not react in any way and would continue to stare at one point. Li Huiming tisked and thought about the fact that this is what it's all about. This guy's eyes felt as if they were inanimate. The problem is that guys motivated by their ambition are always like that. And when their spirit is broken, they go like this. Raising his tone, Li Huimin explained to Liu Tian that if he didn't want to end up like those guys who had set an example for him, it would be best if he tried to cooperate with them in the process of change. After which Li Huimin asked, "The one didn't want to live the rest of his life without his veins, right?" Liu Tian fell to his knees and bowed down and shouted that he would do whatever Li Huimin said, hence his request. He pleads with him. Li Huimin said he understood and asked Liu Tian to calm down. One Ken Chian reminded Liu Tian that no matter how soundproof this trailer is, he has to think about the countless people watching them outside. The trailer with the hunters arrived at a huge rift, near which cameramen were already filming them. One Ken Chian says that the surgery is about to start, then asks Liu Tian if he's going to come out with that expression on his face when everyone is looking at him. Personally, he himself doesn't think it would be in accordance with etiquette towards the people cheering for him. Is Wan Ken Cheon correct? Liu Tian abruptly stood up and shouted out that this was not the case at all. Just as suddenly, an arrow fired by Wan Ken Cheon gave Liu Tian a cut, then hit the window of the van. Ken Cheon asked Liu Tian if he had told him to shut up. After which Liu Tian meekly mumbled. Liu Tian was shaking with terror because he couldn't even see Wan Ken Cheon's arrow. To make matters worse, he hadn't even seen him shoot the bow. So when did he have time to do that? Looking at Wan Ken Cheon, Liu Tian could only think that this particular person was a member of the top-level Elite 10, the Demon Archer, Wan Ken Cheon. Li Huimin said that this would be enough, as Liu Tian should have already understood everything. He then asked Wan Ken Cheon to keep in mind what their real goal was. Wan Ken Cheon replied that since President Li was saying that, he would stop, and as long as Liu Tian managed to hold his prey properly, his arrows would never miss. Doran Jin-chung, quietly sitting in the van, smirked upon hearing such a threat. Li Huimin was in agreement with him, because even though Wan Ken Cheon has problems with self-control, even so, he's calm and his skills are frighteningly accurate. This guy's skills are already at the highest level among the Venerable 10. The marvelous art of archery reaching its limit. The most successful attempt among all the things he had invested in. Li Huimin licked his lips as he thought of his most prized acquisition, Demon Archer Wan Ken Cheon. Li Huimin walked to the exit of the van and asked if they could go in that case. To which the others immediately agreed. All his preparations are now complete, and it's probably time for them to meet their prey. Seeing the president of the company, Li Huimin, getting out of the van, reporters immediately started filming him. On the other hand, Oh Yoon-sung and Yang Byung had been waiting for Li Huimin to come out for a long time. Li Huiming suggested that he made Oh Yoon-sung wait, and the preparation on Oh Yoon-sung's part was very delayed, for which he was sorry. Li Huimin extended his hand and said that he would look forward to working with Oh Yoon-sung during today's operation. Li Huiming had already anticipated his victory and grinned widely. For the moment, Oh Yoon-sung shook his hand. Li Huimin mentally wished that Oh Yoon-sun would let him hunt him down. Looking at Oh Yoon-sun, Wan Ken Cheon was surprised at how cool his armor was. After which, He mentally laughed at the thought that he would be able to keep that armor if he hit Oh Yunsun in the head. Li Huimin said that they will attack Oh Yunseong as soon as Oh Yunseong extends his hand for a handshake. Everyone was surprised that Li Huiming was going to meet Oh Yunseong right after they met. Doran Jincheng asked if it would be too reckless since there would be reporters around them. Li Huimin said that it was for this reason, after which he assumed that everyone should have already noticed how cunning that one was, and that's why they won't have to give him a single opportunity. With a crowd of reporters around them, it will be their best chance. After all, there's no way Oh Yun-sung can expect them to attack him where everyone is standing. Also, it's worth noting that the way he works his legs is also something they should pay attention to. After all, there is a chance that they will lose him if he risks running. Doran Jincheng voiced his worries about reporters filming them. Li Huimin chuckled, and finding himself at Doran Jincheng's back said that they just might do so. Doran Jincheng asked, when did the latter only have time to do that? After which he started applauding Li Huimin, saying how amazing it was. Doran Jincheng said that President Li's spellings do match his name. After which he speculated that Li Huimin was just going to trick the reporter's senses, to which Li Huimin replied that he was absolutely right. And that's why they shouldn't worry about other people. Their chance will come after only Oh Yun-sung extends his hand for a handshake. Once that happens, they should all attack him. That was what their president said at the time, but was it really necessary? In fact, from the looks of it, no one could even notice Oh Yun-sun's movements as he walked around the stage. And only his eyes didn't miss Oh Yun-sung, causing Won Ken-cheon to start mentally laughing. If he had a bow that day, he would have been able to pierce Oh Yun-sun with his arrows. Li Huiming had already cast his spell, and thus, one had to wait for the moment when Oh Yun-sun took his hand. He wasn't going to kill Oh Yun-sun in an instant. He had to catch him first to find out where he had learned the heavenly harmonious art. After thinking about it for a bit, Oh Yun-sun told Li Huimin that everything was as expected of him. Li Huimin was surprised not understanding what the other person meant, after which Oh Yun-sun smirked and said that he could clearly see all of his intentions. Oh Yun-sun thought it was funny how Li Huimin asks to shake his hand when the four of them exude such a strong killing desire. Smiling, Oh Yun-sun reached into his back pocket while telling Li Huimin that he had something to show him, after which Oh Yun-sun pulled out a talisman exactly like the one that Li Huimin had used to escape. Li Huimin was astonished when he saw the talisman and asked, where did he just manage to get it? To which Oh Yun-sun replied that he had found the talisman when he was searching the body of the man that Li Huimin had abandoned. Hearing this, the three hunters looked at the culprit, but Li Huiming realized that it was also his fault, because he had put the talisman on Liu Tian when he was unconscious so that he could escape. But Oh Yun-sun had managed to find him. Oh Yun-sun suggested that in that case, Li Huimin should already know how he was using the talisman, immediately after which Yang Byong looked at the talisman and her eyes sparkled. And the talisman that was between Oh Yun-sun's fingers immediately burned. Immediately after which, Oh Yun-sun and Yang Byong disappeared from their seat. Seeing those swam upwards, Won Ken-cheon reprimanded because of how high those were. Thanks to Li Huimin's talisman, Oh Yun-sun with Yang Byong managed to instantly climb straight up to the rift. Li Huimin realized that things were not good, as those two started to run away. But Won Ken-cheon couldn't let that happen. He took out an arrow from his quiver, after which a green aura began to emanate from his body. Just as suddenly, his muscles began to swell, causing Won Ken-cheon's equipment to barely support his muscles. Liu Tian cried out in surprise upon seeing something that Won Ken-cheon pulled out. Upon seeing Won Ken-cheon's bow, Li Huimin immediately identified the 9 Collections bow, a masterpiece made from 3 different metals and tendons from 6 different giant monsters. It was the best bow in all of China, and it was rumored that this bow could hold a ton of weight with just one string. Won Ken-cheon stood up in a stance and drew the bowstring while releasing a huge amount of aura. Liu Tian coughed out in pain and hurriedly covered his ears, because with just a single pull of the bowstring, Won Ken-cheon was able to cause such a powerful shockwave. And even the reporters behind us dropped their equipment to cover their ears because of the unbearable pain. Liu Tian shouted out, "Die!" and released the bowstring shooting at Oh Yun-sun. Immediately afterward, the arrow still struck the nearly submerged Oh Yun-sun in the rift. Yang Byong cried out, worried because Oh Yun-sun had just been injured, and Liu Tian clenched his fist, rejoicing that they had finally managed to catch him. Just as suddenly, Won Ken-cheon ordered him to shut up, which surprised Liu Tian. After which, Liu Tian noticed that peach blossoms were flying around Won Ken-cheon. Barely containing his rage, Won Ken-cheon shouted at Oh Yun-sun that the latter was a bastard. Oh Yunsen smirked after being shot and admitted that it was indeed dangerous. It was dangerous as he was almost killed, but luckily he managed to catch an arrow. Won Ken Cheon was furious with this guy because the moment he released his arrow, in that split second, Oh Yunsen thwarted his shot by attacking from the back. Since Oh Yunsen sensed the killing intent from this four as soon as he entered the rift, he activated the auto-defense on himself. And after that, the arrow hit him with the accuracy he had intended. Oh Yunsong told Won Ken Cheon that as expected, he has really great skills. He then added that the name Demon Archer suits him perfectly. Smiling because of the destruction of the enemy's plan, Oh Yunsong asked Miss Byung, should they maybe go inside already? And hearing her reply, Oh Yunsong threw out Won Ken Cheon's arrow. Immediately afterward, they plunged into the rift together. A few seconds later, Won Ken Cheon's arrow reached the ground, creating a huge shockwave. The reporters covered their ears again, but even so, they could hear the loud noise, causing them to start screaming from the pain in their ears. Li Huimin said that Oh Yunsong had entered the rift and that they should hurry if they wanted to catch up with him. Just as suddenly, one of the reporters apologized to Li Huimin for interrupting him. A second later, a crowd of reporters surrounded Li Huimin and began to ask what was that noise, and what was that arrow that had just fallen from the rift. And where did Oh Yunsen suddenly disappear to when he was right next to Li Huimin just a second ago? Not knowing what to say to all these reporters who were attacking him with questions, Li Huimin asked them to calm down first. But at the same moment, Li Huiming was mentally cursing as the noise from the falling arrow had just broken the spell he had cast on the reporters. Li Huimin replied to the reporters that Oh Yunsen had entered the rift right in front of them and chuckled. Mentally, he shouted as they should find Oh Yunsen, but it was worth it just to think about him being stuck here like this. Doran Jin Chung clenched his teeth angrily because of the way Oh Yunsen had treated them. Meanwhile, Won Ken Cheon was just seething with rage as Oh Yunsong managed to catch his arrow that he released, which clearly means an insult to him. Won Ken Cheon swore that he would be the one to kill Oh Yunsong. Meanwhile, Oh Yunsen and Yang Bion were running in the world on the other side of the rift. Oh Yunsen suggested that Li Huimin and his hunters should have lost them by now, whereupon he said that they should continue running until they reached the forest ahead. A short while later, Oh Yunsen and Yang Biong slowed down, walking deep into the forest. After such a long time, Yang Biong was already tired of running and was pouring sweat. Realizing how she was feeling right now, Oh Yunsen took out a water bottle and offered Yang Biong a drink, saying she needed it more since she had been running at the limit for over 2 hours. Yang Bion took the bottle and thanked Oh Yunsen, to which he replied that it was no problem for him. After which, Yang Bion started drinking water to ease her thirst. Oh Yunseong assumed that they had managed to get some distance away from Li Huimin's group, but even so, they must not let their guard down. Yang Byong thought about how amazing Oh Yunsen was. After all, he was probably also tired because he was running at the same pace as her, but it was as if his breathing had not slowed down. Yang Bion wondered if it was because he had amazing stamina and aura. But she immediately rejected that option, putting it down to his mental control, not showing any signs of discomfort. Just as suddenly Oh Yunsong turned to Yang Bion, and opening her eyes she saw that he was right in front of her. Yang Biong shrieked in surprise and asked what he wanted. The way Oh Yunsen approached her was too much of a surprise as she was too absorbed in her thoughts to notice anything. Oh Yunseong said that he had a request for her, which intrigued her, as realization suddenly began to come to Yang Bion. Yang Bion blushed, wondering why Oh Yunsen had come so close to her. And when you think about it, they are in another world, which means the only people in this place are her and Oh Yunsen. Yang Biong came to the conclusion that Oh Yunsen was now going to... Oh Yunsen said it's about video cameras, after which he asked if he could take a look at her video cameras that were installed in her suit. Yan Bion was surprised to hear about the video cameras, and Oh Yunsong said that's exactly what he meant. He explained that he was talking about the video cameras in their suits that were installed to record this dive. The thing is, they were installed by Goryong. After the explanation, Yanbion realized what the matter was. Oh Yunsen explained that it could end up with Li Huimin tracking them down, which was why he thought it would be better if they got rid of them right now. A little disappointed at the topic Oh Yunsen had started, Yang Biong chuckled and said that was right. Noticing her expression, Oh Yunsen asked Yang Biong if she was okay. Yang Biong mentally pinched herself for the things she was imagining, and then she replied that she was fine. Oh Yunsen told me that if they took those cameras down, the people on the Goryong side could use that to pick on them. Something like, How can you get rid of the video devices used to document precious dive recordings? Oh Yunsen said that it doesn't concern him since he's a foreigner, but the Red Dragon clan and Yang Byung might be worried about it. Yang Byung said that it's fine and that it's just fine, but Oh Yunsen said that's exactly the point. After that, he held out 3 devices and said that he had prepared them in advance, and that there would be no problem if they took cameras with them. Yang Byun said that she understood everything, after which Oh Yunsen asked if she could turn around in that case. After all, he has to stand behind her to put it on. And of course, Yang Byung agreed to it. But after a few seconds, she realized how much she had rushed things. Looking at Yang Byung, Oh Yunsen recalled that the cameras were on his right shoulder, on each elbow, and on his left knee, if he remembered correctly. Increasingly flushed red, Yang Byun wondered why Oh Yunsen's gaze was making her feel embarrassed. Oh Yunsen touched Yang Byung's shoulder to set up the device. From surprise, Yang Byun covered her mouth with her hands and mentally screamed. Noticing her reaction, Oh Yunsen asked if something was embarrassing her, to which Yang Byung replied that nothing special had happened and asked him to continue. Oh Yunsong was surprised, but agreed to continue. Afterward, Yang Byung closed her eyes and tried to calm down, telling herself that Oh Yunsen had only touched her to put the device on her. Yang Byung held back and tried to focus so as not to explode and start a fire like she had in the hospital. Finished with the video cameras, Oh Yunsen said he was done, after which he noticed smoke coming out of Yang Byung's head. Yang Byung finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't even notice when Oh Yunsun had time to finish. And when it was her turn to outfit Oh Yunsen, it was like a wife tying her husband's tie, just like in dramas. Yang Byung mentally shouted with joy as she pictured the scene. When Yang Byung finished, Oh Yunsen felt relieved, because fortunately, Yang Byung didn't even show that she was uncomfortable. He had some problems with Yang Byung's equipment when the heat of the flames transferred to his body from the tips of her flames. Oh Yunsen wondered if her health was all right, after which he assumed that Yang Byung was just in a very good mood. Oh Yunsen said it was time to talk about how they would proceed with the operation from now on. He asked Yang Byung to work with him, but it looked like they would have to change plans. Yang Byung asked what he meant by that, to which Oh Yunsen replied that it would probably be hard for them to stay together during this dive, after which he revealed that he would remain here even after the appointed time was over without going through the exit. Yang Byung asked what the man was talking about, and why would he be here to stay? Oh Yunsen promised that he would help her get to the exit safely since it shouldn't be that big of a problem, as Yang Byung suddenly shouted no, after which she explained that it wasn't what she was worried about right now, which puzzled Oh Yunsen. Yang Byung revealed that she was concerned that Oh Yunsen wanted to do such a reckless act, after which she asked why would he want to do such a thing. While trying to think of a response, Oh Yunsun thought about the fact that earlier, he hadn't even expected Yang Byung to react like this, except he can't explain it to her. Jin Wee Baek asked Oh Yunsen if he had ever heard of such a thing. Jin Wee Baek said there and the other world inside the rift, after which he wondered why they didn't know anything about the other world. Oh Yunsen asked what exactly he wanted to say with that, to which Jin Wee Baek replied that it was nothing special, except that's what that Taoist bastard was blabbing about on TV during the immersion speech. Then he said, "We don't know anything about the beyond." After hearing that, Oh Yun-seong realized what was going on. That day, he left in the middle of the speech. Jin Wee Baek asked, "Isn't that funny?" Jin Wee Baek asked, "Isn't that funny?" What uncharted land in human history had not been explored in 20 years? Furthermore, the number of people who had experienced immersion in this world would not even reach a 3-digit number. If this is all the Taoist bastard wants to know, then he has the mindset of a thief. It's as if this era itself has fallen into impatience. Oh Yun-song admitted that it could be true, and Jin Wee Baek agreed, then added that it was at least 400 years ago. Then the minds of men were more like to set foot in this world. Hearing something like this, Oh Yunsen raised his gaze to Jin Wee Baek. Seeing Oh Yunsen's face, Jin Wee Baek was even a little surprised that Oh Yunsen was not at all surprised at what he heard. Oh Yun-sung admitted that he really doesn't know how he should react to something like this. It was only a few decades ago that there was a crack in this world, but now Jin Wee Baek tells him that they've been around for centuries. The book Yang Woo Jin had gotten from the Red Dragon clan definitely had something like this written in it. There was information about the world above the rift, and when he first read it, he could not help but be surprised. If he hadn't read it then, he would be shocked now. Jin Wee Baek thought about how to explain it to him, after which he said that it was very simple, because the entrance had formed quite recently. But it wasn't that the place beyond the entrance didn't exist. They don't know exactly how, but this world was called by many different names. From Xianji, or Heavenly World, to the Dao Yuanjin, Kunlun Mountain, and Penglai. And even if O Yunsen was not from this country, he must have heard of these places somewhere. They were all considered legends or myths, but they were actually records explorers made, at the expense of precious lives. O Yunsen admitted that he didn't expect it to be so simple. It was only to think that a crazy old man would spend so much money to prove his fantasies. Jinwi Beck said it's not fantasy, it's reality. And taking out the flash drive, he said there was already enough evidence for that. What O Yunsen should do is just take the things he talked about from the place he had already told. O Yunsen suggested that it probably wouldn't be over in one day, and asked if it would be something that took about 30 hours. Jinwi Beck laughed, then praised O Yunsen for how quickly he had figured it out. O Yunsen reminded the old man that this hunt belongs to the #1 hunting group in China. And now he tells him that the man who can handle the risk that comes with this fact is him. Usually 2 rifts that appear 30 hours apart are used for diving, like an entrance and an exit. And if you miss the exit rift, which opens 30 hours later, you will be trapped in the netherworld. When this happens, by rule, the hunter is considered dead until he gets out of there. Jinwi Beck said it was like this. The skills needed to survive immersion for a long time, and an outsider whose disappearance from this world would have no repercussions, as well as the position that the government would also allow diving. O Yunsen fits all the criteria. He originally intended to send O Yunsen only after he had trained him by sending him on 4 other hunts. But in the end, doesn't this dive benefit everyone? O Yunsen did well, and in that case, he might get a bonus. O Yunsun said it was okay, and then reached for the flash drive. Just as suddenly, Jinwi Beck said that if O Yunsen suddenly gets scared during the dive, he could just go out through the weekend at once. Jinwi Beck promised that he wouldn't mind that, after which he mentioned that this flash drive was also very valuable, and that it was kind of a waste of time to give it away for nothing. O Yunsen wondered if this man was trying to read his mind again, whereupon he said that he did not think so. He doesn't think about the fact that Jinwi Beck is the kind of person who makes unfavorable deals. Jinwi Beck chuckled and asked, "So what?" To which O Yunsen replied that what he would bring back would probably cost many times more than this flash drive, and that Jinwi Beck probably thought he would keep it and wouldn't want to give it back. Jinwi Beck admitted that he might think about it, which puzzled O Yunsen. Jinwi Beck asked, "Isn't that an obvious cause for concern? After all, people even in this place who look like they are full of pride on the outside are bad on the inside if you look at them closely." It seemed to O Yunsen as if Jinwi Beck made a different face that had a different meaning than usual. Jinwi Beck told O Yunsen that he was clearly not one of those people. Afterward, he admitted that he didn't think that O Yunsen was the kind of person to think something like that. Of course, he doesn't consider himself righteous either. Except, didn't O Yunsong say he was? The hunter said Jinwi Beck and O Yunsong at the same time. Jinwi Beck smiled and said that it was exactly like that. Now O Yunsong understood why Jinwi Beck believed that he wouldn't betray him. Jinwi Beck tossed O Yunsen the flash drive with a thumbs up. Then he caught her. And with a thumbs up, Jinwi Beck said he was leaving everything to him. O Yunsen couldn't explain it, and so he is left with only one option. O Yunsen asked, why did he have to explain this to her? With that, he surprised Yang Byung, after which he asked, isn't it obvious that they are entrepreneurs to some extent? And he has obligations to ensure the security of his business, so why should he disclose them to her? Not expecting such words from O Yunsen, Yang Byung became nervous and said that it was true, but if she knew what was going on, she would be able to help. Oh Yunsong said that if she's really a professional, she should also know that taking risks is part of his job. Except why is Byung, who has nothing to do with this at all, trying to interfere? Oh Yunsen admitted that he was aware that they could create emotional bonds with each other when they work together. But isn't it disadvantageous for a professional to mix their emotions with their work? Lowering her gaze, Yang Byung admitted that she had no such intentions. Afterward, Oh Yunsen noticed how she clenched her fists. He was sure that he had no choice but to tell her that. And if he doesn't draw the line here, Byung could be in even more danger. And unlike him, Yang Byung is related to the Red Dragon clan. Even though it was cruel to Yang Byung, he really had to do it. As Yang Byung suddenly said that in that case. With tears in her eyes, Yang Byung asked, the promise he made to her that he would help her, Would it change? Oh Yunsun asked what she meant, and Yang Byun reminded her that he had promised to help her get out of here safely. It would mean that they would be together during the dive, and as long as they were around each other, she would have no problem doing the tasks he would do. Yang Byung asked if that was the case, to which Oh Yunsun replied, "No, of course that's true, but it's still too dangerous a job." Yang Byung explained that she wasn't interested in it. What kind of work would Oh Yunsun be interested in? And she wouldn't question him. But as he promised, he would complete the task with her until she left through the rift exit. Is he ready to keep his word as a professional? Oh Yunsun didn't expect Yang Byung to say such a thing to him. Oh Yunsun agreed with Yang Byung, then added that as long as he traveled with her, he would also receive her help. Yang Byung agreed to this and made a promise. After agreeing, Yang Byung asked if they could leave right now. And had he already decided where he was going to do his business? Although Yang Byung was stubborn, there was no way Oh Yunsun expected her to suddenly catch him off guard. That's good, but it's still not a bad feeling. A short while later, a battle broke out in the forest on the other side of the rift. Yang Byun went to break through to the viper monkeys and they leaped towards her. But a moment later, Yang Byun dealt with all the viper monkeys she encountered. Catching up with her, Oh Yunsun admitted that it was amazing, after which he told Yang Byun that her skills had grown significantly. Yang Byun was embarrassed by Oh Yunsun's praise and waved her hands to explain that she was still too far away compared to him or her father. But Oh Yunsun said that she wasn't completely right because her footwork technique was particularly impressive. Yang Byun revealed that it's a technique that has been passed down in their family from generation to generation, and it's called Dragon Chasing Step. It's a key that utilizes the Pisai flame passed down in the Yang family's blood. Stomping in place, Yang Byun explained that she was using the PSI inside her body to move fast, and that even her father said that in terms of speed, it would be one of the best footwork techniques in this world. However, as fast as she is, the flaws in the technique include only straight movements and the inability to change direction freely, as Oh Yunsun does. Oh Yunsun said he understands it all. And even come to think of it, he also got into some trouble in that fight. Yang Byun admitted that although she wasn't as good as Mr. Yunsun or her father, she had improved her skills compared to back then. And so Yang Byung asked Oh Yunsong to let her help in his hunt, but Oh Yunsong immediately refused her. Yang Byung started to sulk at Oh Yunsun, but he insisted and said that he would still say no, no matter how much she insisted on it. Afterward, he recalled that she had just made a promise to him. Oh Yunsun explained that he would be hunting alone because it was his job, whereupon he asked if she hadn't told him that she would only accompany him when he was diving. Oh Yunsun asked if that was what she had promised him. Yang Byung looked away and agreed with him with sadness in her eyes, whereupon she turned away from him and walked forward. Oh Yunsun sighed after another difficult conversation, and Yang Byung's stubbornness was really something with something. Except here, he has to keep his cool and draw the line clearly. Doran Jin Chung said that he agreed with what he was told and was willing to join him, to which Wan Ken Chian replied that it was a wise decision, which was to be expected from someone like Master Jin. After which, the two of them looked in the direction where Liu Tian was guarding the meditating Li Huimin. Li Huimin has been sitting like this for 2 hours after they entered the rift. Wan Ken Chian wondered what the man was up to. After all, they should go after that bastard Oh Yun Song as soon as possible. But be that as it may, from now on, there was no point for them to follow Li Huimin. Wan Ken Cheon headed towards Li Huimin, but Liu Tian got in his way and reached for his sword. Wan Ken Cheon asked Liu Tian who he thought was standing in front of him. He then ordered him to get out of the way. Liu Tian explained that he had to protect Representative Li. Just as suddenly, Li Huimin intervened, saying that everything was fine, and asked to let Wan Ken Cheon pass. As he approached, Wan Ken Cheon offered to talk to Li Huimin, which interested him. Li Huimin asked, what was it that the latter wanted to talk to him about? Wan Ken Cheon tells Li Huimin that he doesn't need to look at him with those eyes, because it doesn't mean he made a mistake. He then revealed that he was considering working separately from Rep Li from now on. Li Huimin asked, what is the man going to do? And Wan Ken Cheon asked, what else can he do? Of course it's the hunt, the expedition, and above all the contract, because that's what Li Huimin brought them all here for. He's already sorted everything out with the castle master, Du Ren, and they're going to spread out 2 by 2 to explore the surroundings, and once they're done, they'll all meet together at the expected exit point. Li Huimin reminded that he has a plan, and Master Jin, along with Wan Ken Cheon, factors that can't be excluded from that plan, because of which he can't let it happen. Wan Ken Cheon asked if the man was bullying him. If so, he'll clear it up now. Wan Ken Cheon asked what results they've gotten since they executed Li Huimin's plans. And didn't they disgrace themselves after succumbing to that bastard's influence? Wan Ken Cheon explained that the only reason he lent his time and name to this worthless show was because he wanted to. But what were the results? Now he would go after this guy, this bastard Oh Yun-sung who grabbed his arrow and dared to insult him. Taking out his bow, Wan Ken Cheon said, repeating his words again, he would act separately from Li Huimin, which is why he should think about it now. Without thinking long, Li Huimin replied that he could do whatever he wanted. He clearly surprised Wan Ken Cheon, after which Li Huimin asked, did the latter not hear him? After all, he could do whatever he wanted. Wan Ken Cheon still didn't fully believe what he had heard because he didn't think that Li Huimin would let him do this so easily. He thought that he would have to try harder. Suddenly, Li Huimin asked if he needed another person to do this. This puzzled Wan Kyung Cheon once again. Li Huimin revealed that in his case, he could always ensure his safety with spells, and he wasn't going to go exploring right now. And therefore, it would be better for Liu Tian if he also explored the rift more actively. And above all, this is the other world, and you never know what might happen here. There may be a situation that two people can't handle. Wan Ken Cheon asked what the man was trying to do. But after a second, he changed his mind about asking and said it was fine, and that the two of them would go first. He was already starting to mentally curse that Taoist bastard. Li Huimin asked, is that so? But since there was nothing to be done in such a case, he wished them luck. Wan Ken Cheon hummed as he walked away, not wanting to stay by Li Huimin's side. No matter how hard he tries, he can't understand what the man is thinking. Except now is not the time to fight Li Huimin at all. At this point, they were able to get the freedom they dreamed of, which means it's time to focus on the hunt for Oh Unsun. 2 days had already arrived since they arrived at the rift. Yi Oh Yunsun began to wonder if they had begun to approach the place that was written in Yang Wujin's book. Just after they passed through the forest in a northwesterly direction, he said that it lives right in front of this huge cliff. Oh Yunsun has already felt it. It is down there and it has such tremendous pressure. It is the highest level predator among monsters. It is said to be the 9th child of the creature of legends, the dragon. This creature is none other than Chiwen. Oh Yunsun and Yang Biyong stopped near the precipice of a huge gorge where only darkness could be seen. As soon as they got closer, Yang Biyong felt uneasy about the creature from below. Oh Yunsun wondered if they could be so cold because of the freezing winds. But he immediately dismissed that possibility, for it was clearly something else. That frightening and terrifying energy that makes him shiver is definitely the lust for killing a predator, and it should definitely come from the monster named Chiwen. Oh Yunsun told Yang Biyong that he would start hunting alone from now on. But hearing no response, Oh Yunsong turned to the frightened Byong. Through her fear, Yang Biyong said that she also wanted to help, and so she asked if he would let her hunt with him. Oh Yunsun was surprised that Yang Biyong was saying such a thing even after she felt the killing lust coming from below. Oh Yunsun turned to Byong again and explained that it would be dangerous, to which Yang Biyong replied that she would be fine. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun asked Yang Biyong to apologize, immediately after which he gave her several point punches. After that, he caught Yang Biyong, who once again can't move due to Oh Yunsun's point punches. Taking Yang Biyong in his arms, Oh Yunsun carried her to safety. Yang Biyong asked Oh Yunsun why he was doing all this, to which he replied that from now on his job was to hunt, and that was clearly not something she could interfere with. Oh Yunsun asked Yang Biyong to listen to him carefully. The paralyzation should disappear after a while, and when it does, she should leave this place as soon as possible. She should explore the netherworld for the remaining time and return as soon as the exit rift opens. Not intending to leave Oh Yunsun alone, Yang Biyong was about to contradict him. But Oh Yunsong said that she's making a stubborn face to the end, so he's willing to tell her once. Oh Yunsun said he didn't like it when she clung to him like that, after which he asked if she realized it. He then said that her presence wouldn't make much difference to the outcome of the hunt, but if she went with him, she would just be a nuisance. Yang Biyong was going to change Oh Yunsun's mind, but immediately gave it up realizing she wouldn't be able to do it. Oh Yunsun turned around and looked away in shame at what Yang Biyong had said. Oh Yunsun asked that she stop worrying about him and come back, whereupon he added that they would not see each other again and said goodbye to her one last time. Running away, Oh Yunsun told himself that it was the right decision. Though it wasn't easy, he had to stop her or she could be in danger. What he now has to hunt is a monster that is even more powerful than Gongi. Back at the gorge, Oh Yunsun almost dropped his eyes from shock. He wondered when only this monster had time to get out. It was definitely the same Chiwen, except he didn't sense this monster's presence here at all. Not a single sound came from here that could hint that something so huge had appeared from under the rock so suddenly, like a ghost. Oh Yunsun assumed that Chiwen had already noticed their movements since they were much smaller than him. Even auto-hunting shouts run away to him. So does this mean that Chiwen is too strong even for the current Oh Yunsun? If someone else saw Oh Yunsong trying to hunt this big guy, Oh Yunsong would look like a crazy person. And even though he doesn't particularly like the sound of it, Oh Yunsun closed his visor and shouted that he agreed to be the crazy one. Oh Yunsun jumped on Chiwen's body, then started running towards his head. Reaching his head, Oh Yunsun jumped, about to give the man an attack. Just as suddenly, Chiwen opened his mouth and steam began to flow from it. Realizing what this could lead to, Oh Yunsun immediately rejected the opportunity and began to retreat. Oh Yunsun accelerated to top speed using spin and cut. Meanwhile, Chiwen carefully watched the gradually receding Oh Yunsun. After a while, Oh Yunsun turned around and noticed that Chiwen was no longer in sight. Therefore, Oh Yunsun Wall jumped out of the gorge and ran on the ground. Suddenly, a crack in the rock appeared right in front of the flush. Realizing where this would lead to, Oh Yunsun immediately jumped as high as he could. Immediately after which, Chiwen pierced through the rock formation and immediately rushed after Oh Yunsun. And a second later, Oh Yunsun was right at the beast's mouth. Realizing that the beast was just going to devour him, Oh Yunsun used the plum blossoms to create a platform and bounced to the side while continuing to dodge Chiwen. And just when Oh Yunsun thought he had dodged Chiwen's attack, as he realized that he was about to die, Chiwen opened his mouth and violent flames began to come out of his mouth. Oh Yunsun pleaded, lest it mean what he was thinking now. Just as suddenly, Chiwen exhaled a sea of flames straight at Oh Yunsun. By some miracle. But still, Oh Yunsun managed to dodge Chiwen's flaming breath and was now in free fall. The moment he met his gaze with Chiwen, Oh Yunsun immediately noticed that the latter was about to exhale a flame. And so Oh Yunsun instantly activated the harmonic art, the Iron Curtain, thanks to which he barely had time to change the direction of his jump. And if he had jumped even an instant later, he would have instantly vaporized in the pillar of flame exhaled by Chiwen. Oh Yunsun didn't even realize that this monster would be stronger than the one described in the books. This monster is a whole different level compared to the ones he had fought before. Chiwen has such a massive body and an ultra-high speed of movement that matches a monster like this. A huge mass, moving at such a speed, this monster even gives off an overly terrifying impression. And even the strength of Chiwen's flame is far beyond what he could imagine. The flame pillar emanating from this flame pillar is simply insane, and it is enough to burn everything around it with his breath. As expected, it would be impossible to hunt Chinwenef in a power battle. Even though this monster was indeed stronger than the one he had read about in the books, this beast is not as strong as he expected, and if he follows his plans, he can surely win. Oh Yunsun created a platform of plum blossoms to stop the fall. Now he resumes his hunt for this monster. After preparing to hunt, Oh Yunsun once again jumped toward Chiwen's head. After that, he used harmonic art, an iron curtain to create platforms in the air that he can bounce off of. Spinning and cutting, he uses this to confuse Chiwen at the end. No sooner had Oh Yunsun gotten close than Chiwen once again exhaled a huge pillar of flame capable of burning Oh Yunsun in an instant. Oh Yunsun was just waiting for this. As soon as he spewed fire, Oh Yunsun was going to take advantage of what he got by combining the two techniques at once. Suddenly, Oh Yunsun split into several other Oh Yunsuns. This was his new skill. To make his residual images caused by traveling at high speeds look like his clones. Now Chiwen saw the two hunters in front of him, and he was already preparing for his new attack. Chiwen opened his huge mouth wide. He then tried to eat both Oh Yunsuns, but they managed to avoid his mouth. Immediately after that, Oh Yunsun suddenly sped up, and instead of two hunters, there was now a whole squad of identical figures against the dragon. There were dozens of clones running at high speeds around Chiwen, and Oh Yunsun wondered if Chiwen would be able to tell which one was the real one. Not intending to waste time on all these hunters, Chiwen exhaled a pillar of flame. But Oh Yunsun once again managed to dodge Chiwen's flames. What Oh Yunsun is aiming for was the beast's only weakness, and for that he's going to create a loophole in the defense. Oh Yunsun devised this plan after he read about Chiwen's location and weaknesses in Yang Wu Jin's book. These eyes that seem to speak have pure energy with a harmonic essence unmatched by anything on this earth, and he is about to pierce them. Of course, it would be difficult to face dozens of clones one after another, but even so, the dragon's breath was getting closer and closer to him. Chiwen once again exhaled flames, catching the moment to burn several Oyun songs at once, and a moment later, those were completely engulfed in a pillar of flame. Luckily for him, Oyunsen had managed to transfer Chiwen's attention to his clones, but those were just illusions, and the real him had been here from the beginning, right above the top of his head. Everything is going exactly according to Oyunsen's plan. Oyunsen activated the Queen's Embrace Blade immediately, after which he tore towards Chiwen's head. But unfortunately, at the same moment, Chiwen managed to spot him, but even if Oyunsen was spotted, it was already too late as he was much faster. Only Oyunsen came close to Chiwen's eye as an arrow hit his blade and broke Oyunsen's weapon. Oyunsen was startled when he suddenly saw the arrow, for it only meant one thing. One Ken Cheon, who was standing below, laughed madly, for he had finally discovered his target. He finally found Oyunsen. The demon archer drew the bowstring and once again released an arrow at Oyunsen. Oyunsen mentally reprimanded himself, for with his last shot, the demon archer had destroyed his blade, preventing Oyunsen from gouging out Chiwen's eyes. And what was worse was that Chiwen already knew which Oyunsen was the real one and was preparing to attack. A second later, Oyunsen felt a shiver as Chiwen began to charge his breath again. And on the other side, Wanken Cheon's arrow flew at him, blocking his escape route. Things were bad, with no way for Oyunsen to cross his arms to at least block the attack. But a moment later, it was destroyed, caught between Wanken Cheon's arrow and Chiwen's flaming breath. By some miracle, but Oyunsen managed to survive after facing 2 attacks from his opponents. And even Oyunsong himself was amazed that he was able to get out. Right in front of him was Chiwen preparing his flaming breath, while on the other hand the demon archer, Wanken Cheon, was aiming at him. Oyunsong was cornered. Oyunseong was sure that he had gotten away from them in such a way that they wouldn't even think of chasing him. So how did Wanken Cheon manage to detect him? Meanwhile, Wanken Cheon was laughing, because he could clearly see the guy in the air panicking over his appearance. Wanken Cheon asked Oyunsen if the man was curious about how he tracked him down in the rift. After breaking up with Li Huiming, Doran Jincheng asked Wanken Cheon how the latter plans to find Oyunsong. After all, this is the Netherworld, and they can't even get the direction right. Finding a guy who has long since escaped would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Wanken Cheon replied that he has his own methods for that. He then opened the box and explained that this guy would do all the work of finding the bastard instead. Doran Jincheng inquired about what kind of beast was in the box, whereupon the beast appeared from the box and Wanken Cheon asked if he had ever heard of the 1,000-mile fox. Doran Jincheng was surprised by what he heard and asked if he was referring to a creature that existed in the legends. This fox is said to track its prey by smelling it from 1,000 miles away. Wanken Cheon then corrected that it was a fox of half 1,000 miles, and revealed that the Goryeo Company had tried to create the legendary 1,000-mile fox by experimentally breeding razor fox monsters. But as Doran Jincheng could already see, they had not succeeded. A fox of half 1,000 miles has an extremely short lifespan, and they are also quite ferocious, making them almost impossible to tame. When the project was scrapped, he secretly took a few foxes for himself, expecting to still need them for hunting. Wanken Cheon held up a container of musk scent to the fox. Doran Jincheng asked why Wanken Cheon was using it, to which the latter replied that he was a rather meticulous man, and therefore he always applied a small quantity of musk from the vessel of 1,000 miles to his arrows. And as it happened, at that moment at the entrance to the rift, Oyunsen caught an arrow smeared with musk. Just as suddenly, the fox started shouting, which was a good sign, because it meant that it had managed to smell Oyunsen. Wanken Cheon drew the bowstring and asked Oyunsen what he was going to do now? Oyunsen couldn't help but recognize that the power of the demon archer's arrows was definitely very great, but the one couldn't release them consistently. This means that he can't attack with them in succession, and that Wanken Cheon is waiting for the critical moment to shoot him. And if that's the case, suddenly Oyunsen started running towards Chiwen, after which he jumped up to his head and split into 2 Oyunsens once more. Even if Chiwen could kill one of his clones, Oyunsen would be able to easily dodge his attacks. And then there would be no problem if he hunted Chiwen, wary of Wanken Cheon's arrows. Wanken Cheon praised Oyunsong for his footwork technique, as Oyunsong is even capable of creating his own clones. After which he added that Oh Yun-song is certainly talented, but Oh Yunson clearly had no idea that his movements were fully visible to him. A second later, Wan Ken Cheon's arrow approached Oh Yun-song again, then struck Oh Yun-song. And there was only enough time for Oh Yunson to block the arrow. Oh Yunson was trying to figure out why the arrow had hit him and not his clones. The situation was more dangerous than he had originally thought. And more importantly, he must make a stand before the arrow hit him. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, an axe flew into Oh Yunson, which was enough to break through his block. Doran Jinchung recalled Wan Ken Cheon telling him to throw his axe in the direction of the arrow, after which he recognized that the demon archer was indeed a very meticulous person. Meanwhile, Wan Ken Cheon has already prepared his new arrow and tells Oh Yunson that this is the end of him. And a second later, Wan Ken Cheon's arrow still managed to hit its target. Wan Ken Cheon cried out as he even felt it. Felt his arrow hit straight into the bullseye. Afterward, Wan Ken Cheon shouted out that they were finally able to catch this guy. Wan Ken Cheon continued, tauntingly shouting that the bastard deserved this sort of thing and how great he felt right now. Wan Ken Cheon told Master Jin to go and check on Oh Yunson's corpse as soon as possible, to which he replied that it didn't matter. And besides, he was just cooperating with Wan Ken Chong, not his subordinate, so he told Doran Jin Cheng not to dare to give him orders. Trying to hold back his laughter, Wan Ken Cheon agreed with Master Dorn, but at the same moment, he mentally teched, thinking about how selfish this old man was. Doran Jin Chung said that they could check on Oh Yunson's corpse later, then asked if he saw that they still had a problem to deal with. Losing the target he had hunted so much for, Chiwen headed towards the two new hunters. One Ken Cheon with to deal with that thing, after which he explained that he didn't notice it because he was too focused on his goal. But if you take a good look at this monster, it's absolutely gorgeous. Doran Jin Chung agreed with Wan Ken Cheon's words and said that such a creature was definitely a big shot in this world. If one examined the creature's features, they could even determine that it was a dragon creature that was only told about in legends. Master Doran smiled, so this was exactly what he needed. After all, if he managed to hunt this down, he would definitely be ready. Doran Jin Chung clashed with Master Yang on blades, then shouted that today would be the day they would settle things. But the man smirked and said it was too boring, which amazed Doran. Immediately afterward, Yang Chong Cheon struck Doran Jin Chung's axe and managed to push the latter back. Immediately after which, Doran Jin Chung gripped the hilt tighter and rushed towards Master Yan. Just as suddenly, the man raised his hand and asked Master Doran to stop. They should stop there as they have no point in fighting. To get him off his back, Yang Zhang Cheon offered to let them have the right to hunt for the first time in the newly formed rift of Duren Castle, after which he again said that they had no reason to quarrel because they met by chance, and so there is no need for them to shed blood here. Yang Chong Cheon said that the Red Dragon Society would come with the second wave of hunting and turned around to say goodbye. Doran Jin Cheng ordered Master Yang to stop and asked who was he to decide when they should stop. Yang Zhongchong turned around and asked if the other person really wanted to fight. Feeling Master Yang's aura, Doran Jin Chung panicked, causing him to panic, which could not escape the eyes of the master. Yang Zhongcheon said that the Red Dragon Society would leave for now and wished Du Ren Castle good luck in the hunt. When Master Yang left him, Doran Jin Chung felt a growing anger towards him, and clutching the hilt of his axe, he told himself that everything was right, because Yang Zhongcheon was always ahead. It is said that the two groups of hunters that separate Shanghai are the castle, Du Ren and the Red Dragon Society, but all this time, Doran Jin Cheng suspected that all of Shanghai was judging him. When Master Yang spread his name far and wide throughout China, rising to second place in the Elite 10, and in the end, Jin Chung would always be the second in Shanghai's team. Although he could share his power over Shanghai, his skills would never be able to surpass Yang Chong Cheon's. He couldn't handle these judgments, and so there were times when he would visit the Red Dragon Society to request a battle with Master Yang, but the latter would always refuse him. Doran Jincheng asked why the man didn't want to fight him. He wanted to know why. However, if he succeeds in slaying this dragon, then he would then be honored to be the first hunter to defeat the dragon. And with that, he would be able to achieve even more than what Yang Chong Cheon was able to achieve. The huge dragon Chaiwen towered over the two masters from the Elite 10. Wan Ken Cheon mentally laughed. For today was clearly his lucky day, for he was able to track down this bastard and shoot him, after which he tracked down such a big shot. Castle Master. Du Ren beside him, although he's annoying, but still his skills are something with something. Jin Chong, who was called the strongest hunter in Shanghai along with Yang Chong Chong. if that man ever swings an axe. Then it would deal such tremendous damage, especially if it used the overwhelming power of its aura to destroy everything around it. If Jin Chong took a position in the vanguard, and with the support of the bow, there wouldn't be any monsters they couldn't hunt. Doran Jin Chong released his aura and ran straight towards Chiwen. One Ken Cheon drew the bowstring and shouted that everything was going just perfectly. He had already hunted countless monsters, such huge monsters. One Ken Cheon shouted "Die" to Chiwen and released the bowstring, shooting the dragon in the head. One Ken Cheon was confident of victory, as the dragon's size turns its weaknesses into bigger targets, and since the one is slow, as evidenced by its size, there was simply no way Chiwen would be able to dodge. The demon archer's arrow struck the dragon, but it failed to penetrate its scales, causing the tip to break off. One Ken Cheon couldn't believe what he saw. He tried to understand how such a thing was possible. After all, there was simply no way that his arrows could be reflected in any way. Meanwhile, Doran Jin Chong caught up to the dragon and jumped with a shout, after which he landed right on top of the dragon's head. Doran Jin Chong swung his axe, preparing to smash the dragon's head. Thanks to the fact that he had climbed onto its head, there was no way the dragon would be able to dodge the axe. Using the immense power of his aura, Doran Jin Chong struck the dragon on the head. But to his surprise, Jin Chun's axe shattered into splinters. Clutching the remnants of the hilt in his hand, Doran Jin Chong wondered how such a thing could happen. After all, such a thing was practically impossible. One Ken Cheon realized the situation they were in and asked that what he saw not be true. But no matter how much they tried to deny it, the monster in front of them could use aura. Doran Jin Chun's hands trembled and he dropped his weapon. Immediately afterward, he jumped off the dragon head, and when he returned to the ground, he immediately began to run away. If the monster was able to use aura, the attacks would be practically useless against it. He realized that there was no way he could defeat this monster alone, and therefore he must run. They needed other hunters, not just him. They need a whole group of hunters to defeat a beast like this. As he ran away, Doran Jin Chong turned back and saw Chiwen raising his paw. Jin Chong wondered when the latter only had time to get close to him. Doran Jin Chong mentally started shouting that he didn't want to die. And why did he even get into a fight with this monster? All because he wanted to defeat Doran Jin Chun. That was why he was trying to hunt down this monster. But did he really want to fight Master Yang? After all, that wasn't the point at all. In fact, he just wanted to pretend that he wanted to fight. The Red Dragon Society was a business rival in Shanghai. That was why he pretended to fight Master Yang in order to get a place there. He didn't really want to fight with that person, Yang Chong, but Master Yan had long since realized his thoughts. The fact that he was trying to challenge him was just a pretense, and when he had already realized that Yang Zhongcheon had found out, he, looking at the approaching death, Doran Jin Chong said, "These monsters are bastards." And in the next instant, Chiwen crushed one of his victims with his paw, after which he raised his head to the sky and roared loudly. One Ken Cheon was terrified by what had happened, as not a single sound could be heard from the monster's movements. He killed Doran Jin Chun like a ghost with such speed that his movements were almost impossible to see. This dragon is definitely not as slow as it was originally thought to be. Chiwen remains stationary only because he only moves when necessary. And as it happens, what was the bastard aiming at, Oh Yunsun? As Wan Ken Cheon suddenly realized, these were the monster's eyes. They should be the monster's weak point. Chiwen towered over Wan Ken Chong, slowly approaching him. Aiming at the dragon, Wan Ken Cheon shouted. It's a bad move for hunters to aim at the eyes just because they are the weak point. After all, it would be better to aim between the victim's eyes and take care of it with a single shot. These were the first things he learned from his father when he was learning to hunt. One Ken Cheon frowned upon seeing that he was already being waited for ahead. His father asked him if he was going to that guy, Li Huimin, or what. One Ken Cheon admitted that he was indeed going to him, whereupon his father said that the man was dangerous, and as he thought he had previously talked about Ken Cheon not getting too close to him. One Ken Cheon told his father that it was much better than chasing animals in a deep forest like this, which surprised his father. Even though he knows that Li Huimin is dangerous and that he plans to use him, the world has already changed. One Ken Cheon asks his father if he agrees. If one hunts monsters, they will be paid. Is Li Huimin going to use it? In that case, he will use it himself. One Ken Cheon said that he's not going to live as poor as his father. Instead, he's going to put the whole world under his feet. As Ken Cheon passed his father, he suddenly turned to him and asked his son to take care of himself. He has since managed to do so. He had risen to 6th place in the Elite 10, having only 10 participants in China. And he had grown to the point where he was equal to Li Huimin who wanted to use him. All the energy he had absorbed in the past, he would now put it into this arrow. One Ken Cheon shouted that he couldn't just die here and fired. Immediately afterward, it went straight into the eye of a mighty opponent. One Ken Cheon was pleased that he was able to hit the target in a weak spot. But as soon as he saw the outcome of his shot, he mentally shrieked as it was impossible. It was an arrow, carrying all his energy, but it melted away before it reached its target. Since he can't do anything to this thing, Wan Ken Cheon decided to run away. And the best way out is to hide in the forest nearby, and then he will be able to hide from the dragon. It wasn't that bad because, unlike Jin Cheng, there was enough distance between him and the monster. Chiwen's eyes glittered, and flames began to flow from his mouth. Without turning back, Wan Ken Cheon convinced himself that he would be able to escape. Just as suddenly, Chiwen once again exhaled a pillar of flame, destroying the ground on his way to Wan Ken Cheon. Feeling uneasy, Wan Ken Cheon realized what was wrong and cursed. For now, he would really be the end of him. In the last moments, Wan Ken Cheon remembered his father's request for him to take care of himself. Remembering his father, Wan Ken Cheon shouted his name one last time, and in the next instant Chiwen destroyed everything ahead, overtaking the forest. After dealing with all the goosebumps, Chiwen rose to his feet and roared loudly. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsen woke up after hearing the roar of a beast. Afterward, he assumed that he had lost consciousness when Wan Ken Cheon's arrow hit him. Oh Yunsen raised his arm, but he gave it to him with difficulty, making his hand shake. The paralysis caused by the arrow still lingered. Meanwhile, Chiwen had already returned to Oh Yunsen, who was lying upright by the cliff, after which he once again began to prepare his fire breath. The button to activate Auto Hunt appeared above Oh Yunsen, but instead of joy, he mentally cursed because his hands weren't listening to him, and he just needed to press the button. Noticing the temperature starting to rise due to the dragon flames, Oh Yunsen mentally shrieked that at this rate, he would fall under those flames. No sooner had Chiwen exhaled a flame than Yang Bion suddenly landed beside Oh Yunsen. Immediately afterwards, she rushed over to Oh Yunsen and tried to lift him up. But it was already too late, for the flames of Chiwen had already almost caught up with them. Chiwen unleashed another pillar of flame, with which, along with his victims, he pierced through the rock and set another part of the forest on fire. After which, Chiwen raised himself up higher, giving a look around the forest in case anyone managed to escape. Meanwhile, Yang Byong and Oh Yunsen were right beside Chiwen, and since he hadn't noticed them, they had a little time to prepare to escape. Yang Byong was able to save Oh Yunsong, but things weren't going so well. After all, while dodging, Chiwen managed to hit her leg, reducing her mobility. Because of this wound, Yang Byong was no longer confident that she would be able to carry Oh Yunsen at least one more time. Just as suddenly, she heard Oh Yunsen let out a whimper of pain. Yang Byong asked if he was okay, to which Oh Yunsen replied, "More or less." Yang Byong was amazed by Oh Yunsung's stamina, for he was still trying to get up after being injured like that, and so she told herself that she should help him. Since it was hard for her to move because of her leg, Yang Byong laid Oh Yunsen down and tried to lift him up. Afterwards, she asked him how he was feeling. Oh Yunsung replied that he was fine and thanked her for saving him. Except he decided to ask why she had saved his life. After all, he's pretty sure he told her to come back then. Yang Bion recalled that Oh Yunsen had actually said something like that to her, and Oh Yunsen was interested in what she would say next. Suddenly, Yang Byong apologized because she had ignored what he was telling her, but Oh Yunsun said that he didn't blame her for that. And if she hadn't saved him, he would have already been fried to a crisp at this place. After that, Oh Yunsan admitted that he was genuinely curious. Yang Byong smiled and replied that her body was just moving without thinking. After she somehow managed to get rid of the paralysis and get out of the forest, she saw this monster chasing the recumbent Oh Yunsen. As her body suddenly started to move on its own, at that moment, she only thought of saving Oh Yunsen. Oh Yunsen was surprised at what he heard and wondered if she really had such a good opinion of him. And most importantly, it was mutual. Meanwhile, Chiwen had discovered his victims and was about to attack them. Seeing this, Oh Yunsong told Yang Byong that their affairs were bad, for they had been discovered. After that, Oh Yunsen mentally tisked, because the paralysis still hadn't passed, so he couldn't control his body. Right now, all he has to do is push that button. Just as suddenly, Yang Byong touched Oh Yunsen's paralyzed hand. Oh Yunsen was surprised and asked what she was going to do, to which the latter unexpectedly replied that she knew about it, because whenever Oh Yunsong was going to fight, In those moments, he always stretches his hand forward, making such a gesture. Bringing Oh Yunsen's hand to the button, she asked, "Is that right?" As soon as Yang Bion pressed the button, peach blossoms reappeared in the air. Thanks to auto-hunting, Oh Yunsen overcame his paralysis and managed to get back on his feet. Yang Bion expressed her excitement for if Oh Yunsong were to fight in such a state, but Oh Yunsong asked that she shouldn't worry about it because everything would be fine from now on. Oh Yunsen picked up Yang Byong's blade and said that he would borrow her blade since the blade he had prepared had broken. Yang Byong said that he could certainly take the blade, except that they should hurry up and escape since Oh Yunsen's body was fine. Unexpectedly, Oh Yunsen refused to let Yang Byong escape. Then he explained that it would be hard for them to escape with her wounds, and he himself was not in such a good condition right now. Besides, this monster can be destroyed, so she shouldn't worry and wait for it here. Yang Bian blushed and said that she was willing to wait. Armed and ready to fight again, Oh Yunsen raced toward Chiwen. When Chiwen saw the creature rush at him, he remembered that it was the same creature he had already seen a while ago. After all, this was the same creature that made him feel his fear for the first time in hundreds of years. Knowing that it was the same creature, Chiwen immediately exhaled a new wave of flames to get rid of it as soon as possible. But Oh Yunsen dodged the pillar of flame while simultaneously splitting into three. Immediately afterward, the dragon Chiwen attempted to knock down a few Oh Yunsongs, but they easily dodged his paw. The real Oh Yunsen took advantage of this to get as close to Chiwen's eye as possible. This creature is small and very agile, making it hard to catch, and this creature is incredibly annoying. Chiwen assumed that it would attack him directly in the eyes just like he tried to do last time, except it won't work anymore since he's already ready for it. And a second later, Oh Yunsen had caught up with the dragon unhindered. But instead of the joy of victory, surprise broke out on his face as the dragon used aura, as well as flame, chi. Chiwen knew that there was nothing in this world that wouldn't melt from contact with his fiery ki. And of course, the creature that attacked him would melt from contact with him. Except it was all really going according to Oh Yunsen's plan. No matter how much Chiwen's flames tried to destroy Oh Yunsen's weapon, he couldn't do it. Realizing that his opponent was surprised at the moment, Oh Yunsen revealed that this weapon, the Red Dragon Double Fang, was quite special, for they could absorb fire ki. And since that was the case, Oh Yunsen was able to break through Chiwen's aura with ease. Immediately after that, he pressed the blade harder and finally slashed Chiwen's eye, causing him to roar loudly with laughter. And only Oh Yunsen was the last to smile as he won. Well, since he has started, in that case he should do what he needs to do right away, and it will be applied to his Queen's Embrace gear. The double red dragon fang as well as Chiwen's eye, he only needs to collect them. And unite! Oh Yunsen blinked, and a blue light immediately flashed in Chiwen's eye. After creating the Gauntlet of Absolute Destruction, Oh Yunsen roughly understood how unification worked. In the book left behind by Yang Wu-jin, it was written that Chiwen's weakness was his eyes. And since the eye could exude flame ki, it meant that Chiwen could utilize the aura of flame. Even though the aura can be penetrated by the attack blade, the problem is also what happens afterwards. Even if he overcomes Chiwen's aura, he would need a stronger method to destroy his eyes, and that method is in absorbing a huge amount of aura with his equipment to remove Chiwen's defense. And the only way to do that is through skill combination, roughly the way he made that gauntlet. To do that, he needs to check the extent to which it is possible to use his armor skill. According to the texts, he has an even better catalyst in this situation in the form of the Red Dragon Double Fang. The challenge is only to unite Chiwen's eye and his aura, and this task is completely doable. Watching from below, Yang Byong tried to figure out what was going on. After all, right after the blue flash, Oh Yunsen's equipment suddenly transformed, which was simply amazing. Meanwhile, someone everyone had forgotten about approached Yang Byong from behind. Chiwen continued to scream loudly in pain. He was in absolute shock, for along with the pain experienced with the disappearance of his eye, was the fact that even the vast amount of heat he had stored in his eyes had been absorbed by this insignificant creature. Chiwen told himself that he must run. It was the first time in his life he had experienced such fear. Realizing what the latter was experiencing, Oh Yunsen told Chiwen that he was also very tired, except he can't let this opportunity pass. And so Oh Yunsen once again raised the Red Dragon's Double Fang. Once again, he stabbed it into Chiwen's eye, once again making him suffer in pain. After which, Oh Yunsen made his way inside the dragon's body. Walking deeper, Oh Yunsen discovered a huge blue organ, presumably Chiwen's heart. This insignificant creature had entered Chiwen's body, and he wasn't going to forgive it. and therefore Oh Yunsun would have to die. The heat energy he coughs out, now he's going to shoot it straight at the creature. Immediately, a dark purple flame spurted out from Chiwen's heart into Oh Yunsun. But once he was dangerously close to it, an insurmountable barrier suddenly appeared, preventing it from burning him. Oh Yunsun smirked, as Chiwen's eye aura combined with his queen's embrace was capable of even stopping a dragon's breath. But Chiwen wasn't going to give up, and with a new shout, he summoned more and more dark purple flames inside his body. As expected, Chiwen fights to the very end, and it's going to be hard to break through that kind of defense now. And in that case, there's only one way to go. Getting close to Chiwen's heart, Oh Yunsun began to twirl his blade through the air. As it suddenly stopped and unleashed a huge amount of its parasitic ki, it immediately shot out in all directions. The dragon was in indescribable agony due to the pain coming from inside his body, as suddenly the parasitic ki broke through his flesh and scales then shot outward, making him suffer more and more. Because of all this, Chiwen's heart began to pound unusually fast, as suddenly a huge hole was formed on him, from which dragon blood immediately began to pour out. Raising his head upwards, Chiwen's shout began to fade away. He then began to fall into the gorge until his body was completely lost in the darkness. A few seconds later, a red hand grasped the edge of the cliff. After that, Oh Yunsun finally made it out of the gorge and would finally be able to take a little break. Oh Yunsun thought that he was very lucky, as his aura had also reached rock bottom, and if he couldn't use all of his parasitic kai at once, though he wouldn't have been able to succeed by following the original hunting plan, but now he had defeated Chiwen. Now he has to meet Bion and travel with her to the exit point. Just as suddenly, a familiar voice told Oh Yunsun that it was amazing. After all, slaying a dragon is truly an amazing feat, and for someone like Oh Yunsun to achieve it. Behind the backs of these people, Oh Yunsun noticed Yang Byung unconscious. A wide smile stretched across the face of Professor of Pain, Li Huimin, and he said that he heartily congratulated Oh Yunsun on his feat. These two knocked out Yang Byung, and at this moment, Liu Tian was protecting Li Huimin. And if he could find a loophole between them, then Oh Yunsun would be able to save Yang Byung. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun heard another familiar voice. Moving closer, Wan Ken Cheon asked the bastard Li Huimin, how dare he use it? Li Huimin replied that he just sent him ahead because that was what he wanted, and all he did was just follow him. Afterwards, Li Huimin explained to Wan Ken Cheon that he was not the only meticulous person in this world, so Li Huimin had to take some precautions by secretly placing the talisman in his equipment. Wan Ken Cheon asked, how dare the latter still talk about such a thing? Li Huimin assumed that the latter was very angry because of the secret hidden talisman in his body. And so he explained that if he hadn't used Shukuchi, the space reduction technique, he would be conversing with Master Jin in the other world right now. Also, Li Huimin asked if they had more important things to do than arguing right in front of him. Wan Ken Cheon agreed with him and said that they would discuss it some more right after taking care of Oh Yonsong. Suddenly, Wan Ken Cheon kicked Yang Byung, flipping her over onto her back. Immediately after, he raised his foot above her and surrounded her with a green aura. Wan Ken Cheon shouted out to Oh Yunsun that the rule is simple. If Oh Yunsung takes one step in their direction, he'll just crush that woman with his foot. Li Huimin agreed and explained to Oh Yunsun that it was easier for him to surrender. After all, Oh Yunsun himself should know that it would be difficult for him to shorten such a distance in an instant, even with the speed of his footwork technique. And as he should have realized by now, the demonic archer's true power lies in his keen eyesight. Whether he activates his harmonic arts and uses his clones or tries to distract him, there's no way for Oh Yunsong to escape Wan Ken Cheon's eyes. And if he tries to make a funny move, unfortunately, at the same moment, Yang Byung's life will be cut short. Oh Yunsong told Li Huimin that he was a sneaky bastard, but the latter said that what they want to do is simple. Li Huimin noticed that Oh Yunsun's equipment that he was wearing had suddenly improved, as well as the other dragon eye. Li Huimin suggested that Oh Yunxiang probably wanted to take the other eye as well, but he had no idea how he did it. If Oh Yunsun gives them both dragon eyes, then Yang Byung will be safely returned to her homeworld. But they can't promise that for Oh Yunsong himself. Oh Yunsun asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about? After which Li Huimin said that it actually sounded good considering the situation. Oh Yunsun was in right now, in which case, what would he say about it? What if they forget everything that had previously happened between them? And Oh Yunsong will just join him. Only then Li Huimin agreed to guarantee the safety of both Yang Byung and Oh Yunsong, and most importantly, It sounds much better than the first option. One Ken Chion was surprised to hear this and asked Li Huimin not to rush things like this. Afterward, Wan Ken Chion asked Li Huimin to explain his words, but the latter simply ordered him to stop. After all, he is the one speaking now, and therefore Ken Chion should shut up for a while. Not daring to contradict whether or not Huimin, Wan Ken Chion still fell silent. After which, Li Huimin turned to Oh Yunsen again and noticed that Oh Yunsen looked surprised, but he realized it himself. Li Huiming assumed that right now, Oh Yunsen was thinking, why now? Li Huiming admitted that he also gets furious when he thinks about what Oh Yunsong did to him, but he still thought about it clearly. Oh Yunsong assumed that that's when Li Huimin came up with that option. Li Huimin admitted that it was like this. When he lost Oh Yunsen in the netherworld, the thought suddenly popped into his head. And as for Oh Yunsen's skill increase, he felt that it was even happening too fast. The reason why all his plans to get rid of Oh Yunsen had failed was because Oh Yunsen's skills had always increased beyond what he could only predict. Therefore, he wondered, what was this incredible growth rate? And after studying it, he found that there was something special about Oh Yunsen, something that couldn't be explained by ki, spells, or thoughts. Oh Yunsen's secret, that's what he wants to know because he feels like it's what he's been chasing his whole life. Oh Yunsen asked what he wanted to say, after which, Li Himin explained that he was talking about the Rift world, because how could there be such an incredible world like this? Li Humin suggested that he might not look like a mediocre scientist, but he still brought countless experiments to learn about this secret. And this led him to think that perhaps the path that would lead him to this answer might be in the hands of the enemy he so greatly despised. Whereupon he asked Oh Yunsen, was he not curious? To learn of the truth behind this world and the secret of the talent he possesses? Oh Yunsen said to himself that the identity and mystery of the world are inside the rift. And when you think about this man, he knew nothing about him. Li Huimin revealed that he continued to investigate the mystery, and he did everything he could. He studied the martial arts that had existed since ancient times, spying on Cheonma Jin Wei Baek, ready for conflict. And he discovered unique talents like those of Liu Tian and Wan Ken Cheon, and researched them. Back then, he raised Wan Ken Cheon, who was just an unknown hunter, into the elite high-level 10, and also made Liu Tian, who was just a martial artist, one of the 10. The reason why all of this was possible was only because he analyzed their talents, told them the truth, and guided them. And if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have been possible. If only it wasn't the Taoist professor of pain, then who would be able to accomplish such a feat? And if Oh Yunsen wants to also hone his talents, he should join them. Hayugal asked what he thought about it. Should they put the past behind them and start over? After all, Oh Yunseong should also be wondering. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen interrupted Li Huimin by saying that he wasn't really interested in this, which surprised him. After which Oh Yunsen explained that he wasn't interested in it, and he was talking about this secret or something else. Li Huimin asked Oh Yunsen to repeat what he had said, and Oh Yunsen said that truth and secrecy don't matter to him. More important is what he wants to do now, and what he must do now, and what he must do as a hunter. Besides, he now understands those words about the Taoist old man. Join forces with him? He doesn't need an old crook like Li Huimin as a business partner. Li Huimin was stunned by what he had just heard. And since the latter didn't agree to a good outcome, suddenly, a stray arrow flew past Oh Yunsen's face. Wan Ken Cheon laughed and told Oh Yunsong that this was the first time he had said something he liked. The reward would be death. Wan Ken Cheon shouted to Oh Yunsen to start dancing and started shooting him quickly. But as soon as he fired, Oh Yunsen immediately moved. Li Huimin mentally complained what a fool he was after all. He wanted to let Oh Yunsen live, but he preferred to die. Oh Yunsen's chi had reached its limit, and if he continued like this, his stamina and strength would run out. If they leave Oh Yunsong like this, he will die, because Oh Yunsong will simply not be able to leave. One Ken Cheon praised Oh Yunsong for how well he danced, then asked how long he could dodge arrows with such a tired body. 3 minutes? Or maybe 5? Just like Li Huimin said, he can't just shorten the distance with spider steps. And to make matters worse, he can't escape Wan Ken Cheon's eyes. Except that's when he used spider steps. And if he uses that footwork, which is known to be the fastest in the world, and also that fiery ki that is integrated into his Queen's Embrace. Using all of this, he manages to use the Beyond technique and the Red Dragon Society, a step in the dragon chase. Suddenly, Oh Yunsen simply disappeared from his seat, and a moment later, he was already right in front of Wan Ken Chong. Not seeing any movement from Oh Yun-sung, Won Ken-cheon wondered if he had simply disappeared for a split second. Oh Yun-sun asked the bastard who he thought he was trying to stomp on. Immediately afterward, he punched Won Ken-cheon straight in the face, giving Won Ken-cheon a painful blow at tremendous speed. Won Ken-cheon steadied himself on his feet, but was still pushed back. He wondered how Oh Yun-sung had managed to escape his sight. Besides, he must keep some distance between them. He must get away from... Suddenly, Oh Yun-sung caught up with Won Ken-cheon again and punched him in the chest with all his might. Immediately afterward, he punched him with an uppercut. Won Ken-cheon refused to believe what was happening. After all, he is the demon archer Won Ken-cheon himself, and it was so easily arranged in a few moments. Liu Tian cried out that it was simply impossible, after all, for someone to put Won Ken-cheon down so easily. Oh Yun-sun sat down beside Yang Byung and put his ear to her to see if she was all right. Suddenly, she made a sound in her sleep. Yang Byun's breathing as well as her pulse were normal, which reassured Oh Yun-sun. And in that case, all he has to do is... Oh Yun-sun told the guys next to him that all he had to do was beat the hell out of them. Immediately afterward, he released his Kiora. Liu Tian mentally cursed and wondered why they weren't running away. After all, it was already clear that it was over. As suddenly, Oh Yun-sun asked them to let him say something, namely that it was pointless for them to run away. Because after he entered the netherworld, he replaced the video camera, and everything they said and did to him is recorded. Once he leaves through the rift exit and uses that as evidence, their hunting careers will be over. Liu Tian was stunned by what he heard. Their matters were suddenly even worse than he thought. Just as suddenly, Li Huimin started laughing and applauding, shouting that this was simply amazing. After all, as expected, this time, Oh Yun-sun has completely exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he has to admit that Oh Yun-sun is amazing. So what can he expect from him next time? Oh Yun-sun asked what next time is he talking about? After all, this will not happen again, as they will all be behind bars after he deals with them. Liu Tian reprimanded, and Li Huimin was a little surprised at this feeling of suffocation from Oh Yun-sun. After all, right now, he felt as if he had been given a checkmate, after which, he put his hand behind his back and admitted that he neither wanted to run away from here nor go against Oh Yun-sun. But there was nothing that could be done about their situation. After which, Li Huimin extended his hand in which a talisman appeared, and with a motion of his hand he split it into several more talismans. Immediately after which the power of 1,000 gods golem appeared behind him. After which, Li Huimin revealed that direct confrontation was not something he preferred, but nevertheless he offered to fight with everything they had. Liu Tian mentally agreed with Li Huimin. After all, once they were cut off their escape route, nothing else would stop them. If he can't kill this guy now, it's over for him. Oh Yun-sun chuckled and said that wasn't the case at all, which puzzled his opponents. After which he explained that what he was about to do could not be called a fight. After all, from now on he'll be after them. Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun completely vaporized from his seat. Liu Tian shouted that Oh Yun-sun had disappeared, but Li Huimin ordered the man not to panic. Immediately afterward, the ground nearby began to crack, and Li Huimin said that Oh Yun-sun had gone underground and ordered Liu Tian to follow him. Li Huimin assumed that Oh Yun-sun was using the tunnel that the dragon broke through as a passage. Li Huimin said that if Oh Yun-sun popped out, they would be able to catch him thanks to Liu Tian's talisman and blade. So he told him not to panic, because there would surely be a sound. He told Liu Tian not to panic, for there would surely be a sound. Immediately after that, Liu Tian started screaming even louder, for he could feel Oh Yun-sun trying to drag him under the ground. Liu Tian ordered Oh Yun-sun to get out of here and struck the rock beneath him. Li Huimin mentally called Liu Tian an idiot. After all, the latter still panicked. Afterward, he wondered, is Oh Yun-sun really down there or is it a decoy? Definitely, Oh Yun-sun is using a decoy and, just as he knew he would, someone's presence was suddenly felt behind him. Li Huimin shouted that Oh Yun-sun was here and immediately turned around. But upon hitting it, Li Huimin was surprised as it was only a rock. Immediately afterward, Oh Yun-sun once again grabbed Liu Tian's legs and squeezed them, causing a cracking sound to come from Liu Tian's legs. Li Huimin was dumbfounded, for this guy actually did a double bait. And at the same moment, Oh Yun-sun popped up from the ground. Immediately after, he punched Liu Tian in the chin. Standing in front of Liu Tian's body, Oh Yun-chong said one was already ready. Correcting his glasses, Li Huimin summarized that Oh Yun-sun had withstood Liu Tian's attacks with his powerful reinforced armor and had even broken his legs. And with that, he once again managed to exceed all expectations. He can clearly see now that Oh Yun-song has become a monster he can't handle. and if it continues like this, Oh Yun-sung will kill him. However, the fact that Oh Yun-sung will exceed his expectations is already part of the prediction. Lee Hui-min glanced with the edge of his eye at Yang Byung, saying to himself that she was still too far away. Oh Yun-sun said that he would end it now and rushed over to Lee Hui-min, except that Lee Hui-min couldn't let him get close to him, and so he displayed the power of 1,000 gods in front of him. Immediately afterward, he hit Oh Yun-sun, but at the last moment Oh Yun-sun disappeared. He then used the same method and went underground. Being prepared for something like this, Lee Hui-min threw out a mound of talismans from his pockets. He was going to lay out all the knowledge and spells he had gathered up to this point. Immediately after which, the power of 1,000 gods, Golem, began to increase in size. Liu Tian ordered the power of 1,000 gods to smash everything under the ground he's standing on and get rid of Oh Yun-sun, and he started pounding the ground. Except that Li Huiming suspected that it wouldn't be enough, because the strength of Oh Yun-sun's armor was beyond all expectations, and it would be too difficult even if he put in all his effort. But through this, he will be able to distract Oh Yun-sun and hide his true intentions, his latest Shukuchi talisman. He can't escape as long as Oh Yun-sun has the dirt, and therefore there is only one thing he must strive for, and it's Yang Byung's loser. He'll use her, because that's the only way he'll be able to win. A moment later, Li Huimin was right above Yang Byung, just as his plan had been followed, after which he smirked, for now it was over. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun said that he knew that Li Huimin would do that, right after which he appeared and kicked Li Huimin in the face. Oh Yun-sung had already realized that from the beginning, the one who was hunting was not him, but Byun. Oh Yun-sun explained that finding out the habits and behaviors of the victim, also predicting their movements, is the basis for becoming a hunter. Li Huimin cursed loudly. After all, he had failed. Suddenly, Oh Yun-sun was called out by Yang Byung. Oh Yun-sun was surprised at how quickly she woke up, which Byung herself agreed with, then headed over to Oh Yun-sun. Oh Yun-sun said that it was almost over, and so he asked her to rest. But that one put her hand on his shoulder and refused to rest, for Oh Yun-sun had evidently... Meanwhile, a wide grin surfaced on his face. Yang Byung asked Oh Yun-sun to let her fight as well. Just as suddenly, Oh Yun-sun turned around and punched Yang Byung in the stomach. A stunned Yang Byung asked, "How? And why did he?" So also her. Oh Yun-sun recalled that he had already mentioned that a hunter always has to predict the movements of his prey. Yang Byung turned into Li Huimin, after which the latter, holding his stomach, let out a curse, and he immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Li Huimin couldn't believe that Oh Yun-sun had figured him out again. After all, this wasn't supposed to happen. Li Huiming asked Oh Yun-sun, how did the latter know about it? Oh Yun-sung said that Li Huimin tricked Wan Ken Cheon, who was on his side, and that he set the whole thing up from the beginning, using a cognitive transfer spell to swap between the real Biyun and the fake. However, Biyun had injured her leg on today's hunt, so for her to suddenly walk up to him? Oh Yun-sung admitted that he really almost fell for it, except that Li Huiming left out one small detail that makes him look like a fucking incompetent crook. Li Huimin couldn't believe what he was hearing, for it all just didn't make any sense. He revealed his ultimate plan, which he had hidden until the very end, figuring out the loophole in a matter of seconds. Oh Yun-sung said that it was really possible to wrap things up now, and advised Li Huimin to prepare for his fate. Li Huimin still refused to accept it. After all, Oh Yun-sung had managed to reveal his ultimate plan that he had hidden until the very end. Assuming what the latter was thinking, Oh Yun-sun explained that it was an obvious pattern, given all that Li Huiming had done up to this point. Predicting his actions are basics, written in Chinese hunting manuals. Of course, Li Huimin isn't a hunter, so there's no way he would have guessed something like this. Li Huimin told himself that now was not the time to panic at all, and that he should buy some more time by saying something. Li Huiming asked Oh Yun-sun to listen to him because now he was going to talk about... Before he could say anything, Oh Yun-sun was already dangerously close to him and ordered him to shut up. Immediately afterward, he punched Li Huimin's hamstring fossa with all his might. The man grunted in pain, for his leg was obviously broken. After which, Oh Yun-sung said that this was the end of all his chatter and started beating up Li Huimin at full speed. Li Huimin fell to his knees and blood flowed out of his mouth. Whereupon he cursed and fell and hit his head. Wan Ken Cheon was unconscious. Liu Tian couldn't do anything because of his broken leg. Oh Yun-sun reminded them that he was a hunter, and therefore he wasn't going to kill them himself. That said, he's not such a nice guy. And to save the people who tried to kill him, and also to touch the person he cares about. If he makes it to the exit, the biggest thing he'll do is let everyone know the coordinates of their location. But until then, While they are injured and isolated in the middle of this monster-filled world, it's not his problem whether they can survive or not. A short while later, opening her eyes, Yang Byung wondered where she was. Oh Yunsun told the hunter to tell Jin Wee Baek's boss that he thanked him for listening to his request and that he was going to do one more thing. Yang Byung realized that she was already in a different place and that not too long ago she was fighting alongside Oh Yunsung. Yang Byung tried to get up, but feeling the pain in her leg, she suddenly started mooing. Hearing that Yang Byung had woken up, Oh Yunsun walked over to her, whereupon Byung asked where they were. They were in a tent, and many hunters were wandering around them. Oh Yunsun said that they were safe, outside the rift, and that the Tenzi rescue team he had contracted was waiting here. He then said that it would be better if she lay down again and didn't overwork herself. But Yang Byung refused, saying that she was already fine, and more importantly, Yang Byung asked if he would fulfill one more thing for her, after which she asked, what did that mean? She asked, granting that he would only not talk about that, to which Oh Yunsun replied that it was exactly as she had heard. The assignment he got from Jin Wee Baek of Tens is still pending. Yang Byung asked, what is he talking about? After all, it was too rash, and besides, he was probably very tired. She then told the commander next to her that if he was also a hunter, he should realize how reckless this was, so she asked him to stop Oh Yunsun. Hunter tried to find the words to answer, but Oh Yunsun said no. He can't help but go, as that's his job as a hunter. Yang Byung said, it just can't be, and closing her eyes, she agreed to herself, for there was no way this man would give up. Oh Yunsun said her safety would be guaranteed by the Tenzi hunters and asked her to return home safely. As he left, Oh Yunsun promised that someday he would definitely repay her for what she had done for him and said goodbye to her. Suddenly, Yang Byung asked him to wait. She said that if he really felt he owed her a debt of gratitude, he should definitely keep his promise. Oh Yunsun asked what she meant. Yang Byung asked if he could keep that promise they made to each other to make sure he would come back and go out with her. Realizing the promise that Byung was talking about, Oh Yunsun smiled, after which he headed for the exit of the tent. Receiving no reply, Yang Byung bowed her head in sorrow. Just as suddenly, Oh Yunsun raised his fist, which was clearly an answer. Yang Byung glowed with happiness and reminded Oh Yunsun that he had made a promise. Thus, Oh Yunsun remained in the rift, leaving a promise to return. 6 months after Oh Yunsung disappeared into the rift, Mapo District, Seoul. The streets of the city were quickly filling up with crowds of gay saints who had come from the rift, and only a few hunters could hold them back. Realizing that things were bad, the hunter began to run away, for the Ga saints were too many for him alone. The world has begun to change and rifts have started to appear more frequently lately. Now countless rifts began to open up across the world, forcing more and more monsters to raid to the point where soon there were not enough hunters to protect them. Even if hunters spent 2 or 3 shifts to hunt, they couldn't help but feel the accumulated fatigue when facing so many enemies. As the hunter was running away, suddenly a blow traveled down his leg, which caused him to immediately fall to his knee, and the 3 Ga saints descended in front of him. As he looked back, the hunter realized he was surrounded, and so he wondered, was this really his end? Would this really be the end of the world? And if only they had that guy with them. Hunter. Oh Yunsun, who was said to be the only one who stayed in the rift until the very end. He was simply awesome, and so he wanted to be fit to be a great hunter. Saint Ga gradually approached the hunter, growling at him. Meanwhile, the hunter had already accepted that he was going to die like this. Just as suddenly someone reprimanded him and said he expected something different here. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a hunter in black and red armor. The hunter could hardly believe what he was seeing and wondered if it was really real. After all, he had returned. Oh Unsun reached for the auto hunt button as usual, after which the button turned red. The hunt was on.